Fate Fox/Blade. This is a fanfiction crossover between Fate Extra, Fate Grand Order, and Maruyama's Overlord, with the authors KitsuneObsessedFreak and Ten-Tailed God working together to create something that is hopefully, at least, enjoyable to read. This is not in any way going to follow canon or pre-established plot lines that people have come to know from the main original story, and is in fact closer to the fic A Vulpine Spanner in the works for how the world is actually set up, which implies some really funny shit to those who are in the know as the story progresses. Of course, poor Tamamo Mini Amaterasu has no idea what she's in for. Fortunately, we have Archer to save her, right? This story may contain graphic violence, mentions of self-harm, slavery as a horrible concept, war, death, non-consensual marriage, mentions of rape, foxes being foxes, humans in a medieval era being human, evil undead being legitimately evil, hand-holding, head pats, and religious fanatics being zealots and burning all the heretics. If any of the above things upset you in any way, I'm sorry. But have you read Overlord or anything Fate-related? If not, please ask yourself why you opened an Overlord and Fate crossover to begin with without knowing the source material. If you do, you have zero right to complain, my guy. We're pretty fucking tame in comparison. There may be other content unsuitable for children, but ain't no child reading this unless they got on questionable questing illegally, so fuck that LMAO. We're all adults here. Just be mature and don't be an ass if you don't like the content. Grammar and spelling mistakes are fine to point out, but I won't listen if you tell me our writing just sucks for the direction the story is going. You know you can pay my ass if you want custom content, so if you can't even cough up some cash, just write it yourself. That's all I have to say, so on with the story. It felt almost like waking up from a hangover, the man noted as he pushed himself from the muddy ground. He rubbed his head, trying to relieve whatever pressure was causing his head to throb. It was like some new part of brain matter had been grafted onto his skull with a soldering iron. He couldn't understand why he was here when he should have been in his bed at home. What made the headache so much worse was the shouting around him. This caused the man to look around to see a scene that would have been more appropriate to be watching in a fantasy movie instead of real life. The man tried to rub his eyes, hoping that he was just seeing things, but that didn't help. Instead, it caused the man to notice that his hands looked like they were covered in a layer of dirt, since they had never been this tan before. Yet, when he attempted to brush whatever was covering his skin away, he realized that it wasn't dirt. His skin had turned a deep tan that was beyond what should have been possible for him. That also led to him noticing the crimson sleeves covering his arms, matching a crimson skirt split in the center that covered a black set of armor. This armor was strikingly familiar to the man, as he could recognize the signature look of Archer from the Nasuverse. He wanted to continue observing himself, along with whatever other changes his body had gone through, but his attention was soon pulled back to the biggest cause of concern, the massive battle going on before him. Humans dressed in plate, chain, and leather fought against inhuman beast-like creatures. It was clear to see that the humans were on the defensive and losing this battle. Whenever one of the creatures was felled, it was at the cost of 3 or more humans to do so. This was unsustainable for these people. But in this entire fantastical situation, the man's attention was quickly grabbed, not by the death occurring before him, but by the weapons wielded by each player on the battlefield. His mind became bombarded by the information of their histories, the materials that the tools of war were composed from, the ones who wielded them. It forced the man to fall to a knee and hold a hand to his head as this new information settled within his mind. He didn't know exactly where it was, but it was barely a conscious effort for him to perfectly recall everything he had learned about each and every one of the hundreds, if not thousands, of weapons he had gazed at for only moments. Glancing once more at the fighting, he found something that was recognizable to him in all of this chaos. It was a woman in a blue dress, who, while not entirely human due to the bestial ears and tail she had, was still closer in appearance to one in comparison to the beast-like creatures that were mired in all the fighting. "Those beasts are just so disgusting," the woman claimed, standing by his side with a few talisman held loosely between her fingers. "Shall I remove them for you, Archer?" Her ears were pinned back against her head, and her fangs were most definitely bared behind the sleeve she used to hide her face from the people fighting, but she seemed to look at him for direction. Tamemo no Mae, for that was who she was, had clearly decided that he should be the one to take the lead. Slowly pushing himself to his feet, the man gave the fox-like woman an odd look. "Archer? Why are you called—" The man's question was abruptly cut off at the inhuman roar of one of the beast-like creatures that had finally taken notice of the new arrival. The man's steel eyes widened in fear at the oncoming rush of fur and muscle that desired his death. "Not so fast, shit stain!" Tamamo called out, tossing a talisman in the way of the feral-looking beastkin that had decided to attack them. As the being ran straight into it, they froze on the spot in a massive block of ice, Tamamo's face becoming a little smug at his frozen expression of rage. "Take some time to chill out and maybe rethink your next life." That snapped the man out of his frozen state to look at Tamamo once more. "What the hell is happening here? Why are we being attacked? Who are you?" "We don't have time for a panic attack right now. We're in the middle of a battle." Tamamo admonished him with a hint of a groan. But suffice to say, I certainly am not surprised we got isekai'd here as our characters when we started writing a fanfic. It's the exact kind of cliché I expect these days. "Isekai'd!" the man shouted over the growing screams. "This isn't supposed to exist. It's only supposed to be the work of fiction, not a damn reality." Turning to him with an open palm, Tamamo slapped him across the face hard enough to cause true pain, though it was clear she was holding back her strength a lot. "Get a grip! Like it or not, this is your reality now, and people are dying in front of you." Tamamo looked him in the eyes with a furious glare. "Are you just going to let these people die?" She looked off into the battlefield with a growl, manifesting a minefield of talisman between the beastkin and the humans to buy them some time. "You chose the path of Archer, the greatest hero I know. You can damn well see it through. A hero." The man, now beginning to accept the moniker, looked to the battlefield once more and watched for a moment as the slaughter continued. Beastkin that attempted to traverse the minefield found themselves blown to chunks of meat, unrecognizable from what had once been a living being. And yet, these bombs could only deal with the first group of beastkin that charged through. There were too many for the talismans to take out, and that only left the man, no, Archer, to do something. Looking down at his left hand, a blade came to mind. Something simple but strong. Trace on. In a flash of light, a dark blade materialized in his hand. It was a straight sword with a series of holes going down the center of the blade, a blade made to hunt for the blood of monsters. Grunting. Next, like second nature, a black bow of a material that hadn't been discovered yet appeared in his right hand. Raising the bow up, Archer put runting to the bowstring and pulled. At the same time, his mind already knew what to do, as mana altered this conjured blade, thinning it out, twisting it into a spiraling spear that elongated. When the bowstring had reached its apex, Archer finally let go, watching as the altered conjuration of Hrunting sped out to the approaching beastkin. In only a single moment, the charge was put to a halt as a massive explosion ripped across the area, annihilating all in its path. Archer's eyes widened, both surprised at how powerful the attack was and impressed at his own ability. He glanced over to Tamemo. "Do you know anything about what's really going on right now? Because this—" Archer motioned to the bow as he conjured another copy of Hrunting and aimed. Letting go once more, another altered copy of Hrunting flew across the field, blowing apart another grouping of beastkin in an explosion of mana. Is not normal by any standard I'm aware of. The fox woman glared at him, her tail bristling for a moment before she seemed to decide it wasn't worth arguing with him. If you're going to be a moron and ignore what is happening right in front of your eyes, what you have felt with your own cheek, then don't cry to me when I leave your ass lost and confused all alone in a new world, Tamemo told him, with a sense that she was utterly pissed at his dismissal of the situation they were in. I don't have time to deal with newbies to this shit, who don't even understand that life throws curveballs at you sometimes, and how to deal with the unexpected situations that come from that. Archer put his hands out towards Tamamo in a placating manner. I'd rather not have the only person that has a handle on the situation ditch me. How about we, I don't know, put things on pause until we're no longer dealing with a bunch of monsters trying to kill us. Then, you can tell me why we're even here in the first place. With another willing of his mana, Archer conjured forth a new copy of Hrunting and took aim. Firing upon another grouping of enemies, Archer switched to black arrows for greater precision and began raining further death upon the inhuman creatures, doing his best to ignore the thoughts of how brutally he was putting these creatures down, almost robotically, in fact. Yes, that would be nice, Tamemo half-growled, tossing talisman that exploded into balls of fire, electrocuted her enemies, or froze them in place while she imposed herself between the invading beastkin and the army behind her. Is that beastkin actually protecting us? One soldier asked with a dumbfounded look on his face. Nah, you hear what the others are saying, right? Another questioned with a tired groan, watching the fox woman wearily. She just wants to keep us for herself. Tamamo heard them both, apparently, as she was quick to respond to the provocation without looking at them, by chastising the beastkin she was fighting and making fun of them. Listen up, you morons, you can't eat humans. They are unclean, the foxwoman told them, her body beginning to glow lightly as she spoke. They contain diseases and curses that haunt your mind and soul and cause you to crave them more, driving you insane if you do such a thing. You're not in your right minds. The beastkin nearest her, a minotaur, bellowed in response to that. And what makes you so sure of this? What gives you the right to declare what is and is not good to eat? The goddess of the sun, chief deity of my homeland, gives me that right, she claimed boldly, her mirror lifting high into the sky as she activated her noble phantasm. In the name of Amaterasu, I will smite you from this earth to preserve the purity and sanctity of the kitchen. A beam of sunlight slammed out of the mirror, lancing out across the battlefield and utterly decimating the majority of the remaining forces. Those left behind were blinded and frozen in fear. Giving a weary glance to Tamamo, Archer readied another arrow and called out, "Start running or I'll finish what Tamamo started!" As if to intimidate the beastkin, the arrow that Archer had knocked glowed an ominous red at the tip. The few remaining beastkin made glances with one another, almost waiting for the initial cowards of their group to run first to maintain some form of dignity. But finally, 4 beastkin took off away from the humans, with the rest of the remaining beastkin quickly following after. With a heavy sigh, Archer lessened the tension on his bowstring and lowered both bow and arrow towards the ground, glancing between Tamamo and the humans that gazed upon both with mixed looks. Archer couldn't discern if they were good or not. At least the main problem has been taken care of, Archer remarked. He looked from the humans slowly approaching and back over to Tamamo and found himself asking, I'm not exactly much of a people person. Got any ideas on what to do for these people? I have no idea, Tamamo exclaimed with a slightly tired smile. It's been a long time since I interacted with humans directly. Most of my skill is just complaining and gossiping at the people who come to my shrine and being a dumb floof for brains. After a moment to smooth out her kimono and wander over to him, her golden eyes shining with mirth, she patted him on the shoulder in an encouraging manner. "I don't think they'll listen to me if I were to try to lead you, my dude," the foxy caster told him. Her voice lowered slightly as though to ensure only he would hear her. "You'll have to take public face here, even if it sucks." Archer buried his hand in his face with an annoyed groan, followed swiftly by a sigh as he looked up to see one of the human soldiers approaching. "Hail, good sir!" The soldier was dressed in armor, which was well beyond the price that any peasant could ever afford. Hello?" Archer replied. "I am Commander Eamon Nicole. I thank you, noble warrior," and Eamon glanced over to Tamamo, who gave him an enthusiastic wave while her tail wagged with just as much fervor. "Beast Mage, we are in your debt for saving us in this almost lost battle." Yeah, I am Archer." The man then pointed to the friendly foxwoman. "She's Tamamo. Would you mind explaining to us what exactly is going on as we've only just arrived?" The commander gave a glance at both figures, thoroughly baffled at their lack of awareness. The beastmen of the East were assaulting the city. Why wouldn't you know this? You're some of the traveling mercenaries that came due to the request our city sent out, aren't you? "Yes," Archer answered with an awkward pause. "We only just came to this country from the south. We're slightly out of the loop as it is." Eamon's blue eyes widened far enough that Archer thought that they were about to pop out. "You came from the south? From the wastes?" As soon as the shock was made clear in Eamon's voice, Archer immediately regretted trying to make up a backstory for both he and Tamamo. "We're both very hardy. We've survived out there for years." "Oi, husband, do I need to spank you again?" Tamamo asked with an all-too-sweet smile. "You know better than to talk as if you know directions when you can't even read a map, and I haven't looked at one myself in centuries." Archer's eyes widened in horror at what Tamamo had just said. Part of him wanted to shout at how stupid this cover story was. The other part knew that he should just shut up and deal with it. "Yes, what my wife says. My sense of direction is quite awful." Archer had to hold back from giving a glare at the amused foxwoman. "I see." Eamon looked between the pair, as if trying to figure out the logistics behind such a pairing, before he soon gave up. "Still, thank you for the timely aid. While things are chaotic at the moment, I'm certain we can arrange to gather a small portion of your larger reward for now. Would the both of you be willing to continue aiding the Dragon Kingdom, or was this to be the only battle that you were going to be taking part in?" As Archer had little knowledge of the land, and he was unsure if Tamamo did either, it would likely be best if they took advantage of the temporary hospitality from saving this army. "My wife and I would be quite open to continuing a contract with your kingdom. Isn't that right, honey?" Archer asked with a slightly gritted tone. "McCoon!" Tamamo seemingly moaned out with a fox-like grin spreading across her face. She was over by his side in an instant, her voluptuous body pressed against his with a light blush, as if to entice him to take hold of her and never let go. "This Tamamo will follow her Goshujin-sama wherever he might go," the Kitsune claimed, rubbing her cheeks against him like one might expect from a cat. Her tail as well snaked its way around his hips to hold him close to her, not allowing him to step away even an inch so she could further sell the story. Though it wasn't quite clear just how much of it was an act and how much was her desperation for an anchor in this world to keep her from being lost and alone herself. Despite her earlier words, she was being rather clingy in the end. "I'm glad to hear that," Eamon replied gratefully, even if he gave a quizzical gaze at the loving couple. "Though, I must admit, it's quite unusual to see such a pairing as you two. Might I ask how you both met?" Archer steeled himself as he wasn't prepared for this. "We, met." Archer found it difficult to even figure out something to phrase, at least until, unfortunately in his mind, Tamamo had to speak up. "I met my husband at the fox shrine my followers had created for me when he was dragged before the goddess Amaterasu to be wed." Tamamo boasted, pushing her not inconsiderable chest out with pride. I was already an accomplished author in my spare time, as was he, at least in our native language, so the goddess of our land decided it would be funny to gather two well-known writers into the same shrine, she told the man with a grin, and then Amaterasu bound us together in holy matrimony and gave us with all of the bare basic knowledge we needed to survive the world. After that, she simply tossed us out and told us not to come back until we had a grand husband and wife adventure of our own and many grandbabies for her to spoil. A coughing came from Archer after he swallowed his spit. Why does this woman have to make things so much worse? Archer thought to himself as he attempted to remain calm. Yes, my lovely wife and I had such a marvelous ceremony. Now can we please move on, because I prefer to not speak of such private affairs. Of course, my apologies, Archer. Please, both of you come with me and I shall lead you to the castle. I'm certain that Lord Arcades would be more than pleased to hear that two powerful mercenaries, well-versed in the ways of magic, have come to help us. He motioned for the pair to follow him, with both Archer and Tamamo giving each other a look before they followed after the commander. All the while, the pair received more looks from the remaining humans on the battlefield. Fate Fox Blade 02. Recognition. Tamamo was normally a very happy fox. Her eyes shone with excitement, her fluffy tail bushed up and wagged at the slightest provocation, and her ears were very expressive and energetic. She was also doubly happy when she was paired up with someone on an isekai adventure, as she often was. It was with the whim of the gods that she found herself traveling from world to world, telling her stories and sharing her happy, fluffy self with all those around her. So why was it that her latest partner was so utterly inept and unwilling to take up the role that was temporarily needed of him until he was either dismissed by her goddess or he was gifted a more interesting life? Maybe something that would be a little more his speed at least. Yet, while Tamamo continued to take glances at Archer, said man cocked his head as he finally took notice of the attention. "Is there something on my face?" Archer whispered over to Tamamo. Tamamo checked quickly, finding nothing but a stone-faced expression. His eyes slightly squinted at her for some reason. She noted it for later, but she had more important things to think about. "You should definitely find a way for us to brush our teeth later." Tamamo deflected his worries politely, without actually telling him that she thought he was a little dumb. "We don't want to lose any teeth while we're here." One of Archer's eyelids made a slight spasm. "I'm fairly certain that it's not even possible for us to even get cavities," Archer replied gruffly. "Besides, I think we have more important things to worry about besides our teeth right now." "I wouldn't be so certain about that, Go-Shujin-sama," Tamamo sighed, "but I suppose you're at least correct about there being more important things at the moment." As soon as she said that, they were brought before a set of doors, and their presence was announced to the Lord inside of the building. Someone they must have figured was rather important, based on the way they held themselves at the ready, seeming rather twitchy every time her tail made the slightest flicker of movement. She couldn't exactly help that her fluffy appendage was rather expressive. She was just excited for a new start. "Lord Arcades, may I present two traveling mercenaries who helped to almost single-handedly repel the Beastman invasion, Archer and Tamamo," Amon introduced with a gracious bow. Said Lord gave the pair an inquisitive gaze, though he kept whatever thoughts he had about the pair to himself. At least that's what it seemed like. "Quite a unique pair you two are." Arcades looked over to Archer and asked, "Tell me, Archer, how did you come into this companionship with the Beast Woman? I was fairly certain that all of their kind are savagely violent to humans. Did you somehow tame the savage beast to a more manageable state?" Archer appeared to freeze, and Tamamo noticed the red-clad man worryingly glance over to her from the corner of his eyes. "She's my—" "I would say it's less that he tamed me, and more that I claimed him as soon as my goddess told me he was mine," Tamamo told the Lord with a smile. "That's not to say I put myself in a higher position than him, as he is my Goshujin-sama, but it does mean I will not willingly betray him so long as he remains faithful." A goddess? Who might this goddess be, as I can't recall any beastman religion that worships a goddess? Actually, I thought that they were just pure savages, Arcades questioned with a raised brow. "I come from a far-off nation known as Nihon, where the chief goddess is known as Amaterasu, goddess of the sun," Tamamo told him without missing a beat, though the slight bristling of her tail betrayed her annoyance at the situation. It wasn't as though she was mad at him. She was mad at the fluffy morons that ruined any chance of getting head pats and belly rubs for them all from the silly humans. At least the ones that happened to live in these lands for potentially hundreds of years. Nihon? And what of you, Archer? Do you come from this land as well? The question made Archer freeze in place, almost as if he was contemplating his answer. Then he finally decided to answer. "Yes," he answered in an almost stilted tone. "I come from the same land as Tamamo." Arcades leaned forwards in his throne with wide eyes. "Are you telling me that there is a land beyond the Minotaur nation and Beastman country? With living humans?" "Not still directly attached to this plane of existence, no," Tamamo sighed, shaking her head at him lightly. "But that is not to say it is particularly difficult for a goddess such as mine to facilitate transference between realms through Takamagahara, so long as she has gathered enough faith in the land and people to do so." Almost comedically, Arcades both slumped in disappointment before his brows quickly shot up and his mouth went agape. He almost appeared like a dead fish. "Oh, other planes of existence? Like the realms of the dead?" "That is but one of many types of realms available to the gods," Tamamo nodded sagely. "However, there are an uncountable number that grow with every moment, branching off with every decision we do or do not make, and further branching for decisions made in other worlds within your realm." The worst part was she wasn't even making this stuff up, so it was very clearly honest when she said it, even if a bit much to take in. Hopefully she could get it all to sink in before he needed medical assistance, though. She was fairly sure that they wouldn't let her heal him herself after all. For a moment, Arcades looked as if his mind was reeling from the revelation. Then, with a shake of his head, the ruler appeared to ignore what he had been told as he changed topics. "Regardless, you both have saved the city. For this, you have my eternal gratitude. But I would ask if you two would be willing to offer your continued services in defense of the city of Ramstock?" Tamamo tilted her head towards Archer, her tail swishing as it smoothed itself out entirely. "If my Goshujin-sama wishes to aid you and your people, then I will assist him in his tasks, as is befitting of a wife." Archer ended up nodding his head. "Will be willing to help protect the city of Ramstock." This got a smile from Arcades, who clapped his hands once. "Excellent. Please, my servants will escort you both to one of the proper bedrooms for guests of an esteemed status. Following this, I'd wish for you both to join my men and I for filling dinner." Arcades gave a chuckle and added, "I've no doubt that both of you are hungry after fighting this afternoon." "Very much so, Lord Arcades," Archer answered with a smirk that didn't reach his eyes. "Thanks for being so hospitable." "No need to thank me, Archer. This is the least of what I can do to thank you and your wife." Arcades looked over to a maid standing to the side of the room and motioned for her. "Olga, please show these two to their room." Olga walked over and gave a curtsy to Arcades before turning to the married couple. "Please, follow me, honored guests." With this, she began to lead the two out of the throne room and further into the palace. Tamamo took Archer's hand in her own and followed the maid at a sedate pace, making sure to keep from losing her without hurrying the woman along unnecessarily. It also helped that she was better able to project an aura of loving wife when she could stick more closely to Archer like this, a small smile on her face as she took him away. To anyone looking upon them, it would almost seem as though she had hearts in her eyes, and a complete and utter devotion to the man. Of course, she was willing to do what was needed and play any role to survive in the world they had found themselves in, no matter the personal cost. Archer gave a raised brow at the action, then glanced forwards to Olga leading them. "Quite the nice palace you have here." It was easy to see Archer's steel eyes were focusing on each of the weapons decorating the walls of the castle. Likely, he was adding them to his reality marble. The castle has stood for over 228 years. It was one of the few remaining bastions from when the Dragon Kingdom was split apart into multiple lesser kingdoms, Olga answered without much excitement in her tone, almost as if she had given this answer repeatedly. "Really? And what about the weapons I see upon the walls?" "From former members of the Asmati family over their many generations. Many have fallen over the years due to their duty of defending the rest of the kingdom from the beastmen." Olga looked back at the two with an indiscernible glance. "Hopefully you two will be helpful in pushing back the invaders," Olga said, while narrowing her eyes at Tamamo. Tamamo would normally bristle a little, maybe, at the constant racism, but she was well used to it by this point, not to mention the fact that this nation was at war with literal furries. So even if she looked as though she was some form of beastkin or demi-human hybrid at the very minimum, she couldn't really hold it against them. Sighing gently, the pink-haired fox woman followed the maid until she brought them to where they would be staying for the night. It honestly was better than she expected at least, and she had certainly stayed in much worse conditions over her many lives, most of which she'd rather not remember, thank you very much. "I will come retrieve you both when dinner is finally ready." Olga gave a small bow of her head and closed the door, leaving Archer and Tamamo alone. Archer walked around the room for a short moment, his eyes glancing around before he finally walked over to the single bed and sat down on the edge of it. "Okay, Tammy, mind explaining what's going on?" A blink, then two. The Kitsune aspect of Amaterasu tossed a set of very specific talisman to the four corners of the room, before sitting down beside him with a sigh. "I won't lie. This isn't the first time I've been dragged off by a goddess to do their bidding. It's just not Amaterasu that generally is the one dragging me off to other worlds," she told him, looking him directly in the eye. "I will do my part and play the role I have chosen as well as I can to ensure your survival, until Aiko either grows bored of you or until we get sent to a vacation world to relax and do normal things until she needs us again." "Isn't that just wonderful?" Archer groaned in annoyance. "Then I assume we're going to be dealing with these beastmen for the long foreseeable future?" "Unless you wish to go back on your word, yes," Tamamo sighed. "There really wasn't much we could do once you mentioned that you were willing to help out. Besides, well, help. And he wasn't exactly going to stop us from leaving, but staying here for a short time and driving back their rivals will gain us their favor and faith, which will help us out a lot later." "Guess I really am going to live up to Archer's mentality of being the reluctant hero." The red-clad man rested his back on the bed and gazed at the ceiling. "At least I get some cool abilities from this mess." Sticking his hand into the air, a short and curved black blade covered in red hexagonal patterns conjured itself into his hand. "Still, I really have to wonder where it is we ended up." "They did say it was the Draconic Kingdom," Tamamo pointed out, pulling her tail into her lap with a sigh. "And we were writing an AU of Vulpine Spanner in the works. So..." Archer took a deep inhale, then let it out. "Depending on the day, we might be fucked if we are where you think we are." "I have the power of the anime god on my side," the Kitsune joked. "I'll at least help you run away." "And who says that your anime god is the only one around? If we are where you think we are, then we're going to have to get prepared. figure out the limits of our abilities, see how our powers compare to the magic here, and probably get out of this country to one of a few different locations. But first, we need to get a map of the area to confirm our suspicions. With a flick of his wrist, the conjured blade disappeared from his hand, and he sat up on the bed. "Yep," Tamamo smiled, glad that he was finally getting into the swing of things. "I'll leave most of that to you because you are literally the author of that series, and I didn't get the chance to catch up before I got isekai'd with you." It was easy to see how stressed Archer looked at this point as he rubbed the middle of his brow. "First, we have to figure out the area we're at, since the only dragon kingdom I'm aware of is way the hell away from the action. After that, we need to rush this protection duty and get our asses west." With a small smile gracing her lips, Tamamo nodded. It was perfect that he knew what he was doing, but the Kitsune knew she would need to help him de-stress before he could accidentally murder the wrong person. "Well, since I'm taking the role of your wife," she let her finger trail along the side of his jaw with a smile, drawing his attention to her face. "I will take care of any nightly duties you wish of me when you need a moment to de-stress, just so you don't get too pent up and snap from the pressure when it's a really bad time." Archer shook his head. "Now is really not the time, especially when I barely even know you." As if Archer was afraid that he may have insulted her, the red-clad man added, "Don't get me wrong, you're very beautiful, but there needs to be more than that before I get intimate with another person. We just need to get through tonight, then figure out how to help these people quickly tomorrow." "Just figured I'd let you know that the offer is on the table if you need it," Tamamo told him with a grin, her fangs showing for just a moment. Amaterasu knows all too well what it's like to be too stressed and not have an easy outlet. After a moment, Tamamo shrank down into the form of a single-tailed fox and sat in his lap looking up at him expectantly. "I am also cute and fluffy, so feel free to de-stress this way as well." "Adorable," Archer stated in a sarcastic tone before patting the fox's head. "Now, we just have to wait for them to finally call us for dinner. Hope that isn't too long." With that musing, Archer remained silent as he continued to pet the fox. His expression was unreadable. Well, Tamamo was more than willing to do whatever she could to help him on this journey. In the end, this world would only last as long as he maintained an interest in it himself, and she was keen on finding out more about the world she found themselves in. If he pulled out before Aiko was finished with it, they would both find themselves in another world, starting fresh once more. Unless he was so utterly burned out that he couldn't bear to touch a work with her other selves again, but at the same time she had a good feeling about this one. Hopefully it would last a good long while. Lord Arcade sat at the dining table with his commander, Aemond, 7 nobles of the Dragon Kingdom, with only 4 being residents while 2 were from the capital, and his wife, Elena. All of them watched as the 2 foreign mercenaries entered the dining room. Yet while the pair were quite odd in appearance, with the man named Archer dressed in his striking red and black armor, the stranger one was the woman named Tamamo. She was a beast woman, one with enough intelligence and class to actually communicate with humans, instead of acting the savage like her fellow demi-humans. If one were to remove the bestial traits, she would look the equivalent to a beautiful human noble woman. "Is that her?" Alana quietly asked Arcades while glancing at the new arrivals being led to their seats by Olga. Arcades nodded. "It is. She and her husband are the mercenaries that took on the army of the Beastmen by themselves and won with extremely strange magic and weapons." Arcades glanced between the 2 foreigners and added, "Beast woman aside, from what Aemond has said, it would be in our best interests to permanently retain their services." "Still, a beast woman? Why not simply retain the services of just the man instead and have her leave?" Elena questioned with a suspicious glance at Tamamo. As she is Archer's wife, he would likely leave with Tamamo if she were to be kicked out of the city. Besides, she apparently demonstrated great skill as a mage. We can use that to further repel the beastman incursions onto our lands. Arcades finally turned away from his wife as the foreigners were finally seated. Greetings, Archer and Tamamo. I'm glad that you both have arrived for the meal. He raised his goblet of wine to the pair and smiled. The rest of dinner guests raised their goblets in solidarity with Arcades. Archer looked uncomfortable with the greeting, something that Arcades assumed was due to the mercenary's reserved nature. That was the complete opposite of his wife. Yes, thank you for inviting us, Lord Arcades. Tamamo spoke with a grin, sitting beside her husband with a brilliant smile shining on her face. If she was to say she had been blessed by her goddess to have a smile as bright as the sun, he wouldn't be surprised in the slightest. Yeah, thanks, Lord Arcades, Archer replied while glancing around the table. With a clap of his hands, Arcades called out, "Bring out the food!" Following this command, the servants went to work bringing in the meal, which consisted of steaks cut from a ram, potatoes, carrots, and white bread. Once the plates were set before each dinner guest, Arcades dug in and the other dinner guests soon followed. Clasping her hands together in prayer for a minute, Tamamo whispered, "Itadakimasu," before cutting her food into tiny bites and eating it respectfully. She was clearly well used to eating with nobles, as she matched him in pace so as to not be finished before he was, but also not keep him waiting. She also seemed to glow lightly as she ate, which could mean many things. Considering her prayer earlier, however, it likely wasn't anything he needed to be wary of. In comparison, Archer appeared to be from a common background as he simply ate without care for pace. That made Arcades quite curious as to their backgrounds. Finally, he decided to speak up. Tamamo, you and Archer are traveling mercenaries, yet you seem to have a refined sense of etiquette. Might you be willing to tell me a little more of your background? It's not really that interesting of a topic, but I once served at a shrine dedicated to Amaterasu, before I was conscripted as a concubine, so to speak, and again when I grew weary of court politics. Tamamo mentioned offhandedly, I know the basics of what not to do as a result because of such a thing, but I would rather leave ancient history far behind me, if at all possible. Arcade's eyes widened upon hearing this. Concubine, you say? Tamamo nodded her head, allowing him to see the discomfort on her face at that subject before clearly settling into a dreamy smile as she looked at her husband. Yes, but at the very least, when I returned to the shrine, I was gifted a much more satisfying husband who happened to share my passion for the written word after a while of dedicated service to my goddess. I see. Arcade sipped on his wine, mulling the odd history of Tamamo's. Setting his goblet aside, he then looked over to Archer. What about you, Archer? From what Amond has said, you appear to have some strange magic that allowed you to conjure a bow and arrows. The red-clad man seemed slightly surprised at the question, with a fork still in his mouth. Biting the ram's meat off his fork and swallowing, Archer finally answered, They technically weren't arrows. Arcade's brow rose at the admission. If not arrows, then what are they? Swords. Swords? Amon suddenly questioned. Archer slowly nodded. Swords. He then held his hand out, and a strange, black, curved short sword of foreign make appeared in his hand. I can conjure them and alter their properties if I so wish. In demonstration, the sword twisted and elongated until it became the length of 4 feet. Depending on the blade I use to fire, different effects can occur. And that was the blade you used to fire at the beastman? Amon asked, with interest heavy in his voice and body language. Archer shook his head, dispelling the altered blade in a burst of particles. It was another sword known as Hrunting. Are they the only blades you can conjure? And in addition, is there a limit to the amount you can make or the time that they would last? Arcades quickly understood what the commander was interested in. If this archer could create an entire arsenal of weapons that could be given to the soldiers, then the tides of battle could potentially be made permanently in their favor. I have thousands of blades that can be created. some mundane, some magical, some of untold power and destruction, and Archer appeared to think about it. I'm fairly certain that the blades would last as long as I wish them to. Arcades and Eamon shared a look, then glanced back to Archer. At the same time, the dinner guests could be heard muttering as they also followed the pair in observing the mysterious mercenary. Finally, Arcades broke the tentative silence. Archer, would you be able to conjure up weapons for our troops to utilize against the beastmen? We'd be willing to handsomely reward you for such a service. I would also make the same request, Archer. One of the nobles, Palladia, inquired of the mercenary. Ardengate is always in need of good steel and powerful weapons to turn back the hordes of minotaurs and beastmen. Slowly, Archer deliberated the choice as he took another bite of ram's meat. Then he looked over to Tamamo and quietly asked her a question. The weapon conjurer's wife nodded at him, giving him a thumbs up as she discussed with him quietly about what they could offer. Archer then looked back to Arcades. I would be willing to create weapons for your defense, though I'm uncertain on the currency of this land. How much would a magical weapon cost normally? It could cost tens to thousands of gold or platinum to buy a magical weapon, depending upon the strength of its enchantment, Eamon replied, giving Archer a moment to contemplate. What about a quality steel blade? It would be 5 silver, all the way up to 1 gold that is the equivalent of 10 silver, for a regular blade. Both Eamon and Arcades had no idea as to where Archer was going with this, especially because normal steel weapons shouldn't have any comparison to that of magical items. I am willing to create an arsenal of hrunting for the cost of 3 silver each. The jaws of every noble at the table, with Eamon included, dropped at the beyond discounted price that Archer named. Its ability makes any user create the most optimal slashes possible to draw blood. Upon tasting blood, hrunting will strengthen the user and grow in size. No one at the table spoke for some time, their minds going through the possibility of hundreds, if not thousands, of these blades for an absolute pittance. I will buy 500 from you immediately. Eamon's declaration seemed to call everyone else to action. I will take 400, Palladia added immediately after. 600, another noble Piru shouted. 1,000! Arcades finally gave his order. With the meal utterly forgotten, the guests at the table were in rapid talks with Archer over the logistics of supplying their orders, followed by the payments that would be owed. As most of the guests lacked the payments on hand, they offered writs of payment to be paid out at each city throughout the kingdom. Yet while most of the other nobles seemed to care about arming their soldiers, Arcades thought about the profit that could be made from trading some of the armaments that Archer made to other countries, such as the Slain Theocracy or Baharuth Empire. Regardless, Arcades considered this to be one of the most profitable dinners he's ever had in his castle. Fate Foxblade 03, Betrayal of the Sword Factory. By the next morning, Archer was already awake, conjuring one sword after the next in the castle's armory. As the red-clad magus did this, a steady procession of servants or soldiers would load a mass of the blades into a crate and take them out of the room. Archer was certain that he had hit 224 of the thousands of blades he needed to make, and it had only been a single hour. He didn't doubt that the work pace might be increased if he used an ability like Trace Bullet to conjure up rapid-fire copies of Hrunting, or summoned his reality marble to spam out hundreds of copies, but he refrained from doing so. For one reason, it would give away information of his stronger abilities, and even if he wasn't the original Archer, that mindset of keeping some of his abilities a secret to be revealed as a last resort was just ingrained into his mind. As for the other, Archer felt it would be overkill to conjure the magical equivalent of a machine gun or a nuke for what amounted to a basic task. As for the final reason, he had no idea if certain actors were in this world just yet. He dreaded what might happen if Nazarick learned enough about him and his abilities. So he diligently continued to do his simple work. At times, he noticed that some random inhabitants of the castle, not part of the hauling crew as they hadn't even bothered to help move the conjured weapons, would watch him with worrying interest. After these unwanted watchers had done this for long enough, Archer finally looked over to Tamamo. "Have you noticed that we've been getting an excessive amount of attention from odd people?" Archer quietly asked mid-conjuration of another runting copy. "I'm just waiting for one of them to be dumb enough to try literally anything," Tamamo murmured, low enough that even right beside him he could barely hear her. "All I need now is a good excuse for us to move on once you're finished and we can get going to where you want us to be." Not exactly the most comforting thought. Archer's eyes focused on a blond man that had been the most consistent watcher. "Unfortunately, I think I revealed too much of my hand yesterday. Someone is probably either a spy for a foreign power or looking to try something that involves screwing us over, like the blonde over to the left at the back of the room." The pink-haired fox woman was entirely nonplussed by his words. She had a plan, it seemed. Well, if he tries anything, we'll have secured a genuine reason to leave early. Well, if we do get a reason to leave early, we'll need to secure a form of transport. I only know of 2 routes to get to where we need to be. One is by walking through 2 entire countries, dealing with whatever dangers lie within. The other is by taking a boat through the massive body of water west of this country, and we'd only be going up north to the Baharuth Empire, since I doubt that the slain theocracy would treat you kindly for not being a human. Yeah, I have the feeling using the Fox roads would be a very bad idea until the afterlife is fixed anyways, Tamamo sighed. But we can worry about that later. Then I better hurry this up. We've got an unfortunately long road ahead of us. Tapping into a bit of his trace bullet ability, Archer doubled his rate of blade production. If he was lucky, then this would be finished before late afternoon. Desmond of the Black Heart was not a well-known spy assassin. To be well-known implied that he must have been caught at some point, or that he or his clients liked to brag about the tasks he undertook. This would be incredibly detrimental to his job as a spy, let alone as an assassin, which required much more finesse. No, to all those who knew him, he was simply another face in the crowd. A third-born son of a lesser noble, with no known titles of his own, someone removed from any form of inheritance simply by being born too late. Such a thing made it simple to sneak into the building with the plausible excuse of guarding the swords his father was going to receive from the more well-off nobles, as well as helping keep the area secure and free of any unwanted presences. Who knew what a beastkin would do to the swords if left unattended after all? Truly, he was only looking out for their best interests by volunteering for the night shift, allowing for all the others to take a quick break for rest while he ensured the magical swords were kept under tight watch. There were no ulterior motives to be had at all. As such, not a single person noticed when he slipped out from his position when they had all left to bed and made his way to the room that held his unsuspecting targets within. Pressing his ear to the door, he steadied his heartbeat. His breath steady, he waited a moment, then 2. The sound of beastly snoring reached his ears, letting him know that his targets were indeed dead asleep, and one of them was certainly never going to wake up. With a soft click, he unlocked the door, allowing his skills as an assassin guide him on the most optimal route to the beast, only to find himself falling face first to the ground, utterly covered in paper tags. It was a trap. How? How had she noticed? He had made certain that he was utterly inconspicuous with his scouting earlier that day. Clearly, she shouldn't have been able to... "You know, I was kind of hoping for this," the pink-haired beast told him with a small smile. How arrogant. When he got out of this, he would... Now, no need for such an angry face, she giggled at him. The audacity. Instead, why don't you tell me all about what you were planning to do here, and who sent you to do so? He felt his body responding against his will, forcibly speaking despite his innate resistance to all forms of mind control. I was sent by Lord Palladia to capture Archer for his use, and to kill you before you could betray us. Well, I wasn't planning to betray your people before, but this does indeed put some dangerous thoughts in my mind for what I will do in retaliation for being betrayed myself, she admitted, as if she was the one with the moral high grounds. In any case, I will figure out what to do with you after I bring you before Lord Arcades to explain yourself in full. He instantly relaxed. She wasn't planning to kill him. He would simply have to make his case before the Lord and blame them entirely for slander and lies. Truly, that would be enough to muddy the waters no matter what. After all, there was no way they could verify that what she forced him to say was the truth, right? I can see what you're thinking, but there are ways to verify my claims that are rather simple and easy to gather support for, the beast claimed, pulling a brush from thin air to clean her fur. After all, you aren't even feeling discomfort, let alone do you have any physical injury from such things, despite falling to the floor. There will be at least one person brave enough to verify this for one reason or another. She paused, if only to discover the potential uses for such a thing in their own courts. Well, that didn't sound promising, not one bit. Anyway, we'll talk in the morning. Sleep well. He didn't sleep a wink. Lord Arcades started his day hearing reports from his advisors on the greatest things of current import. One was of the casualties and damage the city had taken from the Beastmen incursion. While the numbers were upsetting, they may have been so much worse if the two mercenaries hadn't arrived when they had. And speaking of the mercenaries, they were heavily involved in the second report, well, namely, Archer was. The mysterious warrior mage had finished his production of the conjured swords yesterday. Already, Arcades had sent messages off to a few other neighboring rulers and countries about the limited supply of enchanted blades he had in abundance of. It would take between weeks and months for the responses to be sent back to Ramstock, but Arcades was confident that he would more than make back his fortune from just selling a small fraction of the blades. Now, he just needed to find a way to convince Archer to permanently stay under his employ. For that, he had been mulling over a few ideas with his advisors. Some considered offering the man a yearly fortune that could be made back from selling any weapon Archer produced within the year. Another method would be by giving him and his wife titles that would bind them as his vassals. He and the other nobles were just about willing to give the man anything to keep him in this city. Additionally, besides being a walking fortune maker, Archer and Tamemo both had immense strength, enough to allow the pair to take on an entire army by their lonesome. It almost made Arcades suspect that the pair might be like the powerful descendants of the gods in the slain theocracy, Godkin. Having a dynasty of Godkin that were part of the city of Ramstock would do well in ensuring the continued future of this city, and possibly this kingdom. From what he knew, the only descendant of a powerful lineage in the Dragon Kingdom was Queen Draudalon herself, and she wasn't even Godkin, just the descendant of a dragon. So deep was Arcades in his potential plans of persuasion that he became startled upon the voice of Tamemo echoing in the throne room. It appears that there are those within your halls that wish to return our kindness with hostility, Lord Arcades. Tamamo called to him, laying a man on the ground, covered up to his neck in paper talisman of some sort. I am going to assume you were unaware of the actions taken upon my husband and I last night, but I wish to allow you a chance to hear the reason we are not keen to stay much longer. Arcade's heart thumped in his chest. What could have happened to have upset Archer and Tamamo so? What idiot had insulted the pair of mercenaries? Please, Tamamo, what could have happened last night to have angered you? If necessary, I will immediately find and discipline those responsible. Arcades gave this promise, slightly desperate in the hope that it would be enough to soothe any anger the pair felt so that they would continue to stay in the city. Unfortunately, Staying here may bring innocent people into the crossfire if any more assassins are sent with the intention of capturing my husband and potentially killing myself, Tamamo told him, poking the man on the ground with a foot. While it was incredibly amusing how easy it was to capture him for the sake of finding out his intentions with a talisman of truth, it was still somewhat disheartening that the people I intended to offer my support to never wished for it in the first place, the beast woman told him with a slightly somber tone, the disappointment clear in her voice. As such, my husband and I will leave and spare your people the potential for a rather messy end. But Tamamo, Archer, there has to be some way I can rectify this so that you might be willing to stay. Even as he sputtered these words out, the Lord could already tell that his pleas fell upon deaf ears. I'm sorry, Lord Arcades, Archer finally spoke up. But I agree with my wife that this isn't a safe place for either of us at the moment. We appreciate the hospitality, but it is probably time for us to move on. Perhaps in the future, we might both be willing to return here under better circumstances. Arcades was internally screaming at how this was happening. He found himself vowing to make whoever it was that chased the pair away be horribly punished. I understand. I'm absolutely sorry for the insult that had been done unto both of you. Fear not, as I have no desire to hold it against you personally, Tamamo told him with a swish of her tail, and those who instigated such things should be rather simple to spot, as they have been cursed to always itch at the nose with no relief to be found, and the sun will glare harshly into their eyes whenever it is most inconvenient. Arcades took a moment to look around the room, eyes trying to pick up on if anyone there was currently scratching their nose. Everyone else seemed to have the same idea, so the throne room became rife with paranoia. Taking one final sweep of the room, Arcades looked back to the pair of mercenaries and spoke, I see. Will there be anything else you shall need for your journey? Food, water, a map, and traveling equipment would be a good start. Arcades immediately capitulated to these demands with a nod. Anything else? Those writs of money. Tamamo and I are planning to leave this country by boat and will need payment for our trip. Of course. I'll have one of my servants bring out the writs before you go. The rest of your supplies will be brought to your room for whenever it is that you wish to leave. That got a smile from Archer. Thanks for being so hospitable, Lord Arcades. Thank you, Lord Arcades, and may your family line be forever strong and healthy, Tamamo blessed him, her eyes glowing as a hint of warmth blossomed within his soul. And may the four bless you upon your journey. Arcades gave with a final nod. With this dismissal, Archer and Tamamo soon left the hall, leaving the assassin behind for Arcades to glare at. Now, about you. Fate Foxblade 04, leaving the Draconic Kingdom. After a few days of hard travel, Archer and Tamamo arrived at the gates of Southport, which bordered the Boundary Lake. From what Archer could tell, the city had a good amount of activity considering that it was the only one human city from the invading Beastman country. At the front gates of the city, Archer spotted multiple guards that patrolled the top of the walls, ever vigilant for the beginning signs of invasion, along with the 10 guards that monitored the gate itself. As the pair got closer, Archer looked over to Tamamo, then back to the front gate filled with the highly vigilant for the signs of Beastmen guards. Tamamo. Archer then reached into his pack and pulled out a blanket for the foxwoman. You should probably cover up before the guards try to fill us with arrows or fireballs. Tamamo's form began to change, her tail retracting into her body as her ears shifted to the sides of her head and became infinitely more human. I forgot I could do that. Archer's eyes blinked incredulously at her for a moment. You forgot? Not that it would have mattered when we were already spotted at that time, but yes, Tamamo told him with a sigh. Was it just him, or did her chest get bigger as well? Archer thought about it further, taking another glance at said assets, and he was positive that they had gotten bigger now. I hope you know that you are truly the complete opposite of subtle in every sense of the word. A fox has got to get laid somehow. Tamemo shrugged, allowing her chest to jiggle from the motion with a small smirk. Archer gave a sigh, annoyed that his eyes kept glancing back at the disguised fox woman's chest. Eventually, the pair arrived at the front gate after the peasants and farmers ahead of them were let through. Once there, one of the guards, a man in a blue gambeson and silver helmet, stopped the pair. "Halt. Names and reasons for entering the city?" the man demanded, his eyes scrutinizing the pair, but taking a few extra glances at Tamamo, much to Archer's internal exasperation. "Oh, I'm Tammy, and this is Amiya," Tamamo stated, shifting slightly to allow him to gaze upon her with a small smile. "We're planning to go on a boat trip away from these lands in hopes of a better life." After a moment, she clasped her hands in front of her, her smile becoming something out of the most beautiful paintings known to man. "I heard that the best boats out of these lands happen to make port here. Is that true?" The guard tried to maintain a neutral expression, though it looked like there was a bit of fluster under that veneer of seriousness. "This is a port city. I can't give a true confirmation of if the best boats hail from this city, but I can confirm that there are more than enough ships capable of providing passage." "That's okay," Tamamo giggled lightly. "As long as we can reach another land to settle down in, that is enough for me." The guard narrowed his eyes, attempting to maintain continued eye contact with Tamamo as he did so. I see. We've been receiving quite a few citizens with the same idea from Ramstock recently due to the beastmen incursions that seemed to have heightened. I would assume that you and your husband's reasoning is similar?" Tamamo nodded, a slightly weary expression deliberately crossing her face as though she was trying to hide just how tired she apparently was. Gathering herself visibly, she smiled at the man once more. "Yes, we are planning to make a better life for ourselves in another country, somewhere far away from any such things, if at all possible." "Then I see no further reason to keep both of you here. Good luck to you and your husband." The guard motioned to wave the pair along. Yet, before they could go, Archer finally piped up. "Excuse me, there is one other thing I have to ask that my wife forgot. Do you know where we would go to redeem some writs of money that we have?" Archer's question caused the guard to think about it for a moment, then he finally came up with a response. "You're most likely to have luck redeeming those writs at the trade office near the docks. Other than that, I have no idea. Is there anything else you need?" Archer shook his head. "No, that was everything. Thank you." With this, the pair quickly made their way inside the gate, with Archer taking a short glance back to see if there might be any guard following them out of suspicion. Thankfully, he saw none. Upon turning his head forwards, Archer commented, "Laying it a bit thick on them, weren't you?" "I wanted them as uncomfortable and off balance as possible, while being sympathetic to our desires," Tamamo told him with a wink. Most cities would ask for ID or coin to get in, but you'll notice that he felt both awkward enough and sympathetic enough to let us in for free. "Okay, I get it," Archer replied as he glanced around the area. The city was fully built for the shipping industry, with the main street paved in smooth stone that the pair walked upon leading directly out to the city docks. This made it convenient for any of the traders' wagons or carts to directly take their wares to and from the docks with little hindrance. Unfortunately, this made the street extremely busy and packed with citizens going about their day. "It's going to suck getting through all of these people," Archer commented as he looked around for another street that the pair could take. Upon spotting another street, Archer pointed it out. "We should cut over to that street and take any side streets to avoid the crowd. It'll likely be quicker for us." "Sure thing, hubby," Tamamo giggled, latching onto Archer's arm with a particularly silly grin. Archer did his best to keep a straight face as he felt the squishing sensation on his arm. Instead, he went about leading them to the side street, noting the variety of looks that they were receiving from men and women both. Additionally, With the growing attention that they were getting, Archer was certain that Tamamo was pressing her chest harder into his arm. After finally reaching the side street, they went down it a bit further and took another street that was parallel to the main street. By the way, once we finally finish this boat trip and make it to the Baharuth, what should we do? I am not fully certain on if we should stay back and let things play out or cause butterfly effects by acting early. Well, I would prefer if Lucky didn't feel the need to take shady ass deals from a sore loser, Tamamo growled lightly. Amaterasu would be more than willing to take him as her blessed champion. He doesn't need such horrid deals. And that's real dependent on if we even arrive before then, though the only potential hiccup is that Nidhogger will probably go for someone else. If that's the case, we might not be out of the woods just yet, Archer calmly replied as he considered the disguised Kitsune's proposition. Ugh, Tamamo groaned. Can I just erase a motherfucker with a tactical solar drop kick? Is that a thing? I doubt it. Both Nidhogger and Yggdrasil would be considered over-deities, unless you're getting powerfully boosted up. Have another over-deity, you know, since I doubt that Amaterasu is one, or could empower Yggdrasil enough to speed up her absorption of Nidhogger, then there's not much we can do. Our only other best bet would be to find anyone close to Kashia or Ainz and make certain that they haven't been convinced to make any deals. Archer then fully looked at Tamamo as he continued. So which do you think would be easier, investigating the possibly 10 or so people that have close relations with Kashia, or the hundreds to thousands of monstrous NPCs that worship Ainz? And I have doubts that any interactions with Ainz would go well, considering how difficult it is to get him running herd on his people. Yeah, Kashia is much more likely to be chill with us, the pink-haired Kitsune mentioned with a sigh, leaning into Archer gently as they approached their destination. That would be the dream right there, but I'm prepared for reality to punch us in the teeth. Hopefully, I've got at least a few weapons that put us on par with Ainz. Additionally, I'll have to see if it's possible to copy world items, since they are counters to a lot of the bullshit he has. With that said, Archer looked ahead to see the docks getting closer. So, honey, will you be the one that talks with the trade officers and ship captains, or will I have to do it? That depends, husband, Tamamo asked him with a light grin. Do you wish to experience the feeling of actually having Riz, or do you wish to drown in the oceans of bureaucracy later when I can't be there to help smooth things over? Fuck. Archer's complaint seemed to be ignored by Tamamo as they continued walking. Eventually, upon stepping foot on the boardwalk, Archer's eyes looked around for the sign of a trade office. But unfortunately, the main problem in his search came from not knowing the layout of this place and the inability to read this country's language. It was such an issue that Archer found himself asking a nearby dock worker for directions. Said dock worker quickly pointed out the single building of stone that was on the solid ground just before the boardwalk. With the area pointed out, Archer and Tamamo went to the stone building and opened the door to reveal a clerk sitting at a desk. She sat writing in a ledger book, not even noticing the approach of the traveling pair until their footsteps were close enough to be audible to her. What do you want? If it's about an inspection for your ship, then wait for one of the inspectors to arrive. Archer and Tamamo gave each other a questioning look, then looked back towards the clerk. We're not here about an inspection. We wanted to see about getting some of our writs of money exchanged. The blonde clerk froze her scribing and looked up with a mixture of confusion and annoyance before Archer saw it change to a newfound friendliness after looking at him. Oh, hello there. Who might you be? My name is... Archer decided to go with the name that Tamamo introduced him with at the front gate, Emiya. Well, it's very nice to meet you, Mr. Emiya. Archer was internally screaming at this point as this clerk tried to hit on him. A sound not unlike nails shredding through a chalkboard sounded from the desk near them, and Tamamo was there, staring directly down into the clerk's eyes as if she wished to burn a hole directly into her soul. Are you done? She asked with the sweetest, most gentle of tones. because if you can't be professional with my husband right in front of me, I'm sure I can find someone who will be." The clerk froze for a moment, reminding Archer almost of a frightened cat with their hair standing on end. I'm sorry," the clerk said with a slightly higher-pitched voice. "See, show me your writs, and I'm sure I can take care of it quickly." Archer unslung his pack and rummaged inside until he finally pulled out a few slips of paper that he passed to the clerk. Nervously, the blonde took the slips, glancing at the intimidating form of Tamamo before reading through them all. This would add up to 7,500 silver. While the trade office doesn't have that much silver on hand, I'd be more than willing to convert it to gold and platinum. Go ahead with it. Make most of the coins platinum, but give us a bit of other denominations for lesser coins so that we can easily trade with them. We both plan to be leaving this city today," Archer explained. The clerk gave a cautious look to Tamamo, as if asking permission to do anything further. When the disguised Kitsune showed no further signs of hostile intent, the clerk quickly got up from her seat and ran off to the back rooms of the trade office. As she did that, Archer glanced over to Tamamo. "At least she's working fast for us." "I honestly didn't expect that to work anywhere near as well as it did," Tamamo told him, looking over at him with a slightly skewed smile. "I just saw that you were getting uncomfortable, and it caused a little tightening in my chest to see that pathetic little girl being the cause of it." "Thank you," Archer said with gratitude. He found himself beginning to truly appreciate Tamamo's aid throughout all of this. He was eventually pulled from those musings after the clerk returned with a bulging sack of coins. "This should be everything that you are owed." The clerk's voice was quite fast as she said this, her eyes constantly glancing in fear at Tamamo, before she set the coins onto the counter and slid them over to the pair. Archer picked the sack up, then opened it, also allowing Tamamo to look at the haul within. When they were satisfied, Archer closed the sack and glanced over to Tamamo. "Do you want to carry the money, or should I?" The pink-haired Kitsune in disguise considered the thought for a moment. Then she poked him in the arm. "I think having us both carry some of it would make it easier to carry, and make it less likely one of us loses all our money to a high-tier thief." Reasonable enough. As Archer said this, he activated structural grasp on the sack of coins, analyzing every bit of the sack until, with a quick manipulation of mana, another sack was conjured in his other hand. After this, Archer carefully poured half of the coins in the original sack into the new one before handing it to Tamamo. The big-breasted fox woman shoved the sack of coins between her breasts as if it was some sort of hammer space, a small smile on her face as she allowed him to see her do such a thing. "Thank you, husband," she told him with a lick of her lips, though he wasn't quite sure if she was thanking him for the money or for watching her shove the coins into her magical chest. You're welcome," Archer said as stoically as possible while attempting to keep his gaze away from Tamamo's cleavage. He made one final glance to the clerk. "Thanks for the money, but we need to get going." With that, Archer stored his money into his pack, and both he and Tamamo made their way out of the trade office and back towards the boardwalk to find their means of transportation. This task wasn't the easiest, as most of the ships currently docked in port were journeying to the other coastal cities of the Dragon Kingdom instead of outside of their borders. It wasn't until some more time had passed and the pair were growing frustrated that they finally caught a lucky break. Approaching a man overseeing some deckhands haul cargo onto a ship, Tamamo seemed to perk up. It was almost as if she was listening to the conversation he was having with the members of the crew, despite the distance and the noise in the area between them. As they arrived near him, Tamamo spoke up. "Hey, old man, I hear you are going to the Baharuth Empire," she told the middle-aged man with a friendly grin. "Oi, I ain't that old, lass," he chuckled, looking over the pair with a grin. "You looking to head in that direction by boat?" "Yup. How much for a married couple to elope to the Empire on your boat?" Tamamo asked, her eyes shining a little with mischief. "Ha ha ha. Well, how's about I offer you a little deal? the man asked with a small smile. "You two look mighty strong. I recon a magic archer and a mage, correct?" "Yup," the kitsune giggled. "I bet I could cut the trip time down significantly if you let me use my magic to help speed things up." "All right. Then how about this?" The older man smiled dangerously. "If you can cut the travel time by half and your husband mans the crow's nest at night, I'll consider it paid." Leaning in conspiratorially, he continued, "There have been a few pirates in the area, and I'd rather avoid a night raid at any cost, you see?" "I'm agreeable to the idea," Archer spoke up. "If we can get a discount for the trip, then I consider this to be a good deal." The old man nodded at them. "All right then, you two, get aboard, and if you help load the ship, I'll spot you a round of beer once we're off." "Okay, I'll need a way to access the front of the ship and the sails once we're in the open water for my special magic, unless you have a particularly good climber to apply some tags for me in the exact right spots." "I'll call my son for you once we're on the move. He's more monkey than sailor, I tell you," the old man joked, his eyes filled with barely hidden relief that they were willing to help make the trip easier in the end. It was almost as if he was the one getting the better end of the deal, and in the eyes of the middle-aged man, that seemed to be the case indeed. With this deal made, Archer and Tamamo set to work. For Archer, he was taken before multiple barrels that had been loaded upon the ship. One of the crewmen then said, "We need to get these barrels below deck before setting off. Think you can do that?" In silent reply, Archer took a single barrel, realized how light it appeared to himself, then hauled the barrel over his shoulder with one arm before picking up a second one and doing the same. "Where to?" The crewmen, along with numerous others on the deck, gazed at Archer incredulously. Soon after, their eyes flashed over to Tamamo, who, despite her size, easily hefted up one of the barrels and joined up next to Archer. "Come with me," the crewman said, leading the pair to an entrance below the decks. Soon they went down the steps to the hold and were led to an area where the cargo was being stored. After setting down their haul, Archer and Tamamo did this a few more times until all the cargo was finally stored. With this completed, Tamamo readied up some talismans for the captain's son could place them. Handing him one talisman after the other, Tamamo smiled. "Stick this one on the very front near the very center of the ship, where it touches the water, and one of these on each sail." "Are you sure that these things are actually going to work? They just look like paper with scribbles on them." The son examined the tags while saying this with a look of skepticism clear upon his face. "How about I make you a bet?" Tamamo giggled, patting him on the head. "I bet if you place them correctly, the trip will go much faster than usual for 2 copper coins. We'll see at the end of the trip if we manage to make it faster, yeah?" The son thought about it for a few moments, then thumbed his nose. "Fine, I'll take that bet. Hope you're ready to pay up when this is over." With this, the boy made his way over to the rigging and quickly began climbing up to set up the tags. It didn't take long for the tags to be put into place before the boy climbed back down with a confident swagger in his steps. Following this, he began his journey to the front of the ship while Archer leaned over and teased. "So, swindling children out of their money now?" "I don't intend to actually make him pay up," Tamamo told him with a smile. "I just wanted him to get his ass to work so we can get moving without him questioning me." "All right, I guess that I'll lay off on that for now," Archer said with a snort. "Guess we just have to wait for the captain to have us set sail at this point." And speak of the devil, the captain walked up the gangplank shouting orders. "Pull up plank and anchor. I want us beyond the horizon of this city before sunset." Archer glanced over to Tamamo. "Well, at least we're moving fast." Fate Foxblade 05. I'm on a boat. The first day aboard the ship, which Archer and Tamamo learned was called the Shiv of Dominus, was one that the pair considered to be relatively simple. The captain had both performing different jobs, with Archer hauling equipment across the ship. Tamamo, on the other hand, had been put to work utilizing more of her paper tags to aid in the ship's movement after the captain had quickly understood how fast the ship was now moving in comparison to its normal speed. For Archer, he found the tasks to be simple enough, not even breaking a sweat as he did them. Additionally, it gave him something to do since he got to understand how utterly boring travel without anything, like a book or phone, was. From what Archer could tell, it appeared that Tamamo wasn't bothered by her workload either. It gave her more chances to flaunt herself to the crew, much to Archer's exasperation. But things ended up changing when lunchtime came about. The crew and 2 passengers were handed out their lunch, which consisted of salted pork, cheese, and beans. Archer took a bite of just the pork and found his eyes widening at how bad the flavor was, with the salt only serving to highlight this fact. Same was said about the cheese, mostly bland, with only an annoying, tangy taste. The beans were just tasteless. It was after trying each of these 3 parts of the meal that Archer stood up from where he had been sitting. The crewmen around him gave curious looks as his meal was mostly untouched. "Where do you cook this?" he asked, his mind already filling with ideas on how to make this tasteless shit edible. "Down in the hold near the back of the ship. Why?" One of the crewmen, a man named Robert, responded. Archer was already walking away, his boots echoing against the wooden planks of the ship. "I'm fixing this." The crewmen all looked at one another curiously. Then they got up and decided to follow the red-clad man. After all, this was probably going to be the most entertainment they'd get in a while. Archer could tell that he was getting a small following of people, but he didn't care. This food needed to be fixed. The years of cooking knowledge within his mind demanded it. As he went down the steps into the hold, Archer headed to the back of the ship to find a man in a simple apron busying himself with cleaning up the tiny room that could be considered a kitchen. It was filled with a simple metal stove, with piping for the stove's exhaust sticking outside a nearby window. Already, Archer's eyes were analyzing the ingredients he had at his disposal. "You're the cook?" Archer's words sounded less like a question and more like a statement, pulling said cook's attention to the newcomer. "Yes, you're one of our passengers, Archer, right?" the cook asked, earning a nod from Archer. "I'm going to need you to vacate the kitchen. I have to borrow your stove." That received a raised brow, followed by a stern look from the cook. "I don't know where it is that you come from, but on the Shiv, we have Archer used his enhanced strength to pull the man out of the room, much to his struggling protests. "Your compliance is not needed." As he said this, Archer conjured a simple blade that was quickly altered into the shape of a frying pan. Another instant, Archer set the frying pan upon the stove before he started loading ingredients upon the pan. Another blade appeared in the red-clad man's left hand. It was quickly reformed into a spatula. With this, Archer got to work filling the pan with numerous ingredients with practiced ease. Behind him, the cook, now joined by all the other crewmen, watched as Archer diligently worked at the stove. As he continued his work, all the crew soon noticed a delicious aroma coming from the stove that caused their mouths to water. With the crowd gathering behind him, Archer figured that he'd need to make some extra servings. So he quickly conjured up another blade altered into a larger frying pan before filling it with further ingredients. He left that pan on the stove and took the others to the awaiting sailors. "Give me your plates," Archer commanded. None of the sailors wished to try and argue against the demands. One by one, they held out their plates, with Archer scraping their food off into a newly conjured pan before replacing it. Within minutes, the sailors were all chowing down on food that they visibly reacted to with astonishment, before digging into their food with gusto. Archer smirked in pride, taking a small glance over to the original chef, who looked down at the plate of food in his hands with tears in his eyes. "This is the most goddamn delicious thing I've ever had," the chef admitted as he looked up to Archer. The red-clad man could only give a nod, as he had no idea on what else to say to the man. Then he went back into the kitchen. Akesuka! So far, so good, Tamamo claimed as she looked out towards the horizon, basking in the sunlight with a brush made from her tail fur and a stack of freshly made talisman. We should be able to lessen the load on the ship by using these matrices to control the laws of gravity and inertia, while using these symbols in reverse order to halt the flow of time on the provisions for the ship. That way, we don't have to worry about rot either. Right, those squiggles cause things to happen. Putting a bunch more squiggles together makes more stuff happen. Even as the boy said this, it was pretty clear that he was barely following along, mostly aided by the fact that Tamamo was laying on her side in a very desirable pose at the moment. Meh, at least Jonah and Noah Ark seem to be getting the hang of it, even if you're a lost cause, Tamamo shrugged, her chest heaving in a sigh as she focused more on the crew members who actually paid attention. They might not be able to learn much while they were there, but a basic set of seals, such as load lightning, time stop, and water purifying seals, were easy to make. The only real skill that was needed in those was getting the intent to focus in your mind and noting them on the page consistently enough that your own magic latched onto it as a concept. It could really be anything that was used as a symbol, but teaching it using a standardized symbol set would help her counter it if worst came to worst and it actually spread. Besides, the more the symbols were confirmed to work, the more their faith in them would grow, which would in turn boost the power of all symbols of their type. Yeah, the boy replied, his eyes focused on a different set of objects besides the disguised Kitsune's eyes. One of the students passed Tamamo the book she was trying to learn from in her brief moments of sage training, filled with more papers and corrections in her writing. Welp, more sage training for me, I guess, Tamamo sighed. She had already spent enough time in sage training to gain another tail, which was quite ridiculous in her mind. She didn't think learning what was essentially an old-timey dialect of English would be this hard. To those outside her little time bubble, she had shifted to a seated position in the blink of an eye and looked mildly more tired. To anyone with a hint of magic knowledge, however, she had grown in magical power again by a factor of 9 and had a book laid out in front of herself for them to correct. "So, is this a bit better?" she asked one of the crewmen nearest her, the one who usually read the ship's manifest and kept track of the goods to check over her work. "Yes, Tama. You actually got it this time without any mistakes that I can see," the red-haired sailor claimed with a clap of his hands. "How about mine? This one can make a fireball, correct? If you want to test it, fill it with mana and belief and toss it behind the ship," Tamamo snickered. "If you don't blow off your hand, I'll call it a success." He held the object between his fingers warily. "There is a risk of that?" he asked her with a slightly mortified expression. Tamamo chuckled at the poor man with a slightly malicious grin. "If you didn't set the intent correctly when you were writing it down, yes." Huh. Hearing of horrific bodily harm caused the boy to get pulled from his staring and look between Tamamo and the man. "Wait, what? We can blow up our body parts with this paper magic stuff." "If you don't focus, yes." The pink-haired fox in disguise chuckled menacingly. "If you are focused on thinking with your cock, for example, you might find yourself with burnt sausage instead of a proper spell effect when you go to cast it." As soon as Tamamo mentioned said extremity, the boy's hands quickly covered his crotch in fear. But you didn't say anything about blowing my dick off." "I mentioned it at the start of this lesson, and it only applies if you are the one writing the talisman and applying the principles of law to it," Tamamo told him, sticking her tongue out at him with a single closed eye. "Just because I have more than enough experience not to cause undesired effects and too much pride to deliberately fuck up a talisman to get back at those who catch my ire doesn't mean everyone will," the Kitsune reprimanded him with a tone that all but oozed smugness. "Which is why you should learn to make your own so that you don't need to rely on other people's potentially cursed work." The boy quickly got up after this and gave out the excuse, I I got to perform some lookout duty in the crow's nest." He quickly took off and began climbing the rigging of the ship with fear in his eyes as he glanced at the bemused fox in disguise. As for the other two crewmen, they gave quick glances to the boy before focusing even harder on their papers. They traced the symbols on the paper in extreme slowness, trying to avoid screwing up and potentially suffering the after effects that Tamamo mentioned. It's honestly easier to do when you're drunk and super focused the first few times. Trust me on that much, Tamamo softly told them. Because all you really need is consistency and sheer shit-faced confidence it will work. She chuckled. Don't tell him that, though. It will cause him to be even more annoying. Both crewmen gave each other a conspiratorial glance before snickering. "Well, the kid has been getting a bit too big for his britches lately," one of the crewmen remarked. "Yeah, just look at the balls that boy had in eyeing another man's wife like he has been. He needs a bit of humbling," the other crewman added. "Yup. And as a side note, just think of how much cash you can make from doing this on the side and keeping the ones on the ship refreshed for your journeys." The disguised Kitsune giggled. At the mention of money, the signs of greed and future profit filled the eyes of both men. "Sounds like a very good future endeavor," Jonah remarked. "I can already feel the future gold in my hands as we speak," Noah Ark said in excitement. "Well, I'll leave you with a guide to the meanings of the symbols to go over, but you'll need to copy it down because it will disappear if I forget it exists," Tamamo told them with a chuckle. It wouldn't really, but she would rather tell them that as a way to get them to actually study and follow through on it by dissipating the book once they got to Baharuth, so they were forced to actually try. Just copying down the symbols would cement the idea in their minds that the symbols were magical, a form of mental trickery and indoctrination many religious groups had tried in the past to great effect in some worlds. Hell, it might even have greater effect in this world, as this world was an inherently magical one, where the use of such magics was widespread enough to make it plausible. "It will help if your magic has something to latch onto after all," she finished with a grin. Amidst this discussion, the boy suddenly shouted from atop the crow's nest, "Ship gaining on us from behind!" That killed any form of cheer that the crewmen had as they instantly got to their feet. "All hands to the deck!" the captain shouted from behind the wheel. His voice managed to unnaturally carry over the noise of the water and wind. After a few moments, men began storming up from the hold and taking positions across the deck. Following behind all of them was Archer, who made his way to Tamamo. "Mind telling me what's going on here?" Archer questioned, though Tamamo noticed the delicious aroma of food wafting off of him. "Well, it seems now would be a good time for my students to toss the talisman they created at the pirate ship coming at us, right?" Tamamo asked without turning away from her husband. "After all, it would be a waste not to use them now that they're already made." "That's certainly an option we could take," as Archer said this. A large black bow materialized in his hand. "Or I could attempt to annihilate them. But that's if we want to kill them, or if we wish to question them instead." With Archer's offers made, the captain was the first to react. "Blow those bastards out of the water with whatever fancy magic you've got. We don't need more of their kind cursing good sailors with their presence." Archer smirked before he jumped up to the top of the mast in a single leap, much to the dismay of all but the captain and Tamamo. Said fox in disguise smiled as she watched Archer summon a new altered sword to hand, knocking it on his bowstring and pulling. With a sound similar to a gunshot, the arrow launched out of Tamamo's sight, but her ears could hear as it cut through the air before impacting the pursuing ship. A massive explosion of mana, and the disguised fox knew that the ship was no more. "Well, that was certainly one way to deal with pirates," Tamamo mentioned with a hint of nostalgia in her tone. "But I certainly would have preferred to let the students see the effects of their work firsthand before you did so." Archer, as he leapt down to the deck, looked a little sheepish at the chastising. "Oh, sorry about that," he said while walking over to Tamamo and letting the bow dematerialize. I'll try to avoid jumping the gun if there is a next time. Hey, it just means I'll need to let them toss it at empty water, since there is nothing to throw them at now. Tamamo shrugged, patting the silver-haired man on the shoulder as the wind from the faraway explosion blew her hair and robes lightly. Well, they might enjoy watching things explode regardless, Archer optimistically joked. Jonah and Noah looked over to Archer with incredulous looks. We're making things explode? Jonah asked. Depending on what Tamamo taught you, then I'd say probably. I'm trying first, Noah declared as he rushed over to where some of the completed paper tags were. He picked up a few, then ran back to Tamamo. How do I do this? Jonah was already moving to grab his tags, just as Noah had. Those ones are fireball tags, Tamamo chuckled at the young crew member. Just will them to burn, and when they get hot, toss them. Got it, Noah announced as he ran to the side of the ship. Following this, a look of concentration grew upon his face before he shouted, Hot! Hot! He waved the tag as if it was already on fire before tossing the object over the side and into the water. With the burning object no longer in his hand, Noah blew on his fingers in an attempt to alleviate the potential burns. He completely missed when the fireball exploded behind him, but he definitely heard and felt when it had, along with every other crew member on the ship. Holy shit! One of the other crew members shouted. Archer gave a glance at Tamamo. You know, you've probably just created a few pyromaniacs with that. I'll bet, Tamamo shrugged. But at least they'll remember that this is a type of magic they can do, which will spread the faith in said magic. Because with the way Onmyu-do works, the more people have faith in its systems, the stronger and more strictly enforced it will be. At the very least, it's something different from tier, rune, or wild magic. No idea on if it'll be stronger overall, but it will certainly be different, Archer commented with a shrug. It wouldn't be for quite some time, and Tamamo knew that. However, it has the potential to seal gods one day with enough belief, Tamamo mentioned with a small smile, and as long as I am connected to Amaterasu, I should be informed of any changes and new developments in it, which means I'll also know how to counter it if given enough warning, unlike tier magic. That is unbelievably helpful. I just wonder how it might hold up against Wish Upon a Star. Would the wish spell win, or would yours? Archer had to shrug at the potential conundrum. Still, just means we've got one more weapon to use, especially because I have no idea if any of my current weapons can counter Time Stop. Archer, you have Avalon, right? The conceptual defense against time? Tamamo asked him with a raised eyebrow. And you do know how useless it is to try to stop my time in general, right? Archer put a finger up to counter, then stopped and thought about it for a moment. I guess we'll see what happens when we see it in action, hopefully without our lives being in jeopardy. As the red-clad man said this, the captain stomped over to the pair with a grin on his face. Looks like I made a good choice in taking the pair of you aboard. He clapped Archer on the shoulder with a laugh. Never thought that I'd see some powerful magic like that in my life. Where'd you learn it, boy? Archer's brows rose for a second as he appeared to try and carefully choose his words. I'm self-taught. Only learned a few minor skills that I built the rest of my magic off from. The captain gained an inquisitive gaze as he measured Archer up. Self-taught. Quite amazing. Almost makes me think you might be related to a few of those godkin folk I've heard were living around in the slain theocracy. Got to see one of them when they summoned some monsters to tear apart a whole group of demi-humans. No, neither of us is related to the slain theocracy, the red-clad man said firmly. We don't exactly have fond feelings of the slain due to a few of their tendencies. It's part of the reason that we're making our trip to the Re-Estes up through the Baharuth instead of the slain. The captain gave an understanding nod. Yeah, the slain is not for everyone. At least they pay well when traded with. With this, the man looked over to Tamamo. And those tags of yours have been a real godsend with how useful they've been. Well, A few of your crew members can also make them now, so they should be at least able to replace the ones on your ship for you in the future," Tamemo told him with a smile. "Hopefully, as they get better at it, they'll be able to produce similar quality in the future as well, and figure out how to apply them directly to your ship without the tags as a temporary crutch." "That is the hopes, Mrs. Tammy. At the same time, I also hope that they don't end up blowing holes into my ship." Saying this, he, along with Archer and Tamamo, looked over to Noah and Jonah scribbling on more pieces of paper. Tamamo felt an exasperated bead of sweat flow down her face. Yeah, here's hoping. If there was any one thing she could say about this trip so far, it was that, at the very least, it wasn't boring. Fate Fox Blade 0Cs, port and fluffy light bulbs. Huh. Arriving at the port was a rather relieving feeling after so long on the water. It wasn't as though she had any true feelings of annoyance about being on the water itself, but her tails were feeling rather cramped, and she would rather get some fresh air that wasn't extremely wet and salty once in a while. Perhaps she could even find somewhere that snowed in the winter to settle down, right? But still, that snot-nosed brat was looking rather upset that he lost the bet, even if she had no intent of making him pay up. "I'm sure you will learn not to take suckers' bets with older women in the future, even if they look appealing to you, yeah?" Tamamo sighed at the kid. "But again, I'm not actually going to take your money. It would be super pointless anyways." The kid glumly looked down at his boots, trying to avoid the gaze of the disguised fox. "I'll remember that next time." The kid then sighed and added, "Thanks for not taking my money, Mrs. Tammy." "No worries," Tamamo grinned. It was clear that the boy had learned his lesson, at least in her mind. "Hey, Ark boys," she called out to her two little students in the crew. "Go practice as much as you can. I want to see you two become rich by the time I see you again, you hear?" Said brothers gave a good wave from the deck of the ship as they were busy unloading cargo. "We'll make sure to make our fortune by then, Mrs. Tammy. By then, we'll probably have our own ship sailing these seas." Noah laughed with this declaration. "Yeah, and next time you and Mr. Amiya can travel on our ship back to the Dragon Kingdom," Jonah added with a laugh of his own. Then both men were cuffed on their ears by the captain. "Both of you, quit your chattering and get back to work. We've got cargo to get hauled," the captain chastised the pair, getting them scuttling off before he turned to Tamamo and Archer. "I hope the pair of you make your way safe to wherever it is that you're heading. Good luck to both of you, and I wish you well with starting your new lives and family together." Tamamo laughed. "Thank you. Good luck and farewell." Turning to Archer, she took him by the hand and left the docks, visibly excited to start the next leg of their journey. It wasn't every day that one managed to explore new lands and travel with magical companions that were able to spam Patriot missile-level arrows at your enemies after all. "So, do you think we'll find anything interesting in these lands while we're traveling?" Tamamo asked. The optimistic man would reply that we would definitely find some fun and interesting things in these lands. Archer then looked at Tamamo. "I'm a realist. The only interesting things out there will either want to kill us, eat us, or do something even worse than that. And that's just dependent on if Nazarick has arrived here by this point." Archer looked forwards once again. "With any luck, our trip through the Baharuth will not lead to some massive amounts of misunderstandings and death, like it typically is in this world. And that's if we leave the other 9 realms out of it." Tamamo tried her best to smile, though she had come to realize something herself. "Well, so long as we don't have to deal with crazy old magical monkeys, I'll count today as a success." "Famous last words, Tamamo," Archer warned with a glance. The kitsune's eyes widened in horror even as she understood that reference. "I hope not." However, despite her pleas, it was already too late. "Huh." On the top floor of the Imperial Magic Academy in the capital city of the Baharuth Empire, an elderly figure with a long white beard and hair looked with utter astonishment at the map of the empire on the wall. It was an impressive feat of magical engineering that had taken many years to enact. For each city on the map, there was a stone attuned to that city's wards, which would light up when something or someone of immense mana and magical power appeared. Most of the time, the only section of the map that showed large readings was that of the capital city, Arventar. This was due to it being the location of the academy and where most of the Empire's magical research was conducted. And even then, the glow of the stone representing the capital was a pale glow compared to the almost blinding light of the port city of Bladetip. Something had arrived there, and Fluter was deliberating on what the exact nature of this source could be. One idea, due to it appearing from a port city, was that this magical source came from some form of smuggled weapon or item of great power. The other was that the slain theocracy had begun sending in its more powerful agents to begin infiltration into the Empire in preparation for future invasion. And yet, there was a slight flaw to this line of thinking, at least with this being a slain agent. Why would they ever send one of their most likely magically strongest member to infiltrate? They'd be more useful for their war efforts on any of the multiple battlefronts they faced. This could also mean that if this truly was a person, then they were likely unaffiliated with any nation. Otherwise, none of the nations would let this person out of their grasp. A smile quirked upon the wizened man's lips. This could be something of great value to the Empire and his own magical studies. If this object or person was brought directly under the Empire's control, he would need to have a message relayed to Bladetip with utmost haste. His agents in the city would then move to attain whatever this object could be. From there, they would bring the source of this magic back to the capital to be studied or controlled. Fluter felt a feverish excitement at the possibilities he imagined could happen. But until then, he'd have to wait for the acquisition to be completed. After spending a short amount of time in Bladetip, Archer and Tamamo first went to acquire a few supplies before finally leaving the city. Of the supplies that didn't consist of rations and camping gear, they grabbed a map of the Empire which was worth an astonishing 7 silver coins. From there, the pair quickly went to the gates of the city, hoping to leave without much issue. On the walk there, Archer had the map unrolled in his hands and gazed intently at it. Tamamo had to look over the red-clad man's shoulder to follow along. So, this map is a bit more detailed than the maps I remember looking at back home. Looks like it will probably be a relatively straight shot through the Katsa Plains before we get into the Riastize proper. Oh, sounds like it won't be too much of an issue then, right, honey? The pink-haired Kitsune claimed, sniffing the air gently for some undiscernible reason. Saying that just guarantees that we might encounter trouble. Nothing about this world ever goes according to anyone's plans. Archer then took notice of Tamamo's action and decided to ask, "What are you doing?" "Sniffing for a local food stand to see if we can find out what the locals in this town eat." Tamamo grinned, her golden eyes flicking over to his as she guided him to a stall near the entrance of the city. "It would give me some ideas of what to cook while we travel, so that you don't need to do all the work of finding and improving local dishes yourself." A snort of amusement came from Archer as he heard this. "All right, I'll bite. Lead us to whatever foreign cuisine this city holds that isn't filled with parasites. After all, I have doubts about the cleanliness of the people in this world." "Well, I smell fried dough and cheese over here, but it doesn't seem like there is tomato, and the spices seem quite different than pizza," Tamamo claimed as she pulled him to a stop just before a small stall selling oil-fried dough balls with a cheesy center. "Maybe we can take a look." "Sure," Archer agreed. "Only wish that sugar was more easily attainable here. I'd be able to replicate a recipe of fried dough here if that was the case." Archer found himself musing as they arrived at the stall. "How much for 2 portions?" Tamamo asked the man behind the stall, enjoying the look of surprise on his face when they approached. The man smiled. "Tell you what, If you buy 2 each at a copper for 2, I'll give you a bit of extra cheese shredded on top of them." "Sounds like a good deal," Archer said as he reached into his pack and pulled out 2 copper coins and passed them to the vendor. The vendor took the coins with a smile and passed a portion of fried dough and cheese to each traveler. Archer then took a bite of his meal and found that it wasn't that bad. Could use better seasoning and salt, though. "Not too shabby," Tamemo complimented him politely as they made their way away from him towards the gate. "If I remember, I'll see about bringing you some salt next time I pass through." "Ah, yeah. Salt's really expensive here, so it would be nice," he called back awkwardly. The Kitsune blushed. She'd likely forgotten such things from living in a modern world for so long. "Sorry, I sometimes forget not everyone takes salt from the seas." She quickly hurried them away, as the man seemed to get curious about the process of such a thing, which made sense because he was living in a port city, already laying upon these medieval folk knowledge that is beyond anything they can comprehend. Archer chuckled as he took another bite of his meal. "Try not to blow their minds too much, otherwise they might just burn you at the stake as a witch." Archer found himself laughing at his little joke. "Or fill me with long, pointy rods again," Tamemo shivered. "The only long, pointy rod I want poking into my ass is the one stuck to your waist." Red tinged Archer's face as he looked away from Tamemo and her teasing. "Very eloquent of you to say." Before he could say more, the pair heard a voice call out from behind them. "You two, hold right there!" Archer and Tamamo stopped and looked over their shoulders to see a trio of men in dark robes approaching them. Around the pair, the citizens that had been minding their own business suddenly moved to get away from the potential trouble. "Can we help you?" Archer asked as he finished the rest of his meal, expecting to need the use of both of his hands very soon. "I am Belladros, one of the authorities of magic in this city. Both of you have set off quite a few of our detection wards. We'll need to bring you in for questioning," Belladros answered, causing Archer's eyes to narrow. "And if we refuse?" Tamamo asked, her smile stretched thinly across her lips as she glared at them lightly through one eye. "Then we will be forced to take both of you in. Trust me." A glowing spell array ominously appeared in Belladros's hand. "It will be less painful if you just suck." A talisman hit him directly in the mouth, causing him to fall over dead asleep, his spell fizzling out as he began to snore. "Nope, I don't have time to deal with morons, so you can suck my husband's Tamamo, idiots!" The 2 other mages glared at the disguised fox before they immediately readied their spell arrays for an attack. "Magic arrow!" both men shouted, firing blue, almost white, bolts of mana at the pair. Intercepting them with a pair of shield talisman, Tamamo sent another pair of sleep tags at them, faster than mortal eyes could track. Of course, they both wound up sleeping on top of their friend when the slips of paper hit them on the mouths as well, sealing them into a peaceful rest. Archer was already looking around the area, noticing the amount of attention that this fight was receiving. Taking Tamamo by the wrist, he was already walking out of the area with her in tow. "Time to go. We're getting way too much attention," Archer said quickly. His eyes were already sweeping the streets as they tried to escape this city. By this point, Tamamo was already matching his pace, and the pair were soon at the gate. Archer noted that the guards at the gate weren't as interested in keeping people in the city compared to keeping them out. As such, the pair were able to easily pass through the gate without any further issue. It was after they had gotten far enough away that Archer finally found himself relaxing. "I think that we're going to be in the clear for a short while before they catch our trail, if they are chasing us, that is." Probably a safer bet to run than following the 3 stooges to their villainous lair that they had no doubt trapped and prepared for our arrival, the Kitsune claimed, allowing her ears and 3 tails to stretch and show once they were far enough away from the settlement. "Just have to get through Katsa and we'll be golden, and avoid any authority figures that might be after us," Archer remarked before his eyes noticed 2 things. One was that Tamamo now had 3 tails, and the other was that he was still holding her hand after all of that. 3 tails now? I may have done a couple 100 years of sage training on the boat. Tamamo smiled, her fingers squeezing his own lightly before she threaded her fingers between his own. It was for a good cause, though, as I wanted to learn the basics of the written language for our sake. A slight blush filled Archer's face before he replied, "Even so, I doubt that it's exactly healthy to disappear into a realm of time for hundreds of years on your lonesome." Then he smirked. "Though I hope that after hundreds of years in your sage training, you were able to learn a little more than just the basics of this world's written language, or at least one of them?" "Yup," the kitsune grinned, rubbing her cheek against his arm a little like one might expect from a cat. "I should be able to read and write in the native languages of the Dragon Kingdom and the Baharuth Empire now, and we'll see if Riestize uses a similar one. Yeah?" Her eyes were metaphorically screaming out her desire to be praised and petted, but she had far too much pride to actually ask him directly. Well, she was a fox, after all. Foxes were like dogs, right? With a moment of slight hesitation, Archer finally rubbed her ears, hoping that he wasn't going too far with this. "That's pretty good." "Mekone!" Tamamo practically melted into his touch, allowing him to do as he pleased with a blissful smile. It was very clear that she enjoyed his touch at least, and she was even leaning into it to allow him better access. Archer smirked and rolled his eyes in amusement at the needy fox and continued to rub her ears. "Dog hardware it is," Archer joked as he watched Tamamo's reaction. "At this point, I don't know if it would be you or Kasia that could be downed by rubbing their ears enough." "Goshujin-sama," the pink-haired fox complained, her tails beginning to glow lightly as they moved through the plains. "Don't think of petting other girls when you're petting me. It ruins the mood." Archer broke out into laughter upon hearing the complaint. "I'll make certain to avoid doing so in the future, wife," the red-clad man teased back. Tamamo blushed hard enough to set off a chain reaction within her tails. Divine nuclear fusion radiated from her tails, not harming anything still living and at least neutral aligned, but utterly atomizing anything evil aligned that happened to be within a several-kilometer radius from them while they moved. "Looks like the teasing seductress can't handle when someone teases back," Archer joked as his eyes took notice of glow from her tails. "I don't know if I should be worried about the glowing. Is that normal?" "It will go away when I calm down," Tamamo told him with a sigh. "It won't harm you at least, and I'm actually boosted by it." Now I have to wonder what it is that's being harmed. Beyond that, I guess I could also come to the conclusion that you're a kitsune light bulb powered by embarrassment or horniness. I'm not sure which just yet. "Mo," Tamamo pouted, her ears drooping a little as her tails flicked wildly from side to side. "That's just mean." To prove a point, Archer managed to quickly unwrap his fingers from Tamamo's and wrap his now free arm around her waist before pulling her close to his side. He then looked back at her tails. Said tails lit up immediately in an explosion of divine light and holy fire, the detonation passing through him harmlessly, yet removing several layers of earth from the area around them as they moved from the sheer explosive force of her divinely blessed nuclear blush. "Awa-wa-wa, Goshujin-sama!" She tried to hide her face in his chest, to hide from her shame. It seemed she wasn't quite used to having 3 tails yet if she was that embarrassed by it. Archer gave the embarrassed kitsune a pointed look at his point being proven, but he didn't say anything further about the matter. He could just mentally cheer at his correct assumption. For now, it would just be a simple walk to Irantel. "What? Fate Fox Blade Zero Sieta. Kashi-aw shit." As Archer and Tamamo walked through the Katsi Plains, the red-clad man found himself pointing out, "Hey, Tamamo, for an entire location meant to be packed to the brim with undead, it certainly is a bit barren out here, don't you think?" "Huh." Tamamo tilted her head, listening to the sound of the wind passing through the empty plains. You know what? I think you're onto something. Maybe they all ran away from your collection of holy swords and your gay bulge you got hidden in your soul. Don't make me stab you with that gay bulge. He then looked around a bit more before looking back to Tamamo. You may have a point about the holy swords, though. I'm not sure if their properties could be felt outside of Unlimited Blade Works, but who knows? Hey, the only spear I want to be stabbed by is your meaty dick. No metal pointy things in my body, please, Tamamo called out, looking at him in mock panic. But maybe Avalon is too much for the undead. It is a pretty powerful holy object after all. Archer began choking on his spit before coughing at Tamamo's response. Yeah, maybe, Archer began, as he quickly recovered. We'll have to find out what the case truly is in the future, since I'd like to know what is acting as undead repellent, specifically. Could be quite useful in the future for obvious reasons. Of course. Tamamo's still lightly glowing tails wagged from side to side, spreading sparkles onto the ground they walked on as they passed. It would be pretty good to use it against the more powerful of undead that might show up. It would be like hitting a critical weakness. Despite some mechanics of Yggdrasil transferring with players, it doesn't mean that everything about this world follows video game rules, Archer said with a roll of his eyes. Still, such a weapon would also be useful on a few night liches that could appear in the future. After all, Ainz, Momonga, or whatever he plans to call himself, isn't the only powerful undead that we may have to worry about. The red-clad man then smirked as he looked to Tamamo. Plus, side for us, I might know where we can get ourselves a world item that doesn't involve fighting a guild of monsters or Kashia. Oh? Tamamo leaned in with a smile. And where might that be? Somewhere in the Riastezi kingdom, between the capital and Irantal. An undead lich under the name of Alan is in control of a world item that can hybridize creatures, such as grafting wings of dragons and monsters to another creature's body, Archer answered. Though I'm not certain on how useful it would be to us exactly. Tamamo wrinkled her nose. Then she considered it further. So theoretically, I could give you a tail with this? Archer's brows scrunched together as he narrowed his eyes suspiciously at the kitsune. Yes, technically, you could. Thoughts for later, Tamamo chuckled. I think you'd look good with a fluffy tail to play with, though, honestly. I think I'm fine with the body parts I currently have, thanks. Besides, if I wanted fox parts to play with, I'd just do this. Archer then began rubbing Tamamo's ear with a teasing grin. Merp! Tamamo purred, her head rubbing against Archer's hand as her tails began to wag more furiously, though it seemed she had mostly managed to get her tails under control, as they only lit up a bit brighter, rather than literally exploding. Dog hardware indeed, Archer remarked with a chuckle. I believe that I win this little discussion of ours, Tamamo. Mikon, Tamamo coughed, trying to regain her composure. Though with her embarrassed blush, it was clear that she had acknowledged his words, and at least wasn't going to refute them. Now, continuing on, depending on if our innate abilities have any counters to the effects of world items or not, it would be a good idea to have another method of precaution. After all, I doubt that you'd enjoy getting turned into a brainwashed slave by an old woman in a dress, Archer said while continuing to scratch Tamamo's ear. Ick! I'd rather steal it from her instead, Tamamo said, disgusted by the thought of being mind-controlled. It would be so much better after all. Oh, trying to rob from the elderly. Or did you just want to get a new outfit to dress up in for me? Archer mocked with a chuckle. The second one, Tamamo exclaimed with a grin. It would be like wearing Dodgy as a fur coat while I played with you in bed. I should have expected you to say that, honey. Archer's eyes rolled before he looked ahead once again. Utilizing his reinforcement skill on his eyes, Archer could see that they were still a way off from civilization, We should probably try and hurry, especially because we don't know if there are enemies or interested parties that could be trailing us. Then, shall we pick up speed a little? Tamemo asked, her legs flexing and stretching a little, like she was a fox about to take off at a run. Let's. With that, Archer reinforced his legs and began sprinting. Looking over his shoulder, he could see that Tamamo was catching up. Try not to fall behind. Wouldn't want to arrive at E. Rantel with you still halfway behind me. Don't worry. If it's for a short distance, like a few thousand miles, I can probably leave you in the dust. Tamamo grinned, reminding him that yes, she was indeed a shape-shifted fox and has a very high agility stat to match. Want to bet on it? Archer shouted back. That's a sucker's bet, Archer. I don't recommend making it. Tamamo warned him, deliberately staying a certain distance behind him for some reason. Archer, feeling a bit overconfident due to the numerous victories he achieved, muttered, "Scared of losing a bet, huh? When I beat you to E. Rantel, you will carry me like a princess for the rest of the day." Tamamo told him with a tone that conveyed perfectly how much he was going to regret his choice of actions. "Fine, Your Highness. I win. You're cooking dinner tonight," Archer responded as he forced more mana into his legs. For the next several seconds, the dust cloud that passed by him obscured his vision, right up until he heard the telltale boom of the sound barrier being broken at point-blank range. Perhaps this wasn't a good idea after all. Shit! As Archer and Tamamo came into view of E. Rantel, the red-clad man was sighing as he carried a smug-looking Tamamo in his arms. He did his best to ignore any looks he received from other travelers on the road that either came from the city or were going in the same direction that they were. The only upside to all of this was that Tamamo wasn't attracting further attention since her tails and ears were currently hidden. That said, he didn't escape a few jealous looks from other men due to carrying a very beautiful woman in his arms. On the flip side, Tamamo didn't escape the jealous looks that other women had at her desirable position. "I hope you're enjoying this," Archer remarked while his eyes looked around for anything of interest. "Yup." Tamamo patted him gently on the cheek. "My strong, brave Prince Charming is carrying me off to elope. Why wouldn't I enjoy this?" "I see, Your Highness," Archer said with a taunting squeeze of her thigh. "By the way, have you figured out a way to cover up your scent? Kashia will know you're not human if we decide to try and let things play out. I could use my tags in Onmudu to do so, but I'm not stupid enough to try," Tamamo told him with a sigh. "If she actually asks, then I'll tell her that I'm a kitsune and ask politely that she not share a fellow fox's secret." Though she said this, it was clear that it did weigh a little heavily on her mind. She seems like the type to take that a lot better than trying to hide it from her, and she'd definitely get closer to us faster if we were honest as we could be with her, while making it clear we did have some secrets we'd like to keep private. She has her own, after all, so I don't think she'll complain much. She thinks she has secrets. But I guess I can see your point. Do we even have a cover story beyond just being a traveling married couple? I doubt that it would be that believable if, at least to her, a pair of max-level player equivalents showed up in the same city as her that weren't from YG Drazzle as well. We can just tell her we played another game called Fate Extra, and we're quite good at the game. Tamamo chuckled. It has the benefit of being true in my case, as I've completed that entire series of games so far. At least it'll hold up for a hot minute. By the time that cover story gets blown out of the water, we will probably be close enough to her for it not to be a problem. Yet, even as Archer said this, a look of doubt grew on his face. I hope... It wasn't much further after this that the pair finally arrived to the gates of the city, waiting for the farmer in front of them to be waved on through. Once he was free to pass, it was Archer and Tamamo's turn. The guard in front of them, a tall man in a red beard, suddenly asked, "Neither of you look familiar. What's your purpose in E. Rantel?" "Just traveling here to start a living in the Adventurers Guild. My wife and I have been travelers for a few years now, but we decided it was about time to set our roots down somewhere." As if to reinforce this, Archer hugged Tamamo closer to his chest with a smile. Tamamo kissed him on the cheek happily before looking back at the guard with a satisfied smile. We're pretty strong already, so we feel it would be good practice to do some small quests for a while and enjoy a bit of a slow life, a little as an adventurer here in Erantel. You wouldn't be the first to do so in Erantel, the guard commented. Where did both of you come from? Originally, we lived in a small fishing village in the Dragon Kingdom. We were both childhood sweethearts filled with wanderlust combined with the urge to get away from all the fighting. Right, honey? Archer asked as he sold the idea with a kiss to Tamamo's lips. Tamamo returned the kiss eagerly, a bright smile forming on her face as she did. She moaned into his lips, her eyes fluttering as she allowed him to do as he pleased. The guard pulled at the collar of his armor uncomfortably as he watched the passionate display. I can see how, he coughed into his fist, passionate you both are. Bet you'll both be popping out small tykes at this rate, like I've seen a few others. Archer's eyes were widened in surprise as his heart pumped rapidly, not expecting for Tamamo to get so enthusiastic about their method to convince the guard. Oddly enough, he didn't feel that upset about it, but he had to try and pull away to speak to the guard again. Upon breaking contact, Archer replied with a smile and enthusiastic nod. Yes, my wife and I are certainly excited for our future together. We'll probably have a kid or two soon enough, which I'm looking forward to, just like Tamamo. Heh, Tamamo grinned. Once we get settled and have enough money to get a house, then I'd love to have some children, but we gotta be responsible. The kitsune teased, booping him on the nose gently. Sure we will, Archer responded playfully, happily noting that the guard was more than uncomfortable enough to probably let the pair of them go through without further issue. Well, I don't want to keep you two waiting. Enjoy your new lives here. He stepped aside and allowed for the pair to pass. As Archer carried Tamamo through the threshold of the gate, another voice called out to them, Stop right there, you two. Archer and Tamamo looked over to see a skinny man in a blue robe approach with a staff in hand. I have a few questions for you two as I've detected some strong magical signatures coming off your equipment. Is something the matter? Archer questioned the mage standing before them. Before you enter the city, magical equipment of unknown persons or that of a high enough tier of power are required to be declared. If you refuse and try to enter the city or lie about what you have, it is liable to be confiscated. We have come here in good faith, with no ill intentions on this land or its people, looking to settle within the city and raise a family, Tamamo began in a warning tone, yet you wish to threaten us with confiscation of our family heirlooms, including my own gifted to me by the goddess of the sun, Amaterasu. She scoffed. Surely you jest. I would hesitate to claim that you were so utterly foolish. She allowed her pressure to increase on him a little with her stare before dismissing him. If you must know, the mirror I carry allows me to channel my goddess more efficiently and intercept attacks and will not work for one not intrinsically bonded with my goddess. A cold sweat was beginning to run down the side of the mage's face as he then looked to the red-clad man carrying Tamamo. My clothing heightens my defenses. A lot. Looking between the pair, Archer could tell that the man's mind was already trying to decide if it would be a wise decision to continue his questioning or if he should just take the two at their word and let them be. It was quite an easy decision. I see no further reason to keep you two. Go along, he said, and backed away from the two, allowing Archer to continue carrying Tamamo through the threshold of the gate and into the city fully. I was almost expecting something worse to happen with that inspection, Archer commented idly, looking down at Tamamo with a smirk. Meh, I meant what I said. Tamamo sighed to him gently. The ball was really in his court after that. Of course, it definitely was in his court, Archer said with a chuckle. but we're closer to our goal, so it doesn't really matter at this point. On the other hand, I noticed that you were getting pretty enthusiastic with that kiss." "You didn't seem to mind too much." The disguised Kitsune giggled, pressing her finger to his lips while she winked at him. "And I quite liked it myself." Archer's eyes narrowed, yet held no malice within them, before he looked away with a reddened hue on his cheeks. Maybe... He tried to avoid saying anything more as he unconsciously tightened his hold on Tamamo. Said Kitsune snuggled into his chest, happily sighing as she took in his scent. It was clear that when she said that he was her husband, that she really did mean it. And judging by her actions, she was more than willing to prove it too. Shall we go to the Adventurers Guild first, wait at the hero's respite for Kashiya to arrive, or find our own lodgings in this city for the time being? "Wife?" Archer asked. "We can go meet the Adventurers Guild if you want a break for your arms. Goshujin-sama." Tamamo giggled at him playfully. "I might be light for someone as strong as you, but holding something up for so long and putting up with me deserves a little break while we do our business." "And what if I don't want to?" Archer teased back as he headed for the route he believed to be where the Adventurers Guild was. "Maybe you're fine, just the way you are? Wouldn't it be nice for all our future colleagues to see you being carried everywhere by your husband? It would certainly tell everyone who owns your Tamamo, at least." The Kitsune grinned. "And that would certainly get us a rather amusing reputation right away." The red-clad man raised a brow at the response. "I feel that most of that reputation would fall upon your lovely shoulders, Your Highness. And besides, if you're owning my Tamamo, then that means that I own—" Archer groped her thigh with a smirk. "Your ass." Tamamo blushed happily, seeming to steam a little as she tucked her face into his chest. She most definitely liked the sound of that, based on her reaction and the quickening of her pulse. "Wonderful to see you understand the situation." With that, Archer slightly hurried their pace to the Adventurers Guild. As he did so, he quietly said to Tamamo, "Depending on the time of day, Kashiya will probably be out with the Swords of Darkness by now. We just need to determine the day, and if she has even arrived in the city by now. Only question is how we might ask around about the disguised Kitsune without it sounding highly suspicious." "Simple," Tamamo grinned. "We don't." Considering the idea, Archer decided to finally reply, "We're just going to wait for her, huh? Well, let's just hope that it doesn't backfire on us or cause too many butterflies from what we do know." It took the pair almost a half hour before they finally arrived at the entrance of the guild hall. Part of that time was spent being slightly lost until a kindly merchant pointed out where to go. With a small smirk, Archer finally let Tamamo stand once more, as he didn't want to call the disguised fox's bluff on if she might become embarrassed or not. "Time to dive into the beginning of this shit show," Archer said with a slightly nervous voice as they neared the door. "I just hope that we don't have to both take the literacy test," Tamamo muttered, passing him a talisman. "But in case we do, that tag will mind dump everything I know about the language into your brain at the cost of a massive migraine." "I'm going to hate this," Archer muttered as he took the tag and delayed activating the tag for a moment to reinforce his brain for an influx of 2 centuries or so of knowledge. Then, he activated the tag and grit his teeth as his head felt like it was about to explode. Just as soon as the massive pain started, it quickly finished with Archer breathing heavily. "That hurt like hell, but I know how to read now," Archer answered as the tag dissolved in his hand. "Let's get going," he said while rubbing his brow to alleviate some of the remaining headache he still had. Pushing the door to the guild open, the pair walked inside to see the building bustling with activity from the guild members moving about within. Looking around, Tamamo and Archer found the counter where the guild secretaries were busy dealing with adventurers or clients in line. It was as they looked around that Archer's eyes widened with shock as he spotted a blonde-haired woman with orange eyes gazing between him and Tamamo with a mixture of shock and confusion. Shit. Tamamo beamed at Kashia and nodded respectfully in her direction. A small tilt of her head to indicate she was interested in saying her greetings if the nine-tailed fox would like. And a small but warm smile filled her face. Turning to her husband, she smiled. "That one looks nice. Maybe we can go say hi once we finish registering." Picking up where she was going with this, Archer gave a nod. "Sounds fine enough. We'll talk with them after we finish registering." The red-clad man made certain to emphasize this, as he already suspected for Kashia to be able to hear them. Glancing once more at the blonde, Archer saw her expression grow curious, and at the same time, he spotted the 4 other companions around her, with one of them, who he knew to be Peter, was talking to the guild secretary, while the other, much shorter than all the rest, who he noted to be Ninya, was happily chatting with Kashia. Tamamo made her way up to the guild counter with her hand in Archer's, happily purring under her breath. She was enjoying his company and clearly happy that they had found the other kitsune, and based on the glances they were receiving from Kashia, the other kitsune could indeed hear it just fine. Following this, the pair began speaking with the secretary. "Hello, my wife and I wish to register as adventurers for the guild," Archer requested with a friendly smile. The woman behind the counter examined the pair with a matching smile. Another adventuring couple. Well, that should be simple enough. Are you aware of the terms for both joining the guild and taking the reading examination?" "Yes," Archer answered while rummaging through his pack until he pulled out a pair of silver coins and set them down for the secretary to take. After she had, a few moments later, she handed 6 copper coins in return that Archer took and stowed away. Next, she pulled out a book and passed it to Archer. "We'll just need you and your wife to prove that you can read. After that, I'll hand you your plates." Opening the book, Archer's eyes slightly bulged at the contents within. 10 steps to pleasing your spouse? "Ooh, let me read." Tamamo snatched it from his hands and began to read it aloud. "Step 1, apply plenty of lubrica." Archer immediately held his hand over the disguised kitsune's mouth to stop her from saying anything further. "I believe that you gave us a book from yours or someone else's private collection," Archer remarked. The guild secretary's eyes widened in embarrassment at hearing this. Yes, a private collection. I think that more than proves you two can read. I'll give you your plates quickly, and you just give me back that book and not mention this to anyone else," the secretary said as she reached under the counter and pulled out 2 copper plates tied to leather necklaces. Cautiously removing his hand from Tamamo's mouth, Archer said, "Think you can give the book back to the nice secretary and not read anything else from it?" "Okay," Tamamo giggled, leaning in to speak with the secretary quietly as she gave the book back. "Can you recommend me a store I can buy a book like this at?" she asked softly, teasing but also dead serious. Giving a cautious glance around, the secretary then quietly answered, "Go to Bertrand's bookshop for it." "You didn't hear it from me." The secretary then took the book from Tamamo's hand as Archer took the plates and handed one to Tamamo before tying his own around his neck. "Additionally, what are your names so that I can mark it down in the registry?" "Archer." "Tamamo no Mei," the kitsune smirked, seeming to enjoy the focused attention Kashia gave her the very instant she claimed such. "Interesting names. I wish you luck in your careers," the secretary said as she wrote them down into a ledger. "Would you two like to take some jobs today, or will you do so later?" "We wanted to get ourselves set up in the city first before we took a job," Archer answered, his eyes glancing over to Kashia and her team as they appeared to have finished with whatever business they were there for. "Perfectly reasonable. Hopefully I'll see both of you back here soon enough." Archer smiled and nodded at this as he and Tamamo stepped away from the desk and turned around. The pair spotted 3 of Kashia's other teammates give their farewells, while Kashia spoke with Ninya for a bit, getting a smile from the girl before she tousled her hair. With that concluded, Kashia cautiously approached the 2 with inquisitive eyes. "Mind telling me who you 2 are? Because I definitely know that one of you is not normal." Kashia gave a tap to her nose as she said this. Of course. A daughter of my old friend Inari would notice such a thing. Tamamo spoke, though it was odd, almost as though it wasn't truly her speaking. Fret not, little one, for we are not here to get in your way, only to assist where we're needed. Once she was done speaking, she blinked twice, the light glow that had built up around her dying down. Anyways, it's nice to finally meet someone similar after our long travels. Lady Amaterasu truly has blessed me today. Kashia's eyes widened in shock as she heard this. Wait, what? Kashia questioned as she looked around for a moment to see that the three of them were receiving quite a few curious looks from other guild members. Are you trying to get us noticed by all the guild right now? I already get enough attention with my looks, let alone your light show. Eh? My bad. I wasn't expecting it, to be honest. Tamamo blushed, bashfully looking away and giving off the vibes of being an auntie getting chastised by her niece. Kashia buried her hand in her face for a moment and sighed. Okay, both of you, we need to have a long discussion about... She waved her hand at Tamamo. This because I have no idea who you two are, why you're here, and what you want. Additionally, she then pointed to the doors of the guild, my apprentice is waiting for me out there, and all you two have done is make my day more complicated than it already is. The blonde took a deep breath before looking between the pair. So, what are we going to do about this? Perhaps, Archer began, taking a quick glance to Tamamo before looking back to Kashia. We can meet at a later point. Tonight or tomorrow is more than good enough for either of us. That way we can talk more away from listening ears. Kashia looked to the red-clad man, and Archer felt strange meeting the gaze of his own creation like this. That sounds doable. I don't know how long training my apprentice will go, so it might be possible much later tonight. Otherwise, we can do this tomorrow and meet back here in the early morning to just talk it out before anyone arrives. I'm more than satisfied with that, Archer said with a friendly smile, lightly nudging Tamamo. Isn't that right, honey? Yup, you'll know where to find us, Tamamo joked lightly, her eyes filled with a little divinity as she smiled. I apologize if I caused any issues so far, and I hope our next meeting goes much more pleasantly. Yes, I hope so. Have a good rest of your day, Archer and Tamamo, Kashia said with a final nod to both before walking away from the pair. When she had finally left the building, Archer glanced to Tamamo with a raised brow. Smooth, Tamamo. Real smooth. Yeah. I honestly don't know what the fuck happened there. Tamamo groaned lightly. All I know is that 1 minute I was channeling my strength from the mirror, and the next, I felt the need to speak with the daughter of someone I care for. Her mouth clicked shut audibly. Yeah, that needs to get fixed ASAP. One issue at a time. We'll have to look more into this later. For now, we need to figure out where we'll be bunking tonight, Archer commented as he motioned Tamamo to start moving to the door. And by the way, I figured out which day we're at. Yeah, no shit, the slightly embarrassed Kitsune sighed. After a moment to follow after him, Tamamo seemed to be thinking furiously on the things that she knew about the world. It was clear in her eyes that she was deliberating on if she wanted to simply embrace the changes that were going to happen to her if she kept gaining more tails, or if she wanted to not take one step further along that path. Hey, Archer, Tamamo began. If I get taken over by Amaterasu in the end, I'll still kind of be there, right? Why do you think I'll know? I'd like to say probably, Archer responded with a slightly worried look. Tamamo looked at him and began to speak in much lower tones, since they were making their way through a less crowded street anyways. Hey, you kinda are the overarching god of this world, based on the fact that you wrote what it's based on, so I figured you'd know more than I would. Don't start pulling that god of the world shit with me. We don't need a second demiurge, Archer began with a chuckle. But I'd still probably say that you'd come out mostly as yourself, possibly with altered memories, but fundamentally, you. Reassuringly, Archer patted the top of Tamamo's head. Try to keep calm about it all, and we'll figure out what to do from there. Fluffy tales are worth a little memory alteration, Tamemo stated after considering it further. So after we meet with Kashiya, I'm going sage training again. Archer gave the disguised fox a raised brow. Funny that you immediately want to get more tales now after all the reservations you had earlier, the red-clad man commented with amusement. But it would probably be wise to power yourself considering all the bullshit this world's magic can do, and we're only considering this realm in the equation. I was worried that I might come across as too threatening to Kashiya if I was nine-tailed when we first met and interacted, Tamamo admitted, because while I can suppress my magic on my own, it will take me considerable effort and time to get to the point where it's literally unnoticeable. Understandable, Archer remarked as he went into thought for a moment. By the way, now that we're here, what should we do about Momonga? He'll be arriving in 4 days. We could kill him, but he'll probably revive soon after, pissed as hell with all the NPCs of Nazarick joining him. Well, if we get the world items we need to ensure our defense, and get either Kashiya or PDL on our side, taking on the entirety of Nazarick in their home base ain't exactly that hard. Tamamo shrugged. We are pretty much uniquely suited to dealing with them in this world. Reasonable enough, I suppose. I just have a bad feeling fighting Nazarick in general, likely because I know of the horrid shit they've done, Archer said with a slight shiver. If something goes wrong, we could end up with a fate worse than death, which is something I'd rather not see for either of us. I just want to be cautious. Tamamo went eerily still at that thought, before turning to him with a malicious smile. If they capture you, I'm dropping the sun on them. The red-clad man stopped patting Tamamo's head and draped his arm over her shoulders. I'd rather that you didn't wipe out this entire world and all the innocent people therein, because you wanted to get revenge and save me. I might not be the actual Archer, but I do share the mentality of protecting innocent people and not killing random bystanders. Pouting a little at his words, the Kitsune ultimately seemed to calm herself as they arrived at the inn that they would be staying at that night. Well, let's just hope it doesn't come to that then, she quietly stated before opening the door to allow them entry. Entering inside, both Archer and Tamamo saw the inn's tavern portion was filled with patrons, eating, drinking, and conversing. It was when Archer's eyes landed on a large bald man with a beard manning the bar that the red-clad man sighed. Did we check to see the name of this inn before we entered? Number, I just saw the sign that said inn, and it was the first one on the road that we came across, Tamamo told him as she took a few glances around the bar. Why? Because I hope you enjoy having a foxy mage for a neighbor. This inn is the Hero's Respite, the place Kashiya is currently living, Archer replied as the pair walked up to the bar. She's going to be so suspicious of us. I'm just going to be honest with her. The Kitsune dismissed lightly. This is literally the first inn on the road from the Adventurers Guild. If she doesn't like that logic, she can suck my tits. We'll see what happens, Archer concluded as he looked to the bartender named Morgan. Good afternoon. My wife and I would like to rent a room for long-term use. Do you have any vacancies available? Morgan examined the pair for a moment before he gave a curt nod. We've got some space. Rent's 5 copper per room. Food is served 3 times a day. It costs a copper coin for a plate. I have 3 rules here. Don't destroy my rooms, pay the bills, and don't fuck with me. Sound good? Sounds perfect, Archer replied as he reached into his pack and pulled out a gold coin that he slid to the man. Morgan gave Archer an inquisitive look before taking the coin and pocketing it. Very long term, it seems, Morgan remarked as he reached under the bar and pulled out a key which he slid to the pair. Your room is number 10. Have a good day. Archer took the key and handed it over to Tamamo. I think you'll be able to keep better hold of this than me, Archer admitted. With an amused smile, Tamamo shoved it between her breasts in a way that was clearly meant to tease Archer, before giving him a kiss on the cheek. Come on, let's get settled in the room for the night." Morgan's eyebrow rose at the act, but he avoided saying anything and simply looked away from the display. Archer took Tamamo by the hand to walk away with a blush on his face. "Yeah, settled?" The pair soon went up the stairs in the back hall to their room, keeping their eyes fixed on the door numbers until they found the right one. "Here we are," Archer announced, motioning for Tamamo to do the honors. Retrieving the key from her chest, Tamamo unlocked the door and opened it gently, smiling at Archer as she waved him in. "After you," she told him, happily giggling at whatever she was about to do next. Archer entered the room and examined the area. He spotted a bed on one side of the room. A nightstand next to it with a lamp Archer guessed was powered by magic, and a table with a few chairs on it set up on the opposite side of the room. "At least the place looks comfortable. What do you think, Tamamo?" When he didn't hear anything, he asked again while looking over his shoulder. "Tamamo?" He suddenly found the kitsune messing with something near the door. "What's going on?" Seals spread across the entire room, lighting it with a dim blue glow. "There! Now no one can scry us, and we are safe from most attacks, including even a nuclear bomb," Tamamo grinned. "And no one will hear a thing if you feel like getting a little frisky." A snort of amusement came from Archer as he heard this. "I hope that those seals are able to hide your snoring. Wouldn't want to wake anyone with it," Archer teased as he walked over to the bed and laid down upon it. "Oh, and the bed's comfy, just so you know." "I'm coming, husband," Tamamo told him with a lick of her lips, her clothing disappearing into motes of light as she pounced onto him playfully. However, when she landed on him, she simply latched onto him, pressing herself into him with her vulpine features exposed, and began to snuggle with him. Archer was momentarily stunned at the act, but after another second or two, he decided to wrap his arms around the playful kitsune. "So eager, almost like a dog hearing the word walk," Archer commented while laying his head back onto the bed. "Husband, I'm a fox, not a dog," Tamamo complained lightly, looking up into his eyes with a mischievous grin. "But if it's for you, I don't mind being a little bitchy." "Settle down there, Tamamo," Archer said, and before Tamamo could respond, the red-clad man patted her rear and added, "Not tonight, maybe another night. I feel like resting for a while, especially if Kashiya decides to storm our room later with questions." "Okay," Tamamo sighed, before conjuring a fluffy blanket made from a material similar to her tail fur and laying it on top of them. "Rest well, Goshujin-sama. You as well, my wife." Kitsu. Aggressive foxwife is aggressive, and Amaterasu wants to play with Kashiya, apparently, much to Tamamo and Archer's instant regret. TTG, and the sword-wielding Archer-class servant named Archer is becoming more reciprocal. Following that, Archer and Tamamo get to have a fun discussion with Kashiya about why they are even there. Alongside this, Bone Papa and friends will have taken notice of the random newcomers killing all undead, and even in a large vicinity by accident. Kitsu. Yup, and Tamamo is realizing just how stupidly strong she's going to need to be to make sure her and Archer don't get fucking murked. If we go by servant stat shenanigans, an E rank is 10 times stronger than the peak human of all history in that status. EIRC by Fate Extra standards, which means that at E rank, we're already conceptually 10 times stronger than the strongest human in that stat. Now understand that each rank up is 10 times stronger than the last stat. There was undoubtedly a level 100 mage character in the Slain Theocracy that was human back in the day, and Tamamo had an A rank at one tail, despite her power level as a Nacerverse servant being a 9 to the other A-rank casters, 100 at one tail. Her tails increase her ability by 9 exponentially with each tail. At 2 tails, her magic is an 81 to the average. A-rank casters 100, and at 3, it's 729. This scales absolutely ridiculously, as you can see, and she's not bound by the logic of D&D or Yggdrasil like the rest of the world is. She could, at 9 tails, drop the literal sun on the earth at any given moment without breaking a sweat, and survive. She is also already capable in lore of just giving time itself the middle finger and saying, "Fuck you, I do what I want." She is the most bullshittiest caster in the setting, and she has an obsession with Archer. Does that mean she can't be beaten, however? Hell nah. Just wish her out of existence, with the right tools. She can't exactly deal with that directly, though it would literally push her into non-existence, which she would have to use her conceptual BS to fight off and come back much later. Then again, time is kind of wishy-washy around Tamamo, so, and that's not even starting with the Archer from Fate Extra. Fucker took on primate murder and won. Solo. Yeah, these two don't quite understand that they're on the upper levels of beings in that universe, really. But they certainly aren't the strongest either, and that says something. So expect a bit of fuckery there. Anyway, if you want more of this, you can find my Patreon at Aiko Akiyoshi's card. And if you want to discuss the story, come say hi on my Discord. Thanks for reading and stay fluffy. Fate Foxblade 08. On my goddesses! Auntie Tammy acquires a fox princess. Kashiya was feeling high-strung after killing her way through an entire brothel a short while prior. It was after returning to her room, where she had left Ninya and Tuare, that Kashiya noticed the scent of the 2 strangers from the guild. One of them was definitely human, but the other had the scent of a kitsune. That had set off multiple alarms in her mind, as she hadn't met or heard of another kitsune living here since arriving in this new world. In fact, people here didn't even know they existed. So who were they? Additionally, that other kitsune, who Kashiya heard was named Tamamo, had acted highly strange upon meeting her. She spoke of the goddess Amaterasu wanting to meet her, which Kashiya found highly concerning. It meant that another deity had an interest in her, whatever that could mean. After making sure that Ninya and Tuare had food, Kashiya decided to leave the room and follow the scent of the 2 strangers to a room next door. This caused Kashiya's brow to rise before her eyes narrowed. Before she tried to start making noise, Kashiya decided to scout out the pair for any potential surprises in their room. Casting a scrying spell, Kashiya's jaw dropped as red filled her face upon seeing an image of Tamamo and Archer naked on the bed together, passionately having sex with one another. She quickly ended the spell and had to take a moment to mentally recover from an image she hadn't wanted to see. Burying her face in her hand from how mortified she felt, Kashiya decided to knock on the door. The disguised kitsune waited for an answer and hoped that both strangers would at least have their clothes on if they decided to answer. "Be right there," the kitsune's breathy voice called out, a bit of fumbling as she likely put on her clothes and forced her husband to put some on himself, echoing into her ears. Once she was done dressing herself, the door opened and the kitsune stood before her. It appeared that Tamamo had at least opened the window and cast a spell to refresh the air in the room for their talk out of courtesy, but it was still clear that they had just been in the middle of a rather passionate night. You two... Kashiya had a delay of thought as she could still recall the 2 without their clothes on, making this highly awkward for her. "Sorry, I thought we had more time than we did." Tamamo apologized before making her way into the room to sit at the table. "Don't worry, we can finish up later. This is much more important right now." Taking a breath, Kashiya cautiously stepped into the room, spotting Archer sitting on the bed watching her with a look that she couldn't discern. "But both of you have a lot of explaining to do," Kashiya began, looking away from Archer and pointing to Tamamo. "What the hell was that back at the guild today? And also, why are you in the same inn as me?" Honestly, in reverse order, this was the first inn on the road from the Adventurers Guild that we saw, and didn't realize it until we entered that you were staying here. Tamamo sighed, shaking her head. It was a bit late to leave after we had literally already been inside. After a moment, she continued, "I also am fairly sure I'm being affected by my backstory from the game I played in the old world, a lot more than I thought before then. because I am having a hard time separating myself, Tamamo no Mei, and the goddess Amaterasu, and keeping them all from mixing into one blending pot of foxo shenanigans that I don't think anyone is ready for, let alone me. Kashiya thought about that answer for a moment as it sounded similar to what she had been going through for the past few days. Is it affecting you gradually or all at once? It's definitely getting a lot worse. I am probably going to end up as Tamamo no Mei, aspect of Amaterasu, over the next little while, even if I resist it with all my might, she claimed, smiling a bit sadly at the thought. But hey, I don't really feel as though I mind that much either. More fluffy tails for my husband to brush and play with is always better. Kashiya began breathing faster as she considered the minor thoughts in her mind that had been slowly growing since arriving in this world. No, I'm going to stop being me. Oh God. At this point, Archer jumped off the bed and strode over to Kashiya before putting both of his hands on her shoulders. Listen, Archer commanded, getting Kashiya to look up at the man. You're only going to stop being you if you allow it. As long as you remember the best parts of yourself, nothing will ever change that. Got it? The blonde was quiet for a moment as her breathing began to slow. Then she nodded and looked over to Tamamo. How is it that you're so calm with all of this? Fluffy tails or not, it's still you being changed. I never really enjoyed who I was as a person, Tamamo admitted. I was kind of an asshole of the most epic proportions and autistic as hell. Sighing to herself, she looked over at Kashiya with a small smile. If it means mitigating my strangeness by adding the concept of she is literally a fluffy goddess of the sun, pay no mind to her strangeness, as she doesn't think like humans to hide the fact that I never thought like normal humans, then I'm going to just let it happen. Her eyes regained a little of their brightness after a moment as she finished her statement. Besides, I now have something to look forward to in life, and I'm cute and fluffy. What can I truly complain about? Kashiya didn't fully buy it, but she realized that she had to. Her talk with Loki had already cemented the idea into her mind that she couldn't go back home or return to normal, but she still found it difficult to fully swallow the idea. She just had to keep telling herself that K/Aaron Smith was dead. That caused her to pause for a moment, as something about that felt wrong. Maybe you are right, Tammy, Kashiya finally replied. I just hope that my pure copium can last until I'm finally stable again. Tamamo nodded in return, admitting her own mental state was exactly how it looked. That got a short giggle from Kashiya. I doubt that any of us playing a DMMORPG are relatively stable, considering the state of things back on Earth. So, mind telling me where you were in Yggdrasil when you got transported here? Yggdrasil? Nah, the last game I played was Fate Extella Link from the NASAverse's Fate Extra series of games. Tamamo admitted casually. What game is that? I've never even heard of them before. Was it a niche series, since I'm pretty certain I'd have heard of it otherwise? Kashiya questioned with interest. Eh? It was pretty popular, actually, Tamamo mentioned with a tilt of her head. It only came out, a little under a decade ago in 2016. Kashiya's head tilted in extreme confusion. 2016? What are you talking about? It's 2138. Were you just making a joke? What the... You came from the future? Tamamo asked, jumping out of her seat in surprise. Quick, what were the winning lottery ticket numbers for 2025? A slight pause happened before Tamamo seemed to realize something important. Wait, fuck. I can't even go back there yet, and it might be a different world entirely, which would invalidate it anyway. Fuck! She slumped back into her chair, visibly depressed at missing a chance for good money. Kashiya looked over to Archer. Is she actually being serious right now? She received a nod from Archer in return. How is this even possible right now? It doesn't even make sense. I thought that we were only here because of something to do with the nature of Yggdrasil and its deep dive system. How much do you know about multiverse theory? Archer finally spoke up, receiving a questioning look from Kashia. Why are you bringing up multiverse theory? Because it would certainly explain the differences we're experiencing. We don't have a deep dive system in our time. So how is it that we ended up in this world when we lack said system? Else, none of it really makes sense for why all of us are here, Archer explained. Kashia sorted through her thoughts on the concept. What says that you aren't just from the past of my Earth? She then gestured from herself to Archer and to Mamo, and then back. Our Earth? It's much more reasonable than multiversal travel. This deep dive system, what does it entail? Because I'm getting a certain idea on it. Kashia quickly recalled what she knew back to Archer. The deep dive system uses a neural link installed in the subject to connect to the system. From there, nanomachine injections are used to essentially turn oneself into an organic computer. It's what allows the users to fully immerse themselves into games, controlling characters as if you were in their exact place. Already found the issue, Archer pointed out. In mine and Tamamo's time, we are decades from viable technologies to allow users to control systems with just their minds, let alone be made commercially available to the public. As for the nanomachines, we're centuries before they could even come close to what you just told me. Striding back and forth in thought, Kashia dropped her illusion to free up her bestial limbs from their magical confinement. Say that this is true. Then that would also mean that you and Tamamo might not run on the same game mechanics that I seem to be restricted to. Kashia stopped her pacing and looked to the pair. From what I've seen so far, the people of this world seem to use a lot of the same mechanics that are in YGG Drasil, such as tier spells. What about you two? Tamamo giggled. Fate characters are a lot more conceptual, the fox claimed, holding up a talisman in front of her. For example, what do you think this tiny little slip of paper is capable of doing? Kashia glanced at the piece of paper and cocked her head. I would guess that it might do some type of magic. Seems slightly familiar to one of the features of a few classes from YGGDRASIL, she answered. This tiny paper tag shows you what you need most when you pump magic into it. Tamamo giggled. No matter what it is you desire, it only shows you what you actually need. Passing it to Kashia, Tamamo allowed her to have it. You can keep it. I can make many more. Deciding to take a gamble, Kashia pushed some mana into it and found her vision filled with... A massive blush filled Kashia's face as she recalled what her copy had told her before she had come back to the inn. And now, Kashia got the full picture of herself on a bed with her left hand doing a fair bit of erotic work. By the time the vision disappeared, Kashia was looking at Tamamo with an awkward gaze. Ah! Kashia was mortified and speechless at what she had seen. Ooh, what did you see? It must have been good! Tamamo grinned at the busty blonde fox, her tails wiggling behind her gently as she anticipated Kashia's response. Kashia tried to look away from Tamamo, her face only turning a brighter shade of red at the interrogation. Just some things that I needed, Kashia awkwardly answered. Tamamo, Archer warned as his eyes looked over to his wife. Oh, Tamamo whined, but she quickly relented nonetheless. Looking satisfied with the answer, Archer looked back over to Kashia. If I had to guess, from Tamamo's usual hobbies and the massive blush on your face, I'd guess that you ended up seeing something of a lewder nature? Slowly, Kashia nodded her head. I don't know if what she had me see was real or if it was some elaborate prank. Kashia looked over to Tamamo for an answer. It depends on what you count as a prank. Tamamo told her with a cheeky grin. If by prank you mean giving you an item that does exactly as advertised while knowing full well how horny you are by scent alone, well, maybe... At being reminded of this, Kashia's thighs unconsciously rubbed against each other before she looked back to Archer. In an effort to distract herself, the blonde Kitsune decided to ask, What about your magic, A Archer? Compared to Tamamo, you can either consider mine even simpler or more complicated by a landslide, Archer responded and held his hands up. In a single second, a pair of short swords appeared in his hands. Both looked almost the exact same in design, yet the coloring of them differed, with the sword in Archer's right hand being black and the left being white. You can summon a pair of swords? Kashiya summarized. I can summon thousands of swords, at a minimum. Almost any weapon I see I can make a copy of, with all the history, abilities, and skills of the prior wielders. The only difference would be that my copies are inferior to the real thing. Most of the time. Archer let the blades fade away from his hands into motes of mana, and that doesn't even come close to unlimited blade works. Unlimited what? Taking a page from Tamamo's book, it seemed, Archer decided to be coy about his answer. You might find out one day. Kashiya's orange eyes narrowed at the red-clad man. Really? You're going to leave me in the dark with this? Archer's only response was to smirk, earning a roll of Kashiya's eyes. Wonderful. So, with all of this out of the way, what are we going to do now? I'm still making things up as I go along, but I've got no idea what you or the blue humper over there are planning to do now that you're here. I'm going to mount my husband as soon as he's ready to go and not let him go for a while, Tamamo giggled. But as for long-term plans, I want to find an archer for Amaterasu to bless with a bit of power so that I can have the bards telling stories about an archer shooting sunbeams from a normal bow. Kashiya could smell how serious Tamamo was about her first plan, but she found Tamamo's second plan to be quite specific. She then looked over to Archer and waited for him to answer. Figure it out as I go along. Probably do a bit of heroism along the way. Then Archer gave a quick glance to Tamamo and quickly added, liable to become a parent within a year. Guess you two are really serious with your marriage. I'd have to wish you luck with Tammy, 'cause I can just smell how horny she is as well, Kashiya said with a pat to the man's arm, taking note that patting Archer's arm was like patting a steel beam. Yes, we will have plenty of little ones eventually, but we gotta help make the world safe first, Tamamo claimed with a smile. I'm at least more in control of my body than that. Kashiya felt her thighs rub together as she glared at Tamamo. She hated how much Tamamo was reminding her of her issue. Archer began a little nervously. How many little ones? I don't know, the kitsune grinned, but you do know that foxes give birth to litters, right? Archer's jaw seemed to drop while Kashiya also considered the implication for herself. If she got pregnant somehow, then she was liable to also go through the same experience. And you are... Kashiya looked away from Tamamo and blushed at the idea. Excited about having a litter? Yup. If my husband's seed is strong, and I know it will be, then my babies will grow up beautiful and handsome just like him. Tamamo grinned, standing up and moving over to hug her husband from behind. Oh, I guess when you put it that way, it doesn't sound that bad, Kashiya remarked with a slightly far-off look before coming back to reality. Sounds like you'll have a nice family, but I guess I should let both of you know that I've already started trying to make this world a better place, starting with brothel slavers that I took care of before arriving here. Slowly, Archer moved his hand until it rested upon one of Tamamo's wrapped around him. That's one way to make this new world better. Tamamo and I took care of an army of beastmen that had been attacking a city to the east of this country called the Dragon Kingdom. I just hope that those morons stop trying to eat the humans there and start trying to actually farm their own crops. Like sensible beings, Tamamo groaned, seeming to flop into Archer's lap. Seriously, she complained. They don't even know where the humans have been. How can they put that in their mouths? You have no idea where I've been, Tamamo. How can you put me in your mouth? Archer taunted with a straight face. Kashiya found herself snorting at this. Tamamo grinned up at him. On the contrary, I know exactly where you've been, and it's hot as fuck. Archer sighed and wrapped his arms around Tamamo's waist, drawing her closer to him before he rested his chin on her shoulder. See this, Kashiya. I can rarely, if ever, win against her. Yeah, it seems like you have standards of decency and Tamamo doesn't. Doubt you're going to win anything because of that. Kashiya replied with an amused wagging of her tails, even if this display just continued to make her hot and bothered. Standards of decency? In the 2020s? Tamamo outright laughed at such a concept. Nah, cousin, he's just a bit shy. Am not, Archer replied, slightly miffed. Kashiya quickly became confused at hearing what Tamamo said. Cousin? Why are you calling me cousin? It's better than admitting that as a daughter of Inari, who is intrinsically related to Amaterasu on a deity level, you're basically my niece. Makes me sound so much less old. Tamamo sighed, her age definitely showing. Okay, that's going to take a bit of time getting used to. Didn't really have any living family left back home before coming here, Kashiya admitted as she started pacing to distract herself. Meh, just look at the bright side, Tamamo commented. At least you don't have an entire empire that can call you honored grandmother back home at this point. What? Kashiya exclaimed with wide eyes and tails standing on end. What empire? Japan was an empire for centuries, and only within the last 1.5 was broken from most of its imperialist nature, Tamamo mentioned with a flick of her ears. In fact, they still have an emperor in my timeline. That is strange to consider. Japan is just a conglomerate of corporations going at each other's throats in my time. It's just hard to imagine you being a mythological head of that country, Kashiya remarked. Now that I think about it, since I am technically a daughter of Inari, would they start worshipping me as well? Considering how sacred foxes are in Japan alone, let alone actual Inari, it's safe to say that yes, if you show up on my Earth, you're going to get worshipped. The pink-haired Kitsune chuckled. In fact, you'd have so many people offering you money and food that you'd probably end up stuck to a bed for a century from overeating all that good food. That got a snort of amusement from Kashiya before she really started considering the idea of worship. Part of her felt hesitant about it, but another felt excited. Honestly, having a filling meal would be more than enough for me, considering how little I got to eat, Aunt Tamamo. Archer's head seemed to perk up at the mention of food, making Kashiya wonder if he also didn't eat much in his time as well. Tamamo froze where she sat, her body going utterly still as all of her tails puffed out to their maximum size. We are cooking breakfast for my niece tomorrow, husband. Yes. Archer then looked up at Kashiya with a serious expression. You will come to breakfast tomorrow. This is not a request. Kashiya's eyes widened, unable to determine if these two were serious or crazy. The fact that neither of them were laughing just yet made the blonde Kitsune think the former. I guess that would be all right. But, Kashiya suddenly added, you will also need to have enough to feed my apprentice, Ninya, and her sister, Tuare. There will be enough food, Archer began and continued with a similar ominous command. They will also come attend. They don't have a choice in this either. Then, I guess I should say thanks for that, Aunt Tamamo. Archer, Kashiya said appreciatively. Not a problem, the older Kitsune chirped, her tails seeming to smooth out as she clearly counted out the ingredient list on her fingers. We'll make sure you don't leave the table until you're satisfied. I guess I'll see you both tomorrow morning with the girls. After saying this, Kashiya's thighs began rubbing together as she felt too pent up at this point. All right, gotta go, bye. Kashiya said as she tried to cast a teleportation spell, noticing that nothing was happening. What the? Ha! Tamamo sighed, getting up and opening the door for Kashiya. The room was magically sealed for our protection. You could have waited 2 seconds for me to open the door, silly fox. Thanks, Kashiya said, barely able to control herself as she teleported out of the room and back to the cabin at Haven Lake. Ugh! And Kitsu. Arnar. Auntie Tammy has acquired a little fox princess to spoil. The poor world will never recover. TTG. That. And Tammy has kickstarted Kashia's mental changes slightly early. So now we have to see if other things change due to the butterfly effect. Kitsu. I want to make Lucroot into basically gender-bent Atalanta from Fate, except for Amaterasu and Fluffy. Is that even possible? TTG. Not for a Jedi. Now, have you ever heard the tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise? Kitsu? Well, it's a good thing Amaterasu has zero concept of human morality. Well, that's all for this one. You can find me at my website if you want to support me on Patreon or Ko-Fi, or even join my server for the discussions. Aiko Akiyoshi's card. Thanks for reading and stay fluffy. Fate Fox Blade 09. The chefs require your kitchen. Now, at the crack of dawn, Archer and Tamemo were already awake and heading down to the kitchen of the inn to see Morgan busy preparing the morning meal. Before he could become fully invested into making the meal, Archer and Tamemo made their presence known to the man. "Good morning, Morgan. We'd like to speak to you," Archer greeted, slightly startling the large innkeeper as he turned around with a questioning gaze. "What are you two doing here? Breakfast is far from being ready, and I don't enjoy it when others enter my kitchen uninvited," Morgan questioned while crossing his arms. Archer reached into a pouch at his belt and pulled out a gold coin. "This morning, my wife and I will cook the meal. We'll pay you a gold coin for any materials used in the process." Morgan's brows rose up high into his non-existent hair at the offer. "Are you serious? You want to pay me the equivalent of a year's salary to cook for me?" "Yes, take the money." Archer then flipped the coin over to Morgan, who deftly caught it mid-air. "Then leave my wife and I to our task." Inhaling through his nose, Morgan gave the two a final stare and nodded. "You're paying for everything, and if you fuck up with the food, this will be more than enough compensation." The innkeeper flipped the coin in his hand before catching it once more and pocketing it. Then he walked past the duo and left them to their work. "Time to begin," Archer said as he summoned numerous swords that were altered into cooking utensils. Tamamo manifested several cooking talisman and placed them on the stoves to help facilitate flames of a perfectly controlled nature. The flames are magical in nature and would adjust themselves to her whims as she cooked. While she did this, she summoned more talisman to wash the pots Archer summoned with divinely blessed purified magic water by pulling the moisture from the air to use. This would also help keep the ingredients fresh after they left, since the air was somewhat humid in the area. "Let me know the temperatures you need on those flames, Goshujin-sama," Tamamo told him with a smile. "I'm going to see about starting with something simple and easy to make as a side dish for whatever you decide to make, classic omelets." Archer was already going through preparations of his dish, which would consist of a ham glazed in mead garnished with multiple different herbs. He had already pulled out the ham and set about cleaning and readying it for the glazing. Using a mixture of telekinetic lifting of his blades alongside his own physical efforts, his summoned cooking utensils went to work. Ham glazed in a honey-based mead. Doubt anyone, especially Kashia, will be prepared for such a dish in this world, Archer mused in amusement as he decided to create an extremely basic version of French fries for the meal, his hands already pulling out potatoes that he judged to be perfect after using structural analysis upon them. With this, the pair were a blur of movement as they cooked their meals, each aiding the other at times to perfect their dishes. Throughout it all, both of them noticed Morgan taking moments every now and then to see their progress. "Wish that orange juice was actually easy to get here," Archer commented as he rolled the fries cooking in his pan. "Well, it might not be orange juice, but—" Tamamo pulled a bottle she had clearly somehow handcrafted and labeled between the time they had entered the kitchen and then. "I'm sure apple cider that has been aged for 50 years should be fine, right?" "Tamamo, most would consider that to be a grievous misuse of your powers," Archer commented with a raised brow at the bottle. Well, it was from the batch that had the closest match in flavor to what we want to serve today, but it's pretty strong in flavor and alcohol content, so we should probably water it down a tad, Tamemo admitted. It was her first time brewing alcohol in time-accelerated space by the looks of it, and she was eager to have him try it. I'll leave how much we diluted up to you because I've been taste-testing batches for 400 years. Tamamo, honey, we aren't serving children alcohol, even if Tuare, I think, is an adult by this world's standards. I doubt that Ninya is, Archer criticized, as he looked over his shoulder to the disguised Kitsune. Hey, Morgan, Tamamo called. What's the legal drinking age here? What legal drinking age? If you're asking if I let children come to my bar and drink, then no. Other than that, there aren't any rules, Morgan replied while leaning on the doorframe. So if I were to give a glass of watered-down cider as a beverage to my niece's apprentice, who is a registered silver-plate adventurer, would that be looked down upon? Tamemo asked, with a small smirk. Not my kid, not my problem. Do whatever you want, Morgan answered in an uncaring tone. Archer gave a defeated sigh as he went back to work. At this point, it would be better to stay out of this one and hope that nothing hectic occurred. Crazy, sexy fox women, Archer muttered quietly to himself. Finding a pitcher in one of the cupboards, Tamemo busied herself trying to find the right concentration of water to what looked to be a literal syrup. Eventually, she put a cup in front of Archer and held one out to Morgan. I think this should be about right. But again, I've been taste testing this stuff for a while, so I don't have the freshest of taste buds right now. Archer and Morgan both took a cup. Upon drinking it, Archer glanced at what remained in his cup, then back up to Tamamo. It's a little saucy. If you dilute it a bit, I'd probably buy a bottle or two from you. Need more diverse drinks for the bar, considering all the foreign adventurers, Morgan commented. Tamamo nodded and went back to work, flipping the perfectly done omelets with the excess ham, cheese, and some spring onion in the middle to fold them perfectly before plating them and working on the drink more. It was only a few minutes later when she came back with another glass for each of them, with a much better result. How is it this time? I added a third, again more water to dilute it further, and I think I nailed it this time. Tamemo nodded to herself. Both men took a cup from her again and drank. Morgan gave a small smirk. Maybe I should try hiring you to make alcohol. Probably pay a bit better than copper plate work, the innkeeper joked. It's better. Just try not to go too overboard with the alcohol, Archer replied as he piled his finished fries into a large bowl. How long until breakfast, Morgan? Give it about a half hour or so. Close to done yet? Ham almost is. The fries are completed. Honey? Archer asked as he looked over to Tamamo. The disguised Kitsune grinned playfully. Omelets are done. Just putting sealing tags on the bottoms of the plates and the fry bowl to keep them fresh and hot. Good to hear. Just have to wait a bit longer and we can start making plates, Archer said as he went back to inspecting the ham, his structural analysis ensuring that the meat was cooked to perfection. How much longer? Kashia's voice sounded from behind Morgan, causing the man to jump in the air and turn around to find the disguised Kitsune inquisitively looking at the dishes that had been prepared. Is that what you've been cooking this morning? Kashia asked with a bit of amazement, her orange eyes fixated firmly on the meals. It smells delicious. Here, Kashia, go take this to your table and sit with the girls while you wait. Tamemo offered the pitcher of cider. Just be careful not to drink too much before the meal. It's got about as much alcohol per glass as light beer. Oh, okay, Aunt Tamamo, I'll bring the girls down, Kashia said as she had a glass of cider poured for her. She took a drink of it and smiled. It's good, she commented as she took the pitcher from Tamamo and walked out of the kitchen. It wasn't much longer after this, and Morgan also leaving the kitchen, that Archer's ham was finally done. With a grin, he pulled the ham off the fire and set it up on the table. Creating a knife in hand, the red-clad man began shearing off many slices of ham onto a large plate that he brought over to the other finished dishes by Tamamo. Well, Guess it's time to feed a few hungry mouths, Archer commented. Yup, Tamamo smiled, helping him carry the plates with practiced ease. After you? I feel like the reason you want me always going first is because you like watching my ass, Archer said, as he began carrying his dishes through the doorway. I mean, Tamamo asked, following close behind, can you blame me? It's a pretty great ass. The red-clad man smirked and retorted, but maybe I'd like to see your ass for once. Archer then gave a teasing wink to Tamamo, hoping that he might get a rise from her. Tamamo paused mid-step, a blush forming at his teasing. Well, maybe that can be arranged, she said, continuing to bring the food out with a lightly reddened face, despite all her efforts. Oh, can it? Archer teased with a chuckle. It wasn't long after this that the pair entered into the tavern section of the inn, where Kashia, Ninya, and Tuare were all sitting at a table together. Tuare looked fairly healthy and not at all afraid of the new location. It made Archer think that Kashia had already wiped the girls' memories by now. Morning, ladies. Here's your food, Archer announced as he set plates onto the table. All three girls had wide eyes at the amount of food being placed before them. It wasn't even all of it, since Tamamo hadn't set her plates down just yet. And here's the rest, the disguised Kitsune giggled, placing the rest of them on the table with a grin. I hope you enjoy. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to eat all of this, Aunt Tamamo, Kashia said as she looked at all of the food. Both Ninya and Tuare turned to look at Kashia as she said this. Aunt Tamamo, they questioned together. Kashia looked to the pair with a small smile and nod. Yes, that's my aunt. Her name is Tamamo no Mei, and she comes from a land that is even farther than my own. I haven't seen her in a while, so it was surprising to see her at the guild yesterday, Kashia answered, making Archer's eyes narrow in an almost imperceptible manner. Yet none of the girls noticed as Ninya looked over to Tamamo with a grin. So, you knew Kashia when she was younger? The girl asked as she, along with the others, began digging into their food. Yep. She was a pretty cute kid, Tamamo started, only seeming to realize that she was being affected by the same effect Kashia was under in hindsight. Though rather than fight it, she seemed to embrace it as an easily acceptable backstory for them. Kashia seemed to bury her hand in her face from embarrassment. Aunt Tamamo, can you please not do this right now? She then took a bite of her ham and froze. Holy shit, this is good. Upon saying this, she began eating more, only matched by the two sisters next to her who felt the exact same. I'm glad you like our cooking, Tamamo grinned. Isn't my husband amazing? All three girls looked over to Archer, surprised that he was so heavily involved in the process. Yes, this is truly amazing, Mr. Archer, Tuare complimented, making the red-clad man feel bashful at all the attention. Thanks. Just keep eating your food, you three, Archer replied while trying to avoid the gaze of the girls. That was until Ninya spoke up again. Wait, if Tamamo is married to Archer, then wouldn't that make him your uncle, Kashia? Archer choked on his spit at that point and began coughing. He was only slightly saved when Kashia answered, I guess that would be so, but I don't remember seeing him when I last saw Aunt Tamamo. She then looked over to Tamamo. When did you get married? In the Dragon Kingdom, in the middle of a grand battle. I claimed him as mine and mine alone, and he didn't exactly say no. Tamamo grinned. And with Amaterasu as my witness, and with our past history of having worked together before, I say that's close enough to being married by a goddess for it to count. Yes, real close, Archer said while giving a pat to Tamamo's rear with a grin. Right, Aunt Tamamo. Mikoon! Tamamo cried, jumping in surprise from where she stood. Don't do that so suddenly when I can't retaliate, Tamamo whined a little. It's mean. Archer snorted in amusement while the three other girls were watching the interaction with blushing faces. I guess that those two have a lot of physical affection for each other, Ninya said between mouthfuls of egg. Apparently, Kashia said after taking a bite of ham. Yeah, we'll call it physical, Archer agreed while watching the three to see if they needed more portions. It was while watching that Archer noted that the three had started taking sips of the cider, with none showing any hint of displeasure at the drink. At least none of them seem like extreme lightweights, Archer whispered to Tamamo. Tamamo giggled, leaning over to him and kissing him on the cheek as she whispered into his ear, they would need to be much worse than just an extreme lightweight to get drunk from that pitcher between them, with how much Kashia drank from it, husband. Just being cautious. Never know how much kids can handle, Archer responded while casually wrapping his arm around her waist. So, how are you liking the drink? Archer asked the three. It's pretty good, Tuare spoke up, with Ninya nodding in agreement as she shoved another piece of ham into her mouth. Good to hear. Archer then looked over to the food and then back to Tamamo. Think that we should head to the guild today to get a job? We kinda need to rank ourselves up sooner or later. Yup, let's go get some jobs done, Tamamo giggled. It was clear that she was ready to go from the excited looks she was giving Archer. With that confirmation, Archer looked back to the eating girls. Hope you three continue to enjoy your breakfast. Tamamo and I are going to be heading to the Adventurers Guild to pick out a job, so we'll see you later, Archer stated, receiving a nod from Kashia. Good luck with that. Hope whatever job you get is better than the boring jobs I've received, Kashia replied. Will do. Take care now, Archer said with a wave. With that, the duo left the three to their breakfast and headed for the guild. In the throne room of Nazarick, the large and imposing figure of Momonga, better known among his subordinates as Eins Ual Gaun, listened as the red-suited archdevil known as Demiurge gave him a concerning report. Lord Eins, I came to report about highly concerning news involving one of the scouts that had been sent south to explore the area, Demiurge said as he stopped before the throne and bowed. Momonga found himself slightly worried, even through the emotional suppression his body enacted upon him. What could possibly have someone like Demiurge worried? What has happened, Demiurge? Momonga asked, attempting to appear cool and collected, even if that was anything but what he felt or thought. To the south of us, in a place known as the Katsa Plains, a scouting imp stopped contacting us. Fearing that something had occurred or that one of this world's inhabitants had attacked him, I sent off a pair of greater imps to investigate. It was upon drawing near to the plains that they learned of what I believe to be the reason for the imp's lack of contact. Demiurge's face turned into a frown at the recollection. This reason would be? Some type of unseen force or barrier has appeared on the Katsa Plains. When the greater imps drew too close to it, they suffered extreme injuries, and it wasn't only relegated to the greater imps, as there were no more undead that could be seen, either from the closest range that the scouts could approach this barrier or through any method of scrying. Demiurge said this while pushing his glasses up the bridge of his nose before adding, I believe that some entity within the Katsa Plains is aware of our presence and is trying to keep us out. This got Momonga to sit up in his throne and pay special attention to what the archdevil had to say. You truly believe that someone or something is aware of our presence and is already taking steps to counter it? Yes, Demiurge confirmed with a nod. Whatever it is that they have hidden on, or most likely under, the plains must be of grave importance to keep out of our hands. My theory was mostly confirmed with the way that this barrier was quickly erected when the scout arrived, also wiping out the mass of undead that this entity must have been using to ward away the curious. That means that this barrier was most likely made to counter those of a demonic and undead origin. Momonga put a hand under his chin in thought. Have you tested this barrier's effects on any of Nazarick's other inhabitants? Not yet, Lord Ains. I wish to inform you of this immediately due to how closely this could affect Nazarick, Demiurge answered with another bow of his head. It was good of you to come to me with this. For now, See if there are any of Nazarik's forces that can cross this barrier without issue. Additionally, have a watch kept on the area in case this group or entity finally reveals itself. Once we learn of this barrier's weakness, I'd like for you to assemble a small scouting party to more thoroughly investigate the plains. Let me know of how it goes," Momonga commanded, receiving one more bow of Demiurge's head. "As you wish, Lord Ains." With this, the archdevil stood up and walked out of the throne room, leaving Momonga to think about this potential enemy that was, figuratively, at Nazarik's doorstep. TTG, and the saga of misinterpretations begins. Kitsu, I wonder how the new quarry is going to look when it's finished. TTG, quarry? It's going to be a pit to the center of the world when they still can't find their hidden enemy. But while Nazarik worries about that, Archie and Tammy merrily make their way through dull jobs, trying to rapidly rank up so that they don't die of boredom. Kitsu, I'm just imagining what they end up calling our team before long. The sheer level of confusion in the world at not one, not two, but three strange teams of super powerful adventurers is likely to cause a bit of a stir, don't you think? TTG, extremely powerful teams showing up out of nowhere is perfectly normal. They've just been eating their Wheaties. It's just a skill issue with all the other teams. Kitsu, I guess it's as shrimple as that. Skrill issues all around. Anyways, this shenanigan had some implications going forwards. Butterflies. How do I catch you all when I need to? Well, that's that for now. Join me on Discord to chat, and you can support me via the sites linked in my website. Aiko Akiyoshi's Card, Fate Foxblade 10, First Jobs and Voyeurs. Arriving at the guild, Archer and Tamemo found that there was quite a bit of activity in the building, as there were many different adventurers crowding around the counter with the guild staff frantically speaking. The duo looked at one another, and Archer took a moment before recalling, this should be the day where the Magician's Guild announces the job that is paying 5 gold or so. Everyone would be freaking out because of it. Oh, sounds fun? Tamamo giggled. Unfortunately, that's not what we're here for, right? So let's go get some jobs done and rank up quickly. Sounds good enough. Besides, most of the roster would be filled out at this point, and it's for silver plates or higher, which we aren't, Archer pointed out. With this, the pair began maneuvering their way through the crowd until they finally reached a desk of a guild secretary that wasn't crowded. If you're asking about the Magician's Guild's mission, that would be the other lines. I'm here to hand out the other requests, the woman said in a slightly annoyed tone. Then you should be happy to see us, Archer said with a smile. My wife and I were just here to pick up a few copperplate jobs before going on our way. This answer caused the secretary's annoyed demeanor to quickly perk up. Thank the gods. You have no idea how annoying it is to say the same thing over and over, yet people still won't listen, the secretary explained in relief. So what jobs would you two like? Jobs with some excitement at the very least. We'd rather not have to rescue some elderly woman's cat from a tree, if you know what I mean, Archer responded, getting a nod from the secretary as she reached under the counter and pulled out a book filled with an assortment of papers sticking out from it. Flipping it open, the secretary scrolled through and looked back up to the red-clad man. You're in some luck, as we've got 2 exciting jobs in your preference. One is to clear out a few undead in the cemetery, which should be getting turned into a silver plate job soon enough. And the other is to clear out some wolves. Any others in addition to those 2 jobs? The woman shook her head with some sympathy. Sadly, that's about it. Besides that, we typically don't like giving too many of the combat copper plate jobs to one person or team, since it takes away the learning experience from other copper plates. Archer inhaled and nodded. I understand. What other job might there be available to us that isn't considered too boring? The secretary flipped through the book once more and replied, You have the choice of an herb collecting job in the nearby forest. It's not the most exciting work, but you could be lucky and have to fight a monster or 2. Other than that, you're out of luck. Archer looked over to Tamamo and asked, Opinions on this? 'cause it seems that it's the best we're getting. If we do the graveyard shift, we should be able to clean the graveyard out thoroughly in an hour tops, unless the guild rather keep the undead around for some reason. Like training, maybe. And then we could move on to fighting some wolves while we pick herbs, Tamamo asked with a tilt of her head. If there are samples of the herbs here, I can sniff to identify them. We should be able to at least find some of them and be back before dinner. Wait, you mean just enough undead for the job, right? The secretary asked with an expression of surprised confusion. Tamamo simply stared at her with a serious expression, as though she had no idea how the woman could expect that she wasn't being very literal. If the kitsune's tails were out, they would no doubt be twitching lightly, betraying just how much she enjoyed unnerving this poor secretary with her words and future actions. Right? Archer finally shook his head. How about you hand us those 3 jobs now and we'll get out of your hair? The woman shakily took the 3 slips of paper out and handed them to the red-clad man. Thank you. You two are starting to seem, a lot like that new girl. Archer's brow raised as he already had the suspect in mind. New girl? Yeah, Kashia something. Oh, you met my niece. Tamamo grinned at her brightly. She's very strong. Her mother and I are proud of the little prodigy. The secretary's eyes widened. Oh no! Please don't tell me that you're going to firebomb this cemetery like she did. Archer took Tamamo by the hand and began pulling her away. Thanks for the jobs, was all Archer had to say. He had no way of promising any non-destructive outcome considering their luck and tendency of going overboard, even if unintentional. Honey, try to not turn the cemetery into a fire pit, Archer then added in a lower tone. I don't know if killing too many undead might change the events of Khajiit and Clementine. I think that event needs to be fixed, else it could change too many things. Okay, Goshujin-sama. Tamamo smiled, following him back out of the guild with a smile. I'll be good. Happy to hear it, Archer said with a smile before patting her head. A light glow emanated from Tamamo's very being, but it quickly subsided as she rubbed her head against his hand lightly. She had gotten better at controlling her divine aura, but it wasn't entirely under wraps, it seemed. Archer's eyes slightly widened at the display, and he quickly glanced around and saw that none of the other adventurers had noticed since they were all focused on the front desk still. Guess I'll have to make note of that in the future, Archer muttered as they quickly left the guild entrance together. From there, it wasn't that long of a journey for the pair to arrive at the cemetery, finding a small number of guards manning the front gate. Walking over to them, Archer and Tamamo were stopped by one of the guards who asked, "What's your business here?" "We're here for the job to clear a few of the undead wandering the cemetery," Archer answered. The guard glanced at them, then down to the copper tags hanging from their necks. "Copper plates, huh? Haven't seen you two before. You sure that both of you are going to be good on your own when the corpses of a silver plate team ended up being pulled from here yesterday?" the guard asked, highly unimpressed at the pair. Tamamo sighed at the guard. "You know, considering what my niece did last time with her firebombing the graveyard, you'd think that you might at least give it more consideration that sometimes a copper plate isn't indicative of one's strength, just how new they are to the organization." Multiple guards shared expressions of shock and worry upon hearing this. "You just let them in, Maurice," a guard called out from atop the wall to the cemetery. Said guard standing in front of the pair quickly stepped aside. "Open the gates, quickly!" Maurice's orders were rapidly obeyed as the gate was quickly opened for the pair to step through with matching smirks. That was convenient. Seems that these guys are more terrified of Kashia than expected, Archer remarked as his eyes glanced around for some undead, while a black bow materialized into his right hand. Tamamo allowed her mirror to manifest as well from where she kept it normally, and smirked a little. "You know, since Kashia cast fire, what if I cast Divine Punishment version 0.1 Alpha?" If I had to guess, do you want to drop some pillar of light, a pillar of lightning, or something in between on a bunch of undead? Archer questioned, with a raised brow as he summoned an altered hrunting to hand. Lightning sounds good enough, Tamemo giggled. Don't want to go overboard after all. Right, Archer replied in an unconvinced tone. His eyes quickly spotted a group of zombies in the distance, and he knocked his altered sword to his bow. Then he fired it off at the undead, watching as hrunting zoomed towards the creatures and impacted with a small explosion, leaving nothing behind but a small crater. You don't think a lightning bolt would be too much, do you, husband? The kitsune asked, holding a comically oversized talisman in her hand like she was an eager and excited child, ready to press the button to remotely blow up a nuke. Archer gave the disguised kitsune a blank look. It does when context is applied. A regular mage here, casting a lightning bolt? Small and simple enough. You casting a lightning bolt? Highly explosive with lots of collateral damage. Oh, Tamemo whined with a small smile, swapping it for another, smaller talisman. I guess I'll just have to make do with the static I gather from my tails then. Oh, just the static gathered from your tails, huh? Just remember to not cause too much of a scene. As Archer said this, he fired off another arrow, this time created from a regular broadsword being altered, at a trio of skeletons, easily destroying them as their bones scattered around the area. Tamamo flicked her talisman into the air before kicking it to make a rather impressive show out of what was essentially making a lance of lightning in the shape of her foot launch towards a medium-sized horde of undead coming towards them. The undead seemed to be crushed under the heel before being ground into the dirt as they were broken apart into ashes by the divine punishment. The dead should remain buried and resting peacefully, the goddess's avatar given physical form claimed, a frown appearing on her face as she visibly held back her strength for Archer's sake. So go back to bed, you waking dead. As she said this, she made a fairly decent impression of a cleric using turn undead, simply by frying a few more groups in a pulse of white light. Not enough to cover the entire graveyard, or even very much of it at all, but enough that the guards would be able to feel the warmth of Amaterasu to reinvigorate their bodies and souls while they worked the guard shift. I think that is enough undead for the guards to be satisfied, Archer said as he let his bow dematerialize in his hand before turning to the gate once more. He noted, with a good deal of amusement, that the guards who were watching their battle all looked ghostly pale. Guess our next job is to take care of those wolves. I wonder if I can keep a wolf as a pet, the kitsune in disguise mused to herself. Might be fun. I am absolutely terrified of you becoming a pet owner, let alone you taking care of a pet without it undergoing some horrifying transformation or exploding under your care, Archer replied with a sigh. Besides, we'd have to feed and housebreak it. Do you have the patience to do that, since I know I don't? It will be fine. I've been a wolf before, after all, Tamaterasu claimed, her eyes glowing lightly to denote just who was mostly speaking there. What's the worst that can happen? It pees on the wrong tree? I'll think about it, Tammy. But that isn't a yes, Archer said firmly. It'll be very hard to convince me otherwise. Okay, Tamemo nodded. At least it isn't an outright no, right? With that, they made their way out of the graveyard, the majority of the guards standing much straighter than when she had arrived. That good boys? Tamamo asked as she reached the front gate. Yes, please, just leave. The apparent leader of the guards said in reply. The man seemed to shrink in on himself. Your reward will be at the guild. At least that was easy enough, Archer remarked. He then asked, while pulling out the request paper and holding it in front of the man, mind telling us which direction that we would head to this forest? The guard's eyes quickly scanned the request before he finally replied, just head east. First forest, you see. It's small. Rolling the request up and putting it back into his pack, Archer gave the man a nod of appreciation. "Thanks for the information. Have a good day." "May you all have a blessed day, and remember, Lady Amaterasu will see everything under the sun. So if you need help, try calling out, yeah?" the kitsune mentioned casually, as if that wasn't terrifying. The guard didn't even speak when she said this, just giving her a terrified nod. That appeared to be enough for Tamamo's satisfaction. With this, the duo left the quaking guards to their own discussions. Archer had a small smirk of amusement from watching the interaction. "Think we should run out the gates at top speed or walk a bit and then take off?" Archer pondered, his eyes glancing over to Tamamo. "Well, how fast do you want our reputation to grow to the absurd?" Tamamo asked with a giggle, "because that would take us a lot less effort in the end if we showed off a little." "Looks like we're hauling ass then," Archer said as he began applying reinforcement to his legs. The moment they reached the gate, he planned to be taking off, and considering how close the cemetery was to the front gate, they'd be there in minutes. It was when they finally reached the front gate and had a clear shot to run that both took off, leaving massive dust clouds behind themselves. Tamamo could see Archer hunched over a few herbs, cutting a few of them out of the ground with a conjured knife. As he did so, Archer called over his shoulder, "How's the task with the wolves going for you?" The kitsune cringed as she cut off the tail of yet another dead wolf to bring back as proof. "I don't like this, husband," Tamamo told him with a small whine. "It makes me feel bad for the wolves that we have to cut their tails, even if they're dead." "I don't know." Archer shrugged as he pulled out another herb and stored it into his pack. "Try pulling teeth or something. Doesn't just have to just be tails, I think. Up to you on that one." Tamamo shook her head in response. "If I started doing that now, it would look super sus, and I'm not trying for an amogus any % speed run." Archer's hand smacked his face as he gave a sigh of exasperation. "How would that ever— You know what? I think I'm just not going to ask." Pulling up the last plant, the red-clad man pocketed the herb and stood up to face Tamamo. "So, did you get all of them, or do you need me to finish the trophy collecting as well?" Looking over at the decently sized pile of dead puppies she had collected tails from so far, and the 3 that were left, Tamamo shook her head with a sharp look in his direction. "I'm not having you cut any tails when I was planning to have you brush mine tonight," the disguised kitsune sighed. "It would make my tails too skittish." Archer gave Tamamo a blank stare. "You do know that I can summon an unlimited number of very deadly, very sharp—" "Nope, nope, nope. Tamamo covered her ears. "You summon infinite cleaning implements, not blades. I need to forget you can do that for tonight so my tails don't try to fight me." Giving a sigh, Archer walked over the kitsune and patted her on the head. "You know, I'm not going to hurt you, right? None of my blades will. So try not to assume that I'm going to start cutting you like Freddy Krueger, all right?" "I know that," Tamamo sighed, relaxing into Archer's embrace. "But my tails still don't trust me yet, as they still have their own minds and instincts from being a part of Amaterasu." "Oh, your tails aren't going to trust me now, huh? Didn't expect to hear that there were going to be 9 other personalities attached to you, but that just feels hurtful to me." Archer said with depression that was hard to discern if he was being teasing or not. "Husband, I can't help it. Vitch, Kat, Arya, Gucci, and Delmo are all not even remotely trusting of me and my desires, let alone Jaime or Daji." She pouted at her husband with a hint of sadness. "Only Tamamo and Amaterasu actually understand me at my core so far. It will take a little longer to convince the rest." Pulling Tamamo close to his body by her waist, Archer huskily said into her ear, "But don't all those Tamamos know that I love all of them as much as I do you?" "Mikan!" Tamamo called out, happily allowing her tailbone to press against him, her tails almost slipping out to explore his body right then and there. Unfortunately, they had some watchers, so she couldn't just yet. "Soon, ladies. We will take him for ourselves soon." Tamamo thought to herself in a sultry tone. The giggles she got in response within her mind shared with her that at least they were slightly interested in feeling him inside her. The one she expected to be the least interested, Dodgy, even sent her images of her coming out to help get him harder with her larger breasts, pillowing his head from behind. She would definitely make note of that for later, when he was more ready for such things. Good to see that you're happy. Hope that the rest of the Tamamos are as well? Archer asked, before capturing her lips in a kiss. Leaning into it, Tamamo kissed back happily, moaning into him as she began to grind against him needily. She was eager and willing, and the others within her soul were tentatively reaching into her to see and experience it for themselves as well. Her hands reached out and grabbed his own, her body all but begging him to take her despite the awareness she had of those observing them. Mmm, she hummed into his lips, allowing him to do as he pleased with her. Archer moved his and Tamamo's hands down to her ass and fondled it, all the while throatily chuckling into their kiss. Eventually, though, Archer pulled his lips from Tamamo's to say, "Don't know if we should end here or not. We've got a few jobs to turn in." He then quickly kissed her again. "Unless you're okay with being watched, we should get back to the bedroom first," Tamamo finally said when she got a moment to breathe. She made it obvious that she wanted to fuck him right then and there, and screw bothering to hide it. But she also knew just how risky that would be in the long run. There was no way she could keep her ears and tails hidden mid-fucking orgasm after all. Archer's eyes widened in surprise as he slowly glanced around from the corner of his eyes, not moving his head as he did so. "How are you able to tell?" he asked in a husky whisper, kissing her once more as he did so. "They are pinging off my magical senses," the kitsune chuckled. "They aren't exactly subtle about their intentions, even if they like to think they are." For once, it looked like Archer seemed the disappointed, needy one, especially with the pressure she could feel growing against her from Archer's member. "Fuck's sake. Blue-balling assholes," he complained, before his steel-colored gaze focused back upon Tamamo's. "Guess we'll have to continue this later." "Yes, Goshujin-sama," Tamamo whispered to him, her breath hitching lightly. "I'll look forward to it." Giving one final squeeze to Tamamo's ass, Archer finally broke his embrace with the kitsune. Then Kanshu was summoned to his hand as his eyes scanned the area. "Now who's the voyeur?" "Oh? It seems I have been noticed. A robed mage with an appearance so average that it must have been the result of a failed beauty ritual," sighed as he came out with his hands in the air. "My apologies. I wasn't expecting you two to be so intimate when I was sent to keep watch for you." "Oh? For us, you say?" Tamamo asked, picking up on the nuance of what he said with a small frown. The man was just too soothed with his choice of words, but considering his heart rate didn't falter in the slightest, he clearly believed what he was implying. "Yes, you made quite the show by running off as fast as you did, so I was to watch for when you returned and send a message when you were on your way back so as to not alarm the gate guards," he admitted, with a small but genuine look of appeasement. "It was a safety precaution, and nothing was meant by it, I assure you. The guard captain and his subordinates are not so suicidal as to make an enemy of either of you deliberately." "Right. Safety precaution," Archer replied as he gave a suspicious glare to the man. "And does everyone receive this same safety precaution when they leave the city like you are so kindly giving us?" "Only those who could likely cause the many horses and people lined up beside and in front of the gate to panic by simply running too close to it," he told them, with a hint of a nervous sweat from Archer's glare. "If you agree not to approach or leave the city at such velocities in the future, I'm sure my services in this matter will no longer be required." The red-clad man's weapon continued to be held in a threatening way for a few moments longer. Then it finally broke down into particles of mana. "Next time, try to not sneak around and just tell us," You were lucky that I decided to not throw a weapon at you, and Tamamo decided to not turn you into ash. My apologies. I will do better to inform you next time, he told them with an ashamed look on his face. I simply thought it would be better not to interrupt your intimacy, as by the time I caught up, the two of you were already rather occupied. He paused. If it was any consolation, I had turned away and was about to read my book while I waited for you to head back so that I would be distracted enough from your activities, as I genuinely did not need to know what you got up to, only when you returned. Ugh. Well, we're heading back now, but you do realize you sound incredibly sus every time you open your mouth, right? Tamamo told him with a discomfited sigh. Might as well send your message now. We'll be heading back as soon as possible. Try to not perform a repeat of this. I would hate to have a murder charge on my hands due to an accident, Archer warned as he began pulling Tamamo after him by the hand. Fuck, I really hate this right now, blue-balling bastard. Ah, I'll go do that then, he told them, before walking off with his hand to his temple to do exactly that. Honestly, though, Tamamo still cursed him to have the runs for a week, and the person scrying on them to feel as though they were naked and being watched at every moment for a year. It was the best kind of revenge she could hope for without going fully lethal. Don't worry, husband, I'm sure that they won't be bothering us anymore, Tamamo sighed, leaning into him gently. So let's get back to the room so I can have a taste of my husband for the first time, yeah? You'll be getting more than a taste, my foxy wives, Archer promised as he wrapped his arm around Tamamo's waist. A light rumble came from Tamamo's throat as she began to emulate a slight purring sound, rubbing up against him as though she was a cat. She was well aware that this was coming from Tamamo Cat, and she was more than willing to let her have a moment to show her appreciation. The others would come around in time, she was sure of it. Her husband's natural charm was more than enough to pull all of her tails into loving him just as much as she did, and since they were all her, well, he couldn't be a polygamist if he only had one wife, even if she did have many different minds and bodies at her disposal. For now, however, she was going to drain him dry the moment they got back to their room. It was her duty to keep her husband happy after all. And Kitsu, Tamaterasu have been joined by Kat in the quest for a tall drink of cum. How long until the others become thirsty enough to join in? Make your bets amongst yourselves. LMAO, TTG, the conceptually confusing idea of a wife of wives will weigh heavy upon Archer's brow. Sadly, death by snoo is a real possibility with all of them involved. On the flip side, at least Archer can die happy. Kitsu, I'm imagining they learn mana font from Kashia just to keep Archer going for all of them. TTG, Nymphirea learns how to craft stamina potions in the future, purely to last his escapades with Enri, time to meet an alchemist. Kitsu, so the lewd shenanigans begin. Surely this will have zero repercussions. Anyways, so imagine this. I am a commissioned and collaborative author. I work for both money and the social aspect of working with others to create something we both consider fun. While my commissions are made specifically for the commissioner, and thus I am going to do whatever they want, I do not make people pay for collaborations, which are purely for the act of relaxing and having a bit of fun with the bros. If you want to participate in either, you can join my Discord via my website and enjoy some shenanigans for the sake of floof and happiness. My website is here, Aiko Akiyoshi's card. Fate Fox Blade 11 First Jobs and Voyeurs Part 2 /Mama gives the good suck. Disclaimer. There be a pretty eldritch blowjob ahead. Shape-shifting is indeed a useful skill. If you can't handle sexy times or can't be mature about it, please skip this chapter entirely. Returning back to E-Rantel after their chat with the spying mage, Archer and Tamamo made sure to slowly approach the front gate and avoid creating a major disturbance. All the while, Archer grumbled complaints. I see that you two are back, the guard from the other day commented as the couple approached him. Yes, Archer answered, "and we received that message from your mage to tone it down when returning back to the city. Hopefully we don't need to receive an escort while walking through the city." The guard slightly grimaced at the obvious jab. "No, you won't. It was only meant to be a precaution for your bombastic return. You two are free to enter," the guard said as he stepped aside. "Thanks," Archer muttered. "Let's get going, honey." Tamamo nodded, following after her husband with a smile. As they walked, she smiled at him giddily. "I can't wait till we're done for the day." "You and me both," Archer said with a chuckle, as his fingers entwined with Tamamo's. The guard looked quite out of place and awkward watching this interaction. He ended up looking away with what Archer assumed was embarrassment. Smiling vindictively, red-clad man hoped that this guard was the one that put the mage up to spying on them. It was only fair that he got to feel some form of awkwardness that Archer had. With this, the pair entered the city and quickly made their way through the multiple roads leading over to the district that held the Adventurers Guild. "So, how much do you want to bet that the guild secretary is going to freak out over how fast we did this?" "That's a sucker's bet, husband." Tamamo grinned. "But you'll definitely get a reward if you manage to make her pass out in shock." "I'll see what I can do," Archer replied as he opened the door to the guild hall that was a lot calmer than it had been when they had left. "Guess the adventurers learned that there's no more room for the job." As both maneuvered their way through any adventurer still milling about the area, they finally reached the counter that the guild secretary they had spoken to earlier was standing behind. Archer grinned at their approach. "We're back." The guild secretary's eyes widened in surprise as she looked between the pair. "You are back after finishing the first job, right?" In response, Archer dropped his sack of herbs onto the counter, Tamamo following suit with a bag of wolf tails. "No, not really. We took care of all the jobs and had no issue doing so." Oh, the guild secretary muttered as she pulled open the sack Archer had given her first. "Why are there so many herbs in here? They only said to collect 15 !" "Got distracted and ended up grabbing more than necessary. I'm sure that the client will be happy regardless," Archer answered, causing the secretary's right eyelid to twitch. Moving over to the second sack from Tamamo, the secretary's jaw dropped. "There's 29 tails in here. How is the wolf pack this big?" "Wait, I was only supposed to fight one wolf pack?" Tamamo asked with a tilt of her head. "I thought you wanted a search and destroy mission." They just said that there were 5 wolves," the secretary muttered in shock. She then looked up at the disguised Kitsune and asked, "Did all these wolves just attack you, or did you go looking for them?" Archer scratched his chin. "No idea. I wasn't fully paying attention on that part of the job. What about you, honey?" "I'm pretty sure they were actually running away scared the moment I showed up," Tamamo admitted. "But the mission was to kill them, not chase them off, even if they were really cute." Smacking her hand to her face, the secretary reached under the counter and pulled out some sacks of jingling coins and set them before the pair. "You just take the money. I need to talk to Pluton about this." Snatching one of the bags, with Tamamo snatching the other, Archer gave a smile and added, "Hope you have a bunch more jobs tomorrow for Tamamo and I. We'll probably finish those in an afternoon as well." The secretary just froze at this point, unmoving and unblinking. This caused Archer to narrow his eyes. "Hello?" When he received no response, he waved his hand in front of her face. When there was still nothing, Archer looked to Tamamo with a shrug. "I think I broke her." Close enough," Tamamo grinned, wrapping an arm around Archer's waist with a smirk as she put away her coins in between her tits. "Shall we go?" "Yes," Archer immediately answered as he stored his coins away. "Time to go, my foxy wives." The disguised Kitsune seemed to melt against him with that, and they left the guild with many eyes on their backs. Quickly returning back to the Hero's Respite Inn, Archer and Tamemo found themselves greeted to the building being completely crowded with patrons, some of which were quickly heading to the bar counter and coming back with a plate of food. Morgan, manning behind the bar, spotted the pair enter and called them over. "Archer, Tamemo, can you get over here?" Archer's eyes ended up narrowing as he couldn't figure out why Morgan might want to see them. All he knew is that it would be another delay. Yet the pair walked over and stopped in front of the bar. "You appear to be busy today. What is it that you need from us?" Archer questioned, receiving an amused grin from the bald innkeeper. "Well, that food you both made earlier today turned out to be more than popular with the normal patrons. Enough so that they ended up bringing even more customers to try it. I've got quite a few hungry mouths and little left of what you made. Mind helping me out? If you do, I'll throw you in a third of the profits." At the start of this conversation, Archer had been dreading what Morgan was probably going to ask them. Now that he had, Archer's head and arms dropped onto the bar counter, and his fist lightly banged against it. "I hate you so much right now," he mumbled into the counter. His innate urge to cook food for these customers had slightly overwhelmed his desire to go up to his room with Tamamo and fuck like rabbits. "If you ever get a wife, I'm going to enjoy making you wait to fuck her silly until after we're done with you," Tamamo casually mentioned. "However, we will help, because you look fucking desperate." Morgan's face slightly paled upon hearing this, and he slowly nodded. "Thank you," he said, likely worried about whatever misfortune Tamamo might put him through with that threat. With a groan, Archer pulled himself up from the counter and marched to the kitchen with Tamamo next to him. "Why is it that when I actually want to have sex with my wives, I get blue-balled?" he muttered quietly with slightly hunched shoulders. "Maybe it's karmic revenge for having Kashiya clam-jammed." The disguised Kitsune groaned a little. "But seriously, I'm tempted to just take you in my mouth while you cook instead of waiting." "That's an option," Archer questioned immediately. "If you don't mind being a little unsanitary in a medieval world?" "Yes," Tamamo mentioned. "I can finish up with you in our room after, but I wasn't joking when I said I wanted a taste earlier." With a thought, Archer summoned a longsword at the doorway that was quickly altered to act as an improvised locked door. Gently grabbing Tamamo's face, Archer pulled her into a kiss and grinned. "Time to get cooking!" The Kitsune made her way over to the place he would be working most, stripping herself down by the stove as she placed her talisman for him to use. Then she tossed one more at the door to make sure no one could enter without her allowing them, and to keep out the sounds and visuals of their first time from reaching those outside. Once she was fully naked and the room was proofed against scrying and observation, Tamamo kneeled down for him, rubbing a little cooking oil on her tits for his pleasure as she looked him in the eyes. "Come, husband," the Kitsune told him, letting her ears and 9 fluffy tails out to entice him further. "Your foxy wife is waiting." Archer was already removing his clothes as he summoned multiple improvised cooking utensils, pots, and pans. Using telekinetic control of them, he was already in front of Tamamo with a few kitchen knives already cutting slices from a slab of beef into a waiting pan, his excitement already making his members stand at attention for Tamamo. Drawing him closer, 3 of her tails instantly latched onto him, drawing him into a fluffy embrace, while the others wagged gently behind her. Her tongue lolled out and licked along his member as he was pulled right up against her before she started giving him kisses from his balls, all the way up to the tip of his spear. Her lips parted as she groped at his rear a little, opening wide to accept him in with one single motion. Her oily chest pressed against his legs, rubbing up against his thighs, while she shape-shifted her throat to squeeze and undulate against him with an intense suction, her tongue coiling around it and licking at his family jewels happily while he worked. The cooking implements around Archer stopped moving for a moment as the man's mind went blank from Tamamo's ministrations to his genitals. A few seconds later, Archer had finally regained some control over himself and caused the implements to begin moving once again. As a few more slices of beef were cut off into the pan, he had potatoes being peeled with a knife chopping apart those peeled potatoes into a pot to be fried. Just as he was to get the beef cooking, Tamemo's actions caused Archer to gasp for a moment as the kitchen implements stopped moving once again. "Holy shit," Archer muttered as he got the transformed weapons moving once again. "Feel like you're going to just suck me off my feet." Tamamo chuckled around him, beginning to purr and moan as she bobbed her head along his length, increasing the tightness of her throat around him every time she pulled back. Her eyes looked up at him as if in challenge. She wanted to make him lose his focus long enough that dinner was delayed so that she could make the others wait for their food while her own belly was filled with his seed. A little vindictive of her, but at least somewhat understandable in the end. However, her tongue had even elongated enough with her shape-shifting to coil around his member and his balls entirely. Vibrating and wiggling harmonically with Tamemo's purring and moans, it would only be a matter of time before he was forced to give in to her unspoken demands. Archer ended up moaning as he had to rest his hands against the edge of a table to continue standing. All the while, his steel eyes were fully fixated upon Tamamo's golden. By this point, all the kitchen implements were no longer moving, with keeping them in place while still standing being the most he could do. "Tamamo, I don't think that I can hold it in." Archer's words were quickly replaced with moans when Tamamo's sucking brought him to climax. As his thick, rich seed flowed into her mouth, Tamamo made sure not to waste a single drop. Another of her tails joined the three, wrapped around him as she stayed buried to the hilt with her mouth for a moment, slowly reverting her mouth to normal as she drank it all. Once she was finished, she looked up at him, licking her lips in satisfaction as she said, "Gulp!" Delicious to him, her words throaty as she stood before him. "We can finish up after dinner, husband," Tamamo told him with a grin. "There is plenty more where that came from." Taking a few moments to catch his breath, Archer recovered and pulled himself from the table and kissed the kitsune. "Fuck, I think I'm in love with all of you," Archer stated, his eyes still fixed upon Tamamo's warmly. "I'm going to be excited for dessert." "Well, we can't have dessert while all the people are still hungry, so I can wait until they are fed," Tamamo said, holding her hand over her stomach with a satisfied smile. "But we can finish that quickly and head off to bed once we and everyone are full." "Now that's just motivating," Archer said as the cooking instruments hastily went back to work. "Honey, there's only one thing I'm worried about after that amazing work with your mouth." "Oh?" Tamamo asked with a small smirk. "And what would that be?" "That we're going to end up parents before next year," Archer replied as he rested his forehead against hers. "Don't worry, we won't have children until we're ready," Tamamo told him with a lick of her lips. "So feel free to fill me up as much as you like." "Well, we'll see how you look after we've had fun tonight," Archer said with a smile as he rubbed Tamamo's ears. "Now ready to actually start cooking, honey?" "Mikan!" Tamamo exclaimed, before she let go of Archer with a bit of effort, her tail sliding back away inside her as her clothes fixed themselves back onto her in a flurry of lights. "Let's get cooking!" Quickly getting his clothes back on, Archer got to work fully cooking with Tamamo. Getting the slices of beef prepared, a few of the red-clad man's summoned implements went about frying the potatoes, while a pair of knives sliced off strips of cheese from a nearby wheel of cheddar. After a good 20 minutes or so of cooking, aided by a few seals Tamamo used to speed up the rate that the food could be cooked without burning it, the dish was finally completed, consisting of scalloped potatoes layered in beef and cheese. It was finally done. Looking over to Tamamo, Archer gave a sigh of relief. "It's over," Archer said as he set the massive pan down onto the table. "Morgan better be thankful." "If he isn't," Tamamo mimed, snipping with her fingers. "So he better behave." For a moment, Archer felt a sense of sympathy for Morgan, but at the same time, he was still highly annoyed at being interrupted with Tamamo. With a simple mental command, the door broke down into particles of mana, and the couple exited the kitchen, not even bothering to carry plates of food with them. "Morgan!" Archer called out. "Your food is finished!" This drew the innkeeper's attention as he left the bar counter and approached the pair. "If it counts for anything, thanks for the help. I owe you," Morgan said appreciatively, his eyes nervously glancing to Tamamo as this happened. "Good. We'll be busy for the rest of the night, though. Mama's finally going to get some, so don't get in the way," Tamamo told him, her voice becoming slightly more divine as she spoke. It was clear that she was very horny and was going to be getting what she wanted as soon as they had eaten. She seemed to smile as she said this to let him know he wasn't in trouble yet, though. The key word, however, was yet. Morgan gave a simple nod, careful not to draw any more of Tamamo's potential wrath. "The beds are pretty sturdy," was all that Morgan said further of the matter. Archer glanced over to Tamamo with a smirk. "Hear that, honey? We've got to put that sturdiness to the test," Archer joked, causing Morgan to awkwardly look away from the pair before he quickly made his way to the kitchen. The disguised Kitsune blushed before taking Archer's hand in her own. "If you don't hurry up and take me, I might just eat you up." Archer's eyebrows shot straight up before he immediately scooped his wife off her feet and quickly began moving. Making their way out from behind the bar, Archer's eyes caught Kashia and Ninya entering the inn. "Hi, Kashia! Bye, Kashia!" Archer quickly said, as he was already carrying his wife up the stairs to their room. With only a few more moments, Archer had opened the door to their room and quickly shut it behind them. "Time to have some fun, honey." Tamamo's eyes glowed golden, and 4 of her 9 fluffy tails instantly tossed him onto the bed. With not a moment between, she pounced onto him with glee. "Mine!" A slash, N, TTG. Archer and Tamamo finally get to have fun after enough blue balling. Now they just have to figure out who was trying to spy on the pair. Kitsu. Based on TTG's comments, probably the one who's blushing and rubbing their thighs together the hardest TBH. Will be funny to find out by sheer value of Tamamo smelling a horny whore, who has no bachelors if they go to the Mages Guild. TTG. Truly, Tammy has done much to curse the unlucky spy who tried to be the voyeur. We'll have to see the consequences when the couple finally finds their culprit. Kitsu. Arnar. Imagine if Tamamo sneaks in like a sneaky fox, sits in the guild master's chair, and writes magic porn into a secret document sealed with magic. Whatever will he do with it when he finally manages to get it open? TTG. Become enamored with his magical book and decide to bring it with him on his little walk into the woods to see a large tree. Kitsu. Okay, that needs to be a thing. Anyways, you can reach me at my website, Aiko Akiyoshi's card for my Discord server if you want to chat. It's a hell of a lot harder for me to chat on QQ after all. My support links and socials are all there, so feel free to stop in and say hi. Thanks for reading and stay fluffy. Fate Fox Blade 12. Sneaky Fox Auntie Tamamo is such a tease. Disclaimer. And now you get to see what was up with Tamamo fully and how the new world affects her. Expect more fluffy tales soon from the Tamamo 9 as I headcanon this AU variant to be. If this was from Archer's perspective, it would be a massive mess of what the actual fuck probably TBH, which is why it's Tamamo perspective. Tamamo was a sneaky fox. She sneaked into the guildmaster's office, she sat in his chair, and she wrote porn in a secret magical scroll for him to try to open. Oh, she knew it would be rather simple if he actually asked Kashia or herself for help guessing the meaning of the symbols used, but she wanted him to try his hardest to open it by himself. It would be much more fun when he realized that he did all that work, and the password to it was literally password, leading to him opening a document filled with magical porn. She did this for 2 reasons. 1, she was bored of waiting for them to finish talking in the next room, while Archer pretended to be just the janitor nearby, catching every word. The other was that it would be funny as hell to watch the man trying to open it in front of all of his subordinates, only to find out that not only was the method to open it incredibly simple, but it was filled entirely with porn. Magical porn, yes, but still porn nonetheless. As Tamamo did this, she was able to overhear said guildmaster in a heavy discussion with one of his subordinates. "Erst me, because I haven't been able to shake off this feeling since then, sir," the voice of a woman said, which could be heard from a room over. "Really?" Theo Rakashir asked in interest. "So, one of the pair was able to notice your scrying and reacted to it?" I think so, sir. It appeared that both of them were able to quickly discover another mage who had been spying on them the same time I was, the woman replied, her voice becoming slightly heavier. "Very interesting. Mages would have to be at the 3rd tier of spellcasting or higher to notice your intrusion, probably even higher to actually react to it," Theo theorized. "Can you tell me anything you've learned beyond this before we look more into this curse of yours?" While asking this, the noise of pages from a book being turned echoed in Tamamo's ears. Well, after my scrying was discovered, I decided to physically investigate the lodgings that they had been staying, and asked some of the people there about them, the woman replied. Tamamo perked up a little. Did this slut try to listen in on them having sex? She hadn't turned off the default setting on her scrying tags after all, so it probably looked just like what they were doing at the time. The lewd woman took a moment to catch her breath before continuing. From what I learned, they are new in town. And more importantly, the woman is actually the aunt of the adventurer you personally are requested for the expedition to the Great Forest of Tob. A quick inhale of breath came from Theo. Kashia Blank's aunt is also in this city. Do we know of what tier of magic she can cast at? Is the roster for the expedition filled out, or can we fit another? So sorry to say, but I've no idea what her highest tier of casting is. And the expedition roster is filled out, sir, the woman replied, taking deep breaths as the scent of the woman's excitement was tangible to Tamamo. Shame. Guess I'll have to try and speak with her after talking to Kashia, Theo said with audible disappointment. Now, about this curse of yours, mind telling me what effects you've been feeling? It's quite embarrassing, sir, the woman answered nervously. Come now, I've seen more than enough curses in my life for you to be comfortable telling me. It'll probably be no different than anything. It's like I feel constantly naked and exposed to everyone at all times, making me abnormally excited. As soon as the woman said this, Theo became silent before giving a hum while thinking. And this excitement is another effect of this curse? No. Tamamo snickered, knocking over an inkwell as she jumped out of the seat and making her way out of the room in her fox form. Truly, such hilarity deserved a little extra fun. She sent the woman another light curse, one that would cause her clothes to slip off at random times when she wasn't paying attention, and bound both curses to her soul to last indefinitely. It was the least she could do for a woman who gave her such a laugh, since she was into such things. The woman would be able to get off and would have a legitimate reason she could claim for being naked all the time. To balance it, she gave the woman a minor blessing of warmth. She would never freeze to death nor get sick from the cold, as she would always at least be room temperature at a minimum. Mavian, what's happening to your clothes? Theo loudly questioned in shock. Oh, gods, Mavian replied as the rustling of fabric could be heard from the cursed woman. Did this curse get even worse? Possibly. I'll get to work looking for a cure immediately. Otherwise, you may have to reach out to this Tamamo and plead for her to fix it, Theo offered with a hint of sympathy. Gods, I don't know what that woman might do to me if she learns that I was the one scrying her. If this is just a minor curse, I fear what a major curse of hers might look like. A light knock on the door of the room, barely perceptible unless one had inhuman hearing, echoed to the kitsune. Tammy, you finished yet? Archer asked quietly. "Mikon," Tamamo quietly affirmed as she slipped out from the room under the door jamb. Shape-shifting was indeed a useful skill. There was a smirk on Archer's face as he asked, "Did you give that poor girl another curse?" "Kakeke!" The tiny fox giggled, brushing up against him as she rushed out of the nearest exit, only noticed by a single person besides him as she left. Archer calmly followed after Tamamo, likely to maintain the illusion that he was actually one of the staff of the guild. Tamamo was already in her human disguise as she waited for Archer to walk over to her, taking off the janitor disguise as he did so. When he finally arrived, the red-clad man said, "At least we know more about the spies who had been watching us. Now, we won't be surprised when the Magicians' Guild comes knocking for the Aunt of Blanc." "Yes, I can't wait until my niece finds out about it." The pink-haired woman giggled. "It will be a funny conversation starter." "I bet," Archer said as he pulled Tamamo close and gave her a kiss. "Though, I feel that you're more interested in whatever possibility might involve embarrassing your niece, rather than anything else that could be important." The disguised Kitsune melted into his embrace, happily holding on to him in return. "You know, you're not wrong. Even Haim agrees that it was funny, and she's the most serious Tamamo." "Is that so? Guess that's something new to keep in mind about one of my wives," Archer replied. "Looks like Her Royal Highness can be more free-spirited than expected." Holding out the crook of his arm to his wife, Archer asked, "Shall I escort my foxy queen to the Adventurers' Guild?" "Why, of course, my king of fakers." Tamamo grinned, her eyes becoming slightly more silvery pink as she spoke. "Lead the way." "As my foxy queen wishes," Archer said with matching smile. Taking his beautiful wife's arm in his own, the red-clad man and the disguised Kitsune walked over to the Adventurers' Guild with little issue. As they did so, Archer asked, "So, what are my wife's opinion on what to do about Khajiit and Clementine?" "I'm tempted to let things play out as they should happen, but I'd like to hear your thoughts." Tamamo seemed to think about that for a moment before her eyes flashed a deep red. "So long as they are shredded meat, by the time they are done, their marrow stripped and their souls condemned to use as magical ingredients, I will continue to allow this to play out." The deep and foreboding but highly seductive voice of Daji emerged from Tamamo. "Do try to entertain me, darling." Cupping her cheek, Archer smirked. "Don't worry, Khajiit will likely be drenched in an acid bath before you collect him. And Clementine—" Archer chuckled. "Your niece will probably permanently paralyze Clem and make her face a wall for the rest of her life or eternity. Hope that is enough to satisfy you, honey." "We shall be watching with eager anticipation through the Origin's eyes," Daji told him with a smile, kissing him on the cheek. And then it was back to Tamamo, her yellowish golden eyes shining with a little worry, but ultimately not afraid for his well-being. Daji might be a monster, but she was her monster, and she was directly tied to her soul. That meant that while her methods were indeed different, she usually had similar goals and desires in the end. "Husband, let's hurry!" she claimed, taking him by the hand and rushing off to the guild. It would be harder for Vitch or Daji to take over when people were looking after all, as they were much more likely to be shy about showing off than Amaterasu or herself. "All right." Archer seemed a little puzzled about Tamamo's change of tone, but the man didn't make any further comment about it. As they reached the doors of the guild, they opened them and looked around until they spotted Kashia upstairs at a table with the rest of the Swords of Darkness. From what Tamamo could hear, Kashia was telling them about a job that Amphirea was offering that involved escorting him to Carne Village. "Guessing that they're probably being told about Amphirea's job, right?" Archer asked with a quick glance to Tamamo. "Yep. Want to go say hi real quick? I have a funny idea from Amy that will probably help soon," Tamamo told him with a grin. "I trust you. Lead the way," Archer said with a nod. "Kashia!" Tamamo called out in a sing-song voice as she approached the group. "I need a favor!" said disguised Kitsune, quickly turned her head to the approaching couple, with the rest of her adventuring team following suit. How can I help, Aunt Tamamo?" As soon as she said this, the rest of her team, aside from Ninya, looked from Kashiya to Tamamo, then back again with incredulous looks. "My goddess is looking for a good and light-hearted archer to bless as her champion for the sake of bragging rights," she tittered. "She wants to have an archer that she can bless with the sunbeam bow for a spiritual power that won't use it for really evil purposes, and who will only accept blessings from her or a goddess she approves of herself first, so she can present him to the fox goddess's daughter wrapped in a ribbon." Unnoticed by the rest of her team, Kashiya's face was red, while her eyes were widened in surprise and embarrassment. Something that the couple noticed was her eyes flickering gold for a brief moment. That's pretty specific, Aunt Tamamo," Kashiya remarked as she attempted to avoid her aunt's gaze. "So, do you know anyone that fits that description?" Tamamo asked, completely ignoring her niece's remark. Well, the only archers I know of would be your husband and Lucrute," Kashiya replied, causing everyone's attention to focus on said blonde archer. The blonde seemed to slightly shrink under the attention. I can't exactly say that I'm the light-hearted your goddess is looking for, and presenting me like some gift to a fox goddess's daughter isn't exactly in my plans when I have other ideas in mind. Not that I'm trying to say that there's anything wrong with her. I'm sure that this daughter is quite beautiful and kind, but I don't even know her, so it wouldn't exactly be fair to foist me on her." Kashiya's face was beet red at this point. Tamamo raised an eyebrow. "Somehow, I don't think she'd mind one bit," Tamamo told him with a chuckle. "And I can assure you that your plans and my goddess are not mutually exclusive." "Right. I am very honored by this offer, but I'd prefer to not be arranged with a goddess's daughter when I'm already courting the beautiful sorceress that is your niece," Lucrute replied as diplomatically as he could. Little did he know how embarrassed Kashiya was at this point, even hiding her face in her hand to try to prevent the others from seeing. "Isn't that right, my beautiful sorceress?" "Yes," Kashiya said quietly. Another flicker of gold appeared in her eyes. Tamamo cackled loud enough for the whole guild to hear. "I like you, kid. Offers seriously open whenever, by the way, and good luck courting my niece. She deserves all the love she can get." "Aunt Tamamo," Kashiya whined, causing Archer to begin snickering. "Don't start embarrassing me." "I don't see it as that embarrassing, my beautiful sorceress," Lucrute countered. "I think it's nice to see that your aunt is trying to look out for you." As the blonde archer said this, both Peter and Dine were trying to cover up their laughter. Ninya seemed a little lost on the full context of the situation, choosing just to remain quiet. "Don't worry, my little niece. You can count on me to tease you and your friends about things until it's no longer funny," Tamamo told Kashiya, booping her on the nose lightly with a finger. "Tell me when they understand the full context so I can share the full joke." "Aunt Tamamo, you're embarrassing me like when I was a kid. I thought that I'd escape all this teasing when I became an adult," Kashiya complained, earning a round of chuckles from her team. "Kashiya, you'll always be a kid to me," Tamamo chuckled, patting her on the head gently. The disguised Kitsune rolled her eyes at her loving aunt's teasing before making a few grumbles. Yeah, I know. Love you too, Aunt Tamamo," Kashiya reluctantly said with open arms to her loving aunt. The other Kitsune leaned in and hugged her softly, their massive chests pressing together in front of Lucrute and Archer to allow them a bit of a show. Afterwards, she patted Kashiya on the back and let her go with a slight bounce to her step. "We should probably get our next mission soon so we can rank up faster, but feel free to come chat with me if you want any talisman for your own missions. Sealing tags are very useful for sealing things and keeping them fresh, while storage tags can store a lot more stuff without weight constraints after all." "Yeah," Lucrute replied with a slightly blank look. his eyes fixed on Kashiya for a few moments longer before catching himself and looking over to Tamamo. "Yeah, thanks." Tamamo took notice that Archer also had the far-off look for a few short moments. Then both archers gave each other a knowing glance. "Sounds like a good idea, honey. We should go on a job," Archer said slightly robotically. And TTG. And the teasing has only just begun. Fox Auntie will continually mess with Fox Niece as Archer, who shoots swords, and Archer, who shoots arrows, deal with the sudden aftermath. At the very least, they have something nice to look at while it happens. Then there comes Bone Daddy and his funky bunch soon enough. Kitsu. Foxo is Foxy Auntie indeed. TTG. At least Fox Aunt can give her niece some tips for the bedroom due to her experience. God knows that Fox Niece will probably appreciate it much later. Kitsu. Yup. Well, it was pretty fun to write. I want to mess with Kashiya more TBH. Can't wait until Lecroute realizes El Mao. TTG. Do you really think that Lecroute would ever be able to conquer his obliviousness unless it's pointed out for him? We'll just have to see what happens, especially because of how much I know Tamamo is going to enjoy messing with them. Kitsu. Well, Foxo is going to have a lot of fun teasing other Foxo and her mate. But yeah, come chat on my Discord and maybe support me if you like my stuff. My website has all my links. Aiko Akiyoshi's Cared. FFB 13. Tamamo's Divine Revelations, Embarrassment of the Vulpine Race. Archer and Tamamo approached the counter of a familiar guild secretary after Tamamo had finished thoroughly teasing Kashiya for all she was worth. During that time, Archer's mind was still distracted from the loving display that Tamamo and Kashiya had with one another. Getting closer to the counter, the guild secretary barely noticed the pair as she was reading from a ledger book. "Just a moment. I'll be right with you." "Oh no, not you two again." Her eyes flickered back and forth between the couple with worry. Archer and Tamamo. How pleasant to see both of you again. "Yes, it's so nice to see you as well." Tamamo giggled, winking at the poor girl as she stuck her tongue out. She was clearly trying to lighten the mood, but it wasn't as successful as she hoped. "Oh, of course," the secretary said with a wavering smile that looked forced. "How can I possibly help both of you today?" the secretary asked reluctantly. "We need a few more jobs." Tamamo told her with a smile, the light of the sun pinging off her teeth as she gave the woman what she assumed was a charming smile. Unfortunately, the effect was clearly magical in nature, and thus still terrifying. "Did you want the more exciting jobs?" the secretary questioned with a narrowed gaze at the pair. Her hands were already beginning to rifle through the ledger book for jobs that she already could guess the pair wanted. "If you have any available, sure." Tamamo chuckled, doing her best to seem approachable. "If not, though, we can take care of a bunch of smaller ones nearby that didn't get cleared for a while, just to help out a little. Here." The secretary pulled out a few sheets with job information written upon them. "Wolves, undead, kill." She then lifted up the ledger book like a screen upon the counter and hid behind it. This managed to grab the attention of a few nearby secretaries and adventurers who slowly moved away from the three. Okay?" Tamamo asked, taking the notes gently from the counter. "Not sure why you're like this, but I refuse to judge you on it. I'm sure you have your reasons after all." "They have their reasons because you're both relatively new members of the guild with a lot of power available to use." Archer and Tamamo looked over to see a gray-haired man with a mustache approaching them in an easygoing manner. Since you don't exactly have any well-known connections to the guild, both of you are seen as dangerous, especially with that little explosive display in the cemetery. I think it's being referred to as pulling a Kashiya now. "Explosive? You call a divine pulse explosive?" Tamamo asked with a tilt of her head, clearly not understanding the concept at all. "All it does is eradicate undead and invigorate allies, so it doesn't exactly do any physical damage to the surroundings." The man held his hands out to Tamamo in a placating manner. That is only the news I've been told. Let's be honest, the guards at the cemetery can be a bit outlandish with their reports. Still, that kind of ability tends to be noticeable, destructive or not. Then again, the man's eyes trailed to Archer. I've heard that you created a few new holes in the cemetery with your archery magic. Maybe one or two. The rest were relatively low-powered attacks, Archer responded before adding, on the plus side, you've got a few new holes in the cemetery to bury people in. This caused the man to chuckle in amusement. I guess that's one way to look at it, he remarked before settling down. Since I finally have the chance to meet you two, I guess I should give a proper introduction. My name is Pluton Anzac, Guildmaster of this branch of the Adventurers Guild. Archer nodded, now recognizing the man before him. It's a pleasure to meet you, Pluton. My wife and I are still new to the city, so forgive us for not recognizing you sooner. Perfectly understandable, Archer. Pluton waved the apology away. Besides, I'm not so held up on formalities to be that bothered by it. So how long have both of you been in E-Rantel? About 2 or 3 days, Archer replied. Giving a nod before rubbing his chin in thought, Pluton asked, and I'd guess that both of you haven't been in this country for long either. You'd be correct, the red-clad man confirmed. Hearing this, Pluton then looked over to Tamamo with mild interest. As for you, Tamamo, I've heard an interesting rumor about you being related to our other recent foreign adventurer. Mind letting me know if there is some truth to that? Yup. Tamamo beamed at him, the sun seeming to shine on her for a brief moment. Kashia is my niece, though it's been a very long time since I had the chance to see her and tease her as much as I wished to. Pluton laughed as he heard this. I know that feeling well, Tamamo. I've had many good years of teasing my niece as well. The only thing I really feel jealous about in comparison to you is how you've managed to age far better than I have. Ha ha ha! Well, having a close connection to my goddess tends to mean that you're going to remain youthful even if you'd really rather not, Tamamo told him slyly. I'm fairly certain I could have done without experiencing the entirety of both the Shang dynasty and the Heian period. Pluton seemed a bit lost on the context of what Tamamo was talking about, but understood the overall message of her being a bit old. I don't know, would be damn sight more convenient to me considering how I hear my knees popping every time I get up too quickly in the morning. That caused Tamamo to perk up. Quickly retrieving a tag, she placed it into his hands. If you want to be youthful, all you need is to follow the will of Amaterasu. Try using that to help pray to her sometime, and you'll always feel as fresh as spring while your enemies feel the oppressive heat of your raging summer. That was received with a slightly unconvinced look from Pluton. I'll have to think about it, but I've never been that religious. Still, at least I now know that there's a familial tendency to be quite dramatic, as it were, among 2 other noticeable reasons. The man muttered quietly. Yes, my husband quite enjoyed those reasons last night when they were wrapped tightly around his adamantine arrow indeed. The disguised Kitsune snickered, allowing herself a moment to brag. Archer's eyes immediately widened as he looked at Tamamo with a reddening face. Honey, please try to keep what we do in the bedroom between ourselves, the embarrassed husband said while hiding his face in hand. At the same time, being reminded of what they did last night was beginning to make him annoyingly distracted as he took a few glances at Tamamo. If you say so, Goshujin-sama, Tamamo grinned, her smile growing a tad wider. But keep in mind that I feel no shame in you having claimed my rear ferociously. So you shouldn't feel ashamed for having climbed through the mountainous peaks and heavenly valleys blessed by the goddess Amaterasu, in a perilous journey that took all of your stamina, willpower, and physical prowess to conquer. Archer made a wheezing noise like dust being sputtered out. He was frozen in mortified shock, made only worse by all the looks that the 3 were getting from everyone nearby. The men all seemed jealous of Archer, while the women seemed jealous of Tamamo. Regardless of who felt jealous of what, it left Archer in the most uncomfortable position of his life. What made this worse is that Archer felt strangely aroused at Tamamo's descriptive method of explanation. Tamamo, Pluton began, finding it extremely difficult to put together words for what he said next. Are you certain that you wish to be so open about private matters? I used to be a smut author by trade, Tamamo admitted. A rather popular one who would write in public areas with my rather enthusiastic commissioners just to make others uncomfortable. After a moment to let that sink in, she continued, Do you honestly believe that I can truly grasp the concept of shame without the context of it being used for sex? It seems that the country you two and Kashiya come from is quite liberal in such matters, Pluton commented as he slowly recovered from the small string of revelations he just received. Then again, considering some of the reading material that some of the secretaries have been known to bring in at times. Pluton's eyes slowly glanced over to a few watching secretaries that quickly ducked behind the counter. Not to worry, I'm sure I can sell a few copies of my work here in town for people to enjoy. Tamamo nodded sagely, as if that was somehow going to solve the entire issue. There was dumb, and then there was horny fluff for brains, and not a single person in the know or otherwise was sure what was worse. Pluton awkwardly coughed as he glanced away from the disguised Kitsune. I'll be quite honest when I say that, in my many years as a guildmaster, I've never had anyone actually advertise their own smut here. That's definitely a first for me. Meh, I've even advertised at churches before, Tamamo sighed. They usually tend to be my best customers. There's a lot to unpack there. Still, I've noticed over the years that those who are powerful are also usually the ones to be mad. He nodded to Tamamo and Archer. I'll wish both of you happy hunting for your jobs today, and also recommend you stop by my office tomorrow to talk. Giving one final friendly smile, Pluton left the pair just as quickly as he arrived. But even though the guildmaster had left the area, that didn't mean that the rest of the adventurers had, as all of them were still frozen where they stood, watching Archer and Tamamo while speaking in hushed whispers. It was around that point that Archer managed to snap out of his paralyzed state to look at his wife. Tammy, I think we've more than grabbed everyone's attention after your enthusiastic recollections, Archer stated as he grabbed Tamamo by the hand. Yup, Tamamo said as though she were proud of what she had done, leaning into him while she laced her fingers between his own. The white-haired man rolled his eyes at his wife's uncaring attitude before he began leading her out of the guild. It was while they were both walking towards the door, Archer glanced over to find Kashiya sitting on a bench with Ampharea, looking their way with a slack-jawed expression. Shit, she heard everything, Archer muttered quietly. Sorry, Kashiya. That barely did much to help as Kashiya slowly buried her reddened face into her hands. Archer glanced back to his cheerful wife with a raised brow. The obvious questioning judgment was clear in his eyes. Have a good week, little Kashi, Tamamo told her niece with a grin, not understanding the look Archer gave her in the slightest. Oh, God. Aunt Tamamo is going to be the death of me. Kashiya quietly complained in her hands. That was all that the pair was able to hear before they exited the guild and stepped onto the busy streets of E-Rantel. Guess we'll stop by the cemetery first, then hit up the wolves afterwards, Archer recommended before asking with his open, free hand held in front of Tamamo. Honey, where did you put the sheets for the job requests? We wouldn't want to go too overboard, especially in the cemetery. Tamamo held up the sheets for him to inspect. Where she had stored them was a mystery, but they smelled a lot like her for some reason. Looking them over, Archer noted that the cemetery job needed a mass of 8 zombies and skeletons put down that had been wandering near the gates. As for the wolves, there were only 5 for this pack of them. The wolf job might have required more than 5 if you hadn't killed over 20 of them. I'd like to say that it leaves less of a mess for us to deal with, but at the same time, it likely isn't good for the ecosystem," the red-clad man remarked. He then lightly scratched Tamamo's head, right around where her actual ears would have been. "Let's try to avoid going overboard, all right?" "Ah, wah wah, okay," Tamamo murmured as she allowed him to pet her happily. "Good girl," he said while kissing her on the forehead. With that, the pair quickly made their way to the cemetery. Amusingly enough, the moment the guards saw them approach, they didn't even bother questioning them. Instead, a few of the guards quickly opened the gate and silently let the couple stroll in like they were going on a romantic walk in the park. "By the way, how do we want to handle Bone Daddy and the grumpy maid?" Archer asked, still hugging Tamamo as he spotted their targets and raised his hand. In moments, 8 simple broadswords formed above the couple's head before launching towards the undead, skewering all of them. "Why don't we wait until they have betrayed Kashia in her mind and swoop in to pick up the pieces?" Tamamo asked with a sly smile. "After all, he's an undead. If we interact with him cordially until he fucks up, Kashia will think us better than him, by default." Their stride still wasn't broken as all of this occurred. That is doable. But there is also the Demiurge event with Elwold that will happen if we do nothing. I mean, we could let it happen, and it would definitely get Kashia to start hating Ainz, but I'm unsure on allowing that to play out, Archer said as he gave Tamamo's hand a worried squeeze. Probably not, just because of how horrific the torture those villagers went through would be. "Well, Goshujin-sama, you know I will be there with you, doing anything you ask of me," she began, before giggling a little. But Daji and Vich both wish to see what they can do to help by heading off to the Empire on their own. Archer smiled upon hearing this. "Thanks for that," the red-clad man said with a kiss to Tamamo's cheek. "I really appreciate what all you girls are doing for me." "No problem," Tamamo grinned, 2 of her tails detaching on their own to form a pair of kitsune for him to look at. One of them looked rather similar to Tamamo, except her tits were 2 cup sizes bigger, and her eyes were the color of blood and wearing a deep red cheongsam. The other had a pink tail seemingly made entirely of fluffy fur, and her ass seemed a bit fuller. That one was wearing a latex catsuit with many zippers. Archer's eyes quickly widened as he hadn't expected either of Tamamo's other selves to appear like this. He looked around to make certain that they were far enough from where anyone could see Archer's 2 other undisguised wives. When he was able to confirm that no one could see them, the red-clad man gave an internal sigh of relief before focusing his full attention on the beauties before him. "Hey, girls, it's certainly a pleasant surprise to see both of you," Archer greeted the pair with a warm smile before adding, "But I'll say that I'm happy to see my beautiful wives in the flesh. What got you both to come out today?" Vich leaned into him, pressing her hips against him while she leaned into his ear to whisper at him. "Oh yeah, I hear you have a job for me, dear customer." She giggled, running the tips of her fingers up the side of his leg. Once she had reached his groin, she swapped to one finger, trailing it along his cock through his clothes with an expert touch. "If it's for you, I can even consider a discount." Daji, on the other hand, simply smirked. "I have a feeling my talents are best put to use observing the Empire and the movements within on your behalf, benefactor," Daji claimed with a grin, licking her lips as she looked upon him with desire. "Know that no matter who I may seduce and devour, only you can fill the void within my heart." "No stealing our husband's organs," Tamamo admonished. "Other than that, his word is divine law, okay?" "Why, of course, dear Origin," Daji smirked. "I wouldn't dare go against you." All of the attention that Archer received caused the red-clad man to become slightly flustered. "Well, I wouldn't say that whatever I say is exactly like divine law. I see our relationships as us being pretty equal. After all, I care about all of you." Before Daji could try to take advantage of his weakness, Tamamo stepped in hard to crush that notion. "Husband, shut it before you get yourself eaten," she warned him directly. "Daji requires a firm touch, or you'll find yourself waking up missing quite a bit of yourself after she's done snacking on you." "Oh my, giving out all my secrets already, dear Origin?" Daji chuckled. "Fear not, we won't devour the one you love and protect so fiercely, as it would only end in our mutually assured devastation." With a raised brow, Archer glanced to Tamamo. "I guess I see what you mean. Are there more of my wives that want to literally eat me, honey?" Already the red-clad man was worrying that he might not survive the year as the fixation for all of them. "Meh, unless you count devouring your seed for the equivalent of magical coffee. Not literally, at least," Tamamo asked. "Though if you actually offered, I'm probably the only one that would simply drain you dry instead of actually trying to suck out your soul." "Never expected for death by snoo-snoo to actually be possible in life," Archer remarked in a slow acceptance. "Well, let's set the ground rules that, while I love all of you, I don't want any of you to devour my soul or parts of my body. I actually enjoy being relatively intact, all things considered." The two Kitsune besides Tamamo seemed to pout a little at that, but Vitch was quick to lick his jawline and end with a kiss on his lips. "I will take that as advance payment for protecting the village of your choice, but please come visit with your payment once a month," she told him with a grin. "Let's just hope that this doesn't cost Inari a paladin." Taking some initiative, Archer put his hand under Vitch's chin and tilted her head up to return her kiss with one of his own. "Don't worry, I don't ever plan to leave you alone for long." Archer then looked over to Daji, adding her into conversation. "Either of you, just protect Elwold as best as you can and stay safe. Godlike power or not, I'll worry about the pair of you." Then Archer gave a snort of amusement. "That, and what you'll both do to others." "I'll endeavor to keep my predations quiet, benefactor," Daji told him with a small smile as she left, her ears and tails shape-shifting back into her body as she walked away, a deliberate sway in her steps. "For now, I'll be taking over the Empire from within to assist with Vitch's efforts," she claimed over her shoulder before disappearing through a magical hell portal. "I'm going to get going now. See you soon, dear customer." The other Kitsune giggled before shape-shifting into a tiny fox and sneaking off. "See you both later," Archer said with a small wave before looking to the original Tamamo. "Two things. I'll admit that Vitch's outfit was doing it for me. And when Daji said that she was taking over the Empire, she didn't seriously mean to take over it in the rulership sense? You know, becoming Empress, right?" Even as he asked that, Archer felt like his question was a useless inquiry considering his wife's personalities in general. "I'm pretty sure she's actually going to follow through on that," Tamamo claimed with a sigh. Archer's eyes widened and his jaw dropped. "I'm absolutely terrified of what she might do. Is she gonna kill Jerkniv?" "No." Tamamo looked him in the eyes. "She'll definitely seduce him, though." Boy, do I have things to tell her about trying to seduce Jerkniv. For instance, he's actually in love with one of his secretaries, assistants. I have no idea how to quantify her job title. Ironically enough, she isn't even that attractive. Archer then tapped his head. He just loves her mind. Daji has run an empire successfully before. The disguised Kitsune rolled her eyes, though she has also ran multiple into the ground when she decided she didn't like them. After a moment, she fired a lightning bolt into a group of undead that got too close, instantly vaporizing them. She is also at least intelligent enough to run several competing nations and keep them from finding out it was her manipulating all of their downfalls for literal centuries. Her eyes flashed golden for a moment. If anyone could seduce an emperor that desires intellect above all else, it would be her. So, on a 1 to 10 scale, How worried should I be about Dodgy deciding that she wants to do something horrible to me for no obvious reason? Am I going to have to deal with her killing you and I at this rate? Archer asked, already worried about what terrifying thing his wife could do in the future to manipulate their own downfalls. She's still a part of me, dear, Tamamo murmured into his ear softly, grabbing him in a hug. She wants the best for us, she just doesn't know how to not be, well, evil. Archer rested his forehead against Tamamo's and sighed. Who knew that loving 9 different personalities of my wife would be so difficult? Looks like I'll have to be wary, otherwise we might have a demiurge situation on our hands from our own camp, and I doubt that your niece is going to be at all pleased if she learns of it. Yeah, we're going to have to keep a close eye on her. Tamamo groaned lightly. Blinking at him a little, Tamamo noticed that they had been in the graveyard for quite some time. Well, do you think we've destroyed enough undead? Glancing around at the skewered corpses, with the piles of dust that used to be corpses, the red-clad man nodded. Yeah, I think that's more than enough for today. Hope that we didn't go too overboard. After muttering this, Archer turned both of them back in the direction of the cemetery's gate before they began walking in that direction. It wasn't long before the couple arrived at their exit to find the guards gazing at them with worried looks in their eyes, as if they might call upon some form of magical annihilation upon them. The couple noted their reaction with a small amount of amusement. Guess we still seem to be terrifying the normals, Archer mused with a grin. Tamamo seemed to perk up for a moment, a grin forming on her face as she lifted her hands to the sky, looked up and declared, "Praise the sun." In response to her action, a warm, rejuvenating beam of sunlight hit the area, invigorating the living and providing strength to the poor gate guards. The guards all seemed to slightly jitter in place, as if having consumed a copious amount of caffeine. They appeared to have noticed this reaction as they all looked at one another before glancing back to Tamamo with looks mixed between fear and curiosity. Think that your little display of your sunny disposition was a little much for those normal people? Archer questioned as he warily looked at the guards and their slightly twitching forms. I feel it affecting me a little bit. But when we compare my body to that of a normal person's, it's probably affecting them a hell of a lot more. Well, now they know the holy morning ritual of Amaterasu and can enjoy a refreshed and awake mind whenever they feel worn down and tired, Tamamo declared, her hands on her hips and a satisfied look on her face. Of course, they won't have as much power as I do at first, until their faith becomes unshakable and their chains of normality sundered, the avatar of the sun claimed. But if they all get together and do it at once in public areas, many more people can also reap the benefits. All right, Sunshine, I get it. You want them all to know the power-packed taste of your Sunny D, Archer said, patting Tamamo's hip. Try not to steal too many of your niece's future followers, will you? She kind of needs them if she wants to rule this realm. Don't worry. My niece has entirely different domains, Tamamo claimed as she pulled her husband away. There is a lot less overlap between me and her compared to her and her mother Inari, so we have nothing to worry about. She winked at the gate guards who were most definitely listening in. Besides, my goddess Amaterasu is not exclusive. You can worship her and my niece at the same time. That caused Archer to realize that the guards just overheard everything they had just said. Shit. You think that people won't take these guys that seriously when they start claiming that you and Kashiya are goddess? Archer quietly asked. Well, Tamamo whispered, I know that Momonga is going to take it seriously at least, and that's more than enough to cause us headaches. Oh, fuck. I don't know if she's going to be pissed or mortified. Probably both, Archer said while slapping his forehead with the palm of his hand. He was definitely never going to live this down for a long time. The one solace that the red-clad man had in all of this is that they were getting farther away from the guards, and more importantly, farther away from him making a fool of himself and Kashiya. We're really going to need to figure out a plan for Momonga since he should be arriving in the city in 2 days, Archer whispered in a serious tone. I think simply being non-hostile to him at first will at least keep his suspicion low and keep him from trying to convince Kashiya that we're no good, Tamamo told him seriously. But if you want to throw up all the red flags, we can get a shit ton of holy weapons distributed through the city and definitely end up with Kashiya and Momonga deciding we're a threat immediately. Archer thought about it for a moment before replying. I guess we can curb the paranoia down a bit, but I will say that I doubt Momonga could do anything to convince Kashiya that you are no good. What with the altered history affecting both of you. Then, the red-clad man pointed to himself. Me, on the other hand, I'm probably fair game since she barely knows me. The man's steel-colored eyes then examined Tamamo for a moment before he asked, At this point, what do you remember of your history with Kashiya? How much did you interact with her when she was a child? That world closed its doors to me hard around the time she turned 7, Tamamo grunted. The smog got too thick for the sun to shine through properly, so people forgot my splendor, and I could no longer reach out and embrace the poor child no matter my desires. A sympathetic look grew on Archer's face as he wrapped a reassuring arm around Tamamo. Looks like you've become fully inserted into her history. I'm sorry that you couldn't be in her life when she was alone, but at least you're here for her now, the red-clad man said, as his eyes looked away from the disguised Kitsune with a small amount of shame. In a way, that's a bit of my fault, isn't it? It is not for me to question the primordial concept of creation and why things must be this way, Tamamo started before blinking away a few tears and closing her mouth. Afterwards, she simply leaned into him, wiping her face while clearly pretending she hadn't just revealed something terrifying. But it makes me feel guilty, all the same. It's hurting you, and probably the rest of the 9, which bothers me beyond belief, Archer admitted as he reassuringly squeezed her shoulder. If I'm your husband, then I want you, all of you, to be happy. Well, the Kitsune looked into his eyes, her own taking a slightly silvery pink hue as she spoke. You can start by gaining control of your power, as we'll need it to survive the oncoming tides of chaos. With a nod, alongside an intense gaze as he met Tamamo's eyes, Archer replied, I will do it for you, I promise. As he said this, the red-clad man pondered how he might even begin trying to master unlimited blade works. It was a difficult thing to ponder, especially considering how unique his reality marble was. The power of creation that flows within your soul will aid us greatly, his wife claimed, before she climbed up onto his back and began to settle in, whispering into his ears. The Kitsune began to synchronize her magic with him, to give him a large boost in magical capacity. I will share my power, so make use of it. Thank you, Princess. I truly appreciate what you're doing for me, Archer said as he helped hold his wife in place and walked towards the destination of their next job. TTG, another day, another copper, and another traumatizing, along with embarrassing, event for Kashiya. Her loving aunt just seems to drop the worst kinds of personal information for all her co-workers to hear. Kitsu. Auntie Tammy is a traditional sort, and as is the standard tradition of aunts everywhere, she has to catch up on teasing and embarrassing her niece after not being able to see her for so long. Also, praise the sun, and Archer is as clueless as ever. Would you believe me if I said that 90% of the issues we're about to have literally came about because we didn't realize the implications of our actions in character until after we did it, but decided to roll with the consequences of our actions to help make the story into a more natural one? Also, yes, Daji is fucking terrifying, and Vitch is going to scam a village for protection money until they find out that she's actually a really good protector, and realize that she is 100% the best godly beast woman they could have ever asked for. Now, if only her thunder cannons weren't so strange to use, right? TTG. Point the end of the stick with the hole in it at the thing you want to disappear. Don't put your face in front of it. I believe that those are two very simple instructions that even medieval peasants could understand. At the very least, Nero won't have to lose his mom. Now, if only the solution to Bone Daddy was much simpler. Kitsu. Indeed, Lamau. Sar, come join me on Discord to chat about my shenanigans via my website, Aiko Akiyoshi's Card. And hey, if you want more stuff like this, my commissions are open. Thanks for reading and stay fluffy. Fate Foxblade 14. Magical Fox Titty Milk, MFTM. The kitchen of the Hero's Respite was filled with the frantic noises of Archer and Tamamo cooking breakfast. Today was going to an incredibly busy day, all things considered, as it was also the day that Momonga would finally arrive in the city. In a way, the pair saw it as fair considering that yesterday was extremely simple, since it was just them killing a few more wolves and undead. Archer finished loading multiple links of maple sausage onto a plate before he turned to look over to Tamamo. "How's your food looking, honey?" Rolling some crepes over the chocolate banana slices she had prepared, Tamamo giggled. "It's looking pretty good," she told him with a smile. "But I wonder if using magical fox milk for the whipping cream was a bit too much?" Freezing in place for a moment, Archer's brows shot up and he gave Tamamo a questioning look. "When you said magical fox milk, where exactly did you get it?" Tamamo hefted her tits with a smirk. "It was cheaper than going to the market to get more cream," the kitsune told him with a proud smile. "Magic makes a lot of things possible. Goshujin-sama." "Okay," Archer calmly began, his eyes glancing at Tamamo's tits. "We're not telling Kashiya about this. Ever. Also, when we've got time, later, I'm interested." "Oh. So you want a taste of hot fox mommy titty milk?" The kitsune grinned. "I'll give you as much as you want. All you need to do is ask." Picking up the plate of sausages, Archer walked over to Tamamo and stopped in front of her before smirking. "Well, we have to find out if it will be good for our kids now, won't we?" He finished this with a kiss before teasingly walking away from her. "Mikan!" the flustered fox woman exclaimed with a blush. Taking a deep breath, she continued to finish making the food nice and cute, placing the heart-shaped strawberry halves down the length of the crepes on each plate and decorating them with a fox face made of chocolate syrup. "I'm sure this will be cute enough," Tamamo said as she presented it to Archer with a smile. "Everything you do is cute enough, Tammy," the red-clad man complimented while petting her head. "Now, ready to give Kashiya some food before everything starts going crazy in her life?" Tamamo smirked, bringing a jug of milk with her and a pot of tea on a tray with her crepes. "Yes, let's give them something they'll remember." With a nod from Archer, the pair walked out of the kitchen and into the main tavern section of the inn, where Kashiya and Tuare sat at a table together. Both looked excited at seeing the food that the couple were bringing to them. "And here's your delicious breakfast," Archer announced as he set the plate of sausages upon the table, with Tamamo setting the crepes, milk jug, and tea upon the table alongside cups. Quickly, Tuare and Kashiya began excitedly digging in. Midway through the first plate, as Kashiya poured out a glass of milk for herself and brought it to her lips, she sniffed the air and suspiciously looked at the milk, then at Tamamo. After this, Kashiya took a small sip for confirmation before giving her grinning aunt a deadpan look. "Aunt Tamamo, I'm not a little kit anymore," Kashiya said with a little embarrassment. "Drink it anyways. It's good for your bones and magic," Tamamo chuckled, patting the busty blonde on the head between where her ears were hidden with a smile. Kashiya slightly shivered in pleasure at the affectionate display before she sighed and drank the rest of the milk. Looking over to Tamamo and then down to her bust, Kashiya's gaze then traveled down to her own. "You know, I remember you telling me years ago that I'd be able to do the same as you when I got older. Then I figured out how such a thing actually happens." Kashiya then seemed to look a mixture of confused and worried before those feelings disappeared from her face. "When magic is involved, you get to skip a few steps and cheat your body into doing whatever you want, really," Tamamo chuckled. Did you think I was having children left, right, and center back then or something, little Kashi? She teased gently, allowing herself to enjoy Kashia's responses. No, Auntie Tammy, Kashia said, looking up to Tamamo with a slightly embarrassed look. Her eyes then looked away from Tamamo's before she finally admitted, "Okay, yes. I didn't realize it was possible without, and since where I had been wasn't exactly good for having a family, maybe I was a little jealous." Archer noted that Kashia's voice became slightly more primal as she said this, though it looked like Tuare hadn't noticed this as she was busy devouring her food. Something interesting to take note of. Tamamo visibly cringed at the implications of Kashia's tone and words. "If I was still able to reach your world after the sky was blotted out fully, I would have stolen you away for myself," Tamamo admitted, her voice not fully her own. "If those greedy bastards didn't get in the way, you could have been safe and home with us." The room rumbled with a primordial growl at the thought of the corporations back in Kashia's world, but Tamamo was quick to bury her face in Kashia's hair to calm herself. Once she had managed to regain control, she spoke softly to her niece. "I only wish I could have been there for you when you needed me." "I know, Auntie Tammy. If you were able to be there after Mom was forced to leave, then Dad might still be alive," Kashia quietly whispered back. "But I'm beyond happy that my favorite aunt is back in my life." Archer watched all of this interaction with a good deal of horror that he tried to hide from appearing on his face. Kashia's mental changes were happening so much faster than they should have. Perhaps it was due to there being another deity that was amplifying the mental changing effects that were happening with Kashia. He was then pulled out of his thoughts when he picked up what Kashia said next, that made him cover his mouth and avoid snorting in laughter. "Maybe you could try to teach me that trick, Auntie Tammy. I do plan to have a few kits in the future, and it looks useful. And with all the knowledge of magic I recently acquired, it should be simple enough to learn. All you have to do is simulate the same hormones you make during pregnancy, while massaging your milk glands with magic to open them up for magical milk production," Tamamo whispered. "After the first time, any time you push magic into your breasts, milk will start to build up." Kashia blinked owlishly. "Wow, that easy, huh?" She then looked down to her breasts and mused, "Wonder how much bigger I could get them for my future kits." At the rate Kashia was going, Archer reasoned that her entire past would be overwritten within 2 or 3 days, maybe less. He didn't know if he should be appreciative that Kashia was on the fast track of not noticing this or horrified. As such, he simply remained quiet and watched, feeling slightly guilty at the entire series of events while he did so. "Quite a bit bigger," Tamamo grinned. "And I bet that Archer boy toy of yours will enjoy the taste." Auntie, my Archer my mate. Lucroot isn't even my mate," Kashia stuttered out with a tomato-red face as she hugged her breasts. Interestingly, Archer could swear he saw Kashia channeling some mana as she tried to vehemently deny Tamamo's teasing. "So you say with your mouth, but your mana says otherwise." The older Kitsune giggled. "Well, make sure you drink more of that milk while you practice. It will help a lot." The blonde Kitsune grumbled in embarrassment and took one hand away from her chest to pour herself another glass of milk before drinking it. And as she did this, both Archer and Tuare glanced at the busty blonde with a myriad of emotions on their faces. Archer had confusion, shock, and the heavy urge to start laughing, while Tuare shared the red-clad man's confusion, but also showed mild curiosity. Rubbing the bridge of his nose, Archer quietly mused aloud, "I was not prepared for my wife to spontaneously teach someone how to make breast milk with magic. God help his weaker counterpart, since Kashia might try for him even earlier. Worse still, Kashia messing around her hormones like that could make her time of the month even more extreme than it should be." It could be useful for the future," Kashia argued, still channeling mana through herself. "Right. Archer thought to himself, completely unbelieving of Kashia's justification. "Oh, I assure you it's more than useful," Tamamo smirked. "If you do it right, you will become the ideal mother in the eyes of any mate you might desire." A satisfied smile grew on Kashia's lips as Archer saw Kashia's eyes flicker gold before dying back down to their normal orange. "That would sound wonderful, Auntie Tamamo," the busty blonde, as she continued what she was doing. It was around this time that Tuare finally spoke up. "So Kashia actually does like Lucrute's affections, Miss Tamamo." Archer gave the young blonde credit. She chose the right person to ask that question, as Kashia would likely continue to deny it. That, or she could ask him, at least if Archer felt like he could get away with answering that question and not have a bolt of foxfire thrown his way. "You couldn't tell?" Tamamo asked with a smug grin. "Even my goddess, who spends all her time sitting in the sky above us, was more than willing to pair the two up with how cute they are together." Tuari began giggling as Kashia looked away from the girl with a continued blush lighting up her face. "Kashia, you shouldn't feel embarrassed that you like Lucrute. He likes you as well and seems quite nice from what Ninya's told me about him." "Oh, not you as well, Tuare," Kashia complained before sighing. "Besides, I haven't gone on an official date in years, so I have no clue on how to even dress for it or even present myself to him." If Archer had to guess, that was likely her mental changes overriding her reason for being so hesitant about reciprocating Lucrute's interest. A worrying development. "Well, that should be simple enough to fix," Tuare cheerfully said while playfully nudging Kashia, "and I bet that Ms. Tamamo would love to help you out. After all, she probably has the most experience out of both of us, considering that she married Mr. Archer." "Of course." Tamamo grinned, her eyes glowing a little while she observed Kashi lightly. "Though with Archer, it was more the fact that I stole him away by force in the middle of a battlefield, and he didn't say no, so my goddess approved it." The Kitsune grinned. "That's not to say we didn't know each other before that, and that we weren't already destined to be wed by her, but the actual marriage happened mid-battle." She paused for a moment. "I'm not exactly the best example to learn from, dear, because I find sexy, powerful men to be my type, and thus didn't feel really ready to mount him until I saw him in action." "That is—" Tuari blinked for a moment as she comprehended what Tamamo said. "Certainly a unique marriage ceremony. I don't know if it will work for them the same way it did for you two, though, then again, I'm not fully certain on how adventurers usually go about courting or how your culture does it either." "Yeah," Archer began with an amused look to Tamamo. "I highly doubt that a battlefield is the most romantic place for you and Lucrute to announce your interest in each other. Tamamo and I are unique in that aspect." Taking a moment to think about it, Archer added, "But you could, I don't know, try to dress up for him or something similar. If the guy's interested, he'll notice." Kashia pondered the red-clad man's words and then looked at Tamamo as she forced one final pulse of mana throughout her body. "I guess I could try that," the busty blonde said as she let go of her breasts that bounced a little heavier than before and put her hands up to her ponytail, manifesting a black and gold bow similar to Tamamo's to tie it off. "What do you think, Auntie Tammy?" Kashia asked with a smile. "I think it's cute." Tamamo grinned, helping her tie her hair properly to keep it out of the way better. Within a few moments, Kashia's hair was done up like a slightly longer-haired version of Tamamo's, and the two of them lined up to show off to Archer and Tuare to make sure it matched. "Look good, you two," Tamamo asked with a small smile and a wink. Tuare was the first to immediately answer with a squeal before grabbing both of Kashia's hands. "You look so cute, Kashia. Lucrute's going to just love it." Archer gave Kashia a smile. "It looks nice." He then looked over to Tamamo with an amused look. "I just hope that you don't corrupt your niece too much." "I have the feeling that Vitch and Dodgy will be more likely to do that than I will," Tamamo muttered softly. Hearing those two names caused Kashia to slightly perk up and look to Tamamo. Auntie Vitch and Auntie Dodgy are here as well. It's been a while since I last saw them, and they were always so nice to me. I do remember they wanted to show me something when I grew up, but I never figured out what it was. Guess I'll finally have a chance to ask them. Well, Tamamo shrugged, doing wonderful things to her chest. They like to spend most of their time glued to my ass, so I'm fairly sure whatever they wanted to show you wasn't that important. Well, I hope I can see all of my aunties again. I bet they'll be really surprised with how much I grew up from being the tiny little girl they all remember, Kashia said with an amused smile. You'll let them see for themselves, Auntie Tammy? I'd like it to be a bit of a surprise when they finally see. Kashia then hugged Tamamo with a giggle. Kashia, honey. Tamamo sighed, leaning into the hug and wrapping her arms around her as well. All your aunties are connected at the soul. We all already know, she whispered into her niece's ear softly so that no one besides them could hear it. Archer could barely hear it himself, and he was standing pretty closely. That caused Kashia to freeze for a moment and glance over to Tamamo with a cocked head. When you say that they're connected to you, they know and can hear everything that I'm saying right now, the busty blonde whispered excitedly. Yup, the older Kitsune grinned at the blonde woman, and that includes the ones out and about right now. Hearing this made Kashia hug her aunt even tighter. Hi, aunties. I've missed all of you so much, the younger Kitsune quietly said with a large warmth in her voice. Tamamo's magic reached out of its own will and hugged the blonde Kitsune as well, patting her gently as the pink fox woman kissed her niece on the head between her ears. A soft rumbling came from the older Kitsune as she held Kashia for a moment before letting go with a smile. We really should get going to work today, Tamamo told her niece with a soft smile, but expect us to come chat from time to time. Kashia nodded with a smile and began eating her food again. That's a promise, she said as she finished another sausage and drank her glass of milk. Upon doing so, the busty blonde looked over to Tuare and asked, You think that you'll be good on your own, kiddo? Yeah, I'll be fine. Then, looking around hesitantly before whispering, And I've got Meepo looking out for me, so I'll be safe when heading to work. That seemed to be all that was needed as Kashia stood up from her chair and patted Tuare's head affectionately before walking away from the table. Archer and Tamamo said their farewells before following after Kashia and out onto the street. So, how are you feeling about the Magician's Guild job? Archer questioned, attempting to make some small talk before the main event happened. A thoughtful look grew on Kashia's face as she internally debated her answer. Then she turned to Archer and replied, I'm a little wary of them. They have a large deal of interest in me after only just finding out that I exist, and that makes me suspicious. Understandable, Archer agreed. After all, quite a few magic casters can be a little unpredictable. The red-clad man then gave a smirking look over to Tamamo. Hey, I'm pretty sure that's a compliment, but I feel offended somehow anyways. Tamamo complained with a slight pout. Her cheeks puffed out a little as she looked at them as though she was not sure what to take offense to. Archer chuckled and patted Tamamo's head. Who says that I don't like unpredictable? It's one of the traits that makes me love all my wives. He then kissed her forehead. Wait, Kashia interrupted. Wives? Who else are you married to besides Auntie Tammy? The couple shared a look with each other, and Archer asked, Do you want to tell her? Or should I? Well, when I said your auntie's souls are connected, I meant that very literally, Tamamo began, and Amaterasu's marriages are literally soul-bound marriages, so... Kashia's eyes widened as it seemed she figured it out. He's married to my 8 other aunties? This got the red-clad man to nod. Yeah. I'm married to Tamamo, who just happens to also be 9 separate entities. Weirdest monogamously polygamous relationship you'll ever hear about. Archer then rested an arm across Tamamo's shoulder and smiled. But even so, I still love all of my Tamamos. That is so goddamn strange, Kashiya commented as she looked between the smiling couple. So how does the whole relationship even work? Do you just all do it together or take turns? Well, when I said they're usually glued to my ass, I wasn't actually joking, Tamamo chuckled. But sometimes my tails wander off and do their own thing, though they always come back when I need them. Wow. So when you two... Kashiya looked away, slightly blushing while also slightly adjusting her breasts that seemed to be jiggling more than they had before. You know, do all my aunties feel it? The pink-haired Kitsune grinned. Yup. Sounds a bit kinky, Kashiya remarked as her thighs tried rubbing against each other mid-walk, making the busty blonde slightly stumble before catching herself and rejoining the pace of the couples. Just try to ignore that... The blonde Kitsune suddenly stopped in place, looking around with a mixture of confused and worried. Fox 13 itch? Archer and Tamamo stopped and slowly turned around to follow Kashiya's gaze to a large man in dark armor and a red cape with two massive swords on his back. Next to him was a much shorter, dark-haired woman in simple traveling clothes, covered up by a brown cloak. The hilt of a rapier was visible at her side. The red-clad man immediately analyzed the blades and stored them into his reality marble before focusing on the two inhuman arrivals. You don't know how glad I am to see another face from Yggdrasil, even if I don't recognize who you are, the blonde Kitsune said with a cheerful tone. The feeling is mutual. I was almost worried that I wouldn't find anyone else here, the armored man said, as he then glanced to Archer and Tamamo, who joined Kashiya's side. Though I'm unfamiliar with either of you two, would you also happen to be other players as well? Not from the same game, Tamamo teased lightly, tilting her head at the two with a smile. But I've played vidya games, yes. Very interesting, the disguised Momonga remarked. I hadn't even thought of players of another game arriving here as well. Well, Mr. Armored Knight, mind telling me who you might be, since I can't recognize you from Yggdrasil? Kashiya asked, dragging the armored man from his internal musings. Oh, please forgive me. I'm Momonga of Eins Ual Gown, though I prefer to go by Momon when out in this guise, Momonga answered politely before gesturing to the woman besides him. Next to me is my associate, Narbaral, but she's currently going by Nabe. Narbaral gave a curt nod to the trio. It's a pleasure to meet you, she said simply, her gaze watching the group suspiciously. Kashiya examined the man and smirked. I don't recall you being much of a warrior. Using Perfect Warrior to do so. Momonga nodded, and Kashiya then added, By the way, my name's actually Kashiya Blanc, so try referring to me by that since it sounds a lot better than my username. Momonga nodded. Perfectly fair. Kashiya. He then looked to Archer and Tamamo. And who might you two be? Archer, husband to my foxy wife, the red-clad man answered as he hugged Tamamo closer to him with one arm. Tamamo no me, wife to my Goshujin-sama, the pink-haired Kitsune claimed, kissing Archer on the cheek with a smirk and a telling look that implied just how satisfied she was to have a man like hers. Oh, a player couple. Were you both actually married outside of whatever game you two were playing, or was it purely in the game? Momonga asked with a bit of interest in his tone. We were married outside the game, Archer said in a hesitant tone. We fought together on a battlefield and got married. Tamamo grinned, pointing finger guns in the air as though she was talking about an actual war with guns. The enemy was hit with so much artillery, they didn't know which direction to run. Really? That is astounding. Did you fight in the Arcology Wars? Momonga asked with a small amount of giddiness in his tone. Archer tried searching his multiple lifetimes of memories on the battlefield for something to go with before answering. Possibly. Tamamo and I were typically soldiers of fortune that would be hired out by whatever company was willing to pay us. With all the conflicts the pair of us got into, the arcology wars may have been one of them. After all, if you've seen one battle, you've seen them all. That is so cool. The giddy excitement of Momonga suddenly ceased as his body became outlined in a green glow. Then he continued in a much calmer tone. I'm quite impressed to meet actual soldiers. Back in Yggdrasil, it was rare to see them in the game due to obvious reasons. Giving a nod, Archer said, Lucky us that our jobs paid pretty well, so we got quite a bit of free time to kill before grabbing our next job. Kashia then spoke up. While I would love to continue this discussion, I need to get the Magician's Guild quickly for my job. My apologies for keeping you then. Would you happen to be an adventurer? Momonga asked. Kashia then motioned to Tamamo and Archer. The three of us are. Why do you ask? Nebe and I plan to head to the Adventurers Guild to join them. The blonde Kitsune thought about it for a moment, then said, How about we continue this conversation for later tonight? Archer and Auntie Aunt Tamamo can show you how to get there, and they also know a nice inn called the Hero's Respite that you can stay at. That sounds doable. We can use our talk tonight to trade information and possibly plan out what we might do in the future, Momonga replied, which Kashia nodded to with a smile. Excellent, I'll see you tonight. He then looked over to the couple and added, And will Archer and Tamamo be coming as well? Said couple nodded. Sounds like a plan. I'll see you all tonight, probably around midnight when I can sneak away from the expedition group I'll be going with. Kashia agreed, before jogging off with a wave. See all of you later tonight. Take care, Aunt Tamamo. Waving back, the pink-haired Kitsune called back, Have a good day at work, little Kashia. So wait, are you and Kashia actually related? Momonga asked. You both seem extremely close and refer to each other as such, even copying the same hairstyles. Yup, Tamamo nodded, popping the P as she began to lead them towards the guild. She's my niece, so you can assume I'll always be working in her best interests and to keep her happy and safe. Quite a coincidence that you and her ended up here while playing different games. You must be happy to have at least one of your family here with you, Momonga commented. Oh, I know, right? The beautiful Kitsune beamed, turning to face him fully with the most excitable expression on her face. If she wasn't here, I think life would have been a lot more boring and dull. Her eyes shined a little with raw, unbridled power. I am willing to help her achieve her goals here, because I don't actually have any of my own, and supporting my niece in everything sounds like much more fun than simply taking over the world or something so silly as that. That sounds like a commendable goal, Tamamo. To be honest, it's a little refreshing to hear another person be so supportive for others after living in such a cutthroat society, Momonga mused before asking, So, since both of you are from a different game, do you also follow differing rules on your abilities and races? Well, there are a few differences, yes, Tamamo giggled. For one, we don't operate on knockoff watered-down D&D rules, and instead, we govern over concepts. Ah, how intriguing. Could you possibly enlighten me as to what these concepts might entail? Momonga questioned, appearing to ignore the pun that Tamamo enthusiastically added. Archer spoke up this time and held out his hand. There were a good many concepts that could be used. Mine, a massive dark blade, the exact same as one of Momonga's, appeared in the red-clad man's hand. Lets me copy, store, and replicate any blade I see. Archer intentionally left out that his ability wasn't entirely relegated to blades. You copied my sword? Momonga questioned as he approached the blade and inspected it. Then he turned to Narbaral and asked, Nabe, could you cast an inspect spell on this sword? As you wish, my lord, Narbaral answered and approached the sword before casting the requested spell upon the blade. My lord, it registers as having been created by Nazarick. An exact copy. Archer, do you have any limits on the types of swords you can copy and create? Momonga asked, slightly excited. The red bowman understood exactly where Momonga was going with this, but decided to play along. None that I have discovered just yet. As long as it's a sword, I've been able to copy it. Why do you ask? There's quite a few weapons in Nazarik's treasury that I'd be beyond interested in seeing if you could replicate them. In fact, I'd be more than willing to reward your time spent satisfying my curiosity, Momonga replied. Nazarik? Archer asked, acting as if he was surprised to hear about Nazarik being in the new world. Yes, my guild base arrived in this world with me, with all of its NPCs and items coming along with it, Momonga admitted, getting an acted look of surprise from the red bowman. That sounds pretty amazing. So, were all of your NPCs and such undead like you, and I guess Narbaral, unless she's something different? Archer questioned. Momonga chuckled and shook his head. No. Nazarik is a collective of monsters, since my friends and I wanted to make a guild of monsters that acted as a villain archetype. While I'm an undead, Narbaral's actually a shapeshifter. Must be odd to hear, considering that both of you decided to play as humans. Archer and Tamamo looked at each other and snorted in amusement. This made Momonga cock his head in confusion, while an angry expression grew upon Narbaral's face. What's so funny? With all the hints and puns we've been dropping, I'm surprised you didn't pick up on my vulpine nature, Tamamo giggled. But that can be left for later, when we're not in front of all these prying eyes. You're both Kitsune. I guess it's a little amusing that you both decided to be Kitsune like your niece, Momonga commented. That's only half right, Archer interjected. Tamamo is Kitsune, I'm actually human. As soon as Archer said this, Narbaral's ire focused itself upon the red bowman. He decided to simply ignore it. I'm probably one of the most powerful humans that you're ever going to see in this world, probably ever if I'm going to be honest, considering how weak the average person in the new world is. Archer then decided to add something that he knew would get under Narbaral's skin. I am actually probably stronger than most, if not all, of the NPCs in your guild. You dare, Narbaral was quickly silenced as Momonga clapped a hand over her mouth. Sorry about that. Most of my subordinates were created with a distaste for humans. I hope that this doesn't bother you, Momonga apologized. It's better than having a taste for humans, I guess, Tamamo claimed, looking off into the distance. I am sorry to say, but there are a good number of my subordinates who do... Momonga awkwardly trailed off. I understand. The Kitsune nodded. I just wish my own subordinate didn't feel the need to be so blatant about her desires. You also have your own NPCs as well? Tamamo sighed. You could say that. Very interesting. It was around this time that Archer decided to speak up and say, well, we should probably get you to the Adventurers Guild now since it takes a little bit of time to register. Also, do you both know how to read the language of this country, since that's a requirement to join? Oh well, Narbaral and I do have a pair of translating lenses that we've been able to utilize, Momonga answered. That should take care of that issue. Is there anything else that Narbaral and I should be aware of? Be careful of the guild secretaries, Tamamo warned. The clapping of their ass cheeks will alert the guards. What the fuck? Momonga said in surprise before his body became awash in that green aura once again. Archer began rubbing his beautiful wife's head around where her ears would be, and continued. What my beautiful Tamamo meant to say is that the guild secretaries typically sneak their smut into the books used for reading, and you might be forced to read a bit of it aloud. They must have really bad management if that is a regular occurrence, Momonga remarked. Archer gave a wry grin but remained silent about it otherwise. The red bowman then gave Tamamo a kiss, followed by a very subtle fondle of her breast, before quietly asking, Think you can try to play nice, my beautiful queens? If you do, I might be open to giving my precious ladies a favor. Macone. Tamamo moaned breathlessly as she leaned into Archer's touch. If her fluffy tails had been out, they likely would have been wrapped around him gently in response to his touch. Once he was done, Tamamo nodded. She could play nice when she needed to, especially since it was her plan to keep it cordial with him in the first place. For now, that was. "Good girl," Archer said with one final squeeze before looking back to Momonga and Narbaral. "Well, I guess we should be getting you two registered for the guild, so just follow us and we'll lead the way for you." The armored figure nodded. "Thank you," he said before looking over to Narbaral. "Let's move." In reply, the dark-haired woman gave a small bow. "As you wish, my lord." With this, the four headed off towards the guild together. And Kitsu. This one be a bit longer, but we kinda got really into it, so no big deal, lol. Also, I think Daore fucking influenced me too much. I used to be so prudish before them, and Battleship, Fusu, and Crystal Watcher. And now, Magical Fox Titty Milk. Yum. Let's not go into mating cycles and heat, though, because that shit do be cringe-aff. TTG. So when a mommy fox deity and a daddy fox deity love each other very much, they get cringe. At the very least, we wouldn't have to worry about that until the winter, so we're safe for now. At the very least, Bone Daddy will never be able to get involved in any of this, so that's something to be thankful for. Kitsu, seriously, when I say give me foxacy or give me death, I don't mean send the kitsune to Ainz for retraining. That would be unnecessarily cruel. For both of them. Anyway, Fluffy Foxo is Fluffy Foxo, and now she make milk for the little Foxos and for husband to drink. Also, Kashia also makes milk now. Many Foxos will make magical fox titty milk. It's going to be a paradise of cream from the Foxos. Far on God, no cap, this milk be bussin'. All jokes aside, I hope this chapter was as fun for you as it was for me. Come chat on my Discord at Aiko Akiyoshi's card. Fate Fox Blade 15. Don't do this at work. Upon arriving to the entrance of the guild, Archer opened up the doors and motioned for Momonga and Narbaral to enter. Once they, along with Tamamo, went inside, Archer followed after them. "Here we are, you two," Archer said before pointing over to a free counter with a familiar guild secretary standing behind it. "You'll be able to register with her. From there, you'll both have to take the reading examination." Narbaral scoffed at the explanation. They would try have my lord lower himself to such an insulting test. She wasn't allowed to continue as Momonga clapped his hand over her mouth to silence her. "Nabe, try to keep your disdain under control," Momonga said, as a pair of small red lights glowed within the visor of his helmet. "We are trying to fit in, not cause an incident." With this unspoken threat made, he released his hand and Narbaral demurely nodded in reply. "I apologize, Momon. I will resolve to temper myself from now on." "Good," Momonga said as he looked towards Archer and Tamamo. "I'm sorry about Naba. She can be a little protective of my reputation." Archer shrugged. "At least she isn't killing anyone who managed to upset her because they didn't give you enough deference," the red bowman said, his gaze directed at Narbaral. "Otherwise, we might have a problem." "It would be really bad for your rep if your partner went around insulting people or fucking them up for really petty shit," Tamamo casually stated, more warning Nabe than Momon at this point. "It would be pretty shameful, in fact." Narbaral's eyes widened and she looked away with an embarrassed blush upon her face. I would never willingly do anything to harm my Momon's reputation," she said quickly. "Well," Archer said, interrupting whatever self-deprecating thoughts that Narbaral had, "let's get you two registered, shall we?" He and Tamamo then began walking over to the guild secretary with the disguised monsters following close behind. Once at the counter, Archer spoke up. "Hello again," to the familiar secretary who slowly looked up with a sense of dread. "Oh, shit. It's you two again. Welcome. How can I help you two?" the secretary asked, nervously looking between the two. "Well, A couple of my niece's playmates from way back when they were kids showed up, and I thought we could maybe introduce them? Tamamo asked with a tilt of her head. These two are very strong, with a rather grand lineage, so please treat them kindly. Oh no, the secretary muttered as she looked past the pair to the imposing figure of Momonga next to the diminutive form of Narbaral's. And how can I help both of you today? We're here to register as adventurers with the guild, Momonga answered, pulling out a few coins before setting them on the counter. We were told that there is a payment involved alongside a test before we would be permitted to become adventurers. The secretary nodded. You are correct, mister? Momon. My name is Momon, and my partner, Momonga then motioned to Narbaral, is named Nabe. In interesting names, the secretary remarked as she took the payment and reached back before pulling out a book for the pair. For the reading test, you'll just need to be able to read a passage from a book for us. Momonga nodded before he reached into a pouch in his armor, likely his inventory, and pulled out a pair of glasses that he opened up and put against the visor of his helmet. It really looked quite comical to see an imposing, dark figure covered in armor, wearing a simple pair of glasses. Funnier still, to see him then pick up the offered book and start reading for a moment before stopping. This is smut, Momonga said casually as the secretary looked away awkwardly. Just read the top sentence and we'll call the test over for you. Ms. Nabe can read the bottom sentence, the secretary said with an exasperated sigh. Shh. No need to think, my son. Let Mommy take care of you inside her until you're ready, the foxwoman told him in a soft, soothing voice. Momonga read with a small amount of shame in his voice before handing the book off to Narbaral. With hesitation, the disguised maid grabbed a pair of glasses of her own and read her passage. Ha 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 ha! I like you, little fox. Your dreams are so horny. Narbaral's face turned bright red as she shut the book quickly after and set it back onto the counter. What lewd mind could have conjured such foul smut? Oh, that's one of the ones I wrote, Tamamo giggled. I had a lot of fun with that one. Narbaral seemed unable to pick something to call out the disguised Kitsune on, and more than that, she likely didn't want to say anything further that might upset Momonga. So the disguised maid decided to remain quiet. Wait, that one's your book, a secretary asked excitedly as she rushed up to Tamamo with a book in her hands. I just absolutely adored it. Will you be releasing anything further? Archer silently groaned as he buried his head into his hand. He felt that this was going to be an awkward, normal occurrence. Yup, I have plenty more where that came from, the disguised Kitsune grinned. If you give me a hint to what you want to read next, I can probably copy down one of my stories that revolves around similar themes. What I really like to read is Miranda. For the love of the four, please stop talking about your preferences for smut in public. The guild secretary behind the counter complained. Miranda looked over to the woman and narrowed her eyes. Don't be such a prude, Talia, she shot back. Talia rolled her eyes upon hearing his. Keep your preferences to yourself when on the job, the secretary ordered, receiving a disappointed sigh from Miranda. She then looked back to Tamamo and said, How about we talk more about this later, Mrs. Tamamo? I have so many things I'd like to ask you about, like... Miranda then got closer to the disguised fox and whispered, Did you get all of those ideas with your husband? Indeed, Tamamo bragged, her eyes filled with mirth. I have many ideas I will be trying with him. Oh, you'll just have to tell me about it later. You know, I've got a good friend who might need a little help in the bedroom, among other things. Poor girl acts so shy with this adventurer she's interested in, Miranda said with a sly grin to Tamamo. Oh? The pink-haired woman asked. I could make a few suggestions in the form of a book series. She held up her hand in the sign for money. If you have the coin... Deal, Miranda said, pulling out a silver coin. How much could this get? About 4 chapters, 2,000 words each sound good? Tamamo asked. Yes, deal. Miranda passed the silver coin to Tamamo with a grin on her face. I'll be excited to see what you make. Expect it within 30 days, the kitsune grinned. I'll get working on it in my free time. Wonderful, Miranda said as she left Tamamo with a bit of a skip in her step. Archer, Momonga, Narbaral, and Talia all looked at the grinning kitsune with incredulous looks. Well, everyone but Momonga due to his face being covered in his helmet and his lack of a face, even with his helmet off. It took a few moments of continuous staring before Momonga was the one to break the silence. Archer, did we just watch your wife make a smut deal? With a sigh, the red-clad man nodded. Yes, my wonderful wife does make a lot of smut. Mr. Momin and Ms. Nabe, Talia spoke up, here are your adventuring copper plates. Said pair quietly took the offered plates and put them on. By the way, Archer and Tamamo, Guildmaster Pluton wanted to see both of you in his office. The couple glanced at one another before looking over to their 2 other associates. We'll meet both of you out here after our discussion with Pluton. Try to find a job that you'll like in the meantime. Archer glanced over to Tamamo after this. Ready to meet our boss, honey? Yes, the pink-haired smut author nodded at her husband, tucking the coin away in her pouch with a grin. I wonder if I can convince him to join my religion, she mused softly to herself. Archer took Tamamo's hand and gave it a reassuring squeeze. No idea on that end, but we'll see what happens. He's a believer of the 4, but he isn't a worshipper. So who knows? The red-clad man whispered to the disguised kitsune. Tamamo hummed, her eyes glowing softly as she made her way towards Pluton's office ahead of her husband. She quite deliberately swayed her hips a little, flexing her thighs and ass to make it wobble and draw his eyes to it with a grin. And draw them it did. The red bowman's gaze didn't leave Tamamo's ass as they entered into the office. He was so engrossed in watching his wife that he ended up bumping into her when she stopped before Pluton's desk. Oh, sorry about that, Archer apologized as he moved to stand at Tamamo's side. Tamamo chuckled at him, leaning back into his body with a grin. Her ass pressed up against his groin and clenched a little, casually rubbing his cock through his pants while they stood before the guildmaster. Archer slightly grunted as he tried to look calm in front of the guildmaster. Hello, Guildmaster Pluton. The red-clad man's voice slightly trailed when Tamamo clenched again. Pluton looked at the pair with a look of suspicion mixed with another muted emotion. Good to see both of you here today. I'm sure that you can guess what it is that I wanted both of you here to talk about, the guildmaster asked. Some sort of promotion, maybe, Tamamo asked, shifting slightly to the side to allow for greater friction in her ass against her husband's dick. Pluton nodded while watching as Archer's face turned into a stony expression. Yes, you're correct, Mrs. Tamamo. Just like I've told your niece, the guild typically promotes in 2 ways. One method involves the long method of taking examinations to determine your strength. The second method, which is much faster, is to display great feats, being able to conjure magic spells that, based on what I've been told, look to be like your niece's spell, which was at the 3rd tier, and typically gets one promoted to platinum plate or higher. I see. Tamamo grasped her husband's hands as she clenched again, ensuring her couldn't pull away from her while she used her shape-shifting to make her ass ripple around his spear. Then if I were to gather mana for a ritual to cleanse the graveyard in a few weeks or so, and successfully purged the entire thing while turning it into a nexus of good fortune, what rank would I acquire? Pluton's jaw dropped upon hearing this. Holy shit, you can do that? The guildmaster then coughed into his hand and replied, I mean, if you were somehow able to eliminate a curse that has plagued this city since its founding, that'd earn you an adamantite plate for certain. More than that, I'm pretty sure the local head priestess, Verona Margrost, would be very interested in speaking with you were that the case. Unless she is of the Shinto faith and a worshipper of either of the goddesses Amaterasu or Inari, I don't see why I would bother meeting with her, to be honest, Tamamo mentioned. After all, it is by the power of Amaterasu that I am able to do such things, and Inari is her sister goddess in all the ways that matter. A slightly worried look appeared in Pluton's eyes as he looked at the disguised Kitsune. While I don't have any issue with your choice of religion, I will warn you that if you were to remove that curse from the cemetery, it would cause the church to take notice of you. They'd take especially keen interest in your religion, and I've heard quite a few dark rumors as is. Well, if they wish to suffer 1,000 curses for 1,000 lifetimes, I'm sure my goddess would be happy to oblige those who dare start a religious war in this city. Tamamo grinned viciously. Of course, the severity of such curses would be appropriate for the level of harm they do to the people while under Amaterasu's watchful eye, so you have no need to fear unjust or disproportionate retribution to those involved or otherwise. Pluton gave Tamamo a wry smile and nodded. Officially, I will say that I can neither condone or support such violence due to the neutral nature of the Adventurers Guild. Unofficially, do whatever you feel is necessary. You'll have my personal support on that front. That was when the guildmaster reached under his desk and pulled out a pair of green-colored metal plates. With the way that the pair of you are beyond qualified, trust me, I can easily tell, I'm giving you a rank above the normal platinum plate that I plan to give your niece. I've no doubt that she'll easily hit that rank soon enough. Tamamo beckoned with her magic and brought the adventurers' plates over to them with a grin, her ass clenching hard enough to almost be painful as she pulled away slightly to put it on, drawing as much of Archer's cum as she could from deep within his balls. Her evil smirk as she used magic to ensure she didn't get sticky from the results while she turned around and put the other new metal on him was almost cute, if not for how lewd it was. Archer remained as stone-faced as before. One might almost assume he was a statue, if not for the slight tremors he made. Even Pluton seemed to notice this. Archer, is something the matter? Pluton asked, receiving no response from the frozen red bowman. Oh my, Goshujin-sama! Tamamo breathed softly. You look a little stiff, dear. She giggled at his predicament as C looked upon him with amusement. Surely the meeting wasn't that hard, was it? Like an unoiled machine, Archer's head slowly craned down to look at the disguised Kitsune. One might have even sworn they heard the equivalent of gears grinding as the red-clad man did this action. Yes, the red bowman replied in a strained voice. Well then, husband. She picked him up over her shoulder in a fireman's carry, hand firmly on his ass as she made her way out of the office. Let's continue this elsewhere. Have a nice day, Pluton said awkwardly as the pair finally left. And Kitsu, if I was a corporate boss in an important meeting with a pair of young, good-looking individuals, and they had the sheer balls to literally stand there and fuck each other right in front of my eyes, I would probably give them a promotion and stick their offices right across the hall from mine TBH. And I would do this specifically to tell them that I saw every minute of it, and respect the fucking audacity it takes to do such shit in front of the one who could indeed fire them on the spot for less. TTG. Pluton thinks that he was only imagining seeing his two employees doing exactly what they did in his office, or he was actually seeing them do it in his office. Either way, the first option is one that he will try to forget about. The second option, he will avoid asking any questions and pretend like nothing has happened. Either way, he is going to be drinking quite a bit tonight to forget whatever may or may not have happened in his office. He's getting too old for this shit. Kitsu. Yup. By the way, my expenses have gone up again slightly for the next little while because I felt the need to upgrade my current laptop to one I can use for gaming as well. The reason for that is simple. I need to finish the Mass Effect games so I can write a Mass Effect story that is remotely accurate to the lore, and I will be streaming that shit for people on my server for the sake of going over it with the lads. So yeah, major monthly expense to pay that off via Affirm, plus I'm doing a writing competition on my server now, which might become a reoccurring thing every few months or so. That needs money too because I'm gonna be offering paid prizes myself via PayPal. Fucking shenanigans, LMAO. Because of this, I can use any help I can get to help pay off my debt again and to help offer prizes for the writing competitions. Feel free to chat with me on my Discord about it by visiting Aiko Akiyoshi's card and clicking the link inside. By the time this chapter actually reaches you on QQ, I'm probably gonna have a shit ton more locked behind being a paid member on my Patreon. So yeah. As a bonus, however, you'll be able to download my chapters to read offline in any Office program. That means you'll even be able to get the screen reader to read it aloud if you want LMAO. Just maybe don't show this chapter to your manager. You'll definitely get fired. Thanks for reading and stay fluffy. Fate Fox Blade 16. Ass. Indeed, Momonga and Narbaral looked quite perturbed upon seeing Tamamo carrying Archer over her shoulder as they walked out of the Guildmaster's office. Once close enough, the disguised lich finally asked, Tamamo, what appears to be wrong with Archer? He was petrified by an assassin due to embriasment, but he'll recover after a moment, Tamamo stated with a grin. She so dearly hoped that if she made enough puns about it, her husband would pick up on it and punish her for them later. Wait, an assassin was here? Why did they try to attack you? Do we have enemies that know about our statuses? Momonga asked, glancing around the area at the adventurers milling about, likely in paranoia. Oh no, she wasn't trying to attack him so much as cause a bit of mischief, the Kitsune grinned. He is just feeling a little stiff after his sword was so thoroughly polished right in front of the Guildmaster. What? Both Momonga and Narbaral asked together. At the same time, one of the nearby guild secretaries was listening into the conversation with a blush on her face. That was when Momonga's head moved between Archer's unmoving form and Tamamo's extremely pleased grin. Please don't tell me that you fornicated in the Guildmaster's office. As soon as Momonga said this, Narbaral's face turned bright red. All right, Tamamo smirked, happy to oblige the poor skeleton. I won't tell you. After all, if the skeleton was such a virgin that he was unable to appreciate her ass as the property of her husband and Archer's Tamamo as her own tasty treat makers, then he was just boring. She would leave him be, mostly. Momonga sighed while resting his helmeted head into his hand. You really aren't normal. Then again, from what I heard about Kashia back home, she wasn't exactly normal either. I really hope that she isn't as extreme in her proclivities like you are. Also, did the Guildmaster end up yelling at you because of that? Nope. He was actually pretty chill about it, the disguised Kitsune chuckled. Besides, I'm not like Jade from Nekoneko Treadhead. I may be lewd, but I don't breast boobily up the stairs. I actually have enough intelligence and instinct to tell who I can bully with lewds and who I can't. I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about, and at this point I'm afraid to ask, Momonga replied. Anyway, I wanted to tell you that Nabe and I have gotten a job request that we plan to finish after acquiring lodging. From what Kashia told us, you both would know a place. Yes, Tamamo giggled. Follow us. After she said this, she made her way out of the building, still carrying her husband casually as she made her way down the street as though he was a sack of potatoes. And to be fair, he was pretty tasty, just like many things you could make with the apples of the earth. She had the odd feeling if she told him that, he might think she was like dodgy, though, so she did her best to keep it to herself. Around that time, Archer finally escaped his catatonia and struggled out of Tamamo's grip until he was back on his feet. Tamamo, Archer said, his eyes filled with not exactly what one would call anger. Instead, they looked slightly vindictive. Honey, I think that it's going to be quite an interesting day that we have in store, don't you? As he said this, he wrapped an arm around her waist to pull her to his side. By all means, it looked like the normal action of a loving couple, yet Archer's grip around her waist was like steel, preventing her from leaving if she wanted. "Hawawa, are you going to get serious, husband?" Tamamo nervously asked, knowing full well what he was capable of in bed when he was happy. He was going to destroy her, wasn't he? Archer gave his loving wife a mischievous grin. "Serious? Why ever would you say that?" the red-clad man asked as he continued holding on to Tamamo as they walked, yet the activation of mana came from Bowman, making his response even more suspicious. Then Tamamo felt it as two rod-like objects gently pressed against her asshole and vagina. Both slowly dug deeper into her as the seconds passed by, with no one else on the street any wiser to it. "I hope you aren't feeling too full. We've got quite a bit to do today," Archer asked with an amused tone. Oh, hell no. This was a challenge. She was going to have to take it with pride, without cheating, so she could prove to her husband that she was the best wife. That is to say, she would play along with his wishes by tightening up and getting wrecked for the sake of turning him on. She breathed a little. "Mao, Goshujin-sama." She groaned quietly, her legs buckling as she walked and a thin trail of liquid running down her thighs. "You're going to make me all wet." "Sounds like quite a big problem for you," Archer replied, as both rods buried themselves deeply inside of Tamamo, before doing the most insidious thing possible. They vibrated. "Ah!" Tamamo's legs gave out from the sudden internal attack, her body seizing up entirely in such a way that made it quite clear that something was going on. She still forced herself to stand soon after, but the immediate reaction was quite a violent one. "Hope you're enjoying our wonderful walk," Archer said with an ominous chuckle. Tamamo," Momonga spoke up with some concern laced in his voice. "Are you all right? Why did you just collapse right now?" "Unya," the kitsune groaned, forcing herself to speak through her current situation as she did her best to walk it off. "Use your head, Momon. What ability does my husband have? And what did I literally just on?" Archer held his wife up on her feet as he interrupted. "It's nothing to worry yourself about, Momonga. Tammy is completely fine. Just a little cramp from her earlier prank on me that's just rearing its head on her. Right, Tammy?" As if in warning, the rods inside of Tamamo gave off a light buzz, while Archer continued to look at Tamamo with an amused grin. "Right." She began to drool a little as her love juices began dripping onto the street. "Ha, ha." Her heavy breathing caught the attention of someone passing through, someone with a dangerous smile giving their adventuring plates a rather lustful look. "I see," Momonga remarked with a suspicious tone, as if unconvinced by their explanation. Yet he said nothing further and instead just nodded. "I'd recommend casting a healing spell upon yourself when you have the chance." Narbaral's eyes slightly narrowed, especially since Tamamo noticed how the doppelganger's eyes were fixed on the juices dripping upon the ground. "I doubt that a healing spell will be necessary, my Momon." "If you're certain, Nabi, then I'll trust your judgment," Momonga said with a lessened worry in his tone. Archer chuckled as he held his wife closer to him. "Nice to see that Momon and Nebe care about your well-being, but you should try to avoid being so loud or we may have to find a way to quiet you down." "Oh no," Tamamo breathed, her voice hitching as he played with her insides. How terrible. Her thighs rubbed together lightly as she leaned into him more for support. It was a shame that they were at their destination because she wanted to continue. "Well, terrible for you since you probably wouldn't be speaking. As for us, I'd likely be laughing," Archer mused aloud as he opened the door to the hero's respite to allow Momonga and Narbaral in first. Then Archer helped walk Tamamo inside, slightly increasing the frequency of her invader's vibrations. Behind the counter of the bar, Morgan looked at the group of 4 with a raised brow. "New friends of yours, Archer." "Tamemo?" "Yeah, new friends. Right, honey?" Archer asked, intentionally upping the vibrations as he did so. "Hi." Tamamo came on the spot in the entryway before collapsing into Archer fully. Maybe it wasn't the best idea to tighten up so much for him. In any case, she wasn't going to be able to speak at this point, so she didn't bother trying. "Guess Tammy is a little tuckered out from today," Archer playfully remarked, which by Morgan's expression he seemed to find strange, likely from the fact that it hadn't even been more than an hour or two since the pair left the inn with Kashia. Well, to get our introductions in order, the man in dark armor is named Momen, while the woman next to him is named Nabi. They both plan to be staying here for a bit, so I'm certain you'll be happy with their business. With Archer's introduction, Morgan gave a nod of agreement. "Happy to hear about more clients," the bald innkeeper remarked with a small smirk. "Since you'll be taking care of them, I guess I'll go ahead and take my lovely wife to our room so that she can rest for a bit," Archer said, as he scooped Tamamo off her feet and carried her like a bride. In doing so, he playfully increased the vibrations of the rods in Tamamo while walking to their room. "You know, Tammy, I'll have to one day walk you through the threshold in a more ceremonial manner in the future. What do you think?" Archer asked the mostly catatonic Tamamo. Unfortunately, the only thing that came out was a strangled moan as she passed the fuck out. "Masis Ika." "Oh well, sounds like we'll have to talk about that later," Archer remarked to himself as he carried his wife towards the room, yet he found that he couldn't open the door. He gave a sigh as he looked at Tamamo, realizing she wouldn't be able to help anytime soon. "Sorry, honey, but looks like I'm gonna mess up your work." Archer then conjured the jagged blade of Rule Breaker into his hand and gently pressed the tip of it into the wooden doorframe. The small sound of glass shattering filled the red bowman's ears, and he guessed that signaled the destruction of Tamamo's spellcraft. This was proven when he was able to twist the doorknob open and enter the room with her. From there, he closed the door behind them and carried the unconscious Kitsune towards the bed before gently laying her down and pulling a blanket over her. Kissing her forehead, Archer lovingly said, "Sleep well and try to wake up soon. We've got a bit more work to do before the day is out. Love you, my foxy wives." With that, the red-clad man went to the other side of the bed and carefully laid down on top of it and closed his eyes to take a short nap. He made sure to end the vibrations of the rods in Tamamo before then, but he ended up leaving them inside of her. Kashia arrived at the front of the hero's respite disguised as a brunette woman in a cloak. She quickly entered the inn and glanced around until she found 2 of the 4 people she was looking for. Sitting together at a table were Archer and Tamamo, both sharing dinner with each other. Both gazing and smelling said dinner made Kashia's mouth slightly water before she got a hold of herself. Perhaps she was getting addicted to Auntie Tammy and Archer's cooking. Still, she had a job to do, so she approached the pair. "Auntie Tammy," Kashia whispered once close enough, "I'm here." "We'll be there shortly with some snacks, dear," Tamamo whispered on the winds. "So go meet with your friend first. Try to come up Kashia stopped whispering for a moment when she noticed a smell coming off of Tamamo, and focusing more closely on it, she realized that said smell trailed across the floor of the inn from its entrance to its rooms. "Why does it smell like you were getting off all over the inn?" "Well, when an auntie and an uncle love each other very much," Tamamo began, a light grin on her face before she was cut off. "I know how sex works, Auntie Tammy. Besides, that still doesn't answer my question," Kashia complained with annoyance in her voice. "Your uncle has a fun sense of humor," Tamamo grinned, "especially when I push his lever too much." As if to demonstrate, a pair of vibrating rods appeared in Archer's hands for a few moments before disappearing. Kashia's eyes quickly widened from that. Kashia was quickly cut off by Archer speaking up. "Tammy had a very fun walk, especially when she couldn't remove her toys." Archer simply answered, taking another bite of his meal. Kashia's orange eyes glanced between the pair as her mind slowly came to the understanding that her two relatives might be a little crazy. At the same time, it kept reminding the disguised demigoddess of her own issues and that they made her annoyingly horny. What also didn't help is that ever since she had performed the spell that Auntie Tammy had shown her earlier, she had been feeling more hormonal. Kashia hoped that Lucroot wasn't shy, since she was finding it harder to control herself. "I really find it annoying how you two get me worked up," Kashia complained to the pair. "Well, maybe that will make the first time with your boyfriend all the better with you excited for him," Archer remarked. "He's not my boyfriend," Kashia countered, even if her mind was already considering how to claim her mate. That thought caused the disguised demigoddess to shake her head and start walking away. Annoyingly, she could hear Auntie Tammy and Archer snickering behind her. That or they were planning something for her. Likely involving her doing something for Lucroot that would be embarrassing. She knew her family too well at this point, especially her Auntie Tammy. Tammy's considering how all her other aunts were also different versions of the original Auntie Tammy. With a sigh, Kashia walked up the stairs and towards a room that smelled like death before knocking on the door. "Momon, it's me," Kashia announced from behind the door. A few heavy footsteps from the other side of the door later, and the doorknob turned before the door opened to the armored figure of Momonga. "Kashia?" Momonga asked to confirm quietly. The disguised demigoddess nodded as she let her illusion fall away and entered into the room. Inside, Kashia spotted Narbaral sitting with a prim and proper posture in a chair by the single table in the room. The blonde Kitsune took a seat and watched as Momonga took a seat next to her, before removing his helmet to reveal the animated skull underneath. A pair of glowing red dots in the skull's eye sockets focused upon her. "So, we have a bit to talk about, don't we?" Kashia asked with a smirk. Yet, Momonga's eyes glanced at Kashia's bust before looking back up to her eyes. "Weren't you smaller before?" the armored lich asked. "Yeah. Let's just say that Auntie Tammy taught me a trick earlier today, and let's just say that it ended up hitting me a lot more than expected," Kashia replied, though she was underselling it since she could definitely feel a lot of milk for her kits filling her breasts. "Oh, very well then," Momonga awkwardly said as he quickly tried to change the subject. "I and my guild base arrived here about 9 days ago. You?" "Same, though I never arrived with a guild base. I just arrived a few miles outside of E. Rantle on my lonesome. By the way, when you say you arrived with your entire guild base, who else came with you?" "All of my guild's NPCs arrived, though I was the only player that came along when it happened," Momonga replied, causing Kashia to begin worrying as she considered the ramifications. "Momonga, please don't tell me that you just allowed an entire guild of monsters to go roaming around unsupervised?" Kashia quickly asked. The lich tilted his head in slight confusion before asking, "I wouldn't say they were fully unsupervised. My subordinates are simply scouting the area at the moment." Kashia shook her head at this. "From what I'm aware, your guild heavily role-played as monsters, yes?" Momonga nodded and Kashia continued, focusing on Narbaral this time. "Narbaral, what's your opinions on humans or anyone else that's not part of your guild?" "They mean nothing. Humans mean even less than nothing. If Lord Ains were to give the order, I would kill whoever he wished me to," Narbaral answered as Kashia gave a knowing glance at Momonga. "By the way, Narbaral, what's your opinion of my uncle? He's different from other humans I've encountered, and he has potential use for Lord Ains. Other than that, he's only worth a passing interest." Kashia felt fully vindicated as she looked to Momonga once more. "See my point?" she asked bluntly. Within the brief moment of silence, a voice called in from outside the room. "Oh?" Auntie Tammy intoned, her voice curious and aloof. "I guess Naby doesn't want your homemade cookies, Archer. It really is a shame." Yes, real shame, Archer added as he opened the locked door without issue, allowing himself and Tamemo to enter the room. The smell coming from the food in her relative's hands made Kashia's mouth water as her tails wagged in excitement. "Could I have a cookie, Auntie Tammy?" Tamamo nodded, placing the tray on the table between her and Narbaral. "Yes, little Kashia, that's why I brought a whole tray." With a grin, Kashia took a cookie and a glass of milk and quickly began eating the delicious treat, making her moan in delight as she followed that down with a glass of milk. "Thanks, you two," the blonde Kitsune said as she grabbed another cookie to start eating. "So, Narbaral, want a cookie?" Archer offered with a smirk as he pushed a plate of cookies towards the disguised maid. Narbaral, for her part, looked at the cookies, then looked over to Kashia, happily eating her meal. Once more back to the cookies and up to Archer. Finally, Narbaral reached out and grabbed a cookie and took a hesitant bite. As soon as she did, Kashia had to do her best to resist giggling at Narbaral as the maid's eyes popped open and she started to eat the cookie even faster before finishing it. After that, she drank some of the offered milk and set the glass on the table before looking over to Mamanga. "Lord Ains, we must recruit this man for Nazarik's kitchens," Narbaral said with utter seriousness. "Well, what? Why is that?" Mamanga questioned as he gave the red bowman a simple glance. "That cookie was the most delicious thing I ever tasted, only compared with the milk I had afterwards," Narbaral answered. She then looked between Archer and Tamemo. "What form of magic did you two use to make this meal?" I must admit that this meal would be worthy of the other supreme beings." "It's made with the essence of love and my own breast milk," Tamamo told her with a small smile. "It generally tastes best when shared among family and friends as a result." Narbaral was quiet for a moment while Mamanga's jaw dropped as a green aura outlined his body. The silence lasted for a bit longer until the disguised maid finally broke it. "So, you're saying that some of these ingredients came from you? If that's the case, I feel that you should join Nazarik's numbers so that you can more easily produce for us," Narbaral said before looking at Kashia for a moment. "Are you potentially pregnant, or is this an ability that is natural to your family, Mrs. Tamamo?" "It's a learnable magical ability that anyone with a modicum of magical talent can learn to do." Tamemo challenged her with a raised eyebrow. "The flavor depends on the race, but I'm sure someone like you would have no issues with such a thing." "Interesting. Would you know if Kitsune produced the best milk or would another races be better?" Narbaral questioned. "On average," Tamamo asked. "Usually, Minotaur produce better milk in general, but it depends on the individual and the drinker's personal tastes." Before Narbaral could go on, Mamanga finally spoke up. "I believe that we have other matters of interest that we assembled here for." By now, the green glow faded away. "Yeah, I guess that we should try to be serious," Archer agreed with a short chuckle. "So, what were you discussing before Tammy and I arrived?" "We had been talking about Nazarik and how it and my subordinates arrived with me," Mamanga explained as he looked to Kashia. "But continuing from where we left off, I see your point. I'll make certain to keep my subordinates from performing any unjust actions against the people here." Kashia nodded with a bit of relief. "That's good to hear. Now, mind telling me what your plan for the future is right now, since we might share goals that we could help each other with?" "As of now, I plan to search for my friends, see if they arrived in this world with us. After that, I am unsure. What of the three of you?" Mamanga questioned. "Random acts of heroism," Archer answered simply. Kashia thought about it for a moment. Compared to back on Earth, this new world was better by a massive margin, yet there were also quite a few issues that plagued this world as well. Perhaps she could try to fix it. She really wished that Dad was still alive to see this place and that Mom hadn't been forced back to her realm all those years ago. "I think that I want to make this world a better place than what Earth was," Kashia answered before looking to her aunt with a smile. "What about you, Auntie Tammy?" I'm content simply helping you in your goals and making a safe den for my future kits, Tamamo said softly, her gaze slightly distant as she spoke. Thanks, Auntie Tamamo, though I guess I also would like to give my future kits a wonderful home as well, Kashia said with a dreamy look in her eyes. Perhaps we could try trading information when we can so that our goals can be achieved faster? Momonga nodded. That is more than acceptable. I believe that an alliance between us would be greatly beneficial, especially since we don't know what kind of enemies might be here, such as other players. Hopefully that won't be the case, Kashia said with a small amount of optimism. Actually, it was more optimism than she's had in years. The blonde kitsune attributed it to finally rediscovering the family that she had been missing for so long. To Kashia, things were actually looking good in her life, with her rediscovered family, the friends she was making, her adorable student, and her future mate. From there, the group spent a bit longer going over some of what they had learned of the neighboring countries before finally ending the meeting, with Kashia finally teleporting back to the camp of the Magicians Guild expedition before sneaking into her tent and going to sleep. All in all, today was a productive day. TTG, Momonga is somehow being traumatized, even with a curse doing its best to nullify his emotions. Thanks, Tamamo. Well, at least Kashia has something else to look forward to. Kitsu, Arnar. What about shenanigans? Tamamo's shenanigans are something to look forward to, right? TTG. Well, most of her shenanigans typically involve embarrassing Kashia, so who knows how much she'll enjoy looking forward to it. Then again, it's kinda hilarious, isn't it? Kitsu. Yes, so if you want more, join my Discord, At Least People. Come chat. There is a lot more on my Patreon probably by the time you get this, but the best place to chat about this is my Kitsu's Club Discord server. You can find it at Aiko Akiyoshi's card, http:// Aiko Akiyoshi, card to Kawaj without the spaces for those who can't use the link. Fate Foxblade 17, Tamamo gets a puppy. After sharing a nice breakfast with one another, Archer and Tamamo left the Hero's Respite and headed to the Adventurers Guild. Honey, I think I know what we're going to be doing today, the Red Bowman said while holding Tamamo's hand with his own, their fingers interlaced with one another's. How do you feel about heading to the cemetery and getting a bit of preparation set up for the local cult before your niece comes back to town? Sure. Tamamo grinned, kissing her husband on the cheek while they walked side by side. I have a few talismans that can help keep them from running away. After a moment, she tilted her head a little. That reminds me. The ones in our room were broken, so I upgraded them in the hopes it won't happen again, she told him with a smile. I used your cum to tie it to you as well this time, so you should be able to open it just fine. Archer's brow rose before he asked, with all the conceptual shit we deal with, I really hope that this somehow doesn't produce some magic talisman baby. Meh, if it happens, it happens, the disguised Kitsune grinned, her golden eyes shining with mirth. Right, says my magical goddess wives, Archer countered quietly. Still, at least I don't have to break your spells every time I want to enter our room. For a few moments more, Archer remained silent before he asked, by the way, my beautiful wives, have you figured out what to do for your soon-to-be grandnieces? I'm going to give her a book filled with secrets, Tamamo chuckled. The book will be soul-locked to her, so anyone not her will think she's reading smut, but to her, it is explaining how to manipulate others to record their inner secrets within the book for later use. She paused. And the younger one that's about to have an incident is going to be given a set of enchanted calligraphy brushes made from my own fur that can affect reality by painting symbols on it. I don't know if I should be scared or impressed at what you're doing for both of them. At the very least, it isn't as ridiculous as... Archer trailed off as he came to a sudden and horrifying realization. Tammy, this is what all of the 9 are collectively doing for Tuare and Ninya, right? Tamamo didn't say anything, and simply looked at him with a serious expression. Right? Arriving in the Adventurers Guild after Archer tried pestering Tamamo the entire way without any luck, the Red Bowman opened the door for his wife, who looked too suspiciously amused at the man's worries. "You're still not going to tell me?" he asked as he followed her inside with a slight feeling of ominous dread at the chaos all 9 of his wives could cause to their family. "Do you truly wish to know, dear?" Tamamo asked, her divine radiance starting to show a little. "That's hell you're walking into, you know." "Don't pull that Elia shit with me, honey. Besides, between Vitch, Dodgy, and Kat, I don't know who I should be more concerned about. Combine them all together, and I might expect something like your nieces receiving sex toys, latex clothes, or men who were kidnapped so that they could be given to the two," Archer answered, as they soon reached the counter of the guild secretary, Talia. Archer didn't even need to ask for jobs as he held his hand out and let Talia place a small bundle of papers into it. "You get what I'm saying, honey?" "At the very least, it will all be useful items," the pink-haired woman told him, clearly not looking to elaborate further. Before they could continue, the familiar face of Miranda approached the pair. "Morning, Tamamo and Archer. How are you both doing today?" the young woman asked with a large smile. Looking at her with a matching grin, Tamamo brought out a little orange book from her tits and passed it over to the woman. "The Fox's Guide to the Universe, Icha Icha edition, signed and original first copy with a few personal notes added free of charge." A happy squeal came from Miranda as she took the book from Tamamo's hand and hugged it to her chest. "Thank you. I'll let you know what I think after I finish it," the guild secretary said as she happily skipped off. Archer snorted in amusement. "Guess you have your first superfan of this country, and she hasn't even read anything of yours just yet." "Impressive," the red-clad man said with a smirk. "Fluff for the fluffy goddess, fluff for the floof throne." Tamamo recited the joke that had been told to her many times in her past life. "The fluffening must spread." With a teasing pat on her ass, Archer replied, "Not before we do these jobs. And look," the Red Bowman pulled out a specific job sheet for killing a few undead. "We have the perfect place to start." Murky. An 8-point barrier over a 5.1 is normally overkill. Tamamo admired her handiwork. But if we want to collect the souls of those who identify as part of the Zurer Norn cult and use it as fuel for a curse over those affiliated with them, it's kind of a necessity. "You're the master of this area, so I'll just agree and say that you're amazingly talented and beautiful." "How's that sound?" Archer asked as he fired an altered broadsword at a pair of zombies that were moving slightly faster than usual. "You think that this cult is ramping up the undead here since they're moving a lot faster than usual?" "They probably instinctively know that they're in the middle of an inescapable soul trap, considering that they are necromancers," Tamamo told her husband with a sharp-toothed grin. "My activation of the barrier wasn't exactly subtle." "Well, hopefully, based on usual stereotypes, these cultists will be too insane, high on their own confidence, or proud to do much to stop us," Archer remarked to his wife as he fired off one final arrow at a small grouping of skeletons that were charging. A small blast of mana later, and the skeletons were rendered to nothing more than dust and pieces of bone. "Think we've finished up here, or is there any other part of the cemetery you wanted to cover?" "That should be it," the grinning foxwoman claimed. It was something she was quite happy with so far, so she had no doubts that it would have rather good results. If not, well, she could simply tweak the spell live and fix what flaws there were within it as it worked. Fine-tuning a curse spell was rather simple work after all. She would have to see if her soul aids curse worked as well as she thought it would, but she was quite ready to leave the area for now. "Great, then it's time that we get going," Archer said as he dispelled his bow and pulled out the multiple papers of the jobs they picked up earlier. Flipping through the sheets, the Red Bowman pulled out one of interest. "I think that the next task on our list is to put down some bar guests. How do you feel about killing some wolves with a kinky chain fetish?" Tamamo smiled. I'm keeping one, the fox woman grinned. It would be quite fun to train up a divine Okami again, in her mind. Archer's brow furrowed for a moment as he considered the potential ramifications from Tamamo's words. I hope you know, if you somehow grabbed a bar guest as a pet, you'd be the one housebreaking and training it, among other things. We don't need a dog, Tammy. The red-clad warned as he predicted his wife's plan. But husband, just look at how useful Amy was. Tamamo smirked, not bothering to explain how that was only possible, because Amaterasu literally ate a wolf Daiyokai's mind and replaced it. She was also quite cute and fluffy. Crossing his arms, the red bowman gave Tamamo a narrowed gaze. I'm not going to like it, Tamamo, he said back. He continued to try and maintain the stern gaze as they approached the gate, even with all of the cute looks that the disguised Kitsune gave him. Yet, the waver of his lips showed that he was cracking. This was also heavily confirmed by his eyes avoiding his wife's. Goshujin-sama! Tamamo pouted up at him, her golden eyes wide and pleading. If her ears and tails were out, she'd look like a cute, fluffy fox kit begging her owner for scraps. I can take care of it. You won't even have to worry about a thing. Just look how Amy turned out. I'm not looking at you. Archer strained out as he looked to be mentally fighting the urge to agree with Tamamo's demands. You aren't going to win this one. His eyes were on the verge of flickering over to his wife's pouting face. Husband, she whined playfully, taking his hand in both of her own and placing it between her tits. Surely just one puppy won't be too much, she begged, using the soft warmth of her flesh to bring his attention to her. Archer's gaze finally looked over to Tamamo with a broken expression as he sighed in defeat. Oh, one. Only one. No more, Archer said, trying to set some boundaries, even if both he and Tamamo knew that she only needed to cutely pester him some more for the red bowman to fold. The sight of Archer walking with his hand in between Tamamo's cleavage was the extremely odd sight that greeted the gate guards as the pair returned. Tamamo, we might want to show some decency, the red-clad man remarked with his hand still stuck between her large mounds. If that is what you wish for, then you only have to remove your hand yourself. Tamamo chuckled, no longer holding his hand in place with her own hands, though she was cheating a little by having his hand stuck part way into her pocket space, creating a minor amount of suction on his hand that would expose her chest entirely, if he was too forceful in removing it. Archer narrowed his eyes before warning. Dangerous game that you're playing. Hope you're excited at possibly meeting two of your good friends again. Ominously, a metal rod brushed against Tamamo's thigh from under her skirt. Then, Archer gave a challenging look. Tamamo gave a foxy grin in response and shoved her invisible, fluffy tails into his pants, slowly intertwining them with his legs and such to give him the most fluffy of tail jobs while they walked. In response, both rods slowly penetrated into Tamamo at the same pace as the disguised Kitsune worked her tails. Humorously, the couple tried to continue walking towards the gate with as little stumbling as they could manage. This only made the pair's movements seem stiff and jerky to anyone watching. Done with the undead, Archer and Tamamo? One of the guards nervously called out to the two. Yays! Archer responded a little more forcefully due to a taunting pull from Tamamo's tail. In turn, the red bowman forced the rods deeper into Tamamo's ass and pussy. Right, honey! Yeah! Tamamo almost moaned, rubbing her thighs together lightly as she began to tease her husband's ass with the tip of one of her tails in warning. Archer stopped the rods from going any deeper into Tamamo as he moved one hand to hold up the top of the disguised Kitsune's dress while he forcefully pulled his hand out from her cleavage, luckily without exposing her as he did, and yet the couple continued to essentially hold each other sexually hostage as they went through the gate together. Ho, honey, when do you plan to back down? Archer asked quietly. When you're satisfied, Tamamo grinned. How about I say I'm satisfied now? Archer groaned on the verge of climax as he met Tamamo's gaze. Tamamo squeezed his cock one last time from base to tip, slowly drawing his cum from his balls with magic, so he wouldn't be left in a state of blue balls the entire day. Her tail seemed to open and swallow his load entirely, and then they withdrew. She was willing to let him be if he wanted for now, but she would play with him some more later. Kissing him on the cheek, she grinned. Thank you for the meal, Goshujin-sama. A slight buzz from the rods inside of Tamamo answered in response before they finally broke down into mana. Hungry girl, aren't you? Archer teased as he wrapped his arm around her waist and pulled her close to him. One of these days, I'm going to get riled up enough that we won't stop until I put some kits into you. Maybe once we make the world safe. The kitsune giggled at him before giving him a little hug. But I'm not going to say no once that happens. Happy to hear it, though I kind of hope that Kashiya and her upcoming boyfriend don't beat us to the punch, Archer said with a snicker. Would be a bit embarrassing if that were the case. She'd probably not let us live it down. I would simply call her irresponsible for having children before the world was fixed, honestly. Tamamo sighed. There is no way to ensure that our children don't get horrifically murdered if we don't make sure that all the biggest threats are dealt with first. Then we'll just have to deal with all of that quickly. I can only imagine how annoying that half of the threats are going to be to take care of, Archer said, as the pair hastened their pace toward the front gate. It didn't take the couple long to follow the directions from a guard at the front gate of the city to the area that the bar guests had been sighted. From there, Tamamo used her powerful sense of smell to track the strong sense of smell to a cave nearby. So, is that where the kinky dogs are located? Archer questioned as he summoned his black bow to hand. Smells like it. Tamamo grinned. Shall we go adopt our new puppy? Given a slight shudder, Archer cautiously nodded and summoned a copy of Hrunting in his other hand and altered it into an arrow. Want to go and bring them out for me to start putting down? Tamamo put a talisman to her lips and blew, causing the cave filled with chain dogs to start barking and running out towards them. Perfect. Archer smirked as he waited for the wolves surrounded in magically moving chains to reveal themselves. Upon the first one coming out, the red bowman fired off Hrunting, like a missile, at the magical beast. Upon hitting the first bar guest, a miniature explosion of mana expanded out and eliminated 2 more of the magical wolves nearby. Not allowing them to recover, Archer conjured an altered broadsword and launched it at another bar guest, still distracted by the explosion. The broadsword arrow slammed into the creature's head, causing it to fly off its paws a few feet back until it was impaled upon the wall of the cave in a splatter of blood. At the death of another of their kin, the 7 remaining bar guests stopped their direct charge and split into multiple directions to try and overwhelm their hunters. Archer simply conjured up another arrow and fired it at another unlucky beast, impaling it into the ground with a whine. The remaining bar guests seemed to think that Tamamo was the easier target, swapping tracks to try taking a chunk out of her in revenge. Unfortunately for them, that simply resulted in them covered in talisman and frozen in place, except for a tiny bar guest pup still in the cave that began to cry. I will claim this one for myself, Amaterasu claimed, separating from Tamamo. With a single stride, she scooped up the tiny bar guest and sank into it, possessing it in an instant. The dog's fur became stark white, and the divine markings of Amaterasu flowed freely over its form, a halo of divine radiance hovering over its head. And then it just sat, as if confused, barking and pawing at the ground as Tamamo walked over to pick up her new pet. See? Isn't she cute? The kitsune asked, as if she hadn't blatantly cheated in the steps of training the doggo by letting Amaterasu possess it. Archer rolled his eyes as he dispelled his bow and walked over to Tamamo and the Amaterasu pup. "So, that's actually Amaterasu?" Archer asked as he examined the possessed Barghest. Amaterasu chuffed at him before wiggling in Tamamo's grasp to get closer to him. "Woof!" she said, as though that was supposed to mean something in particular. Surprisingly, it sounded vaguely like she was asking him to hold her. Hesitantly, Archer picked up Amaterasu from Tamamo's hands and held the pup close while examining it. Then, he finally scratched the pup behind the ears and simply remarked, "Cute." Amy licked his hand and snuggled against him like a silly doggo, allowing him to pet her as he liked. Archer responded by continually scratching more of the pup as he looked up at Tamamo with a smirk. "Hope you aren't going to get jealous, Tammy." His hand continually scratched the pleased Barghest. Tamamo's eye twitched. "No, because I'm quite able to feel it myself if I let it through." "Okay, then," Archer snickered as he continued scratching the dog. "Guess you'll have no problem if I only focus on scratching Amy. After all, you just admitted that you can feel it as well, so you shouldn't be bothered." "Husband?" Tamamo began, a dangerous edge to her voice. "Yes, my beautiful wife?" Archer replied with a raised brow. "If you keep that up, the only ass you'll be getting is that dog's," the Kitsune told him with a slight sneer. She clearly was a little salty at his comments and not exactly willing to put up with them. In reply, Archer scratched Tamamo right behind her ears. "You only had to say yes," the red bowman commented calmly. "Mikoon!" Tamamo exclaimed, melting into Archer's touch a little. Continuing to maintain that smile, the red bowman kissed Tamamo's forehead and remarked, "You only needed to ask if you wanted me to scratch your ears, my jealous little fox. Now I think we should try to get to our next job of exterminating a few giant spiders. Those farmers probably have enough to deal with without adding arachnids on top of it." "Okay," Tamamo giggled, sniffing out their next target. "This way." And so, the couple went off to their next job with a new pup in tow. And Kitsu. Foxo is Eepy. Foxo have curled up in floofy blanket while they wait for the poll on their server to be ready. Yeah, Asdo21 dropped 18,000 words in March 9th, 2025 to be used across a few stories that people want to see more of. Unfortunately, that means I will probably have it all used up by the time this gets to y'all, but hey, it do be pretty fun. Fluffy Foxo is in dire need of more patrons now as well, and more commissioners, because Asdo had to jump ship while they sort out taxes, unfortunately. Which really sucks ass. Especially because I just bought a gaming laptop for gaming and writing on the run. Mostly so that I could actually get some of my games out of the way ASAP. For the sake of having more inspiration and knowledge to pull from for my writing. Space Marines 2 is pretty damn fun, TBH. Died in the fucking tutorial, though. Like a bitch. Anything you want to say 10-tailed? TTG. You have disappointed the Emperor. Also, time to deal with the kind and caring attention of our favorite little serial killer next chapter. And her little necromancer, too. Gotta make sure that all of Zuranorn gets cleaned up after Kashia's finished dealing with those two. Kitsu. Well, Foxo is a Foxo. Come join my server. https://ikoakiyoshi.card.co. Aiko Akiyoshi's card. Fate, Fox Blade 18. Manipulations are no fun, Sana swords in the darkness. Infamous Second Son. Another day had passed, and both Archer and Tamamo had been covertly hovering around the rooftops near the Borear pharmacy for the events of the night to finally occur. As they waited, the red bowman took a seat near the edge of the roof they were on and glanced over to the disguised Kitsune. "You know, the worst part of all of this is the waiting," Archer remarked tensely, his eyes flitting over to the pharmacy once more. Tamamo shuffled a few talismans nervously. "I don't like this, but Daji is watching them remotely, so all I can do is sit here and shuffle while I wait for people that might become family to potentially die horribly," she grunted, not happy about the situation one bit. "Yeah." though the really stressful part is hoping that the crazed serial killer actually sticks to the original plan and doesn't deviate. All it takes is one of them to die and Khajiit to cast a necromancy spell on them, and that's it. No undoing undeath. Archer glanced over to Tamamo with a cocked head. Ominous, huh? I will drag their souls back from Yomi myself if they fucking die on me, the Kitsune growled, a hint of blue fire exiting her mouth as she thought of it. Her flames were cold today, as a result of her mood, spreading frost rather than flame as she tugged on her mother goddess's domain. A wry grin appeared on Archer's face at the display. Hopefully, it doesn't end up coming to that. The grin then faded from the red bowman's face as he gave his wife a worried look. Actually, now that I think about it, is Lizzie still in there? Shit. You wouldn't happen to have any magical protections that you can throw on her as a precaution, do you? On it. Tamamo sighed, giving her a blessing of fortune and a whisper that told her to leave the building from Daji's power. She'll be out of there by herself soon, as she believes she needs to go deposit her latest writ of currency before it expires. Archer let out a breath in relief. Thank God or goddesses for that. Now it's one less thing to worry about. It wasn't much longer after the red bowman said this that the diminutive figure of Lizzie exited the pharmacy due to Tamamo's magic. Less than an hour after that, Archer and Tamamo spotted a cloaked figure arrive at the pharmacy, take a few glances around, then head for the back of the building. A bit further down the street was another figure in a hooded red robe that waited a bit further down the street. I think we've got our resident assholes, Archer commented quietly with a narrowed gaze. I'm going to curse Spicy Tangerine with being incredibly unlucky and cat shit with magical impotency, Tamamo stated, waiting for Archer's approval before actually trying to do so. The unluckiness is something I can agree to, but magical impotency? What, are you planning to make him sterile? Doubt he'd exactly find that to be much of a curse when he's missing the top half of his body, Archer replied with a small chuckle. Husband, you can't be that stupid, can you? Tamamo asked, checking his eyes and ears, as if hoping to make sure he still had a brain. Impotency means you aren't potent, i.e., you aren't powerful or cannot perform well. It has almost nothing to do with sex. When considering that it's you who's doing the cursing, I can't exactly be too certain. You know exactly why, Archer retorted with narrowed eyes before they became guilty. But at best, I'll say that if you can slightly weaken his spell casting, that will be fine enough. Thing is, we kind of need them to get hurt to push Kashia over the edge. Ah, Tamamo frowned, toning down her curses a little before she finally cast them. I'm going to head pat them all so hard after this. Yeah. Archer trailed off guiltily. Hopefully, Kashia never finds out that I intentionally emotionally manipulated her in this way. Kinda makes me feel like a terrible person right now. The pink-haired Kitsune shook her head with a sigh. You may feel bad now, but after witnessing the rise and fall of entire nations by your own hands, the only thing that would make you feel bad is being personally connected to them or having a claim on their very souls. Pushing himself to his feet, Archer walked over to his wife and pulled her into a hug. Like you said, we'll really have to make it up to them after this. It was around when the red bowman said this that the couple heard the telltale clop of horse hooves against the stone street, along with the wheels of a wagon following right behind them. Time to watch the shit show, Archer remarked as he looked over the edge of the roof down to the street where the unsuspecting swords of darkness were busy unloading alchemy supplies. Even a shit show would be better than this, Tamamo groaned. I absolutely despise this. We'll try to do something nice after this, Archer promised with a kiss before separating from Tamamo and walking over to the edge of the roof. The group was a quarter of the way through the unloading process. Just a little bit longer. Archer was soon joined by Tamamo, as they both watched the group below unload more and more of their cargo until they grabbed the last few boxes and began hauling them inside. While the Sword of Darkness did that, Archer and Tamamo's gazes flitted over to the robed figures who was slowly creeping closer to the pharmacy. "Can you hear anything, Tammy?" Archer asked as he applied some reinforcement to his ears to increase his hearing. "Spicy Tangerine is being a spicy moron," Tamamo groaned. "Like, I'm glad she's stupid, but goddamn does she like to play around too much. Works in our favor, though." Archer gave a questioning glance to Tamamo. "How so?" "Because if she's playing around, she isn't seriously trying to kill them," the Kitsune sighed. "She really is just a fucking cat." As Tamamo said this, the robed figure finally arrived at the doorway of the pharmacy, hood pulled down to reveal the pale, bald head of Khajiit. This made Archer's eyes narrow as he kept close attention on the man from where he was visible at the doorway of the building. "Yeah, gotta love those furry little murderers," Archer said with a heavy dose of sarcasm in his tone. "Problem with this cat is that she messed with the wrong mice." The Red Bowman then saw the necromancer cast a spell, followed by the painful cry of Ninya's voice that echoed from further inside the building. His body flinched from hearing the noise as his black bow materialized preemptively into his right hand. "Hurry up, Kashia," the Red Bowman muttered. Suddenly, a golden flash lit up the interior of the building for a moment, followed by the world around Archer and Tamamo, losing some color as everything but them froze in place. "Tammy, are you able to move as well?" Tamamo was too late to convince him that she was frozen as well, because she took a sharp inhale right as he asked that and froze on the spot. She quickly realized he wasn't buying it, though, and chuckled. "Yup, want to go help Kashia with me?" "Might as well, though you'll probably need to do the talking considering how worked up she's going to be right now," Archer agreed as he leapt over the edge of the roof and impacted the ground below, quickly followed by Tamamo gracefully landing on the ground next to him. "Kashia, are you—" Tamamo began as she stormed into the building, looking upon the group with a genuinely horrified expression. "What the actual fuck?" As Archer caught up to his wife, he was able to spot the swords of darkness frozen in time in various states. Ninya was on the floor, covered in acidic burns that bit deeply into her flesh. Behind her, Dine and Peter had numerous deep cuts across their bodies. Past them was Lucroot, stabbed in his side with one of Clementine's stiletto blades. It seemed that his right arm had been mangled, something much different from the original timeline. Another change to the timeline was the bloody scratch on Clementine's face, which Archer attributed to the bad luck curse that Tamamo had put on the murderer. And from gazing down at Lucroot's feet, the Red Bowman found one of the blonde Archer's daggers covered in blood at the tip. If he had to guess, the blonde got a lucky hit in on the murderer before she viciously retaliated. Finally, in the center of it all was Kashia, breathing heavily with animalistic golden eyes that examined everything around herself until her gaze caught onto Tamamo and Archer approaching. What are you two doing here?" she asked with a hint of confusion in her voice. "I sensed you arriving in distress, and I was worried," Tamamo told her as she looked around at the party. "And then the time stopped, and now I understand exactly why." She was a little distressed herself by the looks of it. "You can heal your teammates, right? And I want to give them a little something to protect and help them as soon as I can so that this shit doesn't happen to your precious people again." Nodding, Kashia's invisible tails snaked over to each of her teammates, from what Archer could guess, and cast a healing spell on them. Then she walked over to Clementine, teleporting her friends and Inferea to the side of the room before arriving at her target. Then she backhanded Clementine into the wall of the pharmacy and walked back over to Archer and Tamamo with extreme anger, literally glowing golden in her eyes. "They are all safe," she said with a growl before casting a barrier spell. "I'm going to hurt them." "Make it last," Tamamo told her. Archer quietly nodded in agreement as both he and Tamemo stepped out of the way towards the nearby wall, preparing to watch the proceedings like a pair of silent judges. A moment later, the color came back to the world, followed by the noise of Clementine and the surprised words of everyone else. "Who are you? How did you get here?" the pale necromancer demanded with a confused gaze at the three new arrivals. "Where did everyone go?" "Who the fuck did that?" Clementine screamed in a mixture of anger and pain as she pulled herself from the wall and spat out a few teeth. She looked around until she spotted the newcomers and glared hatefully upon them. Archer and Tamamo spotted Lucroot rush at the invisible barrier and futilely banged his fists against it. "Kashia! Take Archer and Tamamo and run!" He was quickly joined by the rest of the Swords of Darkness, begging for the three to run, but Kashia seemed fully intent on ignoring them, focusing her attention fully on Khajiit and Clementine. "Deal with them, Clementine. I'll aid you in this endeavor," Khajiit said as he readied a spell on the tip of his staff. At the same time, Clementine charged behind Kashia, only making it a few feet before the blonde kitsune's invisible tails caught her in the air, before immediately slamming her to the floor with a loud thud before keeping her stuck in place. Kashia finally spoke with a barely even tone. "Before I end this, why are you two here?" "We are here for the boy, not that it will matter much to you," Khajiit replied with a wary smirk. "What the fuck are you doing? Just kill her!" Clementine's voice was quickly cut off as her head was repeatedly slammed into the ground, cracking the floor and making the blonde killer spit out a few more teeth. Finally, Kashia growled out, "You touched my friends. You tried to touch my business partner. You touched my kid." A moment later, Kashia threw an acid spell at the necromancer, causing fear to finally appear on his face as he tried to shield himself with a conjured wall of bones. Yet, instead of protecting himself like expected, the acid tore through the defenses and drenched the top half of his body. Khajiit made a garbled scream of pain for a single moment before it was cut off from the acid having fully eaten through his body, leaving only his lower torso and legs that quickly collapsed to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. Around this time, Clementine had finally recovered enough to scream out, "You bitch! When I get out of this, I'll flay you in your fry!" The blonde's head was slammed a few more times into the ground, with both Archer and Tamamo gaining satisfied smirks at watching the killer be silenced once again. By the time her lesson in manners was finished, Clementine's face was a horrid mess, with her nose smashed in and mangled beyond the ability of non-magical healing. From her mouth drooled out a mix of saliva, blood, and most of her remaining teeth. The blonde's eyes were rolled back in her head at this point in a daze. "You have nothing of value to say, so be quiet," Kashia growled out before lightly smacking the killer's face a few times until Clementine finally recovered enough to be lucid. "Finally awake? Good." For once, Clementine's face was full of terror as she weakly struggled to break free. "Stop!" she cried out before Kashia cast another spell on her, completely freezing the woman in place. Then the disguised kitsune let the killer unceremoniously drop to the ground. That's a start." Tamamo looked at the beaten woman intensely. "But how about I add a little something?" A flash of light appeared in the room, and Amy the dog appeared, slowly burning the words, "Murderous loser," into Clementine's chest as the pink-haired kitsune approached. "I curse you that you might feel in 1 second the lifespan of 1,000 stars, the time slowing so far that you might never recover in case you managed to free yourself." Once she was fully beside the woman, she pressed her foot against her face and pressed down, leaving a permanent mark grom her Gita sandals she was currently wearing. "May you forever rot in your own boring hell." After Tamamo had said her piece and done her curses, she backed off and let Kashiya continue. Said disguised Kitsune finally seemed to lose all the rage that had been powering her as Kashiya slowly walked over to the swords of darkness. "I was almost too late," she said just as Ninya and the others reached her, pulling the blonde into an embrace as she started crying. "I was almost too late." Archer glanced over to Tamamo and motioned for the door to give Kashiya and her friends some privacy, alongside allowing the pair to get to work on dealing with the Zurernorn cult. The pink-haired Kitsune sighed and followed him out, but not before handing Lukrud a note to meet with her later. He would likely need a reminder after this nightmare that the offer was still on the table, so it was good of her to do so. Upon getting enough distance, Archer finally spoke. "How are you feeling right now? I can guess how much this might have been mentally difficult on all of us." "Not great," Tamamo said mildly, clearly more focused on getting revenge than her own mental well-being at the moment. "Let's kill them all and make sure their name is forgotten to history, yeah?" The Red Bowman gave a nod, and he, along with Tamamo and Amy, began running for the cemetery. Unlike before, where they'd reached the corrupted space on the streets, the trio quickly hopped onto the rooftops and jumped to the next roof, cutting their normal time to arrival down to less than 20 seconds. They didn't even waste time with the cemetery's gate, just leaping over it and astounding any guards currently on shift. By now, a heavy mist had risen from the floor of the cemetery that went to knee height. At the same time, the trio could spot that there were more undead prowling around, likely due to the darkness of the night emboldening them. "So, how do you want to do this?" Archer asked, summoning his bow to hand alongside an altered arrow. "Activate the spell and use it to convert all the negative soul energy into good fortune," Tamamo told him with a fanged grin. "If it just so happens to brutally rip the souls out of anyone remotely connected to Zurernorn and force them to become perpetual fuel to the spell, by essentially using them as a sink for all the negative karma in the area for all of eternity. Well," she chuckled darkly, "that's clearly just an unintentional bonus." Archer gave Tamamo a small smirk as he fired an arrow into a group of undead, releasing a small explosion of mana that reduced the zombies into little more than chunks of rotten flesh and bone. "All right, sounds like a plan. So how do you activate this spell of yours?" The Red Bowman quickly summoned another arrow as he asked this and fired it into a group of skeletons that had finally taken notice of the pair. "It just needs a little spark." Tamamo grinned, and the sky above them began to open. As soon as the solar flare struck the ground, the feeling of divine warmth filled the area, and Archer knew that their job was finished. "Time to go!" Archer commented as he dispelled his bow, and the trio quickly took off running for the cemetery gates, reaching it in seconds as they hopped up to the top of the barrier, before turning around to look upon their handiwork. The screams of all the souls of the cult and undead being absorbed into the spell were quickly snuffed out, the light blinding as what appeared to be a new sun formed over the town, one of divine and magical nature that slowly rose into the sky, casting a constant glow and the feeling of loving warmth and divine favor upon all those who gazed upon it with no ill intent towards their group. All that was required to gain the boost to fortune and health was to praise the sun and not be an evil asshole or have any ill intent towards any of those Amaterasu considered hers. The sun continued to rise into the sky, gaining power and faith as it became a second sun out in space, spreading its divinity to E. Rantel without causing harm to the ecosystem via magic. It was a clear sign Amaterasu was here and she was here to stay. "Very subtle," Archer chuckled as he looked to the extremely pleased Tamamo. "So how do you feel about turning E. Rantel into a hotspot much quicker than expected?" "Screw canon. We're going to improve life for people, whether they want us to or not," Tamamo claimed, her hand on her hips as she radiated divine smugness. "Doesn't that just sound ominous?" Archer teased as he rested his arm around Tamamo's shoulders before whispering, "It does make me wonder how we're going to pump up Kashia's religion even faster than the original, considering that the Magicians Guild's expedition group is coming back soon. Bet you're excited about that." "Yup." Tamamo grinned, her eyes glowing a little as she turned to him with a smile. "But it's for her own good." "We'll just have to find out, won't we? Now, I think we should probably get back to the others since they've all likely arrived at the hero's respite by now." Then, Archer quietly added, "Also, Ninya is going to be meeting with her grandma tonight, so I don't know if you wanted to involve yourself since it will be Inari appearing." "Ooh, messing with Inari would be fun." Tamamo chuckled. "It's been so long since I had a drink with her." "Don't know if I should be terrified about what chaos both of you might do together when drunk, or what could happen to Ninya when around both of you at that time," Archer commented. "Should I be worried that she's going to wake up with extra limbs and Kashia's figure, or dress like you or any of the rest of the 9? Tamamo grinned at him like a cat, and then she was off into the distance, and a sunbeam was in her place. "Oh, fuck," Archer said, wondering if he would even be able to stop Tamamo if he tried. He probably wouldn't. "Good luck, Ninya." And next, TG, Clem and the Skyrim trader have both been thoroughly defeated. Now, Rantel gets to enjoy a second son. Ninya gets to enjoy the attention of both Grandma and Great Auntie Tammy, and the Magicians Guild and Church both get to freak out over the cemetery being permanently purged of undead. And then there's Momonga. Kitsu. Well, poor Momonga is not going to like Tamamo very shortly. He will probably be able to tell who made the infamous second son immediately, and will be more than willing to try to send assassins after Tamamo nonstop. At least that's my assumption, and much like the referenced game, Ains is 100% going to try to capture the Tamamo 9 and experiment on them for the sake of gaining more power for himself and his people. That's pretty clear. They probably want to use her for materials, in fact, considering what they know of her and Archer so far. Unfortunately, Ains will likely still want to make use of Archer as much as they can. They just won't be able to get close to Rantel and will be much more cautious about it. They have no reason to believe that Archer has anything to do with this, and might not know for sure if he even knows that Ains is undead. So all the animosity would be on Tamamo at this point likely. Of course, Tammy has a few tricks up her sleeves and kinda wants to take out Nazarek before they can become a major problem. Mostly so I, as the author, can set up a sequel. I don't want this story part to go on for 50 chapters, LMAO. I want part 2 to be a thing soon, though. TTG. In summary, shit's gonna get whack, yo. Kitsu. So yeah, come see me on my website, Aiko Akiyoshi's card. My Discord link is there and everything after all. https Jara Aiko Akiyoshi, card, Siar without the spaces for those of you on sites that don't allow links. Thanks for reading and stay fluffy. FFB 19. Shenanigans and Aftermath. Oh, the consequences of my actions. Tamamo felt as though she was energized, probably a result of the new sun in the sky feeding her more magic constantly as it fed on negative energies and undead to increase its magical capacity. Truly, the feeling of being twice as powerful as one was before the day began was a strange feeling, but that wasn't what she wished to focus on at this time. She had gained a new grandniece, a grandniece that had not yet been fluffed. The Kitsune desired the fluffing of her newest little friend, so she was thinking of going to help out a little potentially and see if she could help start the process a little early. Perhaps she would even get to see her sister, Inari, through Ninya. So she did the sneaky fox thing and sneaked into Kashia's secret room, sat on Ninya's sleeping chest, and booped the girl's hand with her nose. Foxes were cute after all, so Ninya probably wouldn't mind Tamamo's tiny fox form snuggling with her in the middle of the night. Of course, Ninya didn't even wake up, yet she began to pet her in her sleep. So it was simple enough to let herself be dragged into the dream alongside her, a dream that let her see Inari chilling and playing with Ninya's suddenly much longer hair right away. Inari was the first to react with a look of surprise at the sight of her sister's sudden appearance. "Tamamo? What are you doing here?" the fox goddess asked with interest as Ninya raised her head up to follow the goddess's gaze. "Mrs. Tamamo?" Ninya questioned quickly after comprehending what Inari just said. The kitsune smiled, pulling out a refined bottle of her apple cider from one of her 9 tails and a few glasses for them to share, since their true forms were revealed already in this dream world. "I hear Kashi-chan claim this one as her own daughter," Tamamo giggled, "and I figured after all that shit happened at once, the kid would need a drink." You are also a kitsune as well? Is Mr. Archer also one?" Ninya rapidly asked as she fully sat up while 3 of Inari's tails acted as an improvised chair for her. "I am working on it," Tamamo casually admitted, pouring them each a glass of cider. After passing out the glasses, she took a sip of her own and sighed. "Foxes are the best, Ninya. You would be cute as one." Said Mage's face reddened immediately as she drank her cider, likely trying to hide her embarrassment from the amused Tamamo. While Ninya did this, Inari quickly gulped down the cider with a smirk. "Already trying to lather my little grandkit with compliments, huh?" Then, the white-haired kitsune looked over to the young mage and widely smiled, though I wouldn't deny that I would love to see a pair of adorable ears on her head. That caused Ninya to slightly spit out some of her drink in shock, thankfully avoiding Tamamo when it happened. Grandma? So did any of your other kits make it here so far?" Tamamo asked Inari as she refilled the foxy goddess's glass. "Yes, another one of my children also arrived in this new realm, just as my little Kashiya did. Oddly, it seems that she didn't arrive near her sister, nor was she alone," Inari answered as she took another sip of her drink. "Quite odd, though I am happy that both of my daughters aren't alone in these lands." "Are you going to piggyback off my son and plop your realm down for me to glue in?" Tamamo suddenly asked, giving Ninya a cookie while they talked. "If you were able to, that would be very helpful. Otherwise, my best bet was to make a realm gate from my realm to this new one, and that would take quite a bit of time," Inari cheerfully admitted. This was around the time that Ninya finally spoke up. Wait, what's this talk of realms being glued together and Kashiya actually has a sister here?" "Yes, Kashiya has a sister in your realm that arrived around the same time that she did. Sadly, they are my only living daughters still alive," Inari replied with another sip of her drink. "As for the realms being joined, well, I think that my sister would be better at answering that." Tamamo shrugged. "Well, one of my aspects is really good at decorating her home. That seems to translate pretty well to magics related to territory creation and management," she claimed with a strange smile. "I already have her working on it, but it would probably be easier if you reached out with your magic, or at least provided the metaphysical dimension coordinates." "Excellent! I can't wait for when I finally get to physically hold my daughters," Inari said excitedly as she soon added, "I can't help but wonder what I might do when I finally arrive. And after I dote on my daughters, since I had pretty much planned out for them to rule over it instead. The white-haired goddess tapped her chin in thought at this point before adding with a slightly depressed tone, "In a way, this would be perfect if I also had Seth here." "We could ask Mother?" Tamamo shivered. "But if we did that, she's going to be rather merciless on the poor unfortunate people brought here, far beyond our normal methods." "Mother as in Izanami or Yggdrasil? Because if it's Izanami, I truly would be just as terrified as you are, especially if Hell hears of this. She can be very fickle when it comes to her domain. Yggdrasil, while she can do a great many things, it is all relegated to whatever realm is in her grasp," Inari replied with a matching shiver. "And Hell doesn't have Seth's realm within her grasp, whereas Izanami does." Tamamo winced. which means that while hell doesn't have jurisdiction, we still would have to go through her Yakuza-like sister, Izanami, to get what we want. Inari gave the idea some thought, what with how quiet she became while her silver eyes became distant. Perhaps I should deal with whatever consequences might come if it meant bringing back Seth. As soon as Inari finished musing about this, an emerald green slash through reality appeared next to the trio, surprising all of them. Then a dark-haired man in dark armor and a green jester's hat stepped through with a wry grin. "Ladies, please don't get up on my account," the man said as he walked over to the group and took a seat on the silver grass. Tamamo quickly poured the man a glass of cider that he gratefully took and drank. "Now what's this I hear about my favorite little fox goddess trying to bring back her little mortal?" Inari suspiciously narrowed her eyes at the question. "What does my husband have to do with you, Loki?" Loki raised his hands in a display of surrender, taking another sip of cider from his cup as he did. "Calm down there. Who said that I was being hostile about an innocent little question of mine? Rarely is anything ever innocent or simple with you," Inari responded. Loki glanced over to Tamamo and said, while holding out his cup for another refill, "Your sister is so touchy about her little mortal. Does she really need to be that hostile to me?" Tamamo refilled his cup with a sigh. "I'm pretty sure she has her reasons," the Kitsune told him diplomatically. "But I personally would prefer hearing what you have to say than pestering Mom for a favor that will take thousands of years to pay back." "Well, it just sucks that all of my fun is being spoiled so early," Loki remarked with a sigh as he took another sip from his cup. "It was going to just blow all of your minds at the ingenuity and astonishing feat I would perform. What fun were you? Are you doing with my dead husband?" Inari demanded with a dangerous tone in her voice. Loki simply waved off the fox goddess's ire with his hand. "See? There's the funny little ability I have over my domain, some of which was imparted to your daughter, who's amazingly entertaining to watch, which involves how my magic works against the forces of reality." As if to demonstrate, with a simple wave of his hand, the world around the group suddenly shifted and was replaced with them being on the beach of a tiny island in the middle of the open ocean. Everything about it seemed impossibly real to Tamamo, from the sounds of the ocean to the smell of the salt in the air. Most annoyingly of all three of the trio were now dressed in bathing suits, while Loki wore a pair of green swimming shorts and a pair of sunglasses. His jester hat still remained exactly as it had been, fully unaltered. "Whatever I wish to be with my illusions is made reality, and since my adorable daughter is the goddess of death, I've been getting her help with pulling your little mortal's soul here, with my magic acting as a form of bridge to that alternate Midgard he and Kashia are from. I'm sure that Pinky here has a bit of experience in dealing with alternate Midgards," Loki said, nodding to Tamamo. Taking another sip from his former cup, now a coconut, the god continued. "After that, making a new body for him would be easy enough. From there, I was going to dump him into the new realm where I thought it would create the most chaos." You mean," Inari began before Loki cut her off. Yes, we've got your baby daddy," the trickster god confirmed. As soon as Loki said this, one of Inari's tails shot out in an attempt to grab him by the neck. Unfortunately for the fox goddess, it simply passed through the god like it was going through a mirage. "Come now, isn't it a bit rude to treat one of your allies like that?" "Give me my Seth," Inari demanded. Even with his sunglasses covering his eyes, Tamamo could still tell that the trickster god was rolling his eyes at Inari's displeasure. "Tammy, seems your sister has missed her little husband, if you know what I mean," Loki said with an amused look. "Yes." Tamamo looked at him with a single sapphire blue glowing eye. "And do you really feel the need to risk her calling Aiko on us?" she asked with a sigh. "She is an Inari variant as well, you know." Loki lowered his sunglasses enough to allow his eyes to be visible to Tamamo. Then he gave a sigh. "None of you are any fun. Well, except for the kid. but she's probably barely following along at this point. Makes you pretty amusing, kid." The trickster god gave Ninya a wink before looking back between the pink-haired Kitsune and Inari. With a snap of his fingers, an unconscious man appeared in a pair of swimming trunks in front of Loki. He looked fairly average, with brunette hair streaked with gray at the sides and stubble over his face. Yet one thing that did seem very apparent was how pale he looked, like someone who hadn't seen the sun in a long time. Instantly, Inari's 7 free tails quickly wrapped around the man's unconscious form and gently carried him over to her. "Seth," Inari lovingly muttered as she cradled the man into her arms, "can you hear me?" For a few moments, Seth said nothing. Then Loki snapped his fingers and the man's eyes shot open as he gasped deeply. "Kashia, I'm awake!" he exclaimed, before his expression became confused as he noticed the smiling face of the woman he was being held by as tears fell from her eyes. Inari? Or is this just another hallucination? I've been having them a lot these past few months," Seth asked, struggling to raise his hand and touch the white-haired woman's face. His hand only made it up to his chest before Seth's strength gave out and it started falling back to his side. At least, it would have, if not for Inari catching it with hers and holding it tightly. "It's not a hallucination this time, you silly man. It's really me," she said while bringing his hand up to cup her face. "How? I dreamed of this for so long," Seth questioned with tears in his eyes. "That would be due to my actions, little mortal. Let's say that I took a liking to your kid's amusing personality and wanted to help her out. Sadly, Pinky over there just had to ruin the fun I was having since she wanted you back immediately and in the most boring way as well," the trickster god said while pointing to Tamamo. "Sorry about this, Loki," Tamamo told him with a sigh. "It was just a case of really bad timing and subject matter for us this time." Yeah, that's a really boring excuse," Loki retorted with a grumble in his voice. That was when Seth finally noticed Tamamo with wide eyes. "Tammy, you're here as well?" he asked in astonishment. "Well, yes, I am," Tamamo told him with a small smile. Turning to the poor, confused girl who looked desperately lost, the kitsune patted her on the head. "And I'm almost finished pasting the realm of foxes to the new world on the other side, so expect some shenanigans with spatial fuckery when you wake up, Ninya." Ninya looked between all of the group with a multitude of emotions on her face. So did Kashia's dad just get resurrected? And spatial fuckery? Like using some form of magic to alter reality? This just has to be the weirdest dream at this point, but it's real, little one, Inari confirmed. "But Grandma, Mrs. Tamamo, what is really happening? What does Mrs. Tamamo mean when she talks of pasting realms and worlds?" Ninya almost seemed to beg, yet that also managed to capture Seth's attention. "Grandma?" Seth asked as he looked between the young mage and up to Inari. The white-haired goddess nodded. "Yeah, Grandma. How do you feel about that, Grandpa?" Seth's jaw dropped as he looked over to Ninya once more, just before she faded out of the realm of foxes. "She was our—" "Yes, that's our granddaughter, Celicia Ninya," Inari confirmed with a grin, only matched by Seth's joyful smile. "Our baby grew up and had a child," Seth said before his smile vanished as his expression became panicked. "Kashia grew up. What happened? Last I remember, I went to sleep and Kashia was only 13. Why did I miss so much?" "You died," the white-haired goddess answered with a sad tone. "You did so much to protect our little girl, but it took its toll on you, and Kashia did what she thought was best to ease your pain." And that was when Seth went still from the recollection. "Oh God, she had to kill me. I have to see her," the man said with fear, looking up at Inari with wide eyes. "Kashia must have been torn up with guilt for so long." "You will soon enough," Inari tried to reassure the man. How is she? Do you know how she's been since we left her?" Seth asked. Well, I can safely say she is a fighter, Tamamo mentioned with a sigh. She did her best to survive through the thick of it, and it worked out in the end. After a moment, she looked off into the distance. Unfortunately, there are a few undesirables hanging around her that she holds in high regard due to their time as players, but I have the strange feeling that such things won't be a problem for long, she grimaced. So long as the local undead population and the cursed tomb they sprout from is wiped from the map, that is. What's a player? An undead along with cursed tombs? What's going on? Is Kashia in danger? Seth asked, completely confused. Well now, it seems that the land is safely connected and not simply duct-taped on by a thread now, so I'll be off. Tamamo laughed, fading from sight casually with a smirk. Sssss. Lucrete yawned as he woke up from a very comfortable rest in this magically conjured cabin of Kashia's. It still astonished him to know that there was magic capable of this kind of feat. As he started to look around to see everyone else also beginning to wake up, his eyes fixed upon the two extreme oddities in the room. The first one was that a small orange fox was stretching on top of Ninya. The blonde archer was quite positive that he hadn't seen any other living being in here besides his friends, and Meepo. The second was that Ninya's hair had rapidly grown down her back in the span of a single night. Yet, before he could say anything about the matter, Tuare beat him to it. Ninya, what happened to your hair? And why is there a fox on you? The young mage's eyes widened as she quickly grabbed a few of the long strands of hair and examined them. What the... is that some new weird magic spell of yours? Lucrete finally asked, grabbing the attention of the two girls. No, Ninya replied before finally noticing the fox in her lap. The girl seemed to stare for a few long moments at the animal before a look of recognition appeared on her face. To Tamamo? At this point, Peter and Dine were fully awake, also hearing what Ninya had just said. Ninya, what are you... The blonde swordsman began until he was interrupted. Khan! The fox grinned at her, snuffling and licking her face gently before hopping off. Afterwards, she strutted over to Lucrete while Ninya was sputtering and pawed at the archer gently. It was almost as though it was asking him to pick her up. Hesitantly, Lucrete reached down and lifted the fox up into his arms. Hello, little guy, the blonde archer greeted, earning an annoyed glare from the animal. The fox sneezed in his face for that, and then laughed at his expression. You! Lucrete complained with a scrunched face. Ninya, why did you call this fox Tamamo? It's cute, but looks nothing like her. Ninya had a slightly worried expression as she continued to look at the fox. At this point, I'm extremely positive that it's her, isn't it, Tamamo? Dine was the first to shrug. Maybe she had a transformation ability. Some mages can do that. Is the sun bright and is water wet? The fox asked in Tamamo's voice, shocking the blonde archer holding her. Lucrete almost lost hold of Tamamo from suddenly being startled by her. What the hell? Wow, Ninya was right, Peter remarked as he lightly slapped his face, probably to make certain that he was actually awake. I'll be honest, not the first transformation I've seen where a mage transformed themselves into an animal, but it would be a lie if I didn't admit that it's a little unsettling to see, Dine said while scratching his beard. When did you even get here, and why are you here? Where is Archer? Lucrete questioned, uncertain on how to even hold Tamamo at this point, aside from keeping her at a distance in his outstretched arms. Well, I'm here because y'all got your shit kicked in, and my goddess and Kashia's mother both are pretty willing to help out. Tamamo grinned. Amaterasu and Inari are sisters, you see, and Ami wants her niece to have a group of protectors that will be able to stand by her side. And that means super secret special magical master boot camp. Wait, Amaterasu is a goddess, right? Lucrete asked, receiving a nod from Tamamo. And you said that Kashia's mother is her sister, right? That earned another nod. Are you telling me that Kashia's mother is an actual goddess or something crazy like that? Inari is the goddess of foxes, fertility, magic, industry, modernity, craftsmanship, agriculture, and fortune. Yes. Why do you ask? Tamamo told him casually. I wasn't joking when I said Ami wanted to wrap you up in pretty bows and give you to the fox princess. Lucrut's, along with Dine's, Peter's, and Tuare's jaws, all dropped upon hearing this massive revelation. The only odd one out in this display was Ninya, who just quietly sat in the corner with a mixture of secondhand embarrassment. Kashia's an actual goddess? Lucrut almost yelled out in shock. You certainly have good taste, Lucky, Tamamo told him, and with how you managed to seduce her. Back home, we called that rolling a nat 20 on a 20-sided die. After a moment, she giggled. Your riz is legendary, PL's nerf. For a moment, Lucrut continued to remain in shock as he realized that the woman he had his heart set for was an actual goddess. Following this was the major feeling of inadequacy. He was just a normal human, so why would a goddess actually want him when she could have the pick of anyone else in the world? Oh, you have a lot more charm than you give yourself credit for, Lucky, Tamamo told him. And sometimes the gods smile not upon the one who has the greatest feats or declares themselves most worthy, but instead on the little ones who can bring a smile to their faces in a time of desperate need. She chuckled, looking him directly in the eyes. So long as you continue to provide Kashia with your love and cherishment as she desires and craves so deeply, so too will Amaterasu bless you with the fiery wrath of the sun at your disposal. Should you be in need of a bow or an arrow, simply reach out for it and call upon the warmth within your blessing for a bow of light and solar devastation. Oh, okay, Lucrut said, feeling slightly unsure, yet the warmth beginning to fill his body told him otherwise. For a moment, he was tempted to attempt what Tamamo told him, to reach out and call upon this weapon she spoke of, but then he held himself back when he realized that they were in a wooden cabin, which wasn't exactly the best place to test whatever fiery power the transformed fox told him. Around this point, Tamamo wriggled out of Lucrut's hands, causing him to drop her. Fret not. The fires of the sun shall only burn that which you wish for it to burn. Tamamo grinned. For those not meant for your wrath, it shall appear as a harmless beam of light that simply passes through. I think I'll leave that for later outside. I've never had any experience casting magic before, the blonde archer replied as the others finally spoke up. So, you're telling us that you just casually gave Lucrut magical powers? Peter asked with a raised brow. I plan to give all of you magical powers with strong anti-undead properties, Tamamo chuckled. I also plan to give you substitution talisman and get Inari's other daughter to make all of you some proper fucking gear. That's extremely generous of you, Tamamo, Dine remarked. Also, I can't help but wonder why you are doing so much for us. You've only known us for a few days. To be blunt, it's a bribe, Tamamo told them. Kashia has claimed you, and I want to get you properly protected in case you get attacked again. But it's mostly a bribe to keep you by my niece's side during such a vulnerable time. I just realized something, Dine began with an inquisitive gaze upon Tamamo. If you're Kashia's aunt, then are you also a goddess? And furthermore, what do you mean by a vulnerable time? Wait, is Kashia in danger? Peter asked, drawing the attention of everyone as they all suddenly paid very close attention to the pink-haired woman. This world has been connected through the realm of foxes to the greater Yggdrasil, so fuck yes, she's in danger. Tamamo grunted, her foxy lips almost reaching a snarl unconsciously. I am keeping the other gods from showing up, but there is a lot of dangerous beings out there that would love to wear Kashia's beautiful fluffy tails as a scarf, so I'm going to need y'all to get training soon, McKay. Rapidly, everyone in the cabin nodded at Tamemo's request, even if it didn't sound like a request and more like an order. By the way, don't believe and trust in every god or demon offering you power, Tamamo mentioned. For one, they always want something in return, no matter what they say. I want my niece to have companions that she prefers to be around that can match her in power one day. She paused. For two, every last one of us will fuck you over in some way, some much worse than others, especially the draconic and parasitic ones. Before they could talk further, the door to the cabin opened and Kashia walked in with Archer in tow. "Good morning, everyone." Everyone immediately looked at the new arrivals simultaneously, causing Archer and Kashia to look confused. What? Diautisuz. /N. TTG. And once more, any well-laid plans of Kashia's have been dashed by her enthusiastic aunt. Oh, and Papa Smith has come back even earlier than expected. At least Inari has her baby daddy back. Further on that news, it has been reported that Papa Smith has died once more. Autopsy reveals that it was due to death by Snoo Snoo. At least Inari can bring him back much faster, now that his soul is in the confines of Yggdrasil. And Kashia might be expecting more siblings in the future. Kitsu. Foxo is foxing in a really silly way. Also, I need money. Again. Holy crap, as of April, my buddy Asdo21 had to deal with a financial crisis, so I'm kinda out of luck for 500 Canadian dollars. PL's help? I kinda need that. Join me and you will know. True fluff. Aiko Akiyoshi's card. https://aikoakiyoshi.card.co/ Fate Fox Blade 20. The Divine Revelation, Part 1. Momonga and Narbaral had just returned to their room at the Hero's Respite from a recent job that they had undertaken involving the slaying of numerous wolves. Even with the curse that was hindering his emotions, it still couldn't mitigate how absolutely bored he was of these easy tasks. Momonga only hoped that both he and Narbaral would rank up soon so that they could get something more exciting. The undead player doubted that there were any of these jobs that could be remotely considered challenging. "My lord," Narbaral began, pulling Momonga out of any further thoughts on the matter. "How much longer must we put up with these menial tasks of these humans?" The Lich pulled the helmet off his head and set it on the nearby table before taking a seat. "It's difficult to say. I'm not certain on how the guild's promotions are fully handled, as they seem to vary based on strength and prior achievements. I've no doubt that you could easily attain a rank beyond Platinum Plate by casting one of your higher-tiered spells. Unfortunately, due to my Momon disguise being a warrior, I wouldn't have that same luxury." "Then what should we do, Lord Ines?" Momonga considered it for a moment as he rested his chin in his hand. My best bet would be to stage an attack with one of our powerful denizens of Nazarick for me to fight. It would also need to be in a place with a large number of witnesses so that they could confirm my deed to the guild. I would like to keep any bloodshed to an absolute minimum, since we would only need this monster to display how much stronger it is compared to anyone else. Momonga was already considering what could be done for this false flag attack. He didn't want anyone killed in it, merely frightened enough that any daring rescue he performed in slaying this monster would look that much better. "A cunning idea, my lord," Narbaral praised with a small smile. This made Momonga pleased to see that the disguised maid agreed with him. "I'll have to discuss this further with Demiurge and Albedo to get their input." Momonga stopped speaking before suddenly doubling over in pain with a scream as he fell from his chair. "Lord Ains!" Narbaral shouted in worry as she rushed over to the collapsed Lich and tried to help him up from the floor. "What's wrong?" Momonga gritted his teeth as he tried to stand before another wave of agony overcame his body, this time filling him with an odd yet terrifying weakness. Something or someone was attacking him. Was it another player? What form of spell was this? There were too many questions, and the longer he stayed, the more he felt this growing weakness fill his body. In fact, he could almost swear that his levels were being removed. "We have to leave, now!" Momonga commanded, ending the perfect warrior spell on his body and retrieving most of his caster levels. Then he quickly cast Greater Teleportation. A moment later, and both Momonga and Narbaral were miles away from E. Rantel in the middle of a random grassy meadow. "My lord, what happened? Have you been injured?" Narbaral quickly asked as she checked over her master. Before Momonga answered, he remained still for a moment and confirmed that he was no longer under the effect of whatever had attacked him. Thankfully, it seemed, the worst was over. Yet that still left the lingering issue he could still feel upon his body. He was still under this weakening effect and could tell that a few of his levels were now gone. "I have no idea. It happened too quickly for me to understand what just occurred. What I do know is that some of my levels have been removed. It could potentially be permanent." "What of you, Narbaral? Did you suffer any ill effects as well?" Momonga asked as he pondered further upon this. "No, Lord Ains, I feel fine," Narbaral replied as she gave the Lich a concerned look. "But if this is truly permanent, then what will we do? This is an absolute insult to you and should be properly punished. First, we need to know who or what did this, and then we need to plan what our next steps will be. For now, we can confirm that the spell was targeted at me, since you were unaffected. And from what I recall, there weren't any spells in Yggdrasil capable of removing a player's levels like that, aside from world items," Momonga said before looking down at his ribcage, where his world item was still currently housed. "And since users of world items shouldn't be affected by users of another world item, except in very specific, non-combat related use cases, then this was something else." It was at that moment that Momonga then came to a rapid realization. Tamamo and Archer had been playing an entirely different game before being brought here, with gameplay mechanics and rules completely different from Yggdrasil's own. Could that mean they had just tried to kill him? He couldn't understand why that was. Momonga needed more answers quickly, but he also wanted to ensure that there wouldn't be any further surprises against himself. "Narbaral, we're heading back to Nazarick immediately," he stated before grabbing the disguise maid and teleporting once more. "What?" Kashia asked as she and Archer shared similarly confused expressions from the way that everyone in the room was looking at her. For a moment, no one said anything until Lucret finally spoke up. "Kashia, Tamamo just told us everything." This caused the blonde woman to freeze in place until her eyes caught sight of the small, orange fox that sat on the floor with a wagging tail. Kashia had seen Aunt Tamamo's fox form more than enough times to recall its appearance, and this was without her sense of smell aiding in this identification. It was quite obvious to see the amusement evident in her eyes. "What do you mean by that?" Kashia questioned slowly as her eyes didn't leave the fox's. "That you are actually a goddess, alongside your mother and Tamamo," the blonde archer replied, causing Kashia's eyelids to narrow at the fox. "Auntie Tammy, what else have you told them?" the blonde demigoddess asked with a small edge of worry in her tone. Who knows what other embarrassing things her beloved aunt might have told the others? "Nothing they didn't figure out on their own, to be honest," Tamamo grinned. "The only thing I actually stated outright was that you were the daughter of a goddess, and pointed out that I wasn't joking about getting you set up with Mr. Lucky here." She paused for a moment and then amended that statement. "Well, that and that, I'd set up a boot camp for them and promised to help them get better equipment so they could better stand by your side." This caused Kashia to blush in embarrassment. "Auntie, I didn't need any help with Lucky. It was being taken care of," the blonde argued as her eyes flicked over to Lucroots for a moment before looking away. "And what do you mean that you were getting him set up with me?" "Ask your mother," Tamamo chuckled. "She should be here soon enough." Kashia froze for a long moment as she heard this. That couldn't be right, could it? With a strained voice, the disguised Kitsune asked, "What do you mean by that?" "Well," the small Kitsune smirked, hiding her face behind her puffy tail, "you can feel it, can't you? The call to home?" That was something that Kashiya couldn't deny. Since waking up this morning, she had been experiencing this strange feeling that she couldn't put to words. Since it hadn't been as important as checking up on the others, the blonde had opted to set aside any concerns for it until later. But now that she was given a better description for it, Kashiya finally realized what she was feeling. "Why am I feeling this, Auntie Tammy?" she asked, as her heart began to slightly beat faster. "Delmo has successfully glued the realm of foxes to E. Rantle," Tamamo chuckled, grooming her tail as she looked up at the larger fox. "Please go see your mother soon. She misses you very much." Kashiya's hand shakily rose to cover her mouth as tears began welling in her eyes. I can see Mama again," she quietly said to herself with a sniff. At that point, her teammates all looked at her with concern. Ninya was the one to break the silence as she approached Kashiya, who looked at the young mage with confusion in her gaze at the girl's long hair. "Well, what happened to your hair, na Ninya?" Kashiya asked, trying to keep her voice from cracking. Ninya smiled with a short shrug. "Well, I had this strange dream last night. I saw Tamamo in it." She then pointed to the fox, who nodded in agreement. "Along with your mother, who I'm pretty sure was the reason for it happening. Midway through it, some other god named Loki showed up along with your father." Kashiya quickly grasped Ninya, like she was an anchor for her remaining emotional stability, and choked out, "You saw my dad? He was there? Is he—" The blonde was unable to say anything further at that point as tears began streaming down her cheeks. Was her dad here? Was he somehow alive again? "I heard a bit. Saw Loki make him appear in front of us, but I think I woke up before I could learn anything further. Tamamo might know a bit more if she remained in that dream longer than I did," Ninya answered, which got Kashiya to look over to her aunt with desperation in her eyes. "Loki brought him back for you with help from hell." The tiny fox smiled. "You have a powerful friend, little Kashiya." The blonde's heart was fully hammering in her chest as she let out a sob. As soon as this happened, Ninya was already giving Kashiya a hug as Lucroot hastily moved over to comfort her. Just as he got close enough, Kashiya pulled him close to herself and buried her head into the blonde archer's shoulder, fully sobbing while also wrapping her arm around Ninya. Lucroot's arms quickly wrapped around her and helped comfort her. "It's all right, Kashiya. Just let it out," he softly said in her ear, eliciting the Kitsune to only tighten her grip around the man. As this happened, Archer walked over to Tamamo and quietly asked, "What happened last night?" "Shenanigans," Tamamo told him confidently, the tip of her tail wiggling as she looked up at him. "Now come put me on Kashiya's head. I want to get her moving to Inari." With a sigh, Archer picked up Tamamo and gave her a quick scratch behind the ears before walking back over to where Kashiya was still crying and gently set the orange fox on top of Kashiya's head. For a moment, Kashiya didn't move her head. Then, Tamamo started grooming Kashiya's ears and softly spoke into them. "Let's go and see your mom and dad. It's better than just crying here all day." Her aunt's words were enough to get Kashiya to lift her head from her Lucroot's shoulder and wipe her eyes. Then she finally let go of the blonde Archer and Ninya. Please show me Auntie Tammy." "Follow your nose," the tiny fox said, patting her niece on the head with a paw. "Go to the largest concentration of foxes." "Oh, okay," Kashiya said, before finally looking to the others. "I'm sorry, Bee, but I have to go right now." "We've got your back, Kashiya. We're your teammates, after all, so we're going with you," Peter said with a smile, with similar responses from everyone else. "Thank you," the blonde replied with immense appreciation of her friends and loved ones. "Let's get moving." It wasn't long before the swords of darkness, Tamamo and Archer and Tuare, were all out of the hero's respite and on the street following after Kashia and Tamamo. Yet while they walked throughout the city, it was noticeably quite packed today as citizens seemed to be converging in the direction that the group was heading. "What's going on?" Peter asked as the crowd was becoming even thicker with people. "I'm not certain," Dine was the first to reply. "It's highly unusual, though." Archer made a hum of thought before asking, "So, honey, would this happen to be because of your doing?" "It is going in the direction of the cemetery." Tamamo asked, wondering how they didn't understand that from the first several fucking times she told them that outright. "I don't know." "What do you think, Kashia? Did I tell them what happened bluntly enough to be allowed to tell them to shut up and go check it out yet?" "Yes, Auntie Tammy," Kashia replied while looking slightly distracted, "but you don't have to be rude about it." Much to Tamamo's amusement, she noted that this whole time since traveling the streets, Kashia had been holding Lucrute's hand. "But Kashia, there's only so many times a fox is willing to repeat themselves, you know?" Tamamo giggled, tugging lightly on her niece's ear with a playful growl. It was honestly kind of dumb that they kept asking her these silly questions. They should just go see the realm with their own eyes if they wanted to know more. She wanted to relax in the hot springs and nap in the sunshine, especially now that the undead couldn't get in. Also, she was quite confident that her spell reached far enough into the earth that if they tried to dig underneath with anyone, they'd instantly be fucked. So she was pretty happy with her work for now. She would need to get Inari on making some more protections with her and Kashia. However, preferably before that undead lich decided to use a wish spell. Not that it could actually remove her son or her at this point, with how much magic resistance she had been stacking up via the souls stuck within her spell. But damn if she didn't want to make sure everything went off without a hitch. Inari would need to call her other daughter over ASAP so that Ains doesn't pull some sneaky shit. "I get it, Auntie Tammy. Just try to be patient with people I care about," Kashia said with a sigh, though it was amusingly noticeable to see the blonde unconsciously move closer to Lucrute as this happened. "But I do wonder how the people of E-Rantle are reacting to this realm merging you did." "Patience? What's that? Is it tasty?" the tiny kitsune joked from atop Kashia's head. "All jokes aside, I think we might have gained a bunch of worshippers for the fluff cult." "I'm gaining worshippers." Kashia appeared lost in thought before a small smile grew on her face. "I'll have to think more about this, but is it strange that the thought of it excites me?" "Is it weird to drink water or breathe air?" Tamamo asked with a snort. "It is no more strange than the desire to eat tofu or inarizushi." Kashia was quiet as she digested this information. Then she spoke. "To be honest, I never really asked Mom about being a goddess. Then I never got the chance to. So this is a bit new for me." "Just be careful if you let your worshippers brush your tails for good fortune," the tiny fox goddess explained. "They might get more fortune than they desired and grow arrogant." With widening eyes, the blonde kitsune looked away, mostly from Lucrute, and quietly muttered, "There's only a few people I want touching my fur." This was around the point when Lucrute finally spoke up to Kashia. "I noticed that you changed your hairstyle. It looks nice on you." A blush filled Kashia's face as she looked over to Lucrute with a bashful gaze. "Thank you. Auntie Tammy helped me with it. I wanted to look nice for someone." Lucrute gave the blonde an interested look. "And who was it that you were trying to look nice for?" the archer asked with a growing smirk. Brushing some of her hair behind her left ear, Kashia replied, "Someone special." "Oh, does this someone special have a name?" Lucrute teasingly interrogated. Tamamo grinned. "Just go to your room at Inari's place and fuck already, you two. We can wait in the realm of foxes at Inari's tea room." "Auntie," Kashia complained, "don't just say that in public." Lucrute then leaned his head in front of Kashia's eyesight with a grin on his face. "Does that mean you like me?" The archer teased Kashia, earning a cute whine of shyness from her. "Maybe." "It could also be Auntie Tammy and me referring to some other archer I know." Kashia shot back before biting her lower lip. The blonde Kitsune was unable to get another word in as Lucrute leaned in and kissed her, silencing anything further. A few precious moments later, and the pair finally separated. "So, what would you say now?" Lucrute asked. "I like you," Kashia admitted with a smile on her lips and reddened cheeks. "Was it really that hard?" Tamemo asked. Turning to Archer, she jumped at him casually. "Also, now that my job here is done, carry me, husband," she told him while flying through the air. Archer easily caught Tamamo in his arms before cradling the orange fox with a smirk. "Aren't you the little matchmaker?" the red-clad man asked while rubbing the fox's ears. "Mikan!" Tamamo responded happily, settling in to be carried by the strong arms of her husband. She felt incredibly satisfied at the feeling of having Kashia admit that she wanted to fuck Lucrute, and was quite interested in how that would turn out, especially once Kashia realized that Lucrute was slowly turning into the equivalent of a divine champion, a sort of demigod in his own right due to her blessing. Sure, it might take him a decade or two to fully grow into it, but once he did, the man would figure out that he was still in his prime for centuries to come, and probably end up the father of many godly children. It would be so cute. Suddenly, Tuare appeared next to Archer and Tamamo with a smirk on her face as she looked at the newly made couple ahead of herself. "Looks like it's finally happened, Tamamo." The blonde girl then leaned closer and whispered, "It's going to be really fun interrogating Kashia for all the juicy details after this. Think we'll have to help her with setting up for a date soon enough?" "I think so," the tiny fox giggled. "Also, come by later tonight so I can give you a little something to help with your daily shenanigans," she told Tuare with a conspiratory grin. There was a curiosity in Tuare's eyes, but a small grin also grew upon her lips. "All right. Will you tell me what it is that you're going to give me?" the girl questioned. "Oh, nothing too special." Tamamo smirked. "Just a tiny little book of secrets." "Okay," Tuare said while glancing up towards Kashia and Lucrute once more. "I can't help but wonder, we're going to see Kashia's parents. How do you think that they'll react to Lucrute? I knew quite a few fathers in mine and Ninya's village who were a bit protective." I think the question here is how fast Inari will lock the two of them in a room to fuck like rabbits. The tiny orange fox shook her head. "What do you think, Goshujin-sama?" Archer was silent for a moment. Then, with a completely serious tone and expression, he said, "God help Lucrute's pelvis. Also, depending on how Kashia's father is right now, he may attempt to threaten or kill Lucrute based on their first meeting. That or he'll approve." Tuare snorted in laughter at how utterly honest Archer was with his opinion. "Wow, that is quite the opinion you have there," the blonde commented. "It's true," Archer said simply. "He probably knows better than anyone else in this world," Tamemo casually stated, as if it were a matter of fact. "Within him lies the spirit of creation, so you could say he is indeed the most qualified father." She blinked, not exactly sure what she had just said, but deciding to roll with it. "He's my husband, of course he knows these things." "Uh-huh," Archer said with a narrowed gaze at Tamamo. "You know, honey, that's a bit of an exaggeration. I'm just good at magically crafting blades." It was clear to see that the red-clad man was trying to downplay her amazing compliments. "Spirit of creation, is that what Archer's magic is called?" Ninya piped up with interest. This was quickly followed by said man's eyes, burning holes into Tamamo. "No, it's called unlimited blade works. Tamamo here just likes to over-exaggerate and play up what I can do. I'm just human at the end of the day," Archer replied, earning a curious hum from the younger mage. "All right. Maybe when we have a chance later, you can tell me a little more about your magic. It's very interesting to hear about since I've never read or heard of any magic quite like what you can do," Ninya asked with a very earnest look in her eyes. Archer gave a simple nod. "Sure, I can spare some time later." That seemed to be enough to please the young mage, as she didn't ask any further. Not much longer after that, the group was unable to go any further as the crowds were too bunched up. Archer pulled aside one of the people in the crowd and asked, "What's happening up ahead?" The person that was pulled aside looked to be a priest of some kind due to the robes he wore. From what I just heard from a few faithful at the temple, the four decided to use their holy power to create a miracle in the cemetery. "Something about a silver paradise," the priest answered. No." Tamemo loudly groaned, changing shape into her goddess form as she jumped to the ground. "The four would have to actually exist to do that, and I'm kinda right here, as the one who did it." The priest's eyes comically almost seemed to bulge out of his head as he sputtered out, "Heretic. How dare you say such a thing, you lying harlot of blasphemers? Tell me, moron, when you call to your gods for aid, do they respond in kind?" she asked him before turning to the masses. "When your people starve and are forced into slavery and war beyond their ability, do you gods deliver unto you the salvation that you seek?" She grinned. "If the answer is no, then why not take a chance? Join a religion that can guarantee you to at least have good crops, healthy children, and to avenge your deaths if you die by an unjust hand. For Amaterasu watches over all who smile upon her and her sister Inari, and will provide for those who ask for it." After a moment, she looked at Kashia. "For those of you who are more magically inclined, our own goddess of magic can ensure you will grow stronger with but a few lessons. So come, follow us into the realm of foxes if you wish to learn, grow, and be cherished as our followers." The priest's face turned red at this point, before his eyes glanced at the adventurer's plate around her neck. "You will rue this day, heretic. Verona will hear of this," the priest stated before running off. "We are going to have some annoying people to deal with in the near future," Archer commented as he walked next to Tamamo. "So, you think we'll be getting a sternly written letter, an old woman complaining at us, or a religious SWAT team sent after us?" "I hope it's the latter," Tamamo smirked, her ears and tails twitching as she gazed upon the hopeful masses, "because then I'll have an excuse to start cracking skulls." It had been far too long since she got to use her polygamist castration fist after all. "Time to see if it comes to that," Archer muttered before looking at the crowd of people ahead of them. "So how do we want to get past these people? Teleport or jumping, and I would hate to do multiple trips." A silly grin appeared on Tamamo's face before she manifested a twisting corridor of space and light between all the people that they could not enter in front of them, her tails wiggling back and forth as she straightened the path, gently moving time and space aside for them to traverse the area. Time falls under my domain of the sun, as does space. With the amount of faith this generates on its own, I can probably do this all day. Tamamo, Tuare began slightly nervously. "Why do you have animal ears and tails? And can I touch them?" Tamamo tilted her head, feeling a sense of danger for a moment before dismissing it as just her imagination. Sure?" She wrapped a tail around Tuare's waist and let her feel it there. "It's not like you won't be able to get your own soon, but be gentle, okay? They're quite sensitive." As Tuare reached up to feel Tamamo's soft ears, she stopped and gave the revealed goddess a strange look. "Wait, what did you just say about getting my own?" "My niece has already claimed you and your sister as family," the Kitsune goddess sighed. "It's only natural that the family of a fox is also a fox, no?" As the group made their way to the gate, the blonde girl asked, When you say that Kashiya has claimed Ninya and I as family, what do you mean by that? Also, are you saying that she also has fox parts like you? Hers are much cuter, Tamemo giggled. She's still a little kit after all. At this point, the entire group was looking over to Kashiya, who simply gave a sigh. A second later, a pair of golden ears alongside 9 golden tails appeared on Kashiya. Wow, I only managed to keep my disguise as a human for about 2 weeks, the blonde complained. At this point, Kashiya, I doubt that really matters considering everything else Tamamo has told us. Besides, your tails and ears do look very beautiful, Lucrute complimented, causing Kashiya to smile before kissing him on the cheek. Thanks, Lucky, Kashiya said with a pleased tone as a few of her tails wrapped around the archer in an affectionate manner. In response, Lucrute wrapped an arm around her shoulders. With this, the group finally entered the corridor together and made their way to the cemetery. A slash. N, TTG. And with that, the happy ending and getting closer and closer. God save that archer's pelvis. That, and Ainz's obvious displeasure, will be an issue in the future. At least next chapter, Kashiya gets to see both of her parents again. Kitsu. Yeah, sorry, I would have kept going for a while longer with this story to make it as long as Vulpine Spanner, but I want to get to part 2 of Fate Foxblade sooner, where we get to see the next part of the shenanigans. Still gotta see where the duo will end up next, but basically, I plan for some fuckery to happen once Nazarick is mostly dealt with. Because to be blunt, I'm not happy with Ainz, and his guild is a liability to the children LMAO. Fun fact, Nidogger is going to be an issue for a while yet still, so there is, in fact, plans for that in the new world and trying to deal with that, which if the world I want us to go to will be any indication, we're kind of going to have a real rough time. TTG. Yes, after all, Nidhogger just wants to do all the normal things that people like you and me do. Stretch his legs, eat some tree fruit, consume entire civilizations and universes. You know, normal things. Surely nothing could go wrong. Kitsu. So far, the next section after this might just be in a galaxy far away, but that depends on if TTG and I can pull off the plans I have in mind for getting it all set up for Book 2. Here's hoping, yeah? And hey, if this works out, maybe I'll see about convincing TTG to help me make an original world and an original setting that we can write for y'all later down the line. Maybe even make that into technically a sequel world based on the Vulpine Spanner multiverse. Depends on what TTG wants to do, and if he wants to make an original published book in the future, if he likes writing with me. TTG. We shall see what happens from all of this. Wouldn't that just be interesting? Still, only time can tell. See you all next time. On Foxball Zed. Kitsu, thanks for reading. Check out my website and stay fluffy. Fate Foxblade 21 Divine Revelations, Part 2/Ramifications, Part 1. The group made it through the corridor a lot faster than most, aside from Archer and Tamamo expected. Upon exiting out the other side, they were all greeted to a large group of guards at the gates who were keeping the citizens out of the cemetery. Us in! You have no right to keep us out of the cemetery! A call rang out from the crowd, with multiple other voices clamoring in with similar thoughts. And I said no. We are waiting for the Magicians Guild's representatives, alongside a few adventurers, to inspect what has happened. Until then, all of you shall remain outside the cemetery until further notice. A man that Archer guessed was the captain of the guards shouted back to the crowd, though any further argument ceased with the appearance of the entire group before the gate. What the hell? The captain quickly ceased as he recognized the couple that had become extremely familiar faces to the cemetery guards. Archer and Miss Tamamo, what are both of you doing here? And with a bit of... The man's eyes then shifted onto the face of Kashiya, now completely undisguised. Company. I'm coming to check up on the realm of foxes, now that I glued it to where the cemetery once was after I raised the second son, Tamamo explained, her ears flickering around to listen to the people. The undead will no longer be a problem, but you might find yourself with a playful fox wanting to have a bit of fun from time to time. The man's eyes widened, either in astonishment or fear towards Tamamo. Wait, realm? What realm? Is this some kind of magic craziness? Archer decided to answer for Tamamo in the bluntest way possible. It's an entire nation, probably larger than the Riastes kingdom, that's been attached to the cemetery with magic. You'll likely want to get your mayor. With a slack-jawed expression, the captain quickly grabbed the shoulder of one of his nearby subordinates and said, without breaking his gaze from either Tamamo or Archer, Get Mayor Rettenmeyer immediately." The younger man didn't even question the order as he quickly took off, pushing his way through the crowd to get to the mayor. As that happened, the captain asked, "What's going to happen now? This thing has become a political nightmare. Some citizens might even think it's an invasion." "Just tell them to play with the foxes, maybe," the Kitsune said, her eyes twinkling with mischief. "Surely if they enjoy a bit of friendly competition, they might get used to each other more smoothly." Are you insane?" the captain questioned as he looked between the couple. "Depends on your definition of sanity," Tamamo chuckled. "For one as old as I'm about as sane as they come, almost." "Don't question Miss Tamamo, Captain," another guard on top of the gate's walls said. "At this point, questioning Archer and Miss Tamamo is useless. Besides, I've never felt better in my life after the last time both of them did a cemetery tour." The captain gave a glance to the man before looking back to the couple. "You realize that this is going to become a massive clusterfuck of legendary proportions, correct?" "Probably so," Archer agreed with a wry grin, "but we're still going through that gate." Giving a sigh of defeat, the captain stepped aside. "Not much I can do to stop you. Just try to avoid causing some diplomatic incident or whatever." Tamamo pulled out a paintbrush as soon as he said that and drew a fox paw on the chest of his armor. "Congrats, you're now part of the realm of foxes. Now do the diplomacy." "That isn't how things work. You can't just declare someone as being a citizen of a foreign nation," the captain argued. "Auntie Tammy, can you stop teasing the man?" Kashia asked with a little impatience. "Aw, fine," Tamamo sighed. "I guess if the princess says to carry on, we must take our leave." She made her way past the man and into the realm, putting away her brush with a sigh. The rest of the group followed after Tamamo and entered the realm themselves. They all seemed to be in different stages of awe, with Kashia most especially entranced by the sight of the plains of silver grass. "This place is beautiful," Kashia muttered. Then the world seemed to shift all around the group, like the world was being moved for the group until they all arrived in front of a palace of shining platinum walls. There was some disorientation among most of the group, besides Archer, Tamamo, and Kashia. "That was a bit of a rush," the Red Bowman commented. At the front gates of the structure, there was a veritable army of Kitsune clearing a path for the new arrivals as they bowed to the group. "I like her style," Tamamo muttered gently as she moved to take a position closer to Archer and behind Kashia. "Better move back a bit so we don't get in the way of suffocation by tits." The doors to the palace suddenly opened, and stepping out from it were a pair of figures. One of them, a woman with 10 white tails and silver eyes, dressed in a white kimono, alongside a man in a red kimono, with brown hair containing streaks of gray. As soon as Kashia saw the pair, Archer watched her already take off running towards them. "Mama! Dad!" She couldn't even finish what she was trying to say as her words became wails upon quickly tackling into the pair. The only reason that couple didn't topple over is because Inari's tails caught Kashia mid-air before pulling her into their embrace. "I missed you so much, my little fox," Inari warmly said while stroking Kashia's hair. I did too," Kashia cried before looking to Seth. "Daddy, I'm so sorry." Seth shook his head and seemed to hold his daughter all the tighter. "There's nothing you need to apologize for. I could never be upset with you, kiddo." Archer watched the family reunion with a tense expression as feelings of guilt grew in his mind. It was after another few moments of witnessing these raw emotions that Archer had to look away, even beginning to walk away from the palace and group, much to the confusion of a few of them. Yet none of them said a word, as they didn't wish to interrupt the moment of Kashia and her parents. Tamamo was already at Archer's side as he walked off to get some space from the family. After a few more moments of silent walking, Archer finally spoke. "Hell of a thing. Seeing the consequences of your ideas thrown back in your face." "Yeah," Tamamo sighed. "I don't know if this makes you feel any better, but you have a chance to make it all better this time, with your own 2 hands." She looked into his steel-gray eyes, her molten gold orbs brimming with emotion as she took his hand in hers. "You can make it right by making sure that they live happier lives from now on, with a large family, and they'll never need to know that you created them unless you wish to tell them." Archer sighed and looked over once more to the reunited family with a grimace. Easier said than done. While they might be happy now, I am the reason for the constant hell that all 3 of them went through, and that's just what I caused for them before Kashia arrived in the new world, the Red Bowman argued. He then rested his forehead against Tamamo's and added, "I hope that the guilt doesn't eat me up enough to make me admit what I've done to Kashia and her family. I doubt I'd survive it." "Yeah, no you wouldn't," Tamamo told him outright. "And if you died, I'd probably be joining you in about 3 seconds flat, due to my relationship with you." After a moment, she sighed. "By the way, we aren't nearly far enough away to have this conversation, with all the ears around. So just hope that the foxes take pity on a poor creator that didn't realize that his creations were real. Maybe I'll figure out a good wedding gift for them as an apology," Archer joked with a wry grin as he looked back to see the family still tightly holding on to one another. "A very good wedding gift." "It would certainly be a start," Tamamo admitted, "and that would be a hell of a lot easier if you took up your place via Aiko shenanigans and actually made your claim on this fraction of the Nomniverse." Archer rolled his eyes at his wife's reply. "Don't start with that now, honey. Besides, we still need to sort out everything in this universe to start with." He then looked up at the sky and pondered, "One is that Kashia will probably become a full goddess a lot faster than expected, while the other is that Nazarick and Nidhogger are still an issue." "Yeah," the foxy goddess sighed, her ears perking up at the sound of the group moving inside the palace. "I recommend dropping hints at Inari about Niddy, since Iggy is her mother in your world." "Probably," Archer agreed. "Also, we should probably get Kashia to use Loki's call, since Ratatoskr will need to be involved, and he's almost guaranteed to be the first summon." Then the red-clad man chuckled. "Wonder what the squirrel will try to get away with between her and you, eh?" Tamamo shrugged. "Just ignore the little shit and he'll go away on his own." "We'll see how it goes. I can only pray for Kashia and her children. With their genetic proportions, he's never going to leave her family alone," Archer joked. He then looked over to see that the group was mostly inside the palace. "Guess we should catch up. Wouldn't want to be left behind for the entire family reunion. After all, Auntie Tammy has to cheer her little niece up and do a bit of catch-up with her brother-in-law," Archer said with a teasing grin. "Huh, yeah," Tamamo grinned, pulling him along by his hand with a wry grin. "And to think that without all this, I would have never known what it was like to have a loving family that actually wanted anything to do with me." Archer simply smiled as he followed Tamamo into the palace, noting the numerous paintings of foxes on the walls and statues of Kitsune dotting the halls made of precious metals. Up ahead, the duo spotted the group being led into another room by Inari and Seth, so they both hastened their pace until finally catching up to see everyone being led to sit at a large table filled with varying plates of food. For a moment, Archer and Tamamo shared a look as they both internally felt that they could have made better. Then they walked over and took their seats near Inari and Seth at the head of the table, while Kashia and Lucrute sat across from them. "Ah, I'm glad to see that you and Archer, was it, have finally joined us, Tamamo," Inari commented with a smile while her fingers were entwined with Seth's and a few of her tails were curled around Kashia's. "Yeah, sorry, sis, got a bit distracted," the goddess of the sun chuckled, her ears wiggling playfully. "But hey, we're here now, without too much delay, I hope?" "Not at all, though I do have to wonder, where in the world did you end up meeting your mate? From the way Kashia explained it, he can create magical copies of weapons that he sees," Inari asked as her silver eyes studied Archer for a moment. "I found him in an alternate Earth and dragged him along for the shenanigans," Tamamo admitted casually. "Aiko helped with that." After a moment, she giggled. "And then I forcibly claimed him during a battle because he blew up half a battlefield in the Draconic Kingdom almost, and it was kinda hot." Archer sighed as he buried his face in his palm. "I only killed a section of an enemy army," the man muttered. Seth decided to speak up with mild amusement on his features. "Still as crass as ever, Tammy," the man said as he took a bite of his roasted duck. "Yup. At least I'm not going full Amy right now since she's kinda off LARPing as a dog still kinda," Tamamo chuckled. "And Dodgy is trying to collect Inari's other daughter for us so that I can hopefully poke her into making something special for the Swords of Darkness here." Seth's eyebrow rose as he gave a questioning look between Inari and Tamamo that even Kashia matched. "Wait, you have another daughter, Nari?" Seth asked. "I have another sister," Kashia questioned with a hint of excitement in her tone. Inari smiled at both and nodded. "In a sense, I certainly do. Back on Earth, my only living daughter still on Earth was Kashia before she arrived here. But as a goddess, I'm not limited to one single universe, as there are alternate realities where another version of me had different children. We're all very aware of one another, and I think something may have happened to drag her into this reality when Kashia was brought here. That is a lot more complicated than I expected," Seth admitted. That earned him a playful nudge from Inari. "Seth," the goddess giggled, "I wouldn't cheat on you." "Never said you would, Nari," Seth replied and kissed her. Kashia finally took the moment to ask, "Who is she? What's she like?" "Well, her name is Analia Vulpes, and she's a very skilled craftswoman," Inari began with a smirk. "Analia is quite an inventor and can get lost in her work if she becomes too focused, but she at least has her husband to help remind her to take a break occasionally. She's a nice girl, and I think you'd like her." Kashia smiled at this. "It's nice to hear that I have a living sister. I hope she won't take too long to get here," the blonde mused. "It would certainly go a lot faster if Inari was the one talking to her," Tamamo admitted. "But for now, my sister is busy as hell, and it would be a problem if I were to bother her for every little thing during a time like this." "Okay, I guess I can wait a bit longer," Kashia said with an impatient sigh that caused Seth and Inari to chuckle. "Don't worry, I'll go see them in a little bit. For now, though, I just would like to spend a little bit of time with you and Seth, since we've been apart for too long," Inari said in reassurance. Lucrute finally took the chance to speak up and ask, If you both don't mind me asking, how did you both end up meeting?" Inari smiled brightly at the question while Seth examined Lucrute with some suspicion. "Oh, it was so romantic. Seth and I met each other during a snowstorm, and he offered me shelter. From there, we just kept meeting each other until we ended up married with Kashia." "Probably the best decision of my life was to help Nari," Seth admitted, as he and Inari kissed each other before looking at the blonde Archer once more. "By the way, Lucrute, was it?" "Yes," Lucrute replied. "What's your relationship with my daughter?" As soon as Seth asked this, a bead of sweat fell down the side of Lucrute's face, while the rest of the Swords of Darkness, along with Tuari, silently snickered at the blonde's discomfort. Well, I care quite a lot about your daughter, sir," Lucroot nervously answered. Is that so? Seth said with slowly narrowing eyes. With the way Kashia's been making eyes at him and teasing him so much, I wouldn't be surprised if she took him away and stole more than just his heart for good the moment she had the chance. Tamamo giggled. But honestly, they're good for each other. I want to wrap him up in little pink bows and lock him in a room together to see what happens. Auntie Tammy, Kashia complained with a blush on her face, while Inari almost seemed to squeal in delight. Oh, sweetie, I'm so happy for you two, Inari congratulated. How did both of you end up meeting each other? The white-haired woman's free hand squeezed Kashia's in an excited manner. I met him and my other friends a little after I arrived in the Riastize Kingdom. From there, I joined their adventuring team, and we've been getting to know each other ever since, Kashia responded, while entwining her fingers with Lucroot's. Please, Daddy, try to avoid scaring Lucroot off, will you? Scaring? Is that what you call it? Seth replied while continuing to look at Lucroot with an unchanging expression. I'm just trying to know a little more about the man who is dating my daughter. It's fine, Seth. Our little girl is old enough to make her choice for a mate, and I currently approve, Inari said while nudging Seth's shoulder with her own. This caused the man to relent with a sigh. Fine, but you better not do anything to upset my daughter, or I will make you regret it, Seth warned. Inari grew a massive smile on her face as soon as Seth said this. Wonderful. Then I have no qualms in doing this now, Inari announced as she waved her hand in front of Kashia and Lucroot. Before the two even had a chance to question what was happening, both had disappeared from the table, causing everyone to look at the empty chairs, and then to Inari in confusion. Well, everyone except Tamamo. Where do they just go? Seth questioned. Our daughter has grown up, and with it, she has a few needs. It was quite obvious to smell when I first saw her. I'm sure that Lucroot will take good care of her, Inari replied as she looked over to Tamamo. I'm certain that my sister has been hard at work trying to make sure her niece would finally get some relief. You can bet your fluffy tails I am, sis, Tamamo giggled, allowing her tails to wiggle freely in Archer's direction. Kashia doesn't seem to realize that every single fox in the vicinity can smell her lust from across the city. If we're really lucky, Seth, I think we'll get a few more grandkids after today, Inari said excitedly. That made Seth snort in amusement. Well, I'll admit that I don't hate Lucroot, nor would I hate if Kashia does have children with him, but I do find it funny to make him sweat a bit as a concerned dad. He then looked to everyone else at the table. Make sure to not tell him this since I want a bit more time to have fun with making him squirm. Everyone easily nodded with a few chuckles mixed in. Ah! And Kitsu. And so Tamamo and Archer have a mind-bending, heartbreaking conversation about metaphysical shenanigans and magic, while TTG over here considers buying a bunch of canned goods live with me in VC. America is kind of scary at the moment, yo. Y'all good down there? Anyway, let's not get too far into that, but just know that my heart does go out to all the people that have to deal with that, and I hope my stories at least provide a little levity and humor to you while things are going down. Keep in mind I write this stuff like months before I release it at times, so don't nuke me if I post this at a really bad time without checking the news. Yeah? March 26th, 2025. TTG, it'll be fine since we'll all be living through the plot of Fallout by that point. Remember to keep your Radaway handy. On other news of different apocalyptic proportions, we get to see the political ramifications, after Kashia's ramming, of combining two different realms of Yggdrasil together, along with Ainz and friends being understanding on why Bone Daddy just permanently lost levels. I'm certain that nothing truly bad could come of it. Kitsu. Well, as my Flandry profile pick friend Ozimi's NRP community likes to say, time for a death war. Literally. TTG. How can one be killed if they have no life? Truly stumps me. Guess we better call in the Hardly Boys to solve this mystery. Kitsu. God damn it, not the goddamned Hardly Boys. Kek. Anyway, PL's Feed the Foxo need more commissioners for more fics so I can get more people interested in shenanigans, like collabs and commissions. Also, I want to stream my writing sessions to people. Come join me so I can do so. My Discord is linked in my website, https://ikoakiyoshi.card.co/ without the spaces. Thanks for reading and stay fluffy. Fate Fox Blade 22, Divine Revelations, Part 3 / Ramifications, Part 2. It was an hour or so of chatting as the members of the table ate and waited for Kashia and Lucrut's return. In that time, Seth was busy asking a few questions to the table, and being asked some in turn as well. So, you're saying that you died when Kashia was 13 or so? Peter asked for confirmation. Seth nodded. At least, that's from what I can remember. I had to be filled in on some of it since I had been dying from poison that was damaging both my mind and body. And neither Kashia nor Inari could do anything to heal or fix you when this happened, Ninya questioned. This time, Inari decided to answer for Seth. As a goddess heavily tied to her realm, I had only been able to leave my domain and reach Seth's realm due to small amounts of worship it had for me. Unfortunately, that left me extremely weak there and took a lot of effort to maintain my continued presence. She then gave Seth's hand a small squeeze, which her husband returned before continuing, "When I was pregnant with Kashia, a lot of the power I had been using to stay in Seth's realm was put into our daughter. That dramatically shortened my time in the realm from decades to years, which, while sad, is something I didn't regret since it was for our little girl. Unfortunately, after that, I was forced to leave and couldn't return since I used up all the power and worship I still had in that realm. Even though you had to leave, I still cherished all the moments we had together," Seth said in reassurance, earning a kiss from Inari. "So did I, Seth," Inari agreed with a smile before looking back to Ninya and the others. As for Kashia, the realm she was on wasn't connected to Yggdrasil in any traditional manner, nor was it one filled with magic, which meant that she couldn't learn any spells to heal him until after leaving that place. This realm, which has only a fraction of the magical power and ambient mana as the other 9, is still infinitely more than what resides in Seth's. With how harsh the realm was, there wasn't any way to fix Seth's illness, nor could he be revived when he died. Inari then added with a glum look, "I couldn't even revive Seth without the help of another god due to so many restrictions, and attaining the help of another god can have too great a price to pay for the reward. That was until Loki decided to get involved." "Loki?" Dine asked. Inari gave a wry smile at the question and replied, "Over the years, Kashia's gotten the attention of 2 gods that decided to make her their chosen. Freya, a goddess who I have quite a good friendship with, and Loki. He is a trickster god, and one that can be very extreme and strange, with his affections to those he likes. Loki has fathered quite a few children, one of which is the goddess of death, named Hel." Suddenly, a green flash appeared on the table, startling most of those seated. When it faded, it revealed said god, laying in the middle of the table eating a handful of berries. "Did someone ring?" Loki asked in amusement as he looked over the assorted group. "Who the hell is that?" Peter questioned, asking what the others were already thinking. Tossing a berry into the air before catching it in his mouth, Loki glanced over to Peter and chuckled. "I would hope that you might have a bit more to say when encountering a god than just that, mortal," Loki lightly chided. The trickster god's eyes then fell upon Ninya next. "Oh, and there's the little mortal from yesterday." A moment later, and a copy of Loki appeared right next to the young mage's chair, making her jump in her seat. Seems that you've still a bit to go," Loki remarked to the girl before lightly patting her head. "I'll be happy to see how you end up turning out." "What does that mean?" Ninya questioned with some worry in her eyes. Loki's copy and Loki himself both put a finger to their lips in reply. "No spoilers, little mortal." Then both Lokis looked at Inari with a matching set of grins, before a third Loki appeared between Inari and Seth. "Well, well, Mrs. Fox, have you been rediscovering your mortal husband after so long? I mean, what? It's been almost 3 decades." The Loki didn't get to finish before he became immolated in blue flames, leaving only 2 grinning Lokis at the table. "Oh, seems you have. Guess that's one thing you share with your sister," the Loki eating berries said as he leaned his head back to gaze at Archer from an upside-down perspective. "And there's the other interesting mortal lover." A moment later, and Archer was already turning his head to look at the Loki copy leaning next to him with a grin on his face and an interested look in his eyes. A faker pretending to be Mr. Faker, a man after my own heart. Then again, you would know all about that, wouldn't you? Depending on what you know, wouldn't you want to be quiet to prevent spoilers? Archer questioned with a calm look, even if was internally worried. But you should know, Archer. I'm a being that just thrives on chaos. And what's more chaotic than wonderful revelations? Loki taunted with a laugh echoed by his counterparts. "Hey, Loki!" Tamamo looked at him with an intense glare, both of her eyes shining a deep sapphire blue with hints of green flame at the sides. "Aiko wants to chat with you. I wouldn't keep her waiting." With a disappointed sigh, the copies of Loki dispersed, and the original stood up and brushed some non-existent dust off his armor. "Well, guess I can't keep the kinky goddess waiting," the god said as he looked over Inari. "All right, Inari, before I go, there's 2 things I have to do." He then snapped his fingers with no obvious effect to the current onlookers. Then, he added with a grin, "Try to not kill your hubby from a serious case of death by snoo-snoo. Ta-ta-ta." Before Inari could even throw another fireball at the trickster god, he disappeared in a flash of green. "Death by snoo-snoo?" Peter and Dine questioned together as they looked over Inari and Seth. Inari, for her part, was red in the face at the implication. On the flip side, when Archer looked over to Seth, he could see that the man seemed to be bothered by something. Seth," the red-clad man began, "are you doing okay?" Seth's eyes flickered to Archer for a moment before focusing solely on Inari. Inari?" Said goddess looked to her husband with a look of concern. "Seth, is something wrong?" Inari asked before Seth pulled the goddess over to him. "See..." Inari couldn't finish as Seth pulled her into a passionate kiss that she seemed more excited than surprised by. Just as the obviously enthralled man moved his hands to start disrobing the goddess, she snapped her fingers and the pair vanished from the room. "What just happened?" Peter asked. "I'm fairly certain that I know what Loki ended up doing," Archer said with a sigh. "Wonder how long those 2 are going to go at it. Tammy, you think you'll be getting some new nieces and nephews after today?" "Yeah," Tamamo nodded. Looking at him with a rather lewd grin, she flicked a tail under his nose with a hint of lust in her eyes. "Maybe after the upcoming challenge, we'll be able to settle down and have a few kits of our own." For a moment, Archer was frozen in place as he was horribly tempted to go follow what the other 2 couples were doing at this moment. He looked between Tamamo and the others, then back to his wife and told everyone, Tammy and I will be back in a while." Then quietly whispering to Tammy, "Got a spell to get us out of here fast?" "Yes!" In a flash, they disappeared through what looked to be a Tory gate and ended up in Tamamo's personal quarters, leaving behind all of the confused humans in the dining hall. Archer was already starting to take off his clothes when he commented, "How is it that every human guy with a kitsune lover is just fucking today?" "I don't know. Maybe the 10-tailed god is just horny?" Tamamo asked curiously, not really putting much consideration into her words. Shaking her head, she allowed her clothes to fall loose for him to pull off for her. "Does it really matter, though?" "No, but it's weird that it's happening 3 times, Archer replied as he pulled Tamamo into a kiss. As he did this, his hands began to roam across her body, feeling the kitsune up as they did so. Tamamo began to purr at him a little, enjoying his ministrations as she kissed him back, slipping her tongue between his teeth as she did so. Once they broke apart for air, the kitsune grabbed him and tossed him at the giant bed in the corner of the room before pouncing, her clothes falling off entirely in the process. "I honestly don't care, husband. Just fuck me already." Archer quickly caught Tamamo in the air and lowered her onto his shaft until he had penetrated her. "Like this?" the white-haired man joked as he began playing with the horny kitsune's breasts. The kitsune on top of him growled, forcing herself down onto him and gyrating her hips. Her body clenched onto his cock, her thighs squeezing his sides as she began to bounce roughly on him, increasing the intensity with every upwards pull. With a determined expression, Archer moved his hands to start fondling Tamamo's ass as he tried to hold himself back from coming from the kitsune's vigorous actions. "Feisty today, aren't you?" the red-clad man then thrust into Tamamo with a grunt. Tamamo moaned, arching her back before she leaned over him and shoved her cest in his face. Her pace began to increase, the warm, wet tightness around his cock gripping him even harder as she let her lactating breasts drip over his mouth, enticing him to suck. With a smirk, Archer gently teased Tamamo's nipple with his teeth before sucking upon it. The white-haired man was surprised to find out how much he was actually drinking from his wife's nipple and how good it was. Then he gave another thrust into Tamamo while meeting her eyes. He then momentarily pulled away from the kitsune's nipple and said, "I love you, Tamamo." Then he went to start sucking on her other nipple. "I love you too," Tamamo cried, clamping down on him as hard as she could and wrapping him in her tails. "Give it to me. Give me your babies." "Yes, ma'am," Archer shouted as he gave a final thrust and released his load into Tamamo. Their eyes never broke contact as this occurred. Then, a moment later, after being able to think clearly, Archer came to a sudden realization. Did I just get you pregnant?" "Mm-hmm," Tamamo told him, nuzzling into his chest. "But if you don't want it, I can just absorb it before it takes root." Archer gently tilted Tamamo's head up to him before kissing her. "I'd love to have kids together, Tammy," the white-haired man reassured his wife with a smile. "Mikun," she murmured quietly, kissing him back before falling asleep on his chest. She almost looked to be conserving energy for the pregnancy, but it was very cute, especially with how she curled up like a fox on top of him, surrounding him with her tails. In response, Archer wrapped his arms around Tamamo and closed his eyes for a bit. He was certain that they could rest for a few moments without interruption. All in all, today was a good day. Ainz had been busy since the events of 2 days ago. It had first started with calling all of the floor guardians, except for Shaltir, due to her being on a mission, to a meeting to inform them of what had transpired, namely his loss of levels. That had created absolute chaos among the Lich's subordinates. Both Demiurge and Albedo had been immediately up in arms about such an insult to their guildmaster. Both were held back from doing so due to the unknowns around what, most likely Tamamo, had been done to him. Instead, Ainz decided to have a few scouts sent to E. Rantel to investigate the area. They didn't come back. Not even a message had been sent. This told Ainz that Nazarik's forces were now being attacked by some unknown method. Attempting to scry E. Rantel was barely any better, as massive parts of the city were completely blocked from view from some unknown method. As Nazarik had an enemy of unknown ability, the Lich had called back all members of the tomb as a precaution. In addition, security was being ramped up to prepare for any assaults that might come. From there, Nazarik's denizens started production on weapons, enhanced tomb defenses, and raised armies of monsters and undead. In essence, the hornet's nest had been kicked, and it was gearing up to attack. For Ainz, though, he had another issue that had been taking his attention. His levels were still unrecoverable, even when attempting to utilize the world item Avarice and Generosity, which had enough XP in it for 5 levels, the 5 that had been taken from him. He still couldn't get them back. The XP was absorbed, but it just disappeared afterwards. Somehow, whatever caused this initial level loss acted as a permanent curse that prevented him from reattaining these levels. This was a curse that Ainz had never heard of in Yggdrasil before, so he had to guess that it came from whatever game Archer and Tamamo had come from. Ainz planned to act soon, both to live up to the idea that his NPCs believed of him and perhaps a little bit due to the vindictiveness he was feeling. He would have to suitably retaliate in kind. But before then, his first step was to find out why. Activating message, Ainz contacted the first person of a few he planned to today. "Kashiya, answer me," Ainz mentally thought out. "Momonga, is everything all right?" The Kitsune player responded back as if she didn't know. "Everything is not all right. Either you or most likely that aunt of yours attacked me with a spell 2 nights prior, nearly killing me. More than that, even though I didn't die, what I experienced was essentially the same because I've permanently lost 5 of my levels." Ainz spat back to Kashiya, his fist curling as he did so, while a lightly glowing sheen of green outlined his body. "Wait, what? What do you mean that Aunt Tammy attacked you? 2 nights ago, they were busy dealing with undead in the cemetery. Why would they bother trying to hurt you when you've done nothing to them?" Isn't that just the million-yen question? Ainz tried to calm down and think this out. Maybe Kashiya was being truthful, but then again, she had a history in YGGDRASIL of tricking other players and killing them for their items. Perhaps this was one of those moments? After all, he didn't even know her well enough to get a good enough read on the woman. "Fine. Perhaps you might not know enough about what happened, but I plan to speak to your aunt who does. Goodbye, Kashiya." "Wait, Momonga." Ainz didn't bother waiting to hear what the Kitsune player had to say as he ended the connection. Instead, he quickly started up a new message with the other person of interest. "Tamamo, what the hell did you do?" "Huh? The fuck do you mean, what did I do?" Tamamo asked, sounding as surprised as he was when he was attacked. "Did something happen?" "You know exactly what you did. 2 nights ago, a spell of unknown origin struck me while I was in E-Rantle. From there, I almost died. But in the process of escaping, I permanently lost 5 of my levels. Now, I know for a fact that there isn't any kind of spell like that in the game of Yggdrasil, not accounting for world items. But you and Archer, and whatever game the both of you played, there's more than enough evidence that you must have been behind it." The skeletal knuckles of Ainz made popping noises as his fists squeezed even tighter on the armrests of his throne. "Cool story, bro. Unfortunately, the only spells I actually cast are a spell to clean out the graveyard of undead, and a spell to glue a realm to the space inside the city. If you were affected by one of those, it ain't my intention, and considering how hostile you've been about it and that army you have going on in there, I no longer give a flying fox," she told him, pointing out that she could somehow see right past all of his barriers. "If I had known you were gearing up for a war against us, I would have actually just straight up killed you where you stood," she informed him, with the tone one used for those they considered to be dangerous, drug-addled scum. "Consider yourself lucky that I'm in a good enough mood to let you have one. Final battle. I'll even let you prepare as long as you like. I can see that my words won't matter in the end either way, and I'm ready to protect what's mine." How the fuck are you even able to see through Nazarik's barriers? Never mind. It doesn't matter if you did this intentionally or unintentionally. What matters is all of the resources that I've just lost because of you. And trust me, if I send the full weight of Nazarik at you, there won't be a battle. So if you don't want my justifiable retaliation, you will submit to a few of my demands in restitution. Ainz began as one of his ideas came to mind. "For instance, I have a few good uses for Archer, like making a few rare weapons for Nazarik, and that's just a start. You know, there is being stupid, and then there is this." Her eerily calm voice came through to him as clear as day, as though it was being whispered directly into his soul. or what was left of it at least. "Tell me," she began, the heat within Nazarik's walls beginning to rise ever so slowly. "Have you ever played with a magnifying glass and ants before?" she asked, and you could hear her malicious smile. "I assure you it's quite satisfying to watch them burn." "What are you doing?" Ainz mentally shouted before Albedo suddenly appeared in the throne room, dressed in her dark armor. "Lord Ainz, Nazarik is under attack. Some unknown enemy is casting a spell that is utilizing a sunbeam that is somehow able to slightly penetrate through the tomb's floors," Albedo immediately announced. "How bad is the damage?" Ainz demanded quickly. "Light injuries to any of Nazarik's denizens that were in direct contact with the sunbeam, but the fact that something managed to penetrate our walls is the greater concern," Albedo answered. If Ainz still had eyelids, he'd be glaring. "Tamamo, that damned woman is doing this," the Lich seethed in his throne. "One of the two Kitsune in that human city of Rantel?" Albedo questioned, to which Ainz nodded. This caused Albedo to shake in rage. But as this happened, Ainz noticed something, namely when he decided to look at his health, making his jaw drop. "I'm continuously taking damage right now," Ainz stated in horror, as watched his health bar slowly chip away and drop. "That bitch. Are you saying that one of these mongrels has dared to harm you, Lord Ainz?" Albedo asked with a growl as the bardiche in her hands shook from her rage. "Yes," Ainz answered. "We are preparing for war." As he said this, he mentally communicated to Tamamo once more. "You have started this war, Tamamo. I promise Nazarik will take everything from you in return. You, your family, everything you care about will be Nazarik's until restitution is paid, or you die." "You will try, Momonga." She had the gall to giggle at him. "You will try." /N, TDG. And so, begun, the player wars has. Ainz deals with the fact that he is going against someone beyond Nazarik's league, and following that, there's also the other moments of chaos that will follow. Kitsu, here's the kicker. Tamamo would have definitely removed Nazarik from his control, but she wasn't going to kill him off entirely until he decided it was a great idea to demand her husband. The same one that legit just impregnated her. He could not have fucked up harder. Man legit went from grand final battle to utter humiliation mode in like less than a paragraph worth of dialogue. TTG. Sadly, even if one helped him rebuild Nazarik after a horrific defeat, he would never let it go due to the power of Memba berries. Regardless, shit is going down because of the unending war of escalation that would occur otherwise. At least preceding this event, Archer and Tamamo are finally on the road to parenthood, followed by Seth and Inari, followed by Kashia and Lucrute, followed by something. Kitsu. This be Fuckerton. The fucking city of all time! Anyway, join my Patreon for much more shenanigans in advance. When I wrote this, only like 12 chapters were out on QQ. You can probably tell how far in advance this is based on that alone. I'm at HPS, washaikoakiyoshi.card.co for all my links. HTS, Yansias, Aiko Akiyoshi. Card Co, teams without the spaces for those who can't see links. Join me, and together we will fluff the galaxy. Thanks for reading and stay fluffy. Fate Fox Blade 23, Politicking and the War Discussion. It was the second day of the Realm of Fox's appearance in the cemetery of Rantel. After the events of yesterday, all the family, in addition to the Swords of Darkness, had reunited for the morning, having breakfast with one another. "So, Auntie Tammy, I'm really concerned since I received a message from Momonga that you attacked him," Kashia began as she cut a slice from her eggs and ate it. "As I informed your mother earlier, the Overlord Lich, known as the player Momonga, or Ainz Ual Gown of Nazarik, has decided that me clearing out the graveyard for Inari's arrival was a declaration of war and a personal attack on his undead nature," the pink-haired Kitsune, growled a little. The moron even had the sheer gall to demand my husband as restitution for his special ability, and will stop at nothing to see everything I know and love reduced to little more than resources for his little party of monsters, including not only myself, but you and my dearest sister, and all of her subjects. Kashia's eyes widened in a mixture of shock and horror. What? But it looked like things were going well with him. Why would he overreact? The blonde Kitsune then looked at Tamamo and asked, "Weren't you able to try and reason with him?" He'd already made up his mind, as he believed that he had somehow lost levels or some other such nonsense, as if a metaphysical dick-waving contest is a reason to attack me, Tamamo informed her casually, eating a bite of a bacon sandwich. And even if he hadn't, threatening a goddess and demanding their family members as permanent resources in restitution for a perceived slight is the height of stupidity, only reserved for those who wish to die an incredibly humiliating death. Before Kashia could question anything further, Inari spoke up. "Kashia, after Tamamo told me everything, I was fully on board with her reaction. Besides, even if both you and Mamanga came from the same place, it doesn't mean that you know him. Aside from meeting with him once, how much have you actually interacted with the Lich and got to know him?" That gave the blonde Kitsune pause as she thought about it and sighed while looking at her plate of food. "We only met each other the first day we encountered each other in E-Rantle, but he seemed so much more reasonable when we talked. Unfortunately, that single meeting didn't reveal everything about the man that you thought it did. And even then, his nature as a Lich already makes him extremely untrustworthy," Inari calmly explained, earning a confused glance from the younger Kitsune. "What do you mean by that?" Kashia asked. "I'm also a little curious about that, Nari," Seth spoke up next to his wife. Looking between the pair, Inari replied, "Liches are unnatural aberrations to the natural order. Because of this, in conjunction with the way the afterlives of Yggdrasil works, a Lich is extremely dangerous, and the gods have taken steps to try and mitigate what they can do. Part of it would be the curse that all Liches suffer from, such as a growing apathy that will eventually leave them bound where they are, too uncaring to even try to stand and move." Inari then took a sip of her wine and added, "The only goddess who even aids leeches, and those are extremely rare cases, is Hell. And that would be with many restrictions upon them, namely, that they will serve her for eternity. Other than that, killing liches is the best course of action." "Sounds horrifying," Seth remarked. That earned a wry smirk from the white-haired goddess. "It's meant to be, so that others aren't tempted to go down the same path," Inari explained. "But that now leaves us at planning our next steps to deal with this Lich and his cohort of monsters. Any ideas, Tamamo?" "So long as we destroy his guild artifact, that gauche staff he likes to carry around with him wherever he goes, and the throne upon which he sits, the guild will crumble around him," Tamamo shrugged, creating an illusion of the two items in question. "Of these two items, the staff being destroyed will reset Nazarick to its base state, broken and unable to aid him, and the world item throne, once destroyed, would allow me to penetrate his defenses entirely, with a beam of light powerful enough to simply remove Nazarick as a whole, and everything within." "Wait," Ninya piped up. "You're saying that an entire guild of monsters is somewhere nearby. More than that, you can simply destroy it by breaking two items. Shouldn't a powerful base of magic be a bit stronger than that?" "You say that as if it would be easy," Tamamo sighed. "Many, many lives will be lost in the process, and it is no simple feat to destroy a world item. They are known to be an entire reality compressed into a single item after all. I've never even heard of magical items like that before. How many of them are there since they've got to be impossibly rare? Ninya questioned, receiving a small chuckle from Inari. Theoretically, Ninya, Inari began, gaining the young mage's attention. There should be 200, though it is quite odd that so many of them are gathered in this single realm. Then the goddess's silver eyes focused upon Kashiya, more specifically, the jewel hanging around her neck. But if you want to see one of the world items in existence, Kashiya is wearing one around her neck, Inari pointed out. That caused most of the humans around the table, and even some Kitsune servants and guards standing around the room, to look at the crimson jewel that was the seed of Yggdrasil. Kashiya smirked as her hand went to play with the jewel. This is known as the seed of Yggdrasil. Its ability is to store an infinite amount of mana to be released at a later point for a single spell. Due to my natural ability to regenerate mana, it's constantly always growing stronger. That sounds terrifying, Ninya commented. It definitely can be, especially because I've been storing mana in this for more than a month, Kashiya agreed with a smirk as she took another bite of her eggs. How did you even end up acquiring that, Kashiya? Lucroot asked as he humorously poked the powerful magical artifact. Oh, just by fighting a monster with a bunch of other people. I was lucky enough to get this when it happened, the blonde Kitsune answered. Seth gave his daughter a raised brow upon hearing this. Wow, there's a lot we need to catch up on if you were somehow casually fighting monsters. More than that. Nari, didn't you say that? Seth didn't continue as Inari began whispering in his ear. Oh. Kashiya smiled at her father as he said this. Don't worry, Daddy, I'll be sure to catch you up on everything I've been doing since we were last together. Not to ruin the moment, Archer interrupted with a serious expression. But we will have to decide on how we plan to proceed with Ain's Uul gown. We've got a lot of firepower to take them out. But the secondary issue comes with that guild's numbers. If they feel like they're too much on the back foot, they could decide to attack any of the other civilizations nearby as a final, spiteful play against us. Then I suppose we'll need to reach out and ensure that they are prepared for the oncoming war on the dead, Tamamo told them, wiping mayonnaise from her hands on a napkin that was handed to her by a servant. She paused. I almost wonder if coffee has an anti-undeadifying effect, considering how many people looked like zombies before they drink it back in my old world. Both Archer and Inari's brows rose upon hearing this. Honey, anti-undeadifying isn't an actual word, the red-clad man remarked. And why would coffee be useful against the undead? They are typically lacking souls, not sleep, sis, Inari added. Huh. Tamamo sighed. Well, perhaps it's just the lack of coffee this passed while getting to me. I should probably go find some. Inari's brow wrinkled and she sighed. You and Seth are both obsessed with the stuff. I've had it before, and I still don't get why it's any better than tea. Sorry, Nari, but tea lacks the same kick, Seth replied, while squeezing Inari's hand. Tea might be tasty, but it's not nearly as strong, Tamamo agreed. If it doesn't make my heart feel like it's going to explode in my chest after the first mug, it's not strong enough. Both of you are insane, Inari muttered. Then she pointed to both Seth and Tamamo. You are way too addicted to coffee. Seth shrugged. I've been dead for years and haven't been able to have any coffee in that time. I'm with Inari on this one, Archer added as he glanced at the pair of addicts. You have a problem. He then wheeled on Kashiya. And don't you dare try to bring creation into this. What? Kashiya asked with confusion before the thought dawned in her mind. But what if, Kafif? Tamamo asked in a sage-like tone. And then she simply ate another bacon sandwich. Archer's hand smacked to his forehead as he groaned, but while Tamamo's husband was embarrassed from his wife's eccentricities, Inari was absolutely mortified upon hearing her sister say this. Tammy, why? Inari said with a sigh while Seth rubbed her back in consolation. Because Mr. Cheetos was fun to make fun of back in the day, Tamamo told her with a smile. and there was a VTuber by that name as well. After a moment, Tamamo perked up. Actually, wouldn't it be funny to create an idol group when this is all over? She asked. Like, imagine it, we could spread the love of foxes to the world. Tammy, you are not recreating KDA in this realm, Archer said firmly, before rubbing one of the pink-haired Kitsune's ears. Now back on track since we've still got a war to plan. Inari thought about it for a moment before saying, I can have a few of my more powerful Kitsune act as scouts around Nazarick to alert us for any activity. Archer gave an appreciative nod to the goddess. That's a good start. What can we do to help? Peter finally spoke up, receiving a few affirmations of agreement from the rest of the Swords of Darkness. A wry smile appeared on Archer's face as he looked to Tamamo. Do you want to tell them? You can help by staying here and training for the next incident. Tamamo sighed. I'll create substitution dolls for the scouts, and the rest of you can do some basic boot camp while we wait for my other niece to show up. While appearing slightly disappointed at the answer, the group made their agreements to the plan. Really wish that we could do something more, though, Lucrute commented. Kashia gave the blonde Archer a small hug before resting her head on his shoulder. We couldn't ask for any more of any of you. And besides, I'd rather all of you be safe and away from Nazarick than anywhere near it, the blonde Kitsune replied, earning a small grin from Lucrute. Just try to ensure the same for yourself, else I'll have to try and charge after you like a dashing knight to rescue you, Lucrute said, earning a giggle from Kashia. You know that I can conjure meteors, right? Kashia questioned. Then I'll just have to get proper armor for such an occasion. You won't be scaring me off that easily, Lucrute replied, getting another laugh from Kashia before kissing one another. Ahem! Seth coughed into his fist, drawing the pair's attention as they quickly ended their affectionate display. While I'm... The man didn't get the chance to finish as a Kitsune messenger entered the dining room. Lady Inari, I apologize for interrupting, but there is a delegation from Irantel that has been waiting to see you since yesterday. Shall I bring them to you here or make them wait in the throne room? The messenger asked. Bring them to the throne room and I shall go meet them, Inari replied, receiving a bow from the messenger as he rushed off to follow his goddess command. That left the group alone to look at one another with mixed looks. So, guess you'll be heading off to your throne room then? Kashia ended up asking, earning a smirk from Inari. We will be going, Kashia. After all, the royal family needs to give our guests a proper greeting. Inari then looked to the rest of the Swords of Darkness and added, and your friends can also join us since they are close associates with the princess of the realm of foxes. With this, Inari stood up from her chair with Seth. Then the others in the dining room did the same and followed after the goddess and her husband. While this occurred, Archer glanced over to Tamamo and remarked, weird that I'm considered a consort to royalty now. Meh, Tamamo shrugged, downing an entire pot of tea before continuing. You'll get used to it. While such a thing was massively disrespectful in any home, there was the distinct feeling that literally no one there would actually care, not even Inari. Sure I will, Archer said with a sarcastic tone, but I'm not wearing a suit if things come down to it. I hate ties. Unfortunately, the only suit I want to see you in is a bunny suit, Tamamo snarked, because you look a lot better in an apron with nothing else than you do wearing a suit and tie. Only if you start dressing like Vitch, Archer joked back. Think your sister would kill us if we showed up to court like that? I think she'd be embarrassed enough to lock us in her sex dungeon for a week, the golden-eyed Kitsune groaned as she realized just what would happen. She'd definitely want to take it out on our asses. Archer's steel-colored eyes widened in a mixture of shock and surprise. Inari actually has a sex dungeon? That says a lot of things that I wasn't prepared for. Seth is in for a rough one, Archer quietly asked. Everyone was young and horny once, Tamamo grinned, licking her teeth. It's just that Kitsune never stopped being horny, let alone a goddess of fertility. So, if we had to guess, would she have a bun in the oven at this point, or would she be waiting for things to settle first? Archer questioned as he looked up ahead to see Inari hanging on Seth's arm while chatting animatedly with him. I'm going to say that Inari ends up bigger than me in a few months' time. Tamamo smirked. I hope Kashiya joins us soon. The white-haired man snorted in amusement. Your family is insatiable. I'm now terrified that all of Yggdrasil will become overpopulated within the span of a century. Just as he finished musing this, the group finally arrived into a large throne room filled with 2 large thrones of shining platinum and gold. To either side of the main thrones were 3 lesser thrones of silver and gold, followed by 5 thrones of pure silver. Inari and Seth took their seats on the 2 main thrones, while Archer, Tamamo, and Kashiya guessed where they'd be sitting, moving to take their places at the silver and gold thrones. The Swords of Darkness and Tuare were surprised when a few servants ushered them onto the silver thrones. I honestly didn't expect to be sitting in such a high-class chair, Peter remarked. Dine chuckled and replied, Enjoy the seating while it lasts. Guess being friends with a princess has its perks. That got a snort from Peter. Kashiya sighed as she heard this. Come on, Dine, don't start bringing up titles with me. It's a little embarrassing, the blonde Kitsune complained. Hey, Lucrute said while patting Kashiya's hand. I find it cute that you feel embarrassed about being a princess, my beautiful fox. This only caused Kashiya's face to turn red in response. Lucrute, she muttered, as a few of her tails absent-mindedly curled around Lucrute's right arm and his legs. Looks like you appreciate the attention, Princess Kashiya, the blonde archer teased, causing the embarrassed princess to hide her face in her hand. Following this, a tiara appeared on Kashiya's head, confusing the blonde Kitsune, until she looked around to find Tamamo giving her a wave. Auntie Tammy, the embarrassed princess complained. 'Tis only natural for a princess to wear a tiara, Tamamo giggled, before relaxing in her seat, one of her tails wrapping itself around Archer's shoulders like a scarf. Kashiya attempted to glare at Tamamo, but she didn't appear to be that upset as the blonde Kitsune began to adjust her new tiara's position until she was satisfied. Guess our little princess is starting to look the part, Seth gestured to Inari, making the white-haired goddess giggle. It's so adorable to see our little Kit wearing her first tiara. Wish I had a camera, Inari replied, much to the further embarrassment of their daughter who sunk further into her throne. Archer glanced to Tamamo in amusement. Should I expect you to perform any further methods to show off Princess Kashiya's nobility? The red-clad man asked. Maybe, Tamamo sniffed. Maybe. Guess I'll have to keep my eyes out for that. Archer chuckled as the main door to the throne room opened and the messenger Kitsune from before entered. As Queen Inari and King Consort Seth, I present to you the delegation of E. Rantel consisting of Mayor Panasole Gruza de Rettenmeyer, his retinue, and the delegation of the Magicians Guild led by Theo Rakeshir, the messenger announced before stepping aside to reveal the new arrivals. Mayor Panasole and Theo Rakeshir were the first to enter, followed by the rest of their associated people. While the mayor was in a mixture of shock and awe as he looked around the entire room at the extreme amounts of wealth casually on display, this was completely opposite of Theo. The pale guildmaster was focused entirely upon Kashiya, with wide eyes. My lady, Theo said before bowing in front of the blonde Kitsune, much to the confusion of almost everyone there. Theo, what are you doing? Mayor Panasole asked quickly. I'm showing reverence to my goddess, Theo answered, causing the Magicians Guild's delegates to quickly focus on Kashiya. Archer and Tamamo could see the gears turning in the minds of these mages as they quickly put things together. Then, all as one, they said, Fox Princess. After this, the group joined Theo in bowing to Kashiya. Well, cat's out of that bag, isn't it? Archer quietly remarked to Tamamo. More like the fox, Tamemo snickered. I wonder what's going on in Kashia's little pet project anyway. If I had to guess, with the appearance of the realm of foxes, it's about to get turbocharged with worshippers. From there, maybe a month to a month and a half before the Big Ten happens, Archer replied. Mayor Panasole finally responded to this and asked, What do you mean by your goddess? Like one of the four? Theo shook his head. No, she shouldn't be compared to the four. The Fox Princess is our new goddess of magic that we found during our journey to the Great Lake of Tob. Since then, we have fervently devoted ourselves to spreading her knowledge and giving her our worship, the devout guildmaster answered. The portly mayor looked between Theo and Kashia as a cunning intelligence gleamed within his mind. Then, when a plan fully formed in his mind, he seemed prepared and unworried. I see. So if you are this new goddess known as the Fox Princess, I would assume, Panasole then motioned to Inari and Seth, that both of you are also deities as well. Seth looked a little taken aback at the assumption, yet before he could say anything to the contrary, Inari spoke up. Yes, you would be correct in that assumption. I am Inari, the god queen of this realm. She then motioned to her husband, and this is my husband, Seth, my god king consort. The confused human continued to give Inari a confused look until she squeezed his hand and gave Seth a subtle wink. And these two are my other close family members, Inari introduced before nodding to Tamamo to continue. I am Amaterasu, the nine-aspected goddess of the sun, home, nobility, reflections, insanity, assassinations, and corporate greed, beasts, modernity or progress, and Onmyudu, aka curse arts. And this is my husband, Archer, god of war, scribes, and creation. Tamamo introduced herself casually, a little wave of her hand indicating a slight sense that she was unimpressed by her own titles. You'll see my other selves running around from time to time doing shenanigans. Don't mind us. Aside from Archer, Tamamo, and Inari, the other inhabitants of their thrones looked at the red-clad man in pure disbelief. I thought he said he was human? Peter quietly asked Dine. So did I. Maybe there's something else to it? The druid replied back. Mayor Panasole appeared to school his features at this revelation and examined the supposed gods. I see. So, they're an even greater amount than just the original four that I was led to believe, the portly man remarked with a hint of interest in his tone. If it's possible, would you be able to explain why this place, this realm of foxes, is somehow taking up the space within the cemetery in such an impossible way? It's really simple, to be honest. Tamamo smirked. My domain of the sun allows me to bend space and time in the same way any stellar object would, allowing me to cheat a little with my domain over the home and Onmyadu to anchor the realm of foxes to this one and allow the world to slowly grow to accommodate the size of this realm. After a moment to let that sink in, she continued, Really, so long as you learn the advanced arts within the space-time subsection of Onmyudu and work hard enough, technically anyone could do it with the right ritual. I just happen to cheat a little and do it with less effort. I see. And when you say that this world will slowly grow to accommodate this realm, what does that mean for E. Rantel? And how large is this realm of yours? Mayor Panasole asked with some concern. The realm of foxes is much larger than this single kingdom. It could fit multiple of just the Re-Estizi within its borders, let alone all the other surrounding countries, Inari answered, which got a twitch of concern in Mayor Panasole's eyes. As for how it will grow to accommodate, I believe that my sister will be better at answering that than I. Tamamo chuckled. As the tectonic plates within the realm of foxes merge with the ones in E. Rantel, slowly and at a steady pace, the magics creating the metals within our realm will leak out through the ley lines of this world, and then the world will slowly accept ours as a natural part of it." She looked into his eyes from where she sat, a small grin on her face. "To your world, it will only see a beneficial entity bearing gifts of magic and prosperity, along with greater potential for strength, so it will work with me to attempt to essentially merge with my sister's lands." Though there was a lot more to it than that, it was clear that the way she said it was for the mayor's benefit alone, as he likely would be bored to tears hearing the actual magical concepts behind what was going on. She did, however, point at Theo after. "If you wish to learn more, I can provide Theo a primer on what concepts he would need to understand to teach you such things, but I assume it would be a rather dry topic that you don't have much time for." Kashia's eyes blinked in confusion for a moment. That confusion only seemed to grow when Theo answered, "Well, with the 2 books that my goddess has already deigned to give me, it will slow down my studies to add a 3rd, but I will if it's needed." "2 books?" Kashia asked. "Yes, my lady. I've been hard at work studying the teachings within them, though the newer book is slightly odder than the first. But I only assumed that it's based on your normal proclivities, such as your preferred outfit when you're not dressed to travel secretly among us mortals," Theo answered, confusing the blonde Kitsune even more. "What preferred outfit?" Lucrut found himself asking aloud. Kashia's face paled upon being asked this. It was already embarrassing enough as is. Well, it's just what I wore when meeting my first visitors," Kashia awkwardly answered. "Yes, your more wild aspect really had the right idea." Tamamo giggled, her hand already digging through Kashia's pocket dimension to pull out the dress. Unfortunately, before she could process how the fuck Auntie Tammy was doing that, she was forced into the dress at such a high speed that it simply appeared as though she was covered in a blur, and then she was dressed and beautified. At that point, the blonde Kitsune became utterly mortified that she had just been dressed in front of an entire room full of people in her divine stripper outfit. More than that, she could see Seth looking at her with a dropped jaw and eyebrow that shot so high up into his hair that they disappeared behind his bangs. "Kashia," Seth said with a tone mixed between shock and horror. She opted to pull her hat down a little lower to try and obscure her sight from Seth's. "Dad." Inari seemed to be ecstatic as she clapped her hands together in what appeared to be delight. "I'm still so proud to see that you're taking after me in a domain of fertility as well." Yeah," the embarrassed Kitsune replied, as she then glanced over to see Lucrut looking extremely interested in her. With a sigh, she knew that there wasn't any other way of getting out of this mess while saving face in front of her. Worshippers unless she rolled with it. "As I wanted to take after my mother's domains involving magic, fertility, and foxes, I felt I should dress the part," Kashia said while plotting ways on how to get back at her aunt with a glare. "Is there anything else I should expect from you, Aunt Tamamo?" "Your whisker marks look really cute, dear," Tamamo snickered. It was clear on her face that she had done something silly, and her smug vulpine grin was all Kashia needed to know. Immediately, Kashia looked to Lucrut and asked, "Is there something on my face?" Lucrut, for his part, gave his lover a wry grin and nodded before motioning with 3 of his fingers across each of his cheeks. "You have a few markings on your face at the moment, though they do look very cute on you." "Is this permanent?" Kashia quickly demanded from Tamamo. "It will wear off on its own," Tamamo grinned. "Eventually." Kashia quietly growled, already considering how ludicrous this must look to the delegates of the city and her own worshippers. Mayor Panasole was the first to finally respond as he asked, trying to maneuver between the familial display. Well, while it appears that the city's Magicians Guild has taken to worshipping your daughter, I must ask, what will happen now that your kingdom has been joined into the borders of the Reyestes? There are many diplomatic issues that come into play, such as how our governments are to interact with one another." While I cannot say much about how your king would take our arrival, I can assure you that the realm of foxes has no wish to annex E. Rantle. Inari went to assure the mayor. More than that, your city is currently under the protection of both my sister and I. If you wish to join us, we would take no issue with it, but we won't force the matter. The portly man's eyes slightly narrowed in thought. Even so, there are many nobles in the royal court that would just see your kingdom's appearance in E. Rantle as a prelude to war. I have an open mind on the matter, but not every noble is as accepting as I am. You aren't wrong, but I shall enlighten you on a matter that will become an issue in the future. Your realm, now the 10th added to a massive structure known as Yggdrasil, would currently be considered as unowned and unprotected if we weren't here. While we are here, Inari gestured to all of the royal family sitting on their thrones. It wards off other deities and beings of great power that would come here to rule. And trust me, your realm is nowhere near strong enough to contend with the others. This caused the mayor to slightly pale upon hearing this. How strong would these other beings possibly be? Mayor Panasole asked. Giving the man a grim expression, Inari answered, enough to make those constant wars with the Baharuth Empire look like mere childish squabbles. If I were to believe what you say, then what would need to be done to prevent such a horrific event? As much as it might pain you, there's little you can do aside from learn and adapt from what the realm of foxes gives to you. Other than that, the second thing that your people could do is worship us, as we deities gain power from it. This, in turn, allows us to better protect your realm and turn away invaders, Inari explained, causing the portly man's face to become a stony mask that prevented any emotion from being revealed. I see, Mayor Panasole replied, as he looked to be stuck in thought. Then he finally came to a decision. This will give me a lot to consider. Now, moving on to other topics of discussion, what of trade? I believe that both of our kingdoms could benefit from goods that neither of us have in our lands. This got Inari to smile and clasp her hands together. Oh, that does sound very enticing. Perhaps we should send a few envoys to each other to learn of what may be of interest to our people. That sounds like an interesting idea. /N TTG, and so begins the most terrifying topic of all, politics. A miracle that Inari actually has a lot of history and skill in maneuvering through such an obstacle. On the flip side, we've got two of the fox ladies pregnant. Their pregnancies will be absolutely horrifying for any who aren't prepared. The cravings for food will be quite worrying. Kitsu, imagine deep-fried pickled ice cream and ham sandwiches on toasted beef buns with extra maple syrup and chocolate. Sounds delicious, right? TTG, we need to call in an exorcist, and a bishop, a pope, a rabbi, an imam, the random homeless guy down the street, and a few expendable people to try and get rid of this horrific food demon. This is an abomination against nature. God have mercy on Archer and Seth's souls for this monstrosity that they'll need to deal with. Kitsu. Now I want to try pickles and pineapples together on a Cuban sandwich. Sounds like a funny combo, bruh. Also, I want mint for my milk. Mint and milk go together really well for some strange reason. TTG. Kill it with fire. Which is, in a sense, appropriate since the Church of the Four Great Gods plan to have a friendly discussion around the campfire with the members of the realm of foxes and their false gods. Won't they just have a fun time? Kitsu, also, I wonder what Daji and Vitch are doing, as well as Kashia's sister. Want to find out next chapter, TTG? TTG, next time on Fate Fox Blade Ball Z. Kitsu, well, that do be that. I am very much happy that we are finally going to be moving the plot forwards with what they have been doing next chapter. BTWs, if you want more of this, join my Patreon, bruh. It's up there way before it comes out elsewhere. And if you want to have a story custom made for you, I'm open for commissions, LOL. Join me on my socials by following the links at HB Asamas Aiko Akiyoshi, Takardandikoe Kokoradas Gowans Aiko Akiyoshi, Card Koki Kags, and come say hi. Thanks for reading and stay fluffy. Fate Fox Blade 25. What the Fox is Doing Too. Sitting in his throne, Jerknev studied the strange and beautiful woman named Daji. She had arrived in his palace a few days ago, almost magically so. From there, she had somehow managed to talk her way into meeting him. He remembered how disturbed he was when she had shown up in his office, completely unimpeded by any of his servants or guards. In fact, they almost seemed to have welcomed the woman, as if she was a familiar face that hadn't been seen in a while. This had immediately put the young emperor on his guard. At best, she had to be some kind of assassin that had cajoled her way into his private sanctum, where few were allowed. At worst, this was a coup, and she had been sent to deal with him, permanently. Yet, instead of casting a deadly spell or using a blade, the mysterious stranger used her voice, and in a way, Jerknev had come to believe that this was more dangerous than any weapon he could otherwise think of. He could still recall her words, coiling through his mind. Dearest Jerknev, ruler of a small slice of a once vast empire, tell me, are you content with your current status, or do you perhaps want more? What had terrified Jerknev, more than her sudden appearance, is that he found himself compelled to answer, yes, it is why I performed the purge of the nobles. It's why I had been grinding the Re-Estiza down year after year until they are finally conquered. And it's why, even now, I plan to look south for more lands. He had answered, Oh? And what if I told you that there was more to be had, lands far beyond your current realm in need of rulership? She had asked him, slowly approaching him with an aura of death and supreme magical power, clinging to her like a cloak. Lands ripe and ready for your taking, if only your nation was stronger. And where could these lands possibly be? Beyond the countries ruled by the beastmen, the dragons, or even the desolate wastes. And how would I even reach these lands? What you suggest would require extreme amounts of travel and logistics. And on top of that, why wouldn't my nation be strong enough? Jerknev had asked, a false amount of bravado in his tone. Even he was aware that, in comparison to another country like the slain theocracy, the Baharuth Empire was lacking. Not that he'd admit it so openly to a stranger, at least that's what he had thought. Hey, she cackled, leaning over his desk as though this was the greatest joke she had heard in her life. You would make for a fine jester, Jerknev, she told him, before the area around them changed, melting away into darkness only to arrive in the midst of a battlefield. Great spires of glass and metal were torn down by mighty explosions, armored carriages turning their faces towards each other and firing blast after blast of explosive spells at one another. Flying shapes in the sky made of metal, dropping containers of fire and death upon the land. The sense of death and decay riding in on the wind as people screamed orders in foreign languages, their eldritch knowledge lost to his mind. And then streaks of fire from the sky closing in on them, their heat scorching him as they moved on to the next. A peaceful meadow, filled with red flowers, so calm and peaceful. And then the sounds of 1,000 screaming souls echoing from beneath the earth, the dead rising from their graves in an attempt to pull them under. Magics of great power crashing into the hill next to where they stood in an attempt to keep the dead where they belonged. Another, the vastness of space, the void stretching out for an eternity as they made themselves comfortable at a bar serving drinks via an automated servant of some sort, the cool taste of a sweet and fizzy beverage gracing his lips before they were back in the office, and the drink was still in his hand. I can offer you all of this, and more, she told him with an evil smile, her eyes filled with darkness and malice, but power all the same. All you need do is follow my guidance, and you will become the greatest ruler in the history of your empire. Wow, what are you? Jerknev had immediately asked. While he wasn't a mage himself, his teacher, essentially his father figure, Fluter, was one of the greatest mages in the world. And yet, this vision that he was just shown was something beyond all of the old man's powers. It was terrifying, yet also seductive at the same time. To have that much power at the helm of his armies, to easily dominate the entire world. This was all he could ask for and more. But that also made him wonder, what would the price be for such power? Nothing in this world was ever truly free, especially power. I am Daji, the immortal empress of the stars, she claimed, rising before him and spreading her arms in a show of absolute dominance. And I deem your empire to be worthy of becoming the successor to my legacy, my magnum opus. Hearing that caused the young emperor to suddenly understand just how small he was in comparison to this titan. The longer he stared into the mysterious being's eyes, the more he could see the ancient intelligence that had seen more in a small span of her life than he had or ever would see in his. Daji saw uplifting his entire empire as a mere game to pass the time or as a jewel to add to her collection. Regardless, he was being given a choice on if he wanted her to aid his empire. Worse than this, he understood exactly what would happen once he accepted her help. His empire would no longer be his own. It would essentially be loaned out to him. Yerknev's breathing quickened as he felt a primal terror, mixed with the utter destruction of his pride. Everything he worked for would no longer belong to his legacy. You would take everything from me, Jerknev stated as his mouth suddenly felt extremely dry, despite the drink that Daji had given him. Not entirely, no, she chuckled, her arms coming down and her hands reaching out to touch his face. As her fingers gently ghosted along his skin, the tips of her nails tracing the contours of his jawline, she smiled, patting him on the cheek. You and your family will remain on the throne for generations, so long as they remain useful to me. The threat was clear in Daji's tone, and Jerknev could barely contain the shiver of fear as the woman's clawed hands held his face. He had the horrible feeling that she could easily crush his head with just her bare hands, and there would be absolutely nothing he could do to stop it. And what would you want me to do? Jerknev finally asked, slowly feeling his will to fight against this woman, fade away under the blanket of fear that she was suffocating him under. Simple, she grinned. You are handsome and intelligent, so you will be the face of the empire. And that is all I would do? Wouldn't my skills at rulership make me more valuable than just a pretty face? Jerknev questioned, wondering if he could try to apply his abilities to Daji in an effort to make himself look more valuable to her. Otherwise, if he was just meant to look good on a throne, it meant he could be easily replaced with another if this inhuman woman wished it. Perhaps once I've fully passed my knowledge down to you, she smiled, ruffling his hair. But for now, my child, do not bother yourself with the burdens of paperwork. She was claiming him, but to what end? Maybe in 100 more years, you will be ready for the basics, but not quite yet. As she said this, Jerknev felt an unnatural warmth within himself that made him wonder if Daji was trying to cast a spell upon him. If it was, then it had to be some type of spell that would forcibly instill loyalty to her. She was obviously trying to remove any ability for him to act against her, though the young emperor didn't fully understand how exactly that would work. Would he be able to ask Fluter to investigate this enchantment placed upon himself? 100? I doubt I could ever live that long unless Fluter attempted his immortality ritual upon me, and even then I wouldn't wish to endure the slow aging that he's going through, Jerknev responded. Daji poked him on the nose with a single finger, like one might do to a small child that was being silly. Hey, you needn't worry about that. Leave the heavy spellcasting to the professionals, young one. Making an audible gulp, Jerknev slowly nodded, trying to appease the woman while planning what to do next. And that's what led to where he was now, sitting on his throne, like a puppet, while Daji nudged him along. His will was no longer his own, and even worse, the old man had become completely bewitched by her. Fluter was obviously compromised, and Jerknev could easily guess why that was. Her intensive and unnatural amounts of knowledge on the study of magic, more than any human alive could ever acquire. All it took was a single look for Jerknev to know that the old man had been compromised. On one hand, he had felt the intense sting of betrayal from Fluter's abandonment. On the other, Jerknev could understand why the old man had made this choice. Aside from the study of magic, the mage likely had quickly discovered how outclassed in power he was in comparison to Daji. At that point, the only smart move was to obey her. Otherwise, she'd get rid of Fluter. My Emperor, we have the latest reports of readied levies for the upcoming battle on the Katsa Plains, one of Jerknev's advisors stated as he handed a report over to the young Emperor. Trying to subtly glance over to Daji, he waited for a sign to continue from her. The shadows flickered lightly in the candlelight behind her, and she simply continued to stand there, smiling at him from the side. It was likely that this was as much of a sign as he was going to get. Jerknev did his best to contain his shiver of fear before opening the report. Inside, it contained what would have once been welcoming news. The troops were well prepared, the supply lines were being set up, and the quality of his men's training was excellent. Yet he couldn't say if he should try to allow the war to occur at this point. Would Daji want it to happen, or would she demand he do nothing in an act of loyalty? It was utterly terrifying trying to read the inhuman woman's intentions. Everything looks to be in order. Maintain the current supply lines and we shall see how things look in a few months' time, Jerknev ordered as he closed the report and sent the messenger off. Looking around at his knights, he silently motioned for all of them to exit the room. Each one nodded and gave a small bow. Then they left the room, leaving only Jerknev and Daji remaining. "What do you think of the war plans for the Re-Estiza?" the young emperor asked. "I'm quite excited to see what you have in store." Daji grinned at him, snapping her usual paper fan shut with a click. "It seems like you should likely be ready to take over Re-Estiza's outer territories, at the least, within less than 2 years at this rate." After a moment, she leaned forwards and smirked. "But if you make use of Project Sunbeam on the designated area, you will have much less casualties from the clearing of undead before the battle, leading to a more decisive victory on your end. And what of using it on the troops of the Re-Estes? Were we to wipe out a good portion of them with it, while taking minimal, if any, casualties ourselves, it would likely demoralize any further resistance against us. We could cut the conquest down by a year, at least for garrisoning each city. The local resistance of the populace would be an entirely different story," Jerknev remarked. "I have already accounted for that in my calculations." Daji smiled. "You will be able to fire it multiple times, so long as the water mages are not taken out during the fight, so you needn't worry about wasting your shots." She chuckled, her hands gesturing in a show of power. "But keep in mind that they will eventually need to be replaced, and we mustn't overwork the craftsmen who assisted us with this until they can teach the next generation how to create such weapons. As for why it would take less than 2 years, that is accounting for the idiocy of the nobles there, who will likely do anything in their power to fight you to the last, with the help of their criminal organizations at their beck and call," she pointed out, an illusion of the leaders of 8 fingers showing between her palms. "And while I have agents rooting them out, I'd rather they didn't get caught up in the crossfire of your military, delaying their mission more than necessary, which is the main reason for the slight delay." Jerknev rubbed his chin in thought. Then he added, "One method that could be used to break the kingdom's populace is if we killed Gazef Stronov. He's seen as a figurehead of strength for the entire Re-SDZ military. If he died, it would more than likely cause a panic among the remaining military, killing resistance for a few weeks to a few months as they scramble to find someone else to muster around." Crossing his arms, the young emperor added, "The next one in line to have assassinated is Prince Barbaro. Aside from Gazef, who the peasantry and commoner military rally around, Barbaro is capable of rallying the nobility to himself as a military figure. If those two die, then the chaos that ensued would hasten our timetable of our plans drastically." "Perhaps," Daji allowed, her smile never fading. "I have uses for his soul either way, so I do at least plan to give him the offer to join willingly or be harvested for my own use." A cold shiver ran down Jerknev's spine from hearing this. To so casually mention using souls as she did implied that Daji was a necromancer of the highest degree. If that is what you wish. Though, if I may ask, do you happen to know if there are any dangers in the Re-SDZ that we are unaware of? With how much you know, there must be some information you have that we don't," the young emperor questioned. "If I were you, I would be wary of the Katsa Plains near Karni for now," she mentioned. "My sister, based in Irantel, is currently at war with an extremely powerful undead there, which is the reason I mentioned the need to clear out the undead horde before you do battle." Pausing a moment to stare at him, her expression slightly more serious, she continued, "You also may not attempt to siege Irantel. I would prefer your army remain intact and that is not conducive to our efforts in such." Jerknev's brow furrowed in worry. "What is within Irantel that has you so worried? Is it a being more powerful than you who is an enemy of yours?" "Oh, heavens no," she chuckled. "It's my family." Looking at him with a smile, she continued, "They're all far beyond my level, yes, but they won't impede us so long as we genuinely make the lands surrounding them a better place to live in, which I have no doubts you can easily achieve." Upon hearing this, the young emperor considered just how many of these family members must be living in the city. He was also tempted to ask if any of them could be persuaded to aid in their conquest. Then, another thought came to mind that was utterly utilitarian. "Of this family of yours, are any of them unmarried?" "None of the ones of age are without a mated pairing," Daji mentioned with a tilt of her head, "but perhaps a son or daughter could marry one of your own lineage in the future. We shall have to see if the stars align." "And how many of you are there?" "There are enough of us that your children surely won't be left wanting for suitors," she giggled, "especially not if my husband's seed continues to breed true." Suddenly, Jerknev got a nagging suspicion from Daji's words as he found himself asking, "From what it sounds like, you and your husband practice polygamy, if I'm guessing right?" "Somewhat." She waved her hand awkwardly, a strange expression on her face. "If you count having sex with multiple aspects of the same goddess as being polyamorous." For another time in just this week, Jerknev found himself utterly confused by the goddess. It was, in a sense, quite maddening to try and interpret everything that she said. At best, he played along and nodded, hoping that Daji wouldn't take offense to his reaction. I'll take that as a no," the young emperor replied. "So, Koyanskaya, are you finally going to tell me what it was that we had to wait after my lunch for?" Nero questioned as he took aim with the revolver at the target once again. This time, it was a swinging one. "Sure," Koyanskaya told him with a sigh. "So basically, with magic, almost anything is possible," the woman told him, allowing him to adjust to the rhythm of the swaying target on his own, including mind control and the transfer of knowledge between minds. She took a deep breath. "Now imagine you were an evil mage who only wanted to take shortcuts to power and never truly take the time to learn all these silly spells on your own, when you could have your ensorcelled assistant do all the learning for you, never growing powerful enough to defeat you because you keep ripping that knowledge back out of her mind. The teen's eyes widened in horror at the thought. To just lose whatever memory you even had, not even knowing that it had been taken, that was terrifying to imagine. "And you know some people who plan to do this to her?" Nero asked in worry. "I'm simply covering all my bases, since you never know what may happen in a world like this," she grunted. "I mean, this village could be attacked by goblins overnight while I am away hunting rats. And because I train the villagers in how to use their new guns every day when I'm not training you, they would be able to deal with them easily now." "Oh, I guess that does make sense," Nero agreed as he pulled the trigger, stopping the gun from slamming into his face as he did so and landing a hit on the center of the target's chest. "Ha!" He looked over to Koyanskaya with a cocky grin on his face. "Got it, and I didn't even hit myself," Nero bragged. Koyanskaya chuckled, ruffling his hair lightly. "Good, but now you gotta get all the rats in the training area before they escape," she told him, pointing to the rat cage she had conveniently placed behind the target this time. The cage door was shot off and they were running at him like hyper-aggressive super rats. "You might want to start running and gunning. You aren't catching those with your hands until they're dead." "Oh, shit!" Nero quickly began scrambling away from the rat swarm as he aimed his gun at the creatures. Unfortunately, due to being unprepared for this, he didn't reinforce his arms when he took the shot. The gun quickly snapped back and smashed into his nose with a crunch. "Fuck!" Nero shouted as he tripped and fell against the ground. Blood was gushing out from his broken nose, and he tried to staunch it with his hand until he remembered the rats that had been chasing him. Damn it, damn it. He held the gun with both of his hands and focused on a group of rats that were bunched together while running towards him. Reinforcing his arms, Nero took the shot once more, landing a good hit in the center of the group. This caused the rats to burst apart into a spray of blood and viscera. Unfortunately, due to how slippery Nero's blood-covered hand was, the gun's recoil ended up ripping the weapon out of his hands, but thankfully not into his face again. Instead, it soared over his shoulder, much to the teen's wide-eyed expression of horror. "Fuck!" he shouted while looking back to the remaining rat pack that was almost upon him. The rats exploded violently when a strange cylinder was tossed at the back end of the group, covering him in a wave of blood and gore while lightly singing his eyebrows. And then Koyanskaya made her way over to him, his gun in her hand, and touched his face. His nose repaired in an instant, the blood seeming to seep back into his skin as though it had never been outside his body. And then she smiled. "Now what have you learned from this?" "That you're kinda crazy," Nero began while feeling his repaired nose in astonishment. "And, to try and not let the gun hit me in the face while running." "Meh, sanity is overrated," Koyanskaya told him plainly. "But what I really want you to take from this is don't ever lose your cool when shit goes south. It could be fatal if it's not for training." "Oh, okay. I'll make sure to remember that." The teen nodded as he got back up onto his feet. "Guess I'm not as good as I thought," Nero admitted while rubbing the back of his head. "You'll get there, kid," the pink-haired woman told him with a gentle smile. "You're already second to only me in using that gun after all." Awkwardly, the blonde looked away from Koyanskaya and muttered, "We're the only two who are using it." "Exactly," she grinned, pointing him towards another cage. "Now do it again, and this time don't panic." Taking the gun from the pink-haired woman, Nero was already running as the cage opened, releasing the rats from hell upon the teen once again. This time, though, Nero firmly held the revolver with both hands and strengthened his arms for his first shot. The bullets fired, slamming into the grouping of rats. Thankfully, Nero controlled the recoil much better this time, as the gun only lifted midway up its normal arc. After a few more moments, the teen readied the gun again and fired at the rat pack, earning another massive blow. "Hell yeah!" Nero shouted while continuing to run from the murderous rodents. There were plenty of times since she had come to live in the palace that she was forced to deal with a few opportunistic rats that made their way into her chambers unannounced. Fortunately, no one seemed to miss the ones they sent after her, even as she transformed them into piles of rats for her counterpart, Koyan, to use in her training efforts. Flesh crafting wasn't exactly hard after all, and it was a pastime that they both equally shared. Now, little assassin, I assure you, you won't feel any pain once I'm done with you," she grinned, poking the terrified specimen on the stomach as she grinned. "And if you manage to murder my sister's student, well, you'll get to live free once more." No, don't do this. I'll give you names, gold, whatever you want. Just let me go, and I'll make sure to pay you back," the little former's assassin begged pitifully. "Oh? There's no need for that," she giggled, pressing her lips against his ear. "After all, I already know everything." The former assassin's eyes widened in fear upon hearing this. Please, I can do whatever it is you want. If you want someone dead, just name them and I'll take care of it. Just don't do this." The man was in hysterics at this point, which was quite hilarious for someone in his line of work. "Anything." She giggled, placing her hand on his chest with a smirk. "Then I hope you don't mind if some of you becomes a little snack for my sister." She giggled, slowly but surely transforming him as he was forced into a tiny cage. "But if you survive and come back to me, I'll let you go." "No!" Any further words from his mouth came out as the squeaking of multiple rats. Each rat banged against the cage walls pitifully, but their efforts were completely futile. Soon enough, the rats realized this before looking at Dodgy with fearful gazes. "Ha ha 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 ha!" she cackled, opening a gate to her sister, the Tory appearing near the rest of her sister's stash, where she put the latest cage, a hastily scribbled best before date stuck to the top of it with a smiley emoji. And then she closed the gate and was back in her room, a satisfied smile on her face. I could pleasure myself to the memory of that man's terror for decades. Now hopefully she would be able to have a few moments to herself so that she could rub one out by the table. Unfortunately, Fluter was watching the entire event from just outside the room. The old man, well, the formerly old man, had been coming by to Dodgy's room to discuss some further ideas on the study of magic. Ever since the woman had taught him the mana cultivation technique of hers, it had literally taken years of his advanced age away. Now he actually had traces of dark in his hair and beard, while the extremely deep wrinkles on his face were slowly beginning to smooth themselves out. It was beyond miraculous, and Fluter couldn't tell if it was due to a combination of the failed immortality ritual he performed on himself centuries ago alongside this cultivation, or if it was purely the cultivation doing the work. Either way, he hadn't felt this good in decades. So, imagine his surprise when, as he tried to visit his teacher to discuss a new idea he thought of, he would find her transmuting a terrified man into a swarm of rats, which she locked into a cage. Teacher? Fluter found himself asking as his mind became awash in the potential applications of this transmutation spell. "Yes, young one," Dodgy asked, appearing as though she was rather excited from the act of what she had done, and understandably so. "Why did you transform that man into a swarm of rats, and how did you do it?" Fluter questioned, his curiosity slowly overpowering his concern. One of the upstart noble families sent him as an assassin, so I simply volunteered him to be training material and target practice for my sister's apprentice," she giggled, pulling out a book from her desk and noting down a complex formula with her magic rapidly. "I'll copy down the method here while we speak, but with your talent, it might be simpler to show you similar things in person, if you have criminals that were simply going to rot away or be executed anyway. Fluter considered the idea, as it did have merit. I would need to look into the acquisition of criminals that wouldn't be missed. While it hasn't been the first time that human experimentation has been used, it is quite frowned upon and is better to keep subtle so that the public doesn't learn of our activities. Of course, she grinned, her deep red eyes flashing with intelligence. The next time they send an assassin, I will paralyze them and bring them to you, for you to attempt this on as well in the meantime, especially as they have been sending them almost nightly. She pouted a little at the thought. One of them even harmed my favorite maid. I had that one punished much more thoroughly. A concerned look appeared upon the elderly man's face. These attacks have been nightly, teacher. Shouldn't we try to uncover more on the ones putting these assassins up to it? We cannot handle traitors, especially because, with these being nobles, it means that they'll likely have been making plans against His Majesty that need to be culled, Fluter questioned while stroking his beard. I will provide a list of what the assassins knew before they were transformed in this book, Dodgy claimed, another book floating out of her desk and settling on the table to be written by her magic. For now, I will handle it by attracting all of their ire towards myself until we are ready to act, as I have not required sleep for many millennia now. An amused brow of Fluter's rose at the admittance, but he soon nodded in acceptance to Dodgy's answer. Good. I'll get to work on removing these traitors before they get any other bright ideas from your continued survival, the elderly man stated as he walked over to where the books lay and opened one of them up, skimming through the contents as he did so. Interesting. He then looked up to Dodgy and said, A few families named here have been heavily involved in aiding His Majesty with his conquests. If I had to guess, they are likely using that as a front to gather more allies to eventually overthrow him. After all, they would be first to start integrating new territories into the empire. It would give them enough time to stir up the masses for a revolution. It does not bother me what the powerless do in their pursuit of mortal gain, so long as they do not stand in my way, Dodgy began, her smile both beautiful and horrific as she let the other shoe drop. But the moment they stand beneath my heel as I move to walk, it is their own fault if they end up crushed, no? Then how about I prevent them from getting in your way in the first place, teacher? Fluter replied with a smirk. Do what you will, my student, Dodgy grinned. So long as you continue your studies and never stop trying to advance, I don't mind any so-called atrocities you might conduct, as long as they do not hinder my own goals. While atrocity might be stretching it, I will make certain to not impede your work. After all, there is so much in the realm of this new magic you are teaching me, the elderly man assured the goddess as he walked over to her. If we manage to fully incorporate it with tier magic, just to start with, we could possibly create an entirely new, hybridized study. I only wish that there were more spells I knew to keep up with your voracious appetite for learning, teacher. Dodgy chuckled, not minding one bit. I do have my niece I could introduce you to, who likely has knowledge of all the magic in the world already due to her unique status as the goddess of magic for this world. But that will have to wait until the undead known as Ainz Ual Gaun is defeated soundly by Amaterasu and Inari and their realm of foxes. Fluter's jaw actually dropped upon hearing this. Then we should get to work helping to remove this undead immediately, he declared, his mind full of the possibilities of learning from 4 different schools of magic at once. It was beyond any dream he could have ever had. Do not throw your life away so easily over something that will be handled in time, Dodgy shook her head. This undead is far more powerful than you are, and while steps are in place to weaken him by using your military and our Project Sunbeam, we won't have to do much of anything to have Ainz removed from the board in due time. Just do as planned so far, and all will be taken care of in the end. While slightly disappointed, Fluter nodded in acceptance of his teacher's request. "Of course. As you wish, teacher," the elderly man replied. He could afford to wait. After all, he and teacher had all the time in the world for such a thing. /N TTG. And so, the two wayward members of the Tamamo 9 have been getting busy turning the Empire into their own little playground. Next thing we'll see is them being thrown parades in the street if they had their way. Won't that just be a sight to see? Kitsu. The night of 100 foxes when? Foxo wants more Foxo parties. That's it for this chapter. Come see me on https://aikoakiyoshi.card.co. https. Aikoakiyoshi. Card.co. And check out my other stories. Thanks for reading and stay fluffy. Fate Fox Blade 26. The Great Floofsade. And then? Oh, little sis, Arya grinned, bouncing on the shoulders of her new buddy, Geralt. I have something crazy to tell you. You will be so mad. Inari blinked and looked over to her sister with a gaze of concern. What would be something that I'd be mad about? The white-haired goddess asked while sitting next her hubby. They looked like they had been very lovey-dovey together on a couch while sitting across from little Kashia and Tammy. Oh, I don't know, she began, her tail wagging behind her as she looked at Inari with a sense of superiority. Maybe the religious folk trying to massacre the people that worship us, leading to them calling on Big Tits Amy? Immediately, Inari became upset as her brow furrowed and the fur on her tails bristled. Funny enough, little Kashia and Tammy also had bristling fur on their tails and ears, making them look like a bunch of puffy foxes. That is quite upsetting, Inari remarked with murderous intent in her eyes. Which religious folks would they be? I believe that I need to have a talk with them. Little Kashia then interjected, I think that I'd like to join you on this one, Mom. After all, I have a sneaking suspicion of who it was that did it. Tamamo growled. The Church of the Four Gods, she stated, looking at the others with a furious expression. I'll send Amy to help out with Arya, since she neglected to allow the rest of us the knowledge beyond telling Arya to go deal with it. Hey now, Tammy. Big Tits Amaterasu is the boss. She knows you're totes preggers, so she didn't want to cause you stress. Plus, Haim is still inside Archer. Delmo is busy decorating, and both Vitch and Daji are busy in the Empire. And Kat is supporting the kids within me while napping, while Gucci is off shopping in town and trying to stimulate the economy by starting trade between our nations. Tamamo sighed. Fine, I get it. Yuppers! Arya grinned. Now let me call Amy, because I'm sure my new buddy Geralt would like some food and drink for delivering me here, and maybe a place of power to do whatever it is he does. I am fine with the kind offer of food and drink, Lady Arya, but a place of power? I don't get what you mean by that, the baffled guard replied. It's a place to level up your skibidi riz or something, I don't know, she asked with a tilt of her head. Like Ohio or something? What the fuck? Inari quietly said to herself, which was very audible to every kitsune in the room. Sister, please, never say anything like that again, for my own sanity. Arya, did you eat brain rot shrooms or some shit? Tamamo asked, her eyes twitching in annoyance. Go touch grass, Arya. Seriously, and read a proper book. Oh, I know what I can do. Arya grinned, pulling out a Magic the Gathering deck. I can summon the things on my cards, like the dance battle or the shrinking storm, maybe even the battle bus. I have no words for how much you've disappointed me right now, sister, Inari remarked with a tired sigh as she stood up and looked to Seth. I'll be back in a little bit, honey. We can continue picking out names when I return. All right, Nari. Try to stay safe, all right? Inari nodded in reply. Then Seth looked over to little Kashia. And the same goes for you, kiddo. You and your mom might both have a lot of power, but I worry. Little Kashia smiled at the concern. I'll be fine, Daddy. You won't need to worry about a thing, the young blonde replied as she joined Inari. All right, which one of you is coming, Auntie Tammy? I already said it, didn't I? Tamamo grunted, pointing at Arya, who had hopped off of Geralt and onto a white-furred Barghest with the red markings of Amaterasu. "Amy is going to do a funny," Arya claimed, patting the good dog on the head. "Woof," Amaterasu claimed, though it was somehow understandable as, "I'm just here for the snacks." Inari smirked at this. "Wonderful. All right, ladies, let's go visit a temple," the white-haired goddess ordered. In the confines of the temple for the Church of the Four Great Gods, there was a small commotion happening inside as a group of priests ran up to High Priestess Verona. "What is the matter? Why are you all so dour?" she asked. High Priestess, the punishment squad. They have all been horrifically mutilated," one priest answered quickly. Then another one added, "A monstrous little beast girl ripped them apart, yet all of them didn't die. Not even Brother Benjamin, after being chopped in half from head to groin, was able to die." Verona's eyes widened upon hearing this, as she thought immediately of her adopted daughter. Then an anger filled her. These heretics would use such foul magics to torture the devout of the church. They must pay for their transgressions, the high priestess announced with a growl. "Yes, that is a noble goal, Lady Verona, but who else shall we call up? We currently only had that punishment squad in the city, with the rest out to other duties outside the city," another priest questioned. "Then Verona didn't get the chance to finish as the doors to the temple suddenly burst open, while a blinding came from the doorway. Every member of the church had to close their eyes until the light finally died down to reveal an odd group at the doorway. Two had similar facial appearances, with one having blonde hair, while the other's was pure white. Yet their inhumanity was on full display with the set of fox ears that both had alongside the blonde, having 9 tails swaying behind her, and the white-haired woman having 10. Next to them was a young girl with pink hair and 9 tails of her own, yet she was currently riding on the back of what looked like a white Barghest, covered in red patterns. It would have been comical if all 4 of these figures weren't emitting a huge amount of power that was quite tangible for all to feel. Then the white-haired woman spoke, "My name is Inari, goddess and ruler of the realm of foxes. You sent your people to murder and butcher in the name of your false gods. Now I do the same." Suddenly, a pair of gray foxes with 7 tails charged into the room with a growl before quickly going to work. In an instant, the pair had both pounced onto a priest, tearing into them before charging at another. The act of violence was so quick that none of the priests could respond, as they had never faced real combat before. "I pray to the Four to remove these foul heathens that sully their temple," Verona said, as a magic array grew around her hands. Yet before anything could happen, the blonde snapped her fingers, and the magic array crumbled to motes of mana. "What?" Verona, along with a few priests around her, said in tandem. "I didn't give permission for you to cast spells here," the blonde woman stated in mocking amusement. Verona's eyes narrowed at the blonde's words. "You have no right to give permission to the gods. The Four are beyond such petty magics of disgusting witches. Now die!" Once more, the high priestess readied a spell, and once again, the blonde snapped her fingers, causing the spell to shatter apart. "Really? I can do this all day, though I doubt that you can," she mocked. No, you are not stronger than the will of the gods." Yet even as Verona said this, she saw the pair of gray foxes ripping through more of the priests, with none of them able to cast a single spell as the blonde kept countering them. How? This can't be possible," Verona said fearfully, casting spell after spell in a futile attempt to destroy the heathen. "Just die, you heathen bitch!" That spell didn't even create a magic array, as the high priestess realized that she had run out of mana. Unfortunately, she had little time to realize to extreme gravity of her situation, as the white-haired woman suddenly appeared before her. One of her white tails wrapped around Verona's neck, tilting her head up so that her eyes met with a pair of furious silver. "What was it that you just said to my daughter?" the monstrous woman demanded with a growl. Verona's face paled as she quietly prayed to any of the four to save her, yet this silence only seemed to further anger the white-haired woman. "Afraid to say anything now that your words have consequences to you?" Inari asked with narrowed eyes as Verona continued to pray, at least until the tail around her neck slightly tightened before giving her a violent shake. Please, blessed four, to deal with these monsters," Verona begged, yet she still received no sign of her gods. Instead, she was given mocking laughter from Inari. "I'm amazed that you continue praying to gods that don't exist, even as one stands before you telling you that they are fake," Inari remarked, as the smile on her face turned into a frown. "But even if they were real, they still wouldn't save you from my wrath, both because you tried to have innocent people killed and because you insulted my daughter." You will be judged." Another violent shake of Inari's tail quickly silenced her. "No, here's what's going to happen. Saizo and Yamato are going to finish purging your temple. Then, this place will be converted into a temple worshiping me, my sisters, and my daughter, while you get to watch. And then," Inari dragged Verona close to her as she gave the high priestess a toothy grin, revealing her sharp canines. "You are going to eagerly spread worship for us all across the land, unable to speak of or pray to those false gods of yours. No, you'll give it to us." "Never, you demonic creature!" Verona shouted in defiance as she felt a strange warmth swell up from within her. "Please, Inari, smite this her—" Verona became very still as she said this. She had attempted to pray to the god of fire to strike down the woman, but— "Kashiya, remove the—" No. The high priestess felt a horrid chill down her spine, as this attempt was to the god of air. "No, yet you can't do this. The three goddesses wouldn't—" Finally, Verona broke down to spouting out any of the names of her gods, hoping that her faith would break this horrid curse. But all that came out was Inari, Kashiya, or Amaterasu. At this point, she began crying, wondering why her gods would allow these heathens to do this to her. "Now, what shall we do with you in the meanwhile? We can't just allow you to go running out of the city, since this is only the start of your punishment," Inari playfully asked as the high priestess continued babbling to the three goddesses. Each moment she became more fearful as, if she couldn't pray to her gods, how could they help her? "I think I'll leave you bound to this temple for now. Think of it as house arrest until we have use for you, Verona," the white-haired goddess decided as she began walking to the entrance of the temple with her captive in tow. The goddesses that had accompanied Inari stepped out of the way, allowing them to pass. Then Inari stepped out of the temple's threshold, making certain that Verona was held inside the temple. Turning back, the goddess smirked before pulling the high priestess to the threshold, whereupon the woman felt like her body was being pulled against a brick wall. She couldn't step a toe out of the building, and just as Verona was about to scream from the pain of being pulled, Inari finally let the high priestess go, allowing her to fall on her ass. The woman quickly used this chance to press her hands against the exit, feeling the unyielding force that wouldn't let her escape. No, she cried, before slumping with her head pressed against the invisible wall. "Enjoy your new prison. Even better, you get a first-hand look at the redecorating," Inari teased, while gesturing behind the high priestess. Quickly, Verona turned around and watched as the two gray foxes that had been busy slaughtering the priests were now pulling the statues of the four great gods down to crack and crumble against the floor. No, Verona sobbed to herself, unable to do anything but watch. "You know," the blonde goddess ahead of her began, "funny thing is that we likely would have left you alone if you hadn't sent your death squad at us." Verona's open-mouthed expression of shock made the blonde laugh in amusement. "Shame," she finished, looking back to the gray foxes crushing the broken statues into fine rubble with their tails. The childish one and her dog moved over to the rubble, with the child hopping on the back of one of the foxes with a smile. And then, after she moved them away from the rubble pile, the dog stopped to desecrate the statues further with her own piss. "Little sis, we should make a glass roof so everyone can see the sun," the childlike form of the goddess told Inari, already making plans for the temple as though they hadn't ruined it enough. "Go ahead. But I would recommend not converting the entire roof to glass. It could cause safety issues," Inari answered with a motherly tone. "I'll have to call Delmo to help then. She's really good at this." She grinned before patting the fox she was riding and hugging it. "I'll ride Yamato and we'll go pick up Delmo real quick and a few of the builder bros. We'll be right back." "Look at that, Yami," the other gray-furred fox remarked with a snicker. "You get to act as a mount for a goddess." The fox currently being ridden simply glared at him. "Saizo, so help me," Yamato muttered as he began padding out of the temple. "You're coming too, Seizo. You get to pick up Delmo." Arya grinned as she called back to him. "But be gentle with her. She's more likely to fall off than I am." Seizo whined for a moment, then begrudgingly followed after the mount and rider. "Great." With that, the trio left the temple, walking around Verona as she continued to remain sitting on the floor in shock. /N, TTG. You think that Verona feels upset about how her entire life is now crashing down in the worst way possible? I think she took it quite well. Kitsu. I mean, actually, yeah, unironically. If I was a religious nutcase and this happened to me, I think I would have found a way to commit suicide rather than pray to them. Too bad that she probably believes Arya won't let her die. And Arya is a perfect mirror of faith and belief, giving people exactly what they believe from her, pretty much no matter what that is. Why, yes, this can indeed be exploited rather simply, but that's for Book 2 readers to find out. LOL. TTG. Verona is going to have a real fun time in the meanwhile. Hey, at least she'll be able to see her still living daughter soon enough. I mean, she's kind of had her internal organs punched out of her like a tube of toothpaste, but she's still breathing. Kitsu el Mao. Anyway, you can read pretty far in advance on my Patreon, which you can find on my card, https://aikoakiyoshi.card.co, https://aikoakiyoshi, card co, so feel free to come take a look. Thanks for reading and stay fluffy. Fate Foxblade 27 itty, bitty, gritty, nitty. Ain sat on his throne in a foul mood. For days he'd been continually bombarded by this curse that Tamamo had put upon him, unable to find any cure to the curse. This had led to the lich being continually tended to by a few healers that would undo whatever damage was done. At this point, with little in the way of curing himself through the affordable methods of Nazarick, he had 3 options left. Well, now, too, after the latest attempt using the Shooting Star Ring's charge, even Wish Upon a Star was unable to remove this curse, which meant that it was as powerful as a world item. Now, the only choices available to him was to let himself die and hope that he would respawn without the curse affecting him, if respawns were actually possible in this world. The other would be to use one of the 20 that Nazarick was in possession of. Mourning of the Mystic Goddess. It was a world item capable of removing any status effect or undoing any debilitation. Because of this, it was beyond valuable for a few of the uncurable debuffs in YGGDRASIL. Perhaps it could be used to cure his current affliction, but this would result in the item being completely destroyed upon use. Part of him wanted to do anything else except use the item for a later time. But then, the other part said that this was one of those times. In addition, with how easily that Tamamo was able to place this curse upon him, what's to say that she couldn't do it again, and then he'd have lost a precious item for nothing. The other final option was to kill Tamamo, which would then cause Archer to defend her alongside Kashiya. At this point, he had very little to go on with how to fight the trio. The only viable solution was to send probing attacks at them, which was currently impossible since any scouts that went near E. Rantel died or had their levels sucked out of them. If necessary, the next option would have to be long-range attacks. Yet this contemplation on what next actions to take was interrupted when Albedo arrived in the throne room with a look of immense concern on her face. "Lord Ainz, I just took a look at the guild roster, and it shows that Shaltir has betrayed us," the succubus announced. "If Ainz still had eyelids, they'd be wide as possible." "What?" Even as he said this, he opened up the guild menu and began scrolling through it, finding the list of NPCs registered with Nazarick. When he finally stopped on Shaltir's name, it displayed her name in red compared to the others' white. "I see, though I doubt that she has betrayed us." "When was her last report?" Ainz requested. "A few days ago. Since then, we've heard nothing, and she has not responded to any attempts to contact her either." Albedo responded with a harsh look in her eyes. "If you will allow it, then I will have a team sent to eliminate her." Ainz shook his head. "That won't be necessary just yet. I have a feeling that this may have been the work of our current enemy, especially with her strange magic. As most mind magics don't work on undead, it means that something of great potency was used to alter her mind." "Then what shall we do, Lord Ainz?" Albedo requested with a frown. "First, we will locate her. Then we will get to the bottom of this." With this, Ainz waved the guild screen away and fully focused his gaze upon Albedo's yellow eyes. "Use all resources available to find her. Then we shall make our next move." "As you wish, Lord Ainz," the succubus said with a bow before making her way out of the throne room to accomplish the Lich's order. This left Ainz alone to think about what just happened. It just has to be Tamamo. There isn't anyone else I can think of who might have gone after Shaltir otherwise, unless it was another player, and that would further muddy this situation. Zut. It was a few hours later when Ainz finally received news of Shaltir's location. As soon as it was discovered, he, along with Albedo, went to what appeared to be a small, barren crater, with the vampire standing still within it. After a few initial failed attempts to try and fix the status his subordinate was under, he resorted to utilizing the shooting star ring, which did nothing. At that point, he could confirm that the effect Shaltir was under was greater than a super-tier spell. It was either a world item, which would likely be owned by a player, with only Kashiya being someone that Ainz was aware of owning a world item, or it was done by Tamamo, whose magic was anomalous to Yggdrasil's. With the little he did know of Kashiya, she was a trickster that would utilize any method to take an opponent down. Such a familial trait was also shared by Tamamo, it seemed. And with how close they were to E. Rantel, this was way too much of a coincidence to be anything else otherwise. With this in mind, Ainz returned to Nazarick immediately and set a team up to handle Shaltir. He would have preferred to do it himself, but with both his current affliction making combat a risky endeavor and the possibility that Tamamo was watching, he had to squish down his pride and allow others to do this for him. Either way, he had little worries that the team sent would have much difficulty with Shaltir, especially after all the weaknesses about her that he had given them. Now he only had to wait, watching through a scrying orb as the team went to work taking his subordinate, one that he and his friend had spent a lot of time working together on, down to hopefully be resurrected without this mind control affecting her. And as this happened, he turned to Albedo, who sat near him on a couch, watching the proceedings. "Once Shaltir is defeated, and possibly resurrected, we begin our war against Tamamo," Ainz finally declared, causing the succubus's eyes to slightly widen before narrowing into thought as a smile grew upon her lips. "It will be done, my lord. Both Tamamo and Kashiya will rue the day that they ever went against you or Nazarick," the succubus said with a cruel tone. "Very good." With that, those watching the current elimination of Shaltir went back to a solemn silence. Hey, When Ainz tried to send his declaration of war via a massive death cloud of some sort, Tamamo was happy to gobble up all the tasty mana within and then simply disintegrate it with a beam of light. Of course, the undead had been gathering on the border of the area she allowed her light to reach naturally. But that kitsune was not one to simply sit back and allow an undead to bully the people she liked. So, with what he assumed was a smile, Tamamo sent a formal declaration of war on Nazarick herself, a beam of light dropping on their forces and crushing a good portion of them under what appeared to be a massive foxpaw before she sent them an illusory image of her ass with the words, "Get fucked, Skeletor," painted on it along with silly whisker marks. Ainz was completely unamused with the response. If it wasn't for his emotion-inhibiting curse, he'd likely be quite furious. But as it stood, he just held an intense dislike for Tamamo, and by association, Kashia and Archer. This was further fanned by Shaltir's slaying that even after resurrecting her without issue and with her mind and loyalty returned, still did little to temper it. Now he, Demiurge, and Albedo were in a room together discussing their next course of action. As it stands, Lord Ainz, we haven't discovered a method of penetrating this defensive magic surrounding E. Rantel. And with the declaration of war made, our enemies have immediately killed all of our scouts in the area, Demiurge said with a frown. Then a ranged battle would be our only option, yet that could lead to a waste of resources as well, Ainz remarked in reply as he held his chin in thought. Even if we are incapable of attacking the city, that doesn't mean the surrounding area is out of our reach, Albedo pointed out, causing both Ainz and Demiurge to think about it. Soon enough, a grin appeared on the archdevil's face. Yes, you are correct. And with the way that both Tamamo and Kashia have shown how altruistic they are, punishing the innocent civilians in the area might be enough to mentally off-balance them. It could lead to mistakes that we could then capitalize on, Demiurge explained. Ainz was hesitant about utilizing civilians for this plan, but with how few options they currently had, it was useful against the Kitsune. The Lich justified is as acceptable losses who would be serving a greater purpose for Nazarick. Then do what you feel would be best against our enemy. We don't have the luxury to hold back, especially with how likely it was that they attacked Shaltir. The Lich finally agreed. On that note, Albedo added with a smile, there would also be the two areas that Kashia has been developing. One of them would be at the Great Lake of Tob, while the other is a few miles away from E. Rantel. Albedo sneered as she continued. If we were to acquire a large number of hostages from either location, it would give us an advantage against Kashia, at the very least. How soon can you get a strike force to assault either location? Ainz questioned. Within a few hours, Lord Ainz. From there, we'd simply strike them before they can expect it. The succubus answered. Then we have our initial plans made. Both of you will begin work upon it immediately. This war, if we're lucky, can be over before our enemies even have a chance to retaliate, Ainz concluded. The evening sky had finally darkened the land as a host of flying demons soared through the sky. By the city of E. Rantel that they heavily veered around, a sun unnaturally hung over it, making it appear as daytime. Yet this was not their target. Their target laid beyond this location. Leading all of these monsters was Albedo, covered in her dark armor. Underneath her helm, the succubus was smirking as she considered the revenge that they would enact upon the pair of bitches who would dare go against her love. Once they won this war, she hoped that the both of them would be made to suffer. Kashia, she could suffer watching as everything she built was torn down in front of her. As for Tamamo, wouldn't it just be appropriate to have her witness Archer be whipped and broken as a slave before her, watching her husband be forced to make whatever it was that her love wished? Once that was dealt with, Albedo would finally get her moment to be with Momonga, uninterrupted by any harlot that would dare to steal his attention. She couldn't wait for the day that her love would finally propose to her, and from there they would have numerous children and rule over this entire world. "Lady Albedo, we grow close to the settlement," one of the demons said as it flapped over to her. "Perfect. Ensure that each squad is prepared for their task. We shall strike them faster than they have time to react before leaving with our captives," the succubus commanded, earning a nod from the imp. It then flapped away to the other squads to spread the command. When the settlement was finally in sight, the squads of demons flew down closer to the tops of the trees to avoid being seen. Once they got close enough, each demon suddenly sped up towards the village, only to phase through and appear on the other side, as if it was only a mirage. "What?" Albedo shouted as she tried to go enter the village, except phasing through it like all the other demons. This wasn't going according to plan. As Albedo thought further upon it, she shouted a new order to the demons. "Fire your spells upon the village!" She flew up into the air and watched as the first barrage of blasts landed upon the village, yet they merely passed through. This made Albedo's eyes narrow as she had no context for what was going on. A part of her was tempted to pull out her secret weapon, but she wanted to continue holding onto it until the correct moment. For now, she merely examined as the inhabitants of the village began moving around. Some were in a panic, rushing towards a building in the center of it that could apparently accommodate all of them quite easily. Others futilely attempted to fire arrows at the closest demons, yet these attacks merely bounced off their armor. Annoyingly enough, they were at a stalemate. At least they were at a stalemate until spears of blue fire shot out from random locations of the village, piercing a good number of demons as they did so. Each of these demons quickly became immolated, making Albedo wonder if these magical attacks had a holy element to them. She didn't get much time to contemplate this as a spear flew for her. With an annoyed growl, Albedo activated her skill, Parry Missile, reflecting the attack back on its origin, yet it merely went through the intangible village. "What is this?" she asked herself. "Preparation, suck you bitch!" The voice of Kashiya shouted to her, making Albedo's eyes narrow until they spotted the golden-haired Kitsune standing in the middle of the village looking up at her. "How's the weather up there? Seems to be pouring demons and fire today," Kashiya mocked. "Whatever magic you are using to protect this insignificant village, it won't last forever. We will penetrate it and then inflict horrors upon you and yours that you couldn't even dream of," Albedo shouted back as she glared from behind her visor. "Good luck, 'cause you're probably going to all be dead by the time you somehow manage to get past their protections. In fact, I believe Boss and Auntie Tammy are on their way by now," Kashiya calmly replied with a laugh. This confused Albedo as she didn't know of anyone that the Kitsune deferred to. Unfortunately, she soon received her answer when a portal opened up right by the blonde, and Kitsune poured out alongside Tamamo and... Kashiya? "Lamau, I hope you like your tits extra crispy," Tamamo called out. A sudden feeling of heat building up over the area as a beam from E. Rentel's second sun shone over the battlefield, pressing down with an unseen weight as it began to debuff and burn them rapidly. "I would attack you directly myself, but I think Kashiya and her cute little clone, alongside their armies, want a chance to have a little target practice themselves." Albedo could feel a weakness pressing down upon her, yet while it was mild, the main issue she was undergoing was the blinding light that obscured her vision and the mild amounts of burning that she could feel, even under her armor. But the same could not be said about her demons, as, while she couldn't see them, she could hear them screaming in pain. "This shouldn't be happening," the succubus said to herself as she was already planning her next step. Then she felt attacks impacting her armor. "Hope you don't mind," one Kashiya began, "but we're going to be using you as target practice," another Kashiya finished as more attacks impacted against Albedo's armor. "Damn it!" the succubus growled in frustration. Then, She called out to the remaining demons, "Split up and retreat!" With this, she shamefully sped away in a direction away from the city that she was able to recall. Speeding away with all of her strength, she actually began to recover some of her vision as she escaped the blinding light. That was when she felt a massive attack impact her back. Albedo could innately tell that this attack was actually deadly to her. Much to her displeasure, she was forced to activate her skill, sacrificing her first layer of armor to prevent the damage. By the time it was over, Albedo had cleared her way out of the blinding light and turned back around to find Kashia flying in the air while smugly smirking. "Well, I'm certainly impressed that you managed to survive Grand Catastrophe the way you did. Then again, you did seem to be the only demon of your little army that was the least affected of the bunch to Auntie Tammy's skill," the blonde Kitsune remarked. "I don't need compliments from a bestial slut who should know her place." Albedo spat back, her eyes glancing around the area for the other Kashia that she had seen earlier. "Rude, but then again, I probably shouldn't have expected anything better from a demon," Kashia retorted, as a few spell arrays lit up around her tails. "Hope you've got a few more tricks than breaking your armor and batting away some spells." Even though Albedo was sorely tempted to take the bitch on, it was too much of a risk. With the number of enemies in the area, it made any fight against the Kitsune an eventual battle against many. The succubus lacked enough intel to go against the woman with utmost confidence. "I do have a few tricks, but it's best to keep them secret." A loud gunshot rang out from somewhere in the trees below them, a sniper round the size of a rather large dagger shooting out towards her at hypersonic speeds, impacting directly against her chest, quickly followed by a barrage of rockets filled with plasma staking towards her. "Who fucking dares?" Albedo demanded, as she looked around until her eyes picked up a random flash of pink between the trees that quickly disappeared. A moment later, another shot echoed from the forest floor, yet this time, Albedo was prepared for it and deflected the shot away with her bardiche. As soon as this happened, the sound of metal cracking filled the succubus's ears, making her look at the head of her weapon to see that cracks were beginning to grow in the weapon's blade. The weapon had a few good hits left before it would break. Then, 3 shots echoed from the forest floor, each one deflected away. One of which, Albedo smirked as she noticed the purple glow on it. At the same time, out the corner of her eye, she saw Kashia. With the decision made, Albedo parried the shot away, directly at Kashia. Unfortunately, as she did so, a short blast of power blew the head of her bardiche to pieces, causing a few shards to embed themselves into her face. The succubus grimaced in pain, but felt the sacrifice was worth it if the attack hit Kashia. It was a rather close one, but a small portal opened up in front of the path of the bullet, and it disappeared, leaving Albedo to wonder where it had went. "How unfortunate that you're carrying a world item," another voice called out, stronger and more powerful but still eerily similar to Tamamo's. "I would have loved to make that appear directly within your heart, but your little toy destroyed it for you when I tried." "Who said that? Show yourself, cunt," Albedo called out in frustration as she pulled out her secret weapon from within her inventory, Ginangagap. "You are a fool to believe I would give up my greatest advantage." The whispers coiled within her ears, several high-caliber rounds impacting her ass as the voice continued to distract her. "But feel free to tear yourself apart in an attempt to find me. Go on." Gritting her teeth, Albedo quickly realized that she was becoming surrounded. If she didn't get out of here soon, then she would die, something that she couldn't allow to happen. Her love would be beyond disappointed if not only after failing this attack, she also lost her world item. "I will not allow you to beat me, you bestial sluts. I am Albedo, Overseer of Nazarick, and I will not fail my lord." As the succubus shouted this, she made a desperate choice. She needed to escape, and unfortunately, she only had a single viable method, much to her displeasure. Activating her skill as a heteromorph, she quickly transformed herself into the ugly Nalfeshni form that she rarely liked to use due to how disgusting it was. But desperate times called for desperate measures. In an instant, Albedo began to blink away from the area, hoping to put enough distance between herself and the kitsune. But as she glanced over her shoulder, she spotted Kashia chasing after her with a smug smirk on her face, and behind her, a pair of pink-haired women were also following right after them. No, this couldn't be happening. She needed to get out of here to escape this place for her love. She had to. You need more power, don't you? An ancient voice echoed in the succubus's mind, making her glance around for another trick of the kitsune. Yet somehow, this presence pressing down upon her didn't feel at all similar to them. "Who is this?" Albedo demanded, glancing around the area. "Simply a friend, if you allow me to be." "And how could you possibly help me right now? What help could I receive from an outsider, as I know you're not part of Nazarick?" Albedo questioned. "Perhaps I shall give you a small gift of power if you're willing to accept it. Then, if it's to your liking, we can speak more of our continued friendship." For a single moment, Albedo considered her options. Looking behind herself, she could see the kitsune were still keeping up without any sign of slowing down. Additionally, she knew that her mana was going to run out eventually, and when that happened, she would Reality Slash! The voice of Kashia appeared to her side, and when she looked over, Albedo saw the blonde launch the deadly spell at her. With a sneer on her tusked face, Albedo went to bat the projectile spell away with Ginnungagap. Yet upon making contact with her weapon, the attack broke apart into particles of mana. Then, so did Kashia. That was when she felt a horrible pain in her arm and wing. Looking over, she saw her two limbs beginning to fall to the forest floor below, sliced with what looked like an impossibly sharp blade. Then she quickly began to fall from the sky. "No!" Albedo screamed as she felt bullets impacting her back, sending her to the ground. With another attempt to blink away, the transformed succubus found herself unable to do so. She had finally run out of mana. Albedo quickly braced herself as she slammed through the trees and into the forest floor below, where she skidded across the ground, breaking through a few more trees until coming to a stop. The succubus groaned in a mixture of pain and annoyance as she slowly pushed herself to her feet. Then she looked at the stumps that had once been her limbs, and an immense feeling of anger overcame her. "Those fucking bitches!" Albedo seethed as she began to push herself forwards with lessening hope of escaping. Albedo had only gone a few yards when she heard the clicking of something at her feet. Looking down, it looked to be a metal disc. What? An explosion completely engulfed her form in blue flames, making Albedo howl in pain at how a holy element had been mixed into these flames. Quickly, she attempted to pat out the fire while continuing to run, tripping off another mine. With that, flames covered her body once again. "You are running out of time, and your body will eventually fail you. What will your choice be?" The voice spoke in her mind once again as Albedo took a leap into the air to clear more distance and hopefully avoid more of those traps on the ground. Unfortunately, it was a false hope, as she felt what appeared to be a tiny string brush against her chest, followed by clicks in her ears. Eyes widening, Albedo's head turned to her left to see a device in the trees. She barely had time to make out the metallic structure of it before an explosion of more blue flames blasted her on either side as she felt shards of metal cut into her body. The worst part of these two traps is that they sent her back onto the ground, tripping a few more mines that continued to burn her body. For possibly miles around, her screams of agony could be heard by all in the area as she finally tumbled into an empty spot in the forest that hadn't been mined. I'll take you up on your offer," Albedo replied, as her Nalfeshni form shrunk back down to that of a damaged succubus. The armor she once wore was cracked and broken, with the mercurial layer of it leaking down from her body at certain sections, like metallic blood. Her white dress was in tatters, while shards of shrapnel stuck out from different areas of her body, like sharp spikes and horns. If that is what you wish, then I shall aid you. From there, you'll merely need to escape and recuperate until you're ready. Albedo wasn't certain on what to expect until a searing heat filled her chest, making the succubus cry out in pain as she ripped the remnants of her chestplate off. Underneath, revealed by the window of cleavage on her dress, a symbol in the shape of a glowing red seed began to take form. A few moments later, the pain finally stopped, and Albedo looked down to see the symbol's glow fade to a simple black. "What was that?" the succubus demanded, noticing that she wasn't as affected by the pain in her body as she was earlier. "The method to establish our connection, Albedo. With it, I can give you some power now, enough to escape your pursuers." It didn't take long for Albedo to understand what the mysterious being meant, as she noticed that her mana was surprisingly returning to her. A grin broke open on her lips as she looked into a direction away from the bestial bitches. Focusing on a fallen tree branch, the succubus activated her skill, transposition, and swapped places with it. Then she did so with a rock on the ground, a tree, a mouse, and more. It was so simple to get away at this point, unnervingly simple, that it made the succubus wonder if something had changed with her skill. She decided to keep the question for later when she had finally escaped. Until then, she would keep performing her small acts of teleporting. And then, she'd try to understand more about this mysterious ally who had marked her. Perhaps he could be useful to her love's war. "Fuck, we lost her!" Koyanskaya groaned, her nose filled with the spicy scent not dissimilar to being too close to an outhouse next to a taco truck, when salmonella poisoning kicked in for a long line of customers. Her heaving coughs as the remnants of that bitch's nasty teleporting sharts and the invisibility her prey used against them caused her no small amount of annoyance were loud. It was just so disgusting. "What the hell?" Kashia complained with a grimace. I was certain that she had run out of mana around this point. How did she possibly recover it? The blonde quickly conjured up a weak wind spell to blow the stench away. "Ugh!" Dodgy groaned. She had a foreign presence in her mind that really didn't like me fucking with its food. After a brief moment of pause, she sighed. It was easy to remove the illusion it tried to shove into my mind, but I feel like it wants to get back at us somehow, and not just with a minor headache and some foul stench. Auntie Dodgy, what kind of foreign presence was it? Could it be something from Nazarick, since I have no idea on what kind of capabilities that entire base might have? Kashia asked as she checked to make sure that the older Kitsune was okay. Probably not, Dodgy grimaced at Koyanskaya's mental prodding. It seems to be something a bit more powerful than a mere player or NPC. Koyan knew full well they were playing with fire here, but Kashia would need to know at least that much, which was why she had poked Dodgy mentally to do such. It kinda sucked that they had to keep her in the dark about how much they truly knew, but she was in full agreement that the less Kashia knew, the less likely she would be to be vulnerable to Niddy when he came knocking, and the less likely he'd be able to before she became too strong for him in the first place. "Power leveling time, little Kashia?" Koyanskaya asked, pointing in the direction of Nazarick. "Sounds like fun, Auntie Koyan," Kashia replied in amusement before adding. "But we'll need to be careful about Nazarick regardless. Trying to enter that death trap would be a bad idea for us." "Yup," the pink-haired woman grinned, "but mowing down hordes of undead outside its walls with our students should be fine, so long as they wear the proper personal protective equipment." "Our students?" Kashia asked, obviously probably feeling worried about bringing her little kit, Ninya, anywhere close to the guild base. I will inform Fluter if he wishes to join. He would enjoy the chance to test his new spells on a horde of undead, as well as his new enchantments and buffs on all the other students of his own he can bring. Dodgy grinned, her tails swishing from side to side. So long as we keep any of the stronger enemies away from the group, we should be able to funnel them into a kill zone for them to gain experience rather rapidly as a direct result of the fighting. Okay, I understand. I'm just nervous about bringing my kid, my student, into a dangerous situation like that alongside our friends and Lucrut, Kashia explained to her aunt. If they never experience hardship and war in a controlled environment, how will they know how to react when things inevitably go wrong? Koyan asked, calling on her goddess of gun skill to remember all the wars humanity would ever, and had ever, gone through. I get it. I just can't help it, you know? The blonde answered while crossing her arms. I almost lost them once to Clementine. Kashia, a few words of wisdom from an old witch, Dodgy groaned, palming her face at the younger Kitsune. You have infinite mana, the power of the soul, and you have a spell that lets you transfer that mana to others. She poked Kashia in her milk-heavy tits. The soul is a mirror of the body, just as the body is a mirror of the mind. If you affect one, you affect the other. Kashia continued as she appeared to go into deep thought. A moment later, she looked back to Dodgy and a spell array appeared in her hand. Hold still. The young blonde then cast the spell upon her aunt, and everyone watched as a green aura covered Dodgy's body before fading away. How do you feel? Kashia asked. Refreshed, Dodgy responded, her head tilting as she went over the intricacies of the spell in her mind. An interesting tier magic equivalent to what I was explaining. Well done. Kashia smirked at her success. Good to hear. I managed to figure out how to tweak the spell and incorporate a bit of your magic into it. The blonde then gained a bit of a mischievous grin as she added, and I may have gotten back with you for poking my breast. They're a bit sensitive right now. Is that all? Dodgy asked, moving to place her own tits on top of Kashia's with a grin. Perhaps you should properly milk yourself before we fight the undead, so as to not be distracted. I'm sure Lucrut would love to help you in such endeavors. Or alternatively, Koyan smirked, you could go feed your kits, the pink-haired fox said, bouncing her own breasts happily. I'm sure they would be mighty thirsty for some milk right about now, so you can enjoy their reactions as they drink it with some of the cookies Tamemo is making. Kashia blushed at her aunt's recommendation, but a small smile could be seen on her face at the thought. Maybe, the blonde mused with a maternal tone. I have been thinking about that lately, what with Auntie Tammy and even Mom now expecting, but I'll go see her after we return back to the village. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go! Koyan grinned, hopping away even as she replaced all the lethal traps with glitter glue, bombs, and other prank traps for later. Don't step on the traps, Kashia. They're for bothering Nero with... Who the hell is Nero? A /N. TTG. Albedo's first failure for her bone daddy has finally happened. Now we shall see what other methods of chaos she can get up to after acquiring the eye of an extremely ancient being. Hope that this doesn't go wrong for everyone involved. Kitsu? Well, if they want to know, they can find out shortly after the end of the war arc. Gonna try to wrap up Book 1 in 3 or less chapters here, because I want the prologue of Book 2 to be Chapter 31. Technically. Why 31? It's the first number I saw on the fortune cookie when I started this fic, so I'm going for it. TTG, maybe it will happen, and maybe it will extend for a chapter or two. Who knows? All I know is that Ainz is in for a hell of a time. Kitsu. And now for the links. If you want to support me and read this far in advance, join my Patreon. Higher tiers get access faster. Links in my website, http says ikoakiyoshi.kr.ko.chi, https, di-iko-akiyoshi, kirdes, kois, without the spaces. Thanks for reading and stay fluffy. Fate Foxblade 28, Battle of Nazarick. Disclaimer. Trigger warning. Albedo straight up eats a MF to regenerate. Don't like. Skip the albedo section. Trust. Upon returning to E-Rantel, it was clear that the city was tense with activity. Following the declaration of war, Inari had to inform Mayor Rettenmeier of the threat his city, and possibly his country, would face from Nazarick. With this, the mayor ordered the city guards into full mobilization. Every wall and gate in E-Rantel was manned by the guard, while their ranks were bolstered by Kitsune warriors and mages. All the while, Amaterasu's second sun shined brightly, warding off any of the various monsters that the human guards could see in the distance, attempting to spy upon the city. Kashia and her aunts soon arrived inside the former temple of the four great gods, which had temporarily been converted into a war room. Standing at a table, with a map of E-Rantel and Nazarick spread out upon it, was Inari, Seth, Mayor Rettenmeier, and a few armored Kitsune. "Kashia, sisters, it's good to see you return," Inari said as she and Seth stepped away from the table and went over to hug their daughter, which she returned. "I'm happy to see you're back safe, kiddo," Seth added, making Kashia laugh with an embarrassed blush on her face. "Come on, Dad, I said I'd be fine," the blonde Kitsune lightly argued. Seth shook his head. "You might say that, but Inari and I will still worry." "So, how did the skirmish go for all of you?" Inari asked, looking over to the Tamamos. "About as well as could be expected," Tamamo sighed. "The people were unharmed, as expected, but we couldn't kill off the one who was sent to wreak havoc, and the people are unsettled and weary." Inari's brow furrowed at that. "And you're certain that this one demon was the one sent to lead this force?" It was clearly the strongest there by far, and was the one giving orders. "So yes, sister." Tamamo gave her an exasperated sigh. "I am indeed sure about it." The white-haired goddess nodded with a wry smile. "Sorry, Tamamo, I'm just a little on edge. Still, the assault force being turned away is good, but we'll need to capitalize on this before Nazarick can recover," Inari replied as she led the group over to the table. From what everyone could see, there were numerous tiny fox statues placed around a spot on the map representing Nazarick. "Right now, I have multiple squads, each led by one of our 9-tailed Kitsune, surrounding Nazarick. There are 30 in total. Since being put into position, they have been performing guerrilla warfare upon our enemy and annihilating any being that comes from that monstrous place," Inari explained. "Then I will provide enough of a boost to help them fight without tiring while I proceed with my bombardment of Nazarick itself," the pink-haired Kitsune told her with a smile. "I'll proceed with draining the purified souls of all undead and demons in the area, and transferring them to all allied forces in the area in the form of enhanced reserves of strength and magic." "Good. That will do much to weaken our enemy, considering how much they seem to rely upon those two species in their ranks." Inari then pointed to E-Rantel. "Additionally, I am bringing out a few more platoons from the realm of foxes, having them armed with some of the weapons that your husband has so kindly been producing." A grin appeared on the goddess's face as a new metal fox figurine appeared by the city. "Additionally, my other daughter, Analia, has finally arrived and been informed of the situation. She's busy producing golems for us," Inari explained. Kashia's eyes quickly widened upon hearing this. "Wait, my sister is finally here." "Yes, and I'll be sure to introduce you two soon when we aren't as busy," Inari promised with a smile. "So, we have an incoming army of golems to join our forces. Anything else you can do, sisters?" "Yes," Koyanskaya nodded, shaking her tails a few times to allow some rather terrifying-looking mystical beasts from Shinto and Russian mythology to fall from her tails in the form of hairballs and make their way out to the fields around E-Rantel, where they began to grow to their full size. I've been wanting to let my little pets loose for quite some time now, and I don't think I'll get the chance to use them again very often. Daji also offered her help. I will have the Empire and Fluter come out for a little power leveling with the rest of the students. There will be no greater time to help them grow as much as possible, and I will ensure that they are never in any true danger. She grinned, fanning herself with her magical paper fan, though they will certainly believe that they are. Even Arya bounced and spoke with cheer in her voice. I'll bring Geralt and we'll slay their strongest undead together. I want to kill vampires with my buddy today. With that settled, Tamamo smiled coquettishly. I'll make some more substitution charms, so feel free to distribute those, sister. Wonderful. Looks like we have more than enough set in place to deal with this Nazarick for now, Inari commented with a smile as she looked over the map once more. This will only leave your husband, Archer, to take the field with his magic when the time comes. The white-haired goddess then looked up to Kashia, and with a lot of protection accompanying you, you'll also be able to take the field. Kashia smirked and nodded. I have more than a few tricks to use against Nazarick, and... The blonde Kitsune glanced over to her aunts. I'll also be taking my team along to acquire some experience for themselves from the battle. They will definitely need protection for the fight. That can be arranged, sweetie. I'm well aware of how much you care about them, Inari replied. A look of relief crossed the blonde's face. Thanks, Mom. You don't know how much stress that takes off my mind, Kashia replied. Now that that's settled, Daji grinned, patting Amaterasu the dog on the head as she stood. I'm going to go prepare. Let Tamamo know when we plan to begin, and I'll be there. Good. Trust me, sister, when I say that it will not be long. I want to be rid of these monsters quickly for all our sakes, Inari answered with a resolute look. Seth then took Inari's hand in his own and gave it a reassuring squeeze, making the white-haired goddess smile. Try to not overstress yourself, Nari, the goddess husband said softly, getting his wife to rest her head on his shoulder. I'm not stressed, but I appreciate the concern, Inari sighed with a giggle. Same goes for you as well, kiddo, Seth added, looking over to Kashia, who laughed as she walked over to her mother and father and brought them into a hug. I'll be fine, Daddy. Nothing's going to happen to me, Kashia answered back. In the middle of one of the numerous scattered groves of trees in the Riasteza kingdom, Albedo spent time trying to catch her breath and deal with her injuries. She had been continuing to run for a few hours now in the attempt to lose any other pursuers that might be after her. Thankfully, she fully believed herself to have finally rid herself of those damned Kitsune. Looking down at the bleeding stumps of her arm and wing, the succubus grimaced as she clutched the stump of her arm. What annoyed her beyond end is that she had lost the precious world item to that bitch, Kashia Blank. Oh, she would pay alongside those fucking aunts of hers. All of them would suffer when she had finally brought them low. Albedo, be aware, someone is approaching us. I am not sure who. Overseer Albedo, a succubus called out to her, almost panicked as she saw her state. What happened to... Almost driven by a strange instinct, Albedo's bloodied hand shot out and grasped the throat of the succubus. What is this? She asked herself as a gnawing hunger filled her. You are injured and need to recover. Your body is trying to do so under the influence of my power. Nidhogger told the succubus as she looked at the comray, prey in her hand. But she is a servant of Nazarick. Yet I also need to recover quickly because my love needs me, Albedo told herself, her yellow eyes becoming consumed in red. I always knew you'd be the first to betray Nazarick. Her prey spat, a message scroll burning up, a message sent to someone in the ranks of Nazarick. Albedo's eyes slowly became filled with anger as she glared at the prey in her hand. What did you just do? She growled out, her grip tightening as she found herself almost in disbelief of what may have just happened. Lord Ack Ains will never love a traitor." The succubus grew weak in her arms, unable to fight back against her superior strength. "I would never betray my love," Albedo roared into her prey's face as her teeth began to sharpen. The succubus vision was turning red at this point as the hunger began to consume her. Then she couldn't resist anymore and sunk her teeth into her prey's shoulder, tearing out a chunk of her flesh and swallowing. It was amidst the screaming of her weak prey that the succubus could feel flesh and bone beginning to regrow on her arm. Taking a quick glance down to confirm, Albedo saw metallic black flesh beginning to grow in place of her missing limb. A massive grin appeared upon Albedo's face as she looked back up at her screaming prey, holding herself back from her hunger for a few seconds more. "Your flesh and blood will serve me better than it will you. Die, knowing you help Lord Momonga." With that, her prey's eyes widened in terror, and the succubus began devouring her. Each moment, her arm and wing regenerated more of themselves, until finally, as Albedo took her last bite, it was complete. Collapsing to her knees with a satisfied sigh, the bloody succubus examined her dark arm and wing, giving them testing movements until she finally felt satisfied. "That was wonderful." "Why is that?" Albedo asked. "Consuming power is always a marvelous event, and each time you do so, you will only grow stronger." Yet during this power high, Albedo suddenly came to a halting realization. "Wait, that prey, she sent a message to Nazarick declaring me a traitor, but I could never betray my love. Obviously, as a weak creature, she was simply bluffing to save herself or hurt you. After all, we both know how much you care for your loved one." And somewhere in her mind, Albedo felt a small sense of doubt, but that was quickly crushed as a newfound confidence filled her. Nidhogger was right. Her love could never fall for such an obvious lie. She would come back to him, and he would understand that his darling succubus was always loyal. "Yes, I just need to come back to Momonga," Albedo told herself as she stood up once more. "He'll understand everything once I come back to him." Her wings outstretched themselves before giving a great flap, launching her into the air, overseeing the war zone outside the formerly hidden tomb of Nazarick. Any of the terrain that had been hiding the base had long since been destroyed from Archer and Vitch, raining down missiles of magically altered arrows or magically conjured artillery. They had been making decent progress of breaking through the tomb's defenses before Nazarick's defenders came out of the tomb to destroy their enemies. That was when the real chaos had begun, with overlapping lanes filled with constant explosions and heavy machine gun fire from not only conventional weaponry, but even scaled-up versions of shit like the Black Barrel from Fate, or things ripped straight out of Final Fantasy, and Starblazers, things were going about as well as one might expect for the defenders. "Well, seems like Nazarick still has plenty of fodder for us to deal with," Archer commented as he fired off a broken phantasm of Hrunting into a large group of undead. They quickly became dust from the explosive burst of magic. "That's pretty generous of you to elevate them to the status of fodder," Vitch told him with a grin, tossing out a glowing blue ball of some sort. "Might want to step back. I called in a 380 barrage from a DSS, and those do not bother with avoiding friendly fire." Pushing Mana to his legs, Archer quickly jumped away with Vitch right after him before massive explosions began rocking the battlefield. "A little overkill, don't you think?" the red-clad man shouted to his wife as any living or unliving creature in the area was rendered nothing more than dust. Additionally, this also had the convenient feature of cracking open a small section of Nazarick's roof and walls. "I'll do it again, dear husband," Vitch grinned. "After all, I don't think our customers will be satisfied with only this much." "What customers?" Archer immediately asked in confusion. Didn't you know? Dodgy's pets paid good money to watch us Curbs stomp some undead, so we're going to bully the skeletons until we stop receiving money. Tamamo Vichkoyanskaya showed exactly why she was called a mercenary with her actions, as usual. Oh, great. Now I'm terrified, Archer muttered as he conjured up a copy of Gay Bulg and knocked it onto his bowstring. Red energy streamed from the tip of the conjured spear as the red-clad man narrowed his eyes. Time to clear the board. He let the spear loose, watching it sail through the air like a crimson missile, before impacting a large mass of undead and bursting into a massive explosion. Any undead or monster in a 100-yard radius was completely annihilated. Glancing over to Vitch, Archer gave a smug smirk. So I think I'm doing pretty good at board wiping this area. What do you think? Archer asked. Me. Too much talking and not enough chaos, Vitch admitted with a sigh as she tossed down several more artillery sentries and pulled out a heavy chain gun. Instead, just focus on actually clearing them out because they're just going to overrun us if you get cocky. The sound of her chain gun revving up and firing a laser-accurate beam of lead echoed throughout the area, mowing down another group that had managed to get closer to their position. Just focus on the big ones. Leave the little ones to me. Right, the red-clad man replied as he conjured both Khonshu and Bakuya between his fingers. Altering their forms into long, metallic arrows, Archer knocked both onto his bowstring and fired. The married, altered body swords flew forward side by side and weaved between the monsters in their paths like missiles. Finally, with a simple mental command, the arrows grew metallic scales that split off from their main bodies, cutting through further undead and monsters until nothing of the original 2 arrows remained. Really have to wonder when Bone Boy is going to send out his heavy hitters? I almost expect... Archer found himself interrupted when a great mass of animal, black as night, and with blood-red eyes started flying out of Nazarick. That explains that. Shaltir has taken the field. Yet that wasn't all as icy spears flew out from the hole that had been put into Nazarick's walls. Raising his hand before himself, Archer conjured the multi-layered shield of pink petals that was Ro-Ias in front of both Vitch and himself. Both watched as the ice spears barraged the shield, cracking through a layer until it finally came to a stop. Following this, frosty air seeped from the opening of Nazarick until a large insectoid monster stepped out. This was the floor guardian Cocytus. In each of Cocytus's 4 arms were different weapons, while following him was a group of pale women that simply exuded cold from their bodies. "Looks like we started up the boss fight," Archer commented, and as Archer and Vitch watched, the frost insectoid looked up to the couple, expression completely unreadable due to the lack of any facial features that could give any emotion. "You are quite powerful. To stop their attacks," Cocytus commented. "Or they're weak," Archer called back. "Regardless, you will die," Cocytus stated as he appeared to ready himself for a charge. Vitch pulled a tiny silver weapon that barely fur in her hand, a gun that had a tiny little syringe at the front of it for some reason. How about no? Then, perish. Enemy. "Office Nazarick," the monster said as he burst forwards in a rush of speed towards the pair, and she braced herself, firing it at Cocytus as he charged, a solid wall of sonic distortions causing him to flip backwards on the ground, from the midpoint all the way back to where he started, his carapace cracked and falling apart. Each frost maiden was quickly caught in the momentum of Cocytus as he smashed through most of them, turning them into broken, fragmented statues of ice as they died. The 3 remaining frost maidens were about to fire off more icy spears in retaliation, but Archer beat them to the punch with a trio of arrow that punched into each of their heads. Soon after, their bodies transformed into icy statues, with arrows impaled within their heads. In a morbid way, they almost seemed like beautiful sculptures if one ignored their origins. "Look at that! I made some art decorations. Think we should put them in the middle of a feasting hall to show off like they do at rich parties?" Archer joked, as his eyes continued remaining fixed upon Cocytus as he pushed himself back to his feet. "I think the guests would rather piss on them, to be honest," Vitch claimed with a flick of her tails, dismissing the idea. "They're not nearly beautiful enough to be art." Archer exaggerated a disappointed expression when he heard this. "Ah, but I put so much time and effort into making them. It took, what, 5 seconds?" the red-clad man responded. Then Cocytus began charging once more, attempting to zigzag during the charge to throw off the aim of Archer and Vitch. "Dishonorable! Enemies!" the insectoid monster stated as he grew closer. "This is war, not a duel," Archer retorted, firing a materialized hrunting at Cocytus without error. Amazingly, Cocytus had the speed to bring up his 4 weapons in a defensive formation before his body. They managed to prevent the arrow from piercing his armored chitin, but this came at the cost of 2 of his weapons cracking. With a mental command, Archer allowed the conjured arrow to explode, fully breaking the damaged weapons and pushing the insectoid monster back a few feet. "Nice job, you stopped 1 arrow at the cost of 2 swords," the red-clad man mocked as he made a show of conjuring up another copy of Hrunting to hand. "It is not over. Human," Cocytus growled back. Vitch had not been idle this whole time, and Archer could clearly see the mines and claymores Vitch had spawned in along the insectoid's projected path, and the entire area between them and behind him. Without another word, Cocytus charged once more until his foot landed upon one of the hidden traps of Vitch's. A moment later, and a fiery explosion consumed Cocytus, making the insectoid scream in pain. By the time the fire and smoke cleared, the blue chitin covering Cocytus's left leg was either broken away, warped by the intense heat, or covered in black scarring. "What trick have you done first should have resistance against fire?" the insectoid demanded as he reached into a portal and pulled out a potion bottle, only to have it immediately destroyed by an arrow and bullet impacting the item. "Sorry, but we aren't letting you heal, nor are we letting you have a fair fight." Archer projected another copy of Gay Bulg to hand and knocked it against his bowstring. "And about that resistance? Means fuck all when it's magical fire that doesn't obey the laws of reality," Archer said, as he let the altered spear fly at Cocytus. And with its ability, the spear homed in on a killing blow at the monster's heart. Cocytus attempted to block once again, yet as he brought his weapons up to defend against the projectile, he was likely taken completely off guard when the spear almost seemed to bend reality around it, making the spot that the insectoid had placed his blades at suddenly shift down by a few inches. As soon as this happened, Cocytus had no time to react as the spear pierced through his chitinous armor, digging through the flesh within until it finally stabbed into the monster's heart. "That's impossible," he said, slightly staggering as the spear exited out the other side of his body. Archer had to give a little respect to Cocytus as he tried to continue staggering forward for a few paces, even while missing a heart. "Don't know if I should be impressed or sad at this," he commented. Vitch grew a cold smile, a large revolver filled with .50 BMG materializing in her hands as she spoke. "Well, allow me to put it out of its misery then," she said, before splattering its head with a bullet, clearly more suited for taking down enemy armored vehicles. "Ains has got to be pissed about that. Wonder if he's already working on resurrecting Cocytus. Also makes me wonder if resurrection will just bring him back where he is, since his body wasn't destroyed, or make a new body for him in Nazareth," Archer questioned as he continued to watch the unmoving corpse. The question was answered a moment later when Cocytus's body was covered in white light until it finally faded away, revealing a restored floor guardian who began pushing himself back to his feet. At least he had been until Archer projected another spear and fired it at the monster. That quickly stopped any attempt at standing as Cocytus received another spear to the heart and was pinned to the ground. "Great, this is going to be a chore," Archer sighed, hoping that this wouldn't turn into a spawn-killing loop. Soak. On the other side of the battlefield, Kashia was keeping an eye on the battlefield, and more specifically, on her teammates. Each had been allowed to participate in the fighting, but only under a few conditions. One condition was for each to always have a trio of guards around each of them. The second condition was to be under the effect of both Mana Font and Kashia's newest spell, Health Font. The final condition is that the moment a floor guardian or Ainz arrived on the field, they'd be pulled out immediately. Currently, the four had been doing quite well for themselves. Throughout the battle, Kashia had her teammates taken to different enemies, quite a few who were powerful but on the verge of death, and given the chance to take the final blow. This allowed the group to power level themselves, and Kashia had little doubt that they'd be jumping up a lot of levels by the end of the day. Yet, even with the blonde Kitsune keeping a heavy watch over her loved ones, it didn't mean that she had been doing nothing. No, she had been quite active in raining down a barrage of deadly spells upon the monsters of Nazarick while watching for any strong enemy mages. As soon as she spotted one, she instantly cast Counterspell on them and annihilated the mage with a hail of spells. And she did all of this while forced into her stripper goddess outfit by Auntie Tammy as another one of her practical jokes. Kashia was going to find a way to get her back, especially because her aunt had managed to convert her normal outfit to this, and she wasn't sure on how to change it back. Next to Kashia was Daji, using her control over time and space to ensure not a single hair was harmed on any of their students, even while she watched on impassively, shunting literal Zanshia spells through rifts in reality to delete anything that got too close to killing them. She was also using her abilities to drain the EXP of the enemies with every breath, distributing that directly to their students with a face of perfect and calm neutrality. Have you spotted any of Nazarick's heavy hitters, since I have only been taking down small fry, Auntie Daji? Kashia asked, countering another spell from a lich before sending a volley of 9 fox fire spears at the undead. Not so far, but judging by the energy signatures I feel coming our way, we will have to deal with something fairly strong soon, Daji informed her niece with a smile, her red eyes scanning the area as she pursed her lips. I do not believe they will be beyond our means, however. Kashia's eyes narrowed, the trace remnants of orange in them now fully gone as they looked towards the entrance of Nazarick. Her ears could pick up a stampede of movement coming from within. Soon enough, the crimson glow of hundreds of pairs of eyes could be seen approaching from within the darkness of the tomb. Moments later, and hundreds of creatures like wolves, bats, insects, and more exited Nazarick. They charged at the battling Kitsune and monsters, at least they were, until Kashia cast Blink and arrived before the oncoming horde of familiars. Raising her hand, she cast Foxfire Annihilation and shot a massive wave of blue flames at the horde, even penetrating inside the tomb as the flames continued traveling a bit further. "How dare you harm Nazarick?" the voice of a girl screamed from within, before a pale, white-haired girl flew out of the tomb covered in crimson armor. Kashia could tell it was a vampire from the undead stench coming from her. Kashia's eyes narrowed as she cast an array of fiery spears that flew towards the vampire, and yet the vampire began to dodge and weave through the attacks until, much to the blonde's surprise, the girl teleported in front of the Kitsune with her strange lance thrusting forwards. "Shit," Kashia said, as 7 of her tails whipped in front of her body and caught the spear before it could pierce her, while 2 more tails stabbed into the ground behind her as anchor points. Even so, The strength behind the vampire's attack pushed Kashiya back and tore furrows into the ground from her anchored tails. "You seem upset," the blonde remarked, "and you are one of the great enemies of Lord Ains, and your family—" The vampire growled as she ripped the lance back, then thrust it forwards again. Kashiya shielded herself once more, blocking the hit. "We'll pay for it." "I don't particularly like the way you are attempting to harm my niece," Daji claimed from beside them, reaching out with her magic and casting a little spell on the vampire. "I hope you are prepared for your summary execution and humiliation at her hands." The vampire glared at Daji. "I'll come for you after I finish with your niece, beast bitch," she shouted back before looking back to Kashiya. Her eyes quickly widened at the spell array appearing in the blonde's hands. A moment later, and Kashiya fired off another Foxfire Annihilation, point blank at the vampire. Her screams cried out through the azure flames until they faded away to reveal the charred figure of the vampire. Yet much to Kashiya's surprise, it appeared as if time turned back on her body until the damage that had been dealt to her was repaired. Not a scratch was left on her body or armor. "That fucking hurt!" the vampire screamed. "Implosion!" She attempted to cast a spell in retaliation until Kashiya countered it. In response, the vampire's armored fist flashed towards the blonde's exposed body until she finally used Blink to teleport out of range. "It's meant to hurt, dumbass. For a scary vampire, it's like you're not prepared to actually get hurt in a fight," Kashiya taunted as she considered her next option. She had no idea how many times the vampire could undo the damage dealt to her body, but it was certainly inconvenient to face. Kashiya estimated, based on typical Yggdrasil ability uses, that the vampire's skill had a max use between 3 and 5 times a day. "Girl, when I've finally beaten you, I'll make certain to take you down to my dungeon afterwards for punishment," the vampire said as she maliciously licked her lips, making Kashiya slightly shiver at how creepy that sounded. "No thanks," the blonde replied as she summoned up her copy. "In other words, get fucked, shorty," the copy added with an amused grin. It seemed like that got under the monster's skin as she charged forwards with a scream, the feathered wings on her back adding speed. Just as Kashiya was about to throw up her tails to block, both her copy and her were surprised when the vampire's lance veered out of the way, avoiding the blonde entirely. Even the vampire looked shocked at the miss. "What?" She then stabbed forwards once more, completely missing Kashiya, almost like her lance was glancing off a shield. The blonde and her copy both looked to their aunt, who merely gave a lazy wave before focusing on another section of the battlefield. Then Kashiya and the copy grinned as they met the vampire's gaze once more. "Looks like Auntie Daji decided to help us," the original commented. "Then we should try to take advantage of the boon, boss," the copy replied. As the vampire overheard the pair speak, a look of fear crossed her face. "You've done something to me, haven't you?" the undead shouted as she tried to punch either of the Kashiyas, yet her punch went wild and completely missed. "No, greater teleportatio occult." The blondes both cast Counterspell, canceling attempt to run away. Then both copy and original gave each other a nod and held their hands out. Moments later, Kashiya fired off Foxfire Annihilation and completely swallowed the undead in azure flames. And just as one Kashiya allowed the flames to die down, the other fired off their own spell, covering the vampire as she began restoring herself. Finally, just as spell ended, and the original was going to fire off another spell, both blondes stopped upon noticing the misty form standing where the vampire had once been. "A type of mist form, huh?" the copy guessed. "Probably," Kashiya answered before firing a foxfire lance at the mist, watching it sail through the figure without damaging her. This was the moment that the figure took to start running away from the pair. "Think she'll take damage from spells that affect ghosts or astral beings?" "Let's," the copy answered. Together, both cast Inari's Astral Hunter, causing a pair of ghostly foxes to appear and begin chasing the misty vampire until they reached their target. Without further ado, the foxes bit onto the figure, making the vampire scream before she finally exited the skill and began swatting the summoned creatures away. "Damn pests!" the vampire shouted. That made the twin blondes smile as they quickly cast another barrage of foxfire annihilation at the undead, aimed directly into the opening of Nazarick once again. She barely had time to react before becoming consumed once again with a scream. When the fires finally died down, the pair saw their opponent collapsed on her knees, parts of her already turned to ash. Though half her torso, her right arm, and right leg remained in addition to her head. The vampire merely glared at the twins. "You haven't won yet," she spat out before collapsing to the ground, fully turning to a pile of ash with only a few charred remains of armor mixed into it. "Finally took care of her. She was a lot more stubborn than expected," Kashia remarked. "Yeah, good thing Auntie Dodgy cursed her, else we may have been in for a longer fight," the copy added before giving her creator an examining glance. "So, seems to me that you actually did like the stripper dress." "That's not the reason I'm wearing this into battle in the slightest. Auntie Tamamo did something to my normal clothes that locked them into this style," Kashia complained bitterly as she crossed her arms. "Sure it is. I'm also sure that you loved the attention Luke Croot's been giving you today because of it," the copy teased with a knowing grin. "After all, I did get your memories upon being summoned here." The blonde blushed in reply as she began looking away from her copy. "Well, we better go see where else we're needed," Kashia said, attempting to change the conversation. "Didn't say no, boss," the copy taunted, making Kashia groan. "I wouldn't count her as out of the game until Nazarick runs out of gold, dear," Dodgy told her with a flick of her ear, "so keep an eye out for her." Kashia looked over to her aunt, thankful that someone had finally given her an out from her copy's teasing. "Yeah, but until then, I'd assume that Nazarick's gonna hold their people back for a bit after we kill them, if only so that they can regroup for another push," the blonde agreed. "Hey, we'll have more chances to humiliate the pint-sized bloodsucker, so that'll be fun," the copy added. Then she looked over to Dodgy with a mischievous grin. "Hey, Auntie Dodgy, don't you think that it was a great idea to upgrade the boss's divine tier clothes to the form she prefers?" "Of course, dear," the older woman claimed with a slight smirk, "though it might be a bit more tempting if it wasn't showing as much as it was. Perhaps something a little more strategic?" As Dodgy said this, Kashia's clothes began changing themselves back to a similar design to her original outfit, though remaining in the white and gold coloring. Yet much of the fabric of the dress became sheer, allowing her skin to peek through except at certain tactical spots to maintain her modesty, and a gold bodice appeared under her sizable assets, lifting them up. "I feel like this is even worse," Kashia remarked, arms crossing under her chest. "I assure you that your playmate is enjoying every second he gets to spend staring," Dodgy confirmed with a lick of her lips. I think he might just be a little distracted, don't you think?" Kashia quickly looked around until she found her mate mid-draw of his bowstring, eyes glued on her. It was quite obvious, even in the middle of a battle, to see how much Lucroot wanted her. The blonde's thighs rubbed together at the thought. "Damn it," Kashia said in defeat, already thinking about taking her mate later after the battle. "I really want his kits soon." "Well, don't worry, boss. We'll finish this battle up soon enough for our Lucky to put some baby batter in you. After all, we need someone to feed what with our milk constantly being produced every day," her copy cheerfully said. That suddenly made Kashia realize that her breasts felt pretty full. How does Auntie Tammy deal with draining them every day? "I don't know, Kashia. Why don't you tell me when you've discovered the secrets of love, life, and the galaxy we were once from?" Dodgy asked her with a grin, massaging her own, much larger breasts with a lewd expression. Kashia simply groaned in frustration as her thighs rubbed against each other, and she wondered how much time she'd have available to empty herself into a bucket. "I really need to get Lucky to help me with this more often," she muttered to herself. "You two, buy me a few minutes. I'll be back." "Will do, boss. Make sure to save that milk for later," the copy replied. "I wonder if my dear little successor, Jerkniv, knows any good cheesemakers," Dodgy asked with a fond smile. "Think we'll be able to start up a family cheese-making business with all the milk that we produce?" The copy pondered with a giggle. "Oh, I know we could," Dodgy smirked. "I had my breasts milked this morning, yet by afternoon they were ready for another full emptying." "Good to know. I bet between you and the boss, we'll have enough to get the place running in a week. We'll look into it later, right, Auntie Dodgy?" "Of course." Dodgy grinned, her tails puffing out as she sniffed the air around them. "However, be alert. They appear to be trying something again." /N. TTG. The war is in full swing, and Nazarick is left on the back foot due to being unready for an enemy as powerful as they are, if not stronger. Albedo has begun her corruption with Nidhogger, towards the even darker side. The warrior floor guardians underestimated their opponents and paid for it dearly, with Cositus suffering a spawn kill. Oh, and the cheese-making business looks to have a good start. Kitsu, let's just hope Ami doesn't decide to implement a cheese tax, as some doggos are want to do. Also, we now know where we're starting off in Book 2, so that's some great progress. TTG. Yes, it will certainly be long progress in a plot far away into the future. But hey, at least the families look to be well on their way of starting up. Kitsu. Cute fluffy foxo babies will do cute fluffy foxo baby things indeed. I'm hoping that by the end of the next war, the babies will be all grown up. Can you say PTSD for the poor, poor soldiers that wind up learning about Kitsune? TTG. Just like the Simula, what the hell is that? Kitsu. So yeah, that is all I think. Join me, and together we can rule the galaxy. https ikowakiyoshi.card.k. Thanks for reading and stay fluffy. Fate Fox Blade 29. Battle of Nazarick Part 2. In the treasury of Nazarick, Ein stood next to Demiurge, already beginning the process resurrecting Cositus and Shaltir. The Lich was extremely displeased, shown by a green aura that covered his body like a shroud. That bastard? He killed Cositus twice, Eins commented, watching as the mountain of gold began melting down and converging into itself, slowly reforming into the bodies of his fallen subordinates. And Shaltir was brought down by Kashia, the second time she has died this week. Yes, my lord, I can understand a portion of your immense anger towards those two. Touching our people deserves nothing more than a painful death, Demiurge replied, pushing his glasses up the bridge of his nose. Easier said than done with our current strategy, Ein said as he considered his next option. From all the abilities that Archer and a few of those Kitsune have shown, they were too powerful for any of the normal rank-and-file members of Nazarick to take on. It would be little more than squandered resources at this point. All of it left Eins at one option that he had once been hesitant to call upon. Now it was the perfect time to do so. Looking at Archdevil, the Lich said, Demiurge, go to the 8th floor and retrieve Rubido. Following that, bring out Gargantua. Our next wave will utilize both of their strengths to try and break the defensive line around the tomb. Demiurge's expression became filled with surprise before falling back into a cold and calculating smirk. Of course, my lord. I'll fulfill your order immediately. Shall I also call upon the aid of Victim for this assault? Thinking on the question for a moment, Eins shook his head. No, we will save Victim for the assault of the other 8th floor residents if this plan doesn't work. For now, our best scenario is to galvanize around Rubedo and Gargantua and assist them as they take down the army of Kitsune. As you wish, Lord Eins, Demiurge said with a bow before teleporting away through the use of his ring. Huh. Koyanskaya was mildly annoyed. She had been styling on the bastard cocky tuss or whatever, enjoying time with her husband in front of her customers live, when out of nowhere some robo-bitch decided to chop her Metal Gear in half. Like, who the fuck did she think she was? Raiden? "Fuck you, you dumb pile of scrap!" Koyan yelled at her, unleashing a spray of electrochemical seeker rounds from her Lock 1, only for the bitch to literally cut the bullets down in their path. Sure, the bullets did some extreme damage to her swords, but she had so damn many of them that Koyan was pretty sure it didn't really matter at this point. "Shit, who the hell is she?" Archer shouted, firing another one of his altered blades at Robo-Bitch. Yet instead of being turned into scrap metal, she flipped over the attack, using the explosive force of it impacting behind her body to launch herself forwards at another Kitsune, quickly cutting them down, if not for the tag on their body. "Who fucking cares at this point? Just fire something bigger at her!" Koyan screeched, tossing down an orbital laser barrage beacon and managing to stick it to the overhyped Roomba's head due to it being so slow. She didn't even bother intercepting it due to whatever bullshit calculations she had made, so she might actually get hit by... "Ah, shit, get out of the way, you dumb fucks, you're gonna get hit!" She managed to get Dodgy and Tamemo to use their space-bending power with a mental shout, and it narrowly missed hitting any allies, but the bitch managed to dodge a point-blank time, accelerated laser. What the actual fuck? At least the giant golem was pretty easy to deal with. She still had the DSS after all, so it was just the equivalent of sending a couple 380s at it, since unlike in-game, she didn't need to reload or wait for a cooldown. Big, slow targets were extremely easy to deal with after all. However, this utter piece of shit kept trying to cut down her customers. "You know what? Fuck you and everyone around you," Koyan screamed, pulling out a pair of heavily modified Fat Boy mini nuke launchers, the kind from Deep Rock Galactic, and held down the trigger. It wasn't meant to be used like this, but fuck the laws of reality and physics, she was the goddess of guns. She would decide who and what could cheat with guns and when, not anyone else, thank you very much. The albino robot gave a glance at the oncoming barrage of missiles of annihilation, and she barely seemed fazed. In fact, she ran at the missiles like a suicidal robot. Yet, instead of being turned into an atomized piece of scrap, Robo-Bitch's sword glowed red. Then she held the flat of the blade in front of her body. Reflect. Suddenly, instead of a barrage of missiles hitting her, they bounced off her blade and into the sky before arcing back down towards Koyanskaya. "Die," Robo-Bitch said in a monotone voice. A gust of wind blew from the far edge of the battlefield, gently blowing the primed explosives back towards Rubedo and arching around her from all angles, surrounding her with the detonations of 1,000 exploding mini-nukes, which was then compressed further with a localized gravitational warping technique. It was enough that Koyan was almost sure that the bitch would have to be vaporized after all that. Dodgy had gone pretty far in her attack in retaliation after all, but her guard still wasn't down. There was still the fact that even if they got her, she could be brought back and would have all the combat data from that encounter. Amid the explosions going off, a few of Robo-Bitch's swords flew out into the air before impaling themselves into the ground. At the same time, Koyan's eyes narrowed. A moment later, a digital warping appeared by one of the blades before Robo-Bitch appeared with said sword in hand, rushing right at the annoyed goddess. Her speed was starting to pick up, and she was moving even faster than before. Robo-Bitch was likely going to reach her in seconds, and her speed did not make sense compared to her movements earlier. What changed? "Oh, for fuck's sake, why won't you just die?" Koyanskaya roared, kiting her backwards while she pulled out a Gatling laser from the Fallout series out of sheer desperation. If this kept up, she might even have to pull on series like Titanfall 2 or Supreme Commander just to get rid of this stupid bitch, and everyone knew that ramping up that hard was just asking for trouble later on. But damn if she wasn't tempted to call on BT right now. Goddamn pile of scrap. "Vitch, I think I figured it out." Archer shouted over to Koyanskaya as he fired a few blades at Robo-Bitch. All of them were annoyingly deflected or dodged. The swords, they act as some type of housing unit, like a robotic phylactery. Well, shit. That made things so much easier. All right, then. Tamamo held up one final orbital beacon with a grin, tossing it lightly at the dumb robot. Suck on this, you freak of nature! The DSS fired a barrage, but this time, it wasn't a normal barrage. No, it was something far worse. Burning canisters of hellfire slammed into the ground, spreading liquid flame over the area and igniting it to temperatures far beyond what could be considered hospitable to any non-fire-based life form in the area. This would be an incredible problem for Rubedo, and in fact, it was. Unfortunately, as she was taken out of the game, a group of beings specialized in fighting through an inferno appeared in her place. I see that you have temporarily taken Rubedo out of the battlefield, Kitsune. The voice of Demiurge oozed from the flames before the archdevil walked out of them, accompanied by 7 other inhuman figures. Thankfully, we have ways of dealing with you in the meantime. You may think you can outsmart me, Koyanskaya smirked, pulling out a very familiar minigun from a certain PvP shooter. Maybe, she sniffed. Maybe. She held up a fuck-off huge bullet in one hand. I have yet to meet one who can outsmart Bullet. Honey, can you stop trying to impress the monster and just kill him? Archer requested, creating another spear in hand that he knocked onto his bow. Less impress, more making fun of him, Koyan chuckled, facing the gun in Demiurge's general direction as it spun up. But yeah, let's murder them. The gun let loose a literal spray of bullets the size of a grown man's forearm bones, the sheer rate of fire exceeding anything the devil had likely ever seen or heard of in his life. It was random, chaotic, and the spread was wide enough that even if he thought he had dodged the main spray, he would definitely be hit by a lot of others. Yet much to Koyan's frustration, a bulky demon that seemed more muscle than body appeared in front of Demiurge, tanking the bullets. From behind him, the goddess heard the little snake say, "Flames of Gehenna." This immediately caused a massive wall of flames to grow along the current battlefield, surrounding Archer, Koyan, the little worm, and his lackeys, and a few kitsune, still in the area. At the same time, the goddess noted that each of the demons before her and her husband seemed stronger now. "And there he goes, acting as the party support," Archer commented, firing his spear at the group of demons. Most of the demons managed to escape the area, yet one of them wasn't so lucky and caught an explosive blast to his right side, destroying his arm, leg, and wing in the process. "Got one," the red-clad man remarked. Koyan licked her lips, pulling out a shotgun from the ether that seemed to come with its own theme song. Mick Gordon's soundtrack for a rather popular game began to play as she held the gun in one hand and a chainsword in the other. "Rip and tear until it's done," she growled, and went all in at close range to harass them for her husband. One demon rushed at Koyan with their scythe mid-swing at her head. Yet, instead of cutting a little of the top of a goddess, he got to feel the words of Koyan's as the shotgun in her hand fired, launching a spray of magically heated metal through his chest. This nearly cut him in half, but the kitsune wasn't finished with the little idiot just yet. Koyan's chainsword quickly chopped through the scythe, both hands, and even dug into the demon's thigh. At this point, the little idiot was screaming in pain. The arrogant little smirk it had before was completely gone. Sticking the shotgun through the gap in the demon's torso so that it was aiming upwards, Koyan said, "I'd say see you in hell, but you're already there." Without anything further, the goddess pulled the trigger and caused the upper chest of the demon to almost explode from the shredding buckshot of the shotgun. It likely had a single moment to comprehend what happened before the little idiot's head blew off with the rest of his torso. "Aspect of the devil, tentacle wings," Demiurge shouted like an idiot and completely blew whatever surprise his attack may have had. Koyan simply gazed over to see Demiurge's backsprout wings, reminiscent of tentacles with feathers upon them. A moment later, and the wings flapped at the goddess, launching hundreds of feathered projectiles at her. A couple blasts from her, frankly overpowered. Shotgun from hell parried every single one of the projectiles back along the path they had traveled, all while she sidestepped and blasted another shot at him, filling the air with so many projectiles even a Touhou player would have trouble dodging. "Greater teleportation," Demiurge announced, disappearing and reappearing away, just as a crow-like demon lady tried to rush Koyan and slice at her with taloned hands. At the same time, the sounds of blades crashing against each other told the goddess that Archer was being attacked. "I don't have time for your bullshit," Koyan screeched, shoving a holy hand grenade into the demon's ass as she ducked behind it, before looking around to find Archer as the explosion went off behind her. As for her husband, Koyan spotted two demons, one of which was the Muscle Head, in close quarters combat with Archer. He was using Khonshu and Bakuya to parry and cut slices into the bodies of either demon. Yet, she saw another demon jumping at the man from behind. Swapping to an anti-material rifle, she quickly scoped in and shot 3 rounds in rapid succession. One aimed at its center mass to push it back, one at its weapon to shatter it before it could so much as scratch her husband, and the last at its head, in the hopes that it would not have the chance to understand what it had done wrong. Her shots rang out with the sound of a cannon going off at short range, her power boosting the accuracy and stopping ability of those rounds to their utmost limit as they left her gun in a fraction of a second from the others. In seconds, the 3 shots smashed into the demon, almost juggling it in the air as they did. At the same time, Archer gave a kick to the side of one of his foe's knees with the force of a few tons behind it, snapping the joint with a loud crunch. As soon as this happened, the demon screamed in pain until the red-clad man shoved Bakuya up into his head from the bottom of his jaw. Then he flipped over the corpse as the Musclehead's arm smashed into the ground where he was, creating a small crater. Koyan swapped the rounds she had within her gun for blessed cryogenic rounds and began plinking away at its limbs in an attempt to slow it, only to find her shots being much more effective than she originally bargained for. A pleasant surprise, but still almost shocking, considering how little damage anything else was doing. "What the meathead cried out as he turned around towards Koyan. "You'll pay for that!" He then charged at the goddess as she readied her rifle once more. But then, much to her surprise, a familiar-looking sword stabbed into the ground next to her, before a digitizing effect appeared next to it. Just as Koyan fired her rifle at the meathead first, Robo-Bitch deflected both shots away and sliced her blade at the goddess in a single stroke. "Oh, fuck you!" Koyan yelled, ducking under the blade in the way only a shapeshifter could do, her body warping out of the way of the blade as though it was made of liquid. And then she came up, chain blade in one hand and lightsaber in the other, and began immediately aiming for the swords this time. "You aren't moving an inch," Koyan declared, cutting and smashing, doing her abject best to utterly wreck the dumb fucking piece of scrap metal that was getting in her way. This got the robotic lich bitch to actually go on the defense for once. With extreme speed that had grown even faster than before, the undying mechanoid sexbot pulled her sword back from the slash that Koyan made. "Target has altered strategy," she commented like a goddamn Terminator. Robo-Bitch then backflipped from Koyan and pulled a knife out from a portal before tossing it at the goddess. Koyan held her lightsaber up, slicing and melting through it just as it got into range, even as she stepped to the side. "Seriously? Throwing knives now?" she asked, not letting her guard down for a minute. Pulling out 2 more knives, she threw them one after the other, which Koyan readied to melt into a puddle. Then, the familiar digitized anomaly appeared by the knife she was just about to slice apart before the damn sexbot appeared from it, stabbing at the goddess with a new sword in hand. "Motherfuck!" Koyan just barely managed to get her chainsword up in time to block it, slicing through the arm of the 2B Noctis knockoff from Temu as she bounced away, the impact of the sword much harsher due to how off-balance she was. "Surrender. Your death will be swift," Robo-Bitch said blandly as she pulled an item from her storage and crushed it, causing her arm to swiftly repair itself. Then she pulled out a few more knives from her inventory and tossed them at Koyan, her bullshit teleporting ramping up as the digitizing effect began hopping from one knife to the other. Koyan blocked the first knife with the lightsaber, and Robo-Bitch appeared at the second knife, stabbing her blade. Just as the goddess was about to cut the mechanical sex toy down, she teleported back to the third knife, stabbing forwards once again with the kitsune wide open. Just as it looked like the Robo-Bitch was about to stab Koyan, a spear of blue fire launched at the sex droid. This caused her to, almost impossibly, stomp her feet into the ground to halt her momentum instantly. Then she flipped away as Kashyyyk appeared next to her aunt. "Saw the massive walls of flames. Came to check it out. How are you doing?" Kashyyyk asked. "A bit turbo-fucked at the moment," Koyan admitted with a shaky smile, her tails puffed out in agitation and anger. "Thanks for the save." "You're welcome, Auntie V," Kashyyyk replied as her tails aimed at the sex bot, magic arrays already forming on the tips of each of them. "Can you summarize what we're dealing with? From what I spotted, she can teleport and is agile as hell. Her swords are phylacteries. She gets faster with each one you destroy, and she uses knives as flashpoints to teleport around the area." Koyan grunted, pulling out a large white revolver with an ace of spades painted on it. "Gonna have to take her at range. She's easier to deal with if she just can't touch you." "Great. At least I have a spell to deal with the teleporting. Don't have anything for the respawning bullshit," Kashyyyk replied as she cast a spell that grew around the area. "Gotta love law of planar movement." "Yup!" Koyan brought out a missile launcher straight from a game that she'd been crimping from all day so far, the Hurricane, and then she started modifying the ammo type to launch floating cryo-minolets that homed in on metal targets. "Don't get too close to the mines," she told Kashyyyk before firing her first barrage directly above the maid. Robo-Bitch studied the mines for a moment before taking out a trio of knives and throwing them at the aunt and niece. Both Kitsune were easily able to deflect the attacks away with their tails, yet it was the reaction from the sexbot that pleased Koyan. She looked dumbfounded before her eyes narrowed in an analytical manner. "Observation. Targets have utilized anti-spatial movement spell. Formulating new strategy," Robo-Bitch said, pulling out few more daggers, with two crackling with electricity, and another two billowing black smoke from their tips. In a single throw, the quartet of daggers soared at the pair, with the two daggers leaving large, billowing clouds of black smoke behind them as the electric daggers energized the clouds with electricity. Koyan was already at work shooting three of the daggers as Kashyyyk destroyed a dagger with a spear of foxfire. Unfortunately, this left the battlefield covered in obscuring smoke. "Where is she?" Kashyyyk asked aloud as her eyes scanned the area. "I have no idea," Koyan yelled, but began to focus her ears and whiskers for any stimuli she could find. A few moments after she said this, a dagger flew from the smoke clouds. It sparked with an unstable red energy that both Kitsune already were thinking as explosive. "Fuck!" Kashyyyk shouted, putting up a magically conjured wall in front of them. The guess was confirmed to be correct as a massive blast rocked the wall, heavily cracking it and causing a few sharp shards of stone to fly away. One shard bit into Kashyia's cheek, drawing golden blood for a few moments until the wound healed itself. Just as the duo was about to react, a familiar sword of Robo-Bitch's flew right over the wall, followed by her digitizing upon it and whipping a few more red daggers upon the Kitsune. "How the fuck?" Kashyyyk shouted, about to conjure another wall above them. Koyan swapped to the ace of spades, a personal favorite hand cannon of hers, and fired a barrage of energy beams from it faster than light itself. With Robitch being as close range as she was, there was legitimately zero time to dodge the beams fired at her. Robitch's eyes barely expressed any emotion as the beams tore her body and soared apart. This rained metal, flesh, and some strange liquid that seemed like a mix between oil and blood upon the pair. Mission parameters updated, the decapitated head of Robitch said in a voice that deepened and slowed down like a record. Then, the head broke down into digitized particles. A moment later, the equivalent of a wrecking ball smashed into the broken wall, sending the shattered remnants of it at the Kitsune, who used their tails to block the attack. The ears of both women tried to pick up on a buzzing sound that echoed around them. "This bitch's shit is getting real old," Kashia growled as she started casting a few buffs onto herself. "You have any way to find her, Auntie V?" Suddenly, Robitch appeared behind Kashia, missing her face to reveal a metal, skeletal face underneath, with glowing red orbs for eyes. "Look out! Ah!" Within the Tomb of Nazarick, a small group of people were currently sneaking around. This group consisted of 7 people. 2 were Geralt, who carried Arya on his shoulders. Behind them was each member of the Swords of Darkness. And finally, Dodgy protected the rear. "So what are we looking for, Miss Aunt Dodgy?" Ninya asked, self-correcting herself after Dodgy had told her to do so. "A giant golden representation of a pleasure toy, modeled after snakes in a branch, with a few shiny gems in it, especially in their mouths," she told them with a shrug. "Probably about 7 gems or something at least, 1 for each snake in its mouths." "That sounds quite ludicrous for a supposedly powerful weapon," Ninya remarked as she looked at the goddess incredulously. "You said that this ruler is an undead, right? Why would he even need a pleasure toy?" Lucroot questioned as he glanced around looking for some unseen enemy. "Ooh, I know this one," Arya claimed, waving from atop Geralt's shoulders. "It's because he's a Chunibyo idiot who had a lot of really horny friends and was really lonely when they didn't come play with him." "What the hell kind of horny friends would an undead ever want to be associated with? The more I hear about this Ainz guy, the crazier it seems," Peter said with a sigh. "And I feel like half of what you're saying is just another one of your jokes." "That's because it is, dummy," Arya giggled, her tail wagging playfully as she urged them forward to avoid yet another patrol. "But it doesn't make it any less true." "That just makes it even more confusing for us," Lucroot groaned in slight annoyance. Then after Arya had the group stop for another patrol of demons and skeletons, the archer asked, "By the way, Aunt Arya, when did you get so good at sneaking around? It's astonishing how easy we are getting through this place." "I'm a fox. Foxes are very sneaky," Arya giggled, directing them behind another patrol to hide from several others, and then splitting them off from them with a smug wag of her tails. "Sneaky is one thing, but this," Lucroot said, while motioning to a group of monsters running past the intruders without even noticing them. "This is on another level of sneaky." "You can learn it too, Lucky," Arya told him with a smile, reaching out with her tail to pat him on the head. "Don't worry, I'll teach you later." Lucroot shivered in terror at whatever kind of training Arya might put him through. Dine gave the blonde a sympathetic pat on the shoulder. "I'm sure it won't be that bad, Lucroot," the druid said with a wry smile. "Right." Ninya then piped up and asked, "How much further do we need to go? This place just seems endless." "We're already almost there," Dodgy told them with a hint of amusement. "We're on the 10th floor, and I can feel where it is stored within this floor." "That's a relief," Ninya said with a sigh as they entered into a large throne room. At the end of the room, sitting in a large and ominous throne, was a large skeleton, dressed in black and purple robes. He impatiently tapped his bony fingers against the armrests of his throne, while a beam of sunlight continued to shine down upon him. To either side of this undead were monstrous mages that continued to cast negative energy spells upon his body. Yet the most interesting thing of note was the large golden staff in the Lich's hand, made up of numerous serpents. They had finally located their target. "So, this the guy? He's huge," Peter questioned as he slowly drew his sword out, while the other readied their weapons as well. By the time his sword was fully drawn, Arya had already grabbed the staff right out of Ainz's hand without resistance and climbed back on top of Geralt. "Let's go, Dodgy! We are done here!" Dodgy smirked and readied her teleportation spell, and just as they were fading out of the guild and appearing back far outside, they heard the panicked voice of Ainz Ual Gown. "What? Detect life." The Lich's spell was quickly cast, and the magic passed over the group as they left. "No, you bestial They were unable to hear the rest as the group arrived outside the guild with their prize in hand. Without the stress of being discovered, the Swords of Darkness and Geralt felt a strange strength fill their bodies. But that was quickly ignored, as they all were too busy examining the golden staff in Arya's hands. "So, that thing is the ultimate weapon of Nazarick?" Lucroot asked as he tapped his finger against the item. "Gonna be a little honest, kind of expected there to be a bit more to this thing." "Well, try to not underestimate this thing," Ninya warned. "Who knows what it's capable of? We should try to destroy it quickly if it's possible." As soon as Ninya finished saying this, a flash appeared behind the group as a tall woman stepped into view with Amy padding right beside her. The woman had 9 tails waving behind her, covered in orange fur, which matched both the fur on her ears and her hair. She was covered in an outfit that belonged more to a blacksmith than a warrior, while in her hand was a hammer of a beautiful make. Then she finally spoke. "So what exactly did you want me to break?" "This!" Arya held it out, passing it over to the woman with a smile. "It's very breakable with your ability, so get smashing." The newcomer's amber eyes rolled at Arya before she took the staff and raised her hammer. It was as the woman was about to smash her hammer down that the jewels on the staff glowed. Suddenly, large elementals materialized around the group with hostile intent, aimed at the woman about to break the staff. "What the hell?" Lucroot shouted as he readied his bow. A moment later, he let the arrow on it fly at one of the conjured elementals. This arrow seemed to transform mid-flight, turning from a simple arrow to a javelin of sunlight that punched through the elemental and exited out the other side. A moment later, and explosions of light rocked the insides of the elemental, before, with one final cry, the monster burst apart into particles of mana and light. This caused everyone but Dodgy, Arya, and Amy to look at the archer with dropped jaws. "What the hell kind of weapon is that?" the blacksmith Kitsune asked in astonishment. "It is less of a weapon and more of a blessed special ability," Dodgy chuckled. "He can become even stronger if you make him a good bow." "That's not important right now," Arya pointed out with a tilt of her head, sword raised from chopping 2 other elementals in half with a single swing. "Get breaking, Analea." Fine, I'm on it," Analea replied before quickly smashing the hammer down upon the weapon. As she did so, a small shockwave burst out from the weapon, knocking the humans back while the Kitsune managed to remain standing. "How are we looking?" "I think the guild base will go nuts now," Arya exclaimed with a happy wag of her tail. "So now we're just waiting on Skeletor to come say hi." And as Arya finished saying this, chaotic screams could be heard coming from the battlefield, and more specifically, from Nazarick. When the group turned around, they could see numerous monsters running out of the tomb in a panic, only they ended up charging into a line of Kitsune fire blasts for their troubles. "What do you think is going on right now?" Ninya asked aloud. Analea looked to the young mage and answered, "Guild weapon was destroyed. Without it, the entire base is reverting to the state before it was conquered. So all the defenses originally set up in Nazarick have just been turned on the monsters within. That is quite horrifying to consider. So there is something that can scare even monsters, huh? Lucroot remarked. The orange-haired woman simply shrugged. Looks to be that way. Analia then turned to Arya and asked, So need me here still, or should I go back to my forge? I'd likely be more useful continuing to make weapons instead of fighting. Ooh, I bet if you made a railgun, Vitch could sense it and use it out here. Arya giggled, giving a comment that was as much of a suggestion as it was an agreement. Analia slightly laughed at the Kitsune's comment. Doubt that I'm finishing the railgun that quickly. Still have a bit of things to test on the design before it's ready. Then, just as it seemed that the orange-haired woman was about to leave, she added, Oh, and Taro told me to say hi, by the way. Tell him we might be starting a cheese business if he wants in on it, Daji claimed with a chuckle, because it might be good to put extra vitamins and magical effects in some of them, if he's willing. For a moment, Analia's brow rose in question. Okay, I'll let him know, but any reason for why you're starting a cheese business? Arya grinned, jumping up and smacking Daji's chest, which made an audible sloshing sound, much to the larger Kitsune's annoyance. Because the fat titty Tamamos are dumbasses and like producing more milk than should be physically possible for a Kitsune. They also don't like having to throw the excess out. Analia's face blanched upon hearing this. I see. I think I'll get going now. Mom probably needs me for something. And I'll let Taro know, she said, quickly disappearing in a flash of light. Okay, so about that battle, huh? Peter spoke up, trying to disperse the awkwardness. Yeah, Ninya agreed as her eyes searched around for Kashia, yet she couldn't spot her anywhere. Anyone see where Kashia went? No, which is a little worrying. Lucroot replied since they all last recalled that she was somewhere at the entrance of Nazarick. Arya giggled, not bothering to hide her amusement. She's fighting the optional hidden boss of Nazarick right now. Y'all are kinda useless against her, though, so Daji will go help while I keep you out of the way for now. Okay. Lucroot then turned to Daji and said, Just make sure that Kashia is safe, please. I will do my best to return her to you relatively unharmed, Daji told him with a sniff, before disappearing into the battlefield within the blink of an eye. Ninya shared the same thoughts as Lucroot and prayed that her Kashia would make it back safe. Then she found herself a little shocked at how she mentally thought of the blonde for a moment before focusing on the battle at hand. We should get ready to help out then. The Kitsune could probably use our aid, the young mage spoke up. Right, Aunt Arya. You need to take a break first, Arya told them with a shake of her head. Drink some milk, let your bodies recuperate, and then go fight more. The group groaned in disappointment, but had no choice but to follow the small Kitsune's orders. Hey? /N, TTG. And Nazarick has fallen to chaos due to cosplaying as Solid Snake and a Kitsune cameo. We'll just have to see how the battle with Kashia, Vitch, Robo-Bitch, Archer, and Demiurge is going for the next chapter, Kitsu. Fops of the Forge may be unalived by the looks of it, but Analia lives, and the autistic floof is going to be making many, many golems in the future to help keep this world safe. Also, Tamaterasu is going to be raising an Onmyodo corpus in the future, at his point, because fuck having low levels when the next book finishes. I have plans for the third book already, if we make it that far, and they require us to be on a next level compared to the other realms. Otherwise, why would they want to try shit with a backwater world with little resources, really? TTG. Shit be getting crazy, yo. What with the funny things that are in store for our heroes in the upcoming story. We'll just have to see what happens to them. Hope that Ninya, Nero, and Jerknev are ready. Kitsu, yup. So now we have fluffing and war to get finished, so hopefully this works out as well as I hope it does. You can reach me at https Discord GG Kitsu Club and https ikoakiyosha.alkarar.co. So feel free to come say hi. Discord.gg/Kitsu Club, ikoakioshi.card.co/. Thanks for reading and stay fluffy. Fate Foxblade 29, Battle of Nazarick Part 2. In the treasury of Nazarick, Ainz stood next to Demiurge, already beginning the process resurrecting Cocytus and Shaltir. The Lich was extremely displeased, shown by a green aura that covered his body like a shroud. That bastard. He killed Cocytus twice, Ainz commented, watching as the mountain of gold began melting down and converging into itself, slowly reforming into the bodies of his fallen subordinates. And Shaltir was brought down by Kashia, the second time she has died this week. Yes, my lord. I can understand a portion of your immense anger towards those two. Touching our people deserves nothing more than a painful death, Demiurge replied, pushing his glasses up the bridge of his nose. Easier said than done with our current strategy, Ainz said as he considered his next option. From all the abilities that Archer and a few of those Kitsune have shown, they were too powerful for any of the normal rank-and-file members of Nazarick to take on. It would be little more than squandered resources at this point. All of it left Ainz at one option that he had once been hesitant to call upon. Now, it was the perfect time to do so. Looking at Archdevil, the Lich said, "Demiurge, go to the 8th floor and retrieve Rubido. Following that, bring out Gargantua. Our next wave will utilize both of their strengths to try and break the defensive line around the tomb." Demiurge's expression became filled with surprise before falling back into a cold and calculating smirk. "Of course, my lord. I'll fulfill your order immediately. Shall I also call upon the aid of Victim for this assault?" Thinking on the question for a moment, Ainz shook his head. "No, we will save Victim for the assault of the other 8th floor residents if this plan doesn't work. For now, our best scenario is to galvanize around Rubedo and Gargantua and assist them as they take down the army of Kitsune." "As you wish, Lord Ainz," Demiurge said with a bow before teleporting away through the use of his ring. Koyanskaya was mildly annoyed. She had been styling on the bastard Kakitas or whatever, enjoying time with her husband in front of her customers live, when out of nowhere some robo-bitch decided to chop her Metal Gear in half. Like, who the fuck did she think she was? Raiden! "Fuck you, you dumb pile of scrap!" Koyan yelled at her, unleashing a spray of electrochemical seeker rounds from her Lock One, only for the bitch to literally cut the bullets down in their path. Sure, the bullets did some extreme damage to her swords, but she had so damn many of them that Koyan was pretty sure it didn't really matter at this point. "Shit! Who the hell is she?" Archer shouted, firing another one of his altered blades at Robo-Bitch. Yet instead of being turned into scrap metal, she flipped over the attack, using the explosive force of it impacting behind her body to launch herself forwards at another Kitsune, quickly cutting them down if not for the tag on their body. "Who fucking cares at this point? Just fire something bigger at her," Koyan screeched, tossing down an orbital laser barrage beacon and managing to stick it to the overhyped Roomba's head due to it being so slow. She didn't even bother intercepting it due to whatever bullshit calculations she had made, so she might actually get hit by... Shit, get out of the way, you dumb fucks, you're gonna get hit! She managed to get Daji and Tamamo to use their space-bending power with a mental shout, and it narrowly missed hitting any allies. But the bitch managed to dodge a point, blank time accelerated laser. What the actual fuck? At least the giant golem was pretty easy to deal with. She still had the DSS after all, so it was just the equivalent of sending a couple 380s at it, since unlike in game, she didn't need to reload or wait for a cooldown. Big, slow targets were extremely easy to deal with after all. However, this utter piece of shit kept trying to cut down her customers. "You know what? Fuck you and everyone around you!" Koyan screamed, pulling out a pair of heavily modified Fat Boy mini nuke launchers, the kind from Deep Rock Galactic, and held down the trigger. It wasn't meant to be used like this, but fuck the laws of reality and physics, she was the goddess of guns. She would decide who and what could cheat with guns, and when, not anyone else, thank you very much. The albino robot gave a glance at the oncoming barrage of missiles of annihilation, and she barely seemed fazed. In fact, she ran at the missiles like a suicidal robot. Yet instead of being turned into an atomized piece of scrap, Robo-Bitch's sword glowed red. Then she held the flat of the blade in front of her body. Reflect. Suddenly, instead of a barrage of missiles hitting her, they bounced off her blade and into the sky before arcing back down towards Koyanskaya. Die, Robo-Bitch said in a monotone voice. A gust of wind blew from the far edge of the battlefield, gently blowing the primed explosives back towards Rubedo and arching around her from all angles, surrounding her with the detonations of 1,000 exploding mini-nukes, which was then compressed further with a localized gravitational warping technique. It was enough that Koyan was almost sure that the bitch would have to be vaporized after all that. Daji had gone pretty far in her attack and retaliation after all, but her guard still wasn't down. There was still the fact that even if they got her, she could be brought back and would have all the combat data from that encounter. Amid the explosions going off, a few of Robo-Bitch's swords flew out into the air before impaling themselves into the ground. At the same time, Koyan's eyes narrowed. A moment later, a digital warping appeared by one of the blades before Robo-Bitch appeared, with said sword in hand, rushing right at the annoyed goddess. Her speed was starting to pick up, and she was moving even faster than before. Robo-Bitch was likely going to reach her in seconds, and her speed did not make sense compared to her movements earlier. What changed? "Oh, for fuck's sake! Why won't you just die?" Koyanskaya roared, kiting her backwards while she pulled out a Gatling laser from the Fallout series out of sheer desperation. If this kept up, she might even have to pull on series like Titanfall 2 or Supreme Commander just to get rid of this stupid bitch, and everyone knew that ramping up that hard was just asking for trouble later on. But damn if she wasn't tempted to call on BT right now. Goddamn pile of scrap. "Vitch! I think I've figured it out!" Archer shouted over to Koyanskaya as he fired a few blades at Robo-Bitch. All of them were annoyingly deflected or dodged. The swords, they act as some type of housing unit, like a robotic phylactery. Well, shit. That made things so much easier. All right then. Tamamo held up one final orbital beacon with a grin, tossing it lightly at the dumb robot. "Suck on this, you freak of nature!" The DSS fired a barrage, but this time, it wasn't a normal barrage. No, it was something far worse. Burning canisters of hellfire slammed into the ground, spreading liquid flame over the area and igniting it to temperatures far beyond what could be considered hospitable to any non-fire-based life form in the area. This would be an incredible problem for Rubedo, and in fact it was. Unfortunately, as she was taken out of the game, a group of beings specialized in fighting through an inferno appeared in her place. "I see that you have temporarily taken Rubedo out of the battlefield, Kitsune." The voice of Demiurge oozed from the flames before the archdevil walked out of them, accompanied by 7 other inhuman figures. "Thankfully, we have ways of dealing with you in the meantime. You may think you can outsmart me." Koyanskaya smirked, pulling out a very familiar minigun from a certain PvP shooter. "Maybe," she sniffed, "maybe." She held up a fuck-off huge bullet in one hand. "I have yet to meet one who can outsmart Bullet." "Honey, can you stop trying to impress the monster and just kill him?" Archer requested, creating another spear in hand that he knocked onto his bow. "Less impress, more making fun of him," Koyan chuckled, facing the gun in Demiurge's general direction as it spun up. "But yeah, let's murder them." The gun let loose a literal spray of bullets the size of a grown man's forearm bones, the sheer rate of fire exceeding anything the devil had likely ever seen or heard of in his life. It was random, chaotic, and the spread was wide enough that even if he thought he had dodged the main spray, he would definitely be hit by a lot of others. Yet much to Koyan's frustration, a bulky demon that seemed more muscle than body appeared in front of Demiurge, tanking the bullets. From behind him, the goddess heard the little snake say, "Flames of Gehenna." This immediately caused a massive wall of flames to grow along the current battlefield, surrounding Archer, Koyan, the little worm and his lackeys, and a few kitsune still in the area. At the same time, the goddess noted that each of the demons before her and her husband seemed stronger now. "And there he goes, acting as the party support," Archer commented, firing his spear at the group of demons. Most of the demons managed to escape the area, yet one of them wasn't so lucky and caught an explosive blast to his right side, destroying his arm, leg, and wing in the process. "Got one," the red-clad man remarked. Koyan licked her lips, pulling out a shotgun from the ether that seemed to come with its own theme song. Mick Gordon's soundtrack for a rather popular game began to play as she held the gun in one hand and a chainsword in the other. "Rip and tear until it's done," she growled, and went all in at close range to harass them for her husband. One demon rushed at Koyan with their scythe mid-swing at her head, yet instead of cutting a little of the top of a goddess, he got to feel the words of Koyan's as the shotgun in her hand fired, launching a spray of magically heated metal through his chest. This nearly cut him in half, but the kitsune wasn't finished with the little idiot just yet. Koyan's chainsword quickly chopped through the scythe, both hands, and even dug into the demon's thigh. At this point, the little idiot was screaming in pain. The arrogant little smirk it had before was completely gone. Sticking the shotgun through the gap in the demon's torso so that it was aiming upwards, Koyan said, "I'd say see you in hell, but you're already there." Without anything further, the goddess pulled the trigger and caused the upper chest of the demon to almost explode from the shredding buckshot of the shotgun. It likely had a single moment to comprehend what happened before the little idiot's head blew off with the rest of his torso. "Aspect of the devil! Tentacle wings!" Demiurge shouted like an idiot and completely blew whatever surprise his attack may have had. Koyan simply gazed over to see Demiurge's backsprout wings, reminiscent of tentacles with feathers upon them. A moment later, and the wings flapped at the goddess, launching hundreds of feathered projectiles at her. A couple blasts from her, frankly overpowered, shotgun from hell, parried every single one of the projectiles back along the path they had traveled, all while she sidestepped and blasted another shot at him, filling the air with so many projectiles even a Touhou player would have trouble dodging. "Greater teleportation," Demiurge announced, disappearing and reappearing away, just as a crow-like demon lady tried to rush Koyan and slice at her with taloned hands. At the same time, the sounds of blades crashing against each other told the goddess that Archer was being attacked. "I don't have time for your bullshit!" Koyan screeched, shoving a holy hand grenade into the demon's ass as she ducked behind it, before looking around to find Archer as the explosion went off behind her. As for her husband, Koyan spotted two demons, one of which was the Muscle Head, in close quarters combat with Archer. He was using Khonshu and Bakuya to parry and cut slices into the bodies of either demon. Yet she saw another demon jumping at the man from behind. Swapping to an anti-material rifle, she quickly scoped in and shot 3 rounds in rapid succession. One aimed at its center mass to push it back, one at its weapon to shatter it before it could so much as scratch her husband, and the last at its head, in the hopes that it would not have the chance to understand what it had done wrong. Her shots rang out with the sound of a cannon going off at short range, her power boosting the accuracy and stopping ability of those rounds to their utmost limit as they left her gun in a fraction of a second from the others. In seconds, the 3 shots smashed into the demon, almost juggling it in the air as they did. At the same time, Archer gave a kick to the side of one of his foe's knees, with the force of a few tons behind it, snapping the joint with a loud crunch. As soon as this happened, the demon screamed in pain until the red-clad man shoved Bakuya up into his head from the bottom of his jaw. Then he flipped over the corpse as the musclehead's arm smashed into the ground where he was, creating a small crater. Koyan swapped the rounds she had within her gun for blessed, cryogenic rounds and began plinking away at its limbs in an attempt to slow it, only to find her shots being much more effective than she originally bargained for. A pleasant surprise, but still almost shocking, considering how little damage anything else was doing. "What the?" the meathead cried out as he turned around towards Koyan. "You'll pay for that!" He then charged at the goddess as she readied her rifle once more. But then, much to her surprise, a familiar-looking sword stabbed into the ground next to her before a digitizing effect appeared next to it. Just as Koyan fired her rifle at the meathead first, Robo-Bitch deflected both shots away and sliced her blade at the goddess in a single stroke. "Oh, fuck you!" Koyan yelled, ducking under the blade in the way only a shapeshifter could do, her body warping out of the way of the blade as though it was made of liquid. And then she came up, chain blade in one hand and lightsaber in the other, and began immediately aiming for the swords this time. "You aren't moving an inch," Koyan declared, cutting and smashing, doing her abject best to utterly wreck the dumb fucking piece of scrap metal that was getting in her way. This got the robotic lich bitch to actually go on the defense for once. With extreme speed that had grown even faster than before, the undying mechanoid sexbot pulled her sword back from the slash that Koyan made. "Target has altered strategy," she commented like a goddamn Terminator. Robo-Bitch then backflipped from Koyan and pulled a knife out from a portal before tossing it at the goddess. Koyan held her lightsaber up, slicing and melting through it just as it got into range, even as she stepped to the side. "Seriously? Throwing knives now?" she asked, not letting her guard down for a minute. Pulling out 2 more knives, she threw them, one after the other, which Koyan readied to melt into a puddle. Then, the familiar digitized anomaly appeared by the knife she was just about to slice apart before the damn sexbot appeared from it, stabbing at the goddess with a new sword in hand. "Motherfuck!" Koyan just barely managed to get her chainsword up in time to block it, slicing through the arm of the 2B Noctis knockoff from Temu as she bounced away, the impact of the sword much harsher due to how off-balance she was. "Surrender. Your death will be swift," Robo-Bitch said blandly as she pulled an item from her storage and crushed it, causing her arm to swiftly repair itself. Then she pulled out a few more knives from her inventory and tossed them at Koyan, her bullshit teleporting ramping up as the digitizing effect began hopping from one knife to the other. Koyan blocked the first knife with the lightsaber, and Robo-Bitch appeared at the second knife, stabbing her blade. Just as the goddess was about to cut the mechanical sex toy down, she teleported back to the third knife, stabbing forwards once again with the kitsune wide open. Just as it looked like the Robo-Bitch was about to stab Koyan, a spear of blue fire launched at the sex droid. This caused her to, almost impossibly, stomp her feet into the ground to halt her momentum instantly. Then she flipped away as Kashia appeared next to her aunt. "Saw the massive walls of flames. Came to check it out. How are you doing?" Kashia asked. "A bit turbo-fucked at the moment," Koyan admitted with a shaky smile, her tails puffed out in agitation and anger. "Thanks for the save." "You're welcome, Auntie V," Kashia replied as her tails aimed at the sexbot, magic arrays already forming on the tips of each of them. "Can you summarize what we're dealing with? From what I spotted, she can teleport and is agile as hell." Her swords are phylacteries. She gets faster with each one you destroy, and she uses knives as flashpoints to teleport around the area, Koyan grunted, pulling out a large white revolver with an ace of spades painted on it. "Gonna have to take her at range. She's easier to deal with if she just can't touch you." "Great. At least I have a spell to deal with the teleporting. Don't have anything for the respawning bullshit," Kashia replied as she cast a spell that grew around the area. "Gotta love law of planar movement." "Yup," Koyan brought out a missile launcher straight from a game that she'd been crimping from all day so far, the Hurricane. And then she started modifying the ammo type to launch floating cryo-minolets that homed in on metal targets. "Don't get too close to the mines," she told Kashia, before firing her first barrage directly above the maid. Robo-Bitch studied the mines for a moment before taking out a trio of knives and throwing them at the aunt and niece. Both Kitsune were easily able to deflect the attacks away with their tails, yet it was the reaction from the sexbot that pleased Koyan. She looked dumbfounded before her eyes narrowed in an analytical manner. Observation. Targets have utilized anti-spatial movement spell. Formulating new strategy, Robo-Bitch said, pulling out few more daggers, with 2 crackling with electricity and another 2 billowing black smoke from their tips. In a single throw, the quartet of daggers soared at the pair, with the 2 daggers leaving large, billowing clouds of black smoke behind them as the electric daggers energized the clouds with electricity. Koyan was already at work shooting 3 of the daggers as Kashia destroyed a dagger with a spear of foxfire. Unfortunately, this left the battlefield covered in obscuring smoke. "Where is she?" Kashia asked aloud as her eyes scanned the area. "I have no idea," Koyan yelled, but began to focus her ears and whiskers for any stimuli she could find. A few moments after she said this, a dagger flew from the smoke clouds. It sparked with an unstable red energy that both Kitsune already were thinking as explosive. "Fuck!" Kashia shouted, putting up a magically conjured wall in front of them. The guess was confirmed to be correct as a massive blast rocked the wall, heavily cracking it and causing a few sharp shards of stone to fly away. One shard bit into Kashia's cheek, drawing golden blood for a few moments until the wound healed itself. Just as the duo was about to react, a familiar sword of Robo-Bitches flew right over the wall, followed by her digitizing upon it and whipping a few more red daggers upon the Kitsune. "How the fuck?" Kashia shouted, about to conjure another wall above them. Koyan swapped to the ace of spades, a personal favorite hand cannon of hers, and fired a barrage of energy beams from it faster than light itself. With Robitch being as close range as she was, there was legitimately 0 time to dodge the beams fired at her. Robitch's eyes barely expressed any emotion as the beams tore her body and soared apart. This rained metal, flesh, and some strange liquid that seemed like a mix between oil and blood upon the pair. Mission parameters updated, the decapitated head of Robitch said in a voice that deepened and slowed down like a record. Then the head broke down into digitized particles. A moment later, the equivalent of a wrecking ball smashed into the broken wall, sending the shattered remnants of it at the Kitsune, who used their tails to block the attack. The ears of both women tried to pick up on a buzzing sound that echoed around them. "This bitch's shit is getting real old," Kashia growled as she started casting a few buffs onto herself. "You have any way to find her, Auntie V?" Suddenly, Robitch appeared behind Kashia, missing her face to reveal a metal skeletal face underneath with glowing red orbs for eyes. "Look out! Within the Tomb of Nazarick, a small group of people were currently sneaking around. This group consisted of 7 people. 2 were Geralt, who carried Arya on his shoulders. Behind them was each member of the Swords of Darkness. And finally, Dodgy protected the rear. "So, what are we looking for, Miss Aunt Dodgy?" Ninya asked, self-correcting herself after Dodgy had told her to do so. A giant golden representation of a pleasure toy modeled after snakes and a branch, with a few shiny gems in it, especially in their mouths, she told them with a shrug. Probably about 7 gems or something at least, 1 for each snake in its mouths. That sounds quite ludicrous for a supposedly powerful weapon, Ninya remarked as she looked at the goddess incredulously. "You said that this ruler is an undead, right? Why would he even need a pleasure toy?" Lucroot questioned as he glanced around, looking for some unseen enemy. "Ooh, I know this one," Arya claimed, waving from atop Geralt's shoulders. "It's because he's a Chunibyo idiot who had a lot of really horny friends and was really lonely when they didn't come play with him." What the hell kind of horny friends would an undead ever want to be associated with? The more I hear about this Ains guy, the crazier it seems, Peter said with a sigh. And I feel like half of what you're saying is just another one of your jokes. That's because it is, dummy. Arya giggled, her tail wagging playfully as she urged them forward to avoid yet another patrol. But it doesn't make it any less true. That just makes it even more confusing for us, Lucrute groaned in slight annoyance. Then, after Arya had the group stop for another patrol of demons and skeletons, the archer asked, "By the way, Aunt Arya, when did you get so good at sneaking around? It's astonishing how easy we are getting through this place." "I'm a fox. Foxes are very sneaky," Arya giggled, directing them behind another patrol to hide from several others, and then splitting them off from them with a smug wag of her tails. "Sneaky is one thing, but this," Lucrute said while motioning to a group of monsters running past the intruders without even noticing them. "This is on another level of sneaky." "You can learn it too, Lucky," Arya told him with a smile, reaching out with her tail to pat him on the head. "Don't worry, I'll teach you later." Lucrute shivered in terror at whatever kind of training Arya might put him through. Dine gave the blonde a sympathetic pat on the shoulder. "I'm sure it won't be that bad, Lucrute," the druid said with a wry smile. "Right." Ninya then piped up and asked, "How much further do we need to go?" "This place just seems endless?" "We're already almost there," Dodgy told them with a hint of amusement. "We're on the 10th floor, and I can feel where it is stored within this floor." "That's a relief," Ninya said with a sigh as they entered into a large throne room. At the end of the room, sitting in a large and ominous throne, was a large skeleton, dressed in black and purple robes. He impatiently tapped his bony fingers against the armrests of his throne, while a beam of sunlight continued to shine down upon him. To either side of this undead were monstrous mages that continued to cast negative energy spells upon his body. Yet the most interesting thing of note was the large golden staff in the lich's hand, made up of numerous serpents. They had finally located their target. "So, this the guy? He's huge," Peter questioned as he slowly drew his sword out, while the other readied their weapons as well. By the time his sword was fully drawn, Arya had already grabbed the staff right out of Ein's hand without resistance and climbed back on top of Geralt. "Let's go, Dodgy! We're done here!" Dodgy smirked and readied her teleportation spell, and just as they were fading out of the guild and appearing back far outside, they heard the panicked voice of Ein's Ual Gown. "What?" "Detect life!" The Lich's spell was quickly cast, and the magic passed over the group as they left. "No, you bestial They were unable to hear the rest as the group arrived outside the guild with their prize in hand. Without the stress of being discovered, the Swords of Darkness and Geralt felt a strange strength fill their bodies, but that was quickly ignored as they all were too busy examining the golden staff in Arya's hands. "So, that thing is the ultimate weapon of Nazarick?" Lucrute asked as he tapped his finger against the item. "Going to be a little honest, kinda expected there to be a bit more to this thing." "Well, try to not underestimate this thing," Ninya warned. "Who knows what it's capable of? We should try to destroy it quickly, if it's possible." As soon as Ninya finished saying this, a flash appeared behind the group as a tall woman stepped into view with Amy padding right beside her. The woman had 9 tails waving behind her covered in orange fur, which matched both the fur on her ears and her hair. She was covered in an outfit that belonged more to a blacksmith than a warrior, while in her hand was a hammer of a beautiful make. Then she finally spoke. "So what exactly did you want me to break?" "This," Arya held it out, passing it over to the woman with a smile. "It's very breakable with your ability, so get smashing." The newcomer's amber eyes rolled at Arya before she took the staff and raised her hammer. It was as the woman was about to smash her hammer down that the jewels on the staff glowed. Suddenly, large elementals materialized around the group with hostile intent aimed at the woman about to break the staff. "What the hell?" Lucrute shouted as he readied his bow. A moment later, he let the arrow on it fly at one of the conjured elementals. This arrow seemed to transform mid-flight, turning from a simple arrow to a javelin of sunlight that punched through the elemental and exited out the other side. A moment later, and explosions of light rocked the insides of the elemental before. With one final cry, the monster burst apart into particles of mana and light. This caused everyone but Daji, Arya, and Ami to look at the archer with dropped jaws. "What the hell kind of weapon is that?" the blacksmith Kitsune asked in astonishment. "It is less of a weapon and more of a blessed special ability," Daji chuckled. "He can become even stronger if you make him a good bow." "That's not important right now," Arya pointed out with a tilt of her head, sword raised from chopping two other elementals in half with a single swing. "Get breaking, Analea." Fine, I'm on it," Analea replied, before quickly smashing the hammer down upon the weapon. As she did so, a small shockwave burst out from the weapon, knocking the humans back while the Kitsune managed to remain standing. "How are we looking?" "I think the guild base will go nuts now," Arya exclaimed with a happy wag of her tail. "So now we're just waiting on Skeletor to come say hi." And as Arya finished saying this, chaotic screams could be heard coming from the battlefield, and more specifically from Nazarick. When the group turned around, they could see numerous monsters running out of the tomb in a panic. Only they ended up charging into a line of Kitsune fire blasts for their troubles. "What do you think is going on right now?" Ninya asked aloud. Analea looked to the young mage and answered, "Guild weapon was destroyed. Without it, the entire base is reverting to the state before it was conquered. So all the defenses originally set up in Nazarick have just been turned on the monsters within. That is quite horrifying to consider. So, there is something that can scare even monsters, huh?" Lucrute remarked. The orange-haired woman simply shrugged. "Looks to be that way." Analea then turned to Arya and asked, "So, need me here still, or should I go back to my forge? I'd likely be more useful continuing to make weapons instead of fighting." "Ooh, I bet if you made a railgun, Vitch could sense it and use it out here." Arya giggled, giving a comment that was as much of a suggestion as it was an agreement. Analea slightly laughed at the Kitsune's comment. "Doubt that I'm finishing the railgun that quickly. Still have a bit of things to test on the design before it's ready." Then, just as it seemed that the orange-haired woman was about to leave, she added, "Oh, and Taro told me to say hi, by the way." "Tell him we might be starting a cheese business if he wants in on it," Daji claimed with a chuckle, "because it might be good to put extra vitamins and magical effects in some of them, if he's willing." For a moment, Analea's brow rose in question. "Okay. I'll let him know, but any reason for why you're starting a cheese business?" Arya grinned, jumping up and smacking Daji's chest, which made an audible sloshing sound, much to the larger Kitsune's annoyance, because the fat titty tamamos are dumbasses and like producing more milk than should be physically possible for a Kitsune. They also don't like having to throw the excess out. Analea's face blanched upon hearing this. I see. I think I'll get going now. Mom probably needs me for something." And I'll let Taro know," she said, quickly disappearing in a flash of light. "Okay, so about that battle, huh?" Peter spoke up, trying to disperse the awkwardness. "Yeah," Ninya agreed, as her eyes searched around for Kashia, yet she couldn't spot her anywhere. "Anyone see where Kashia went?" "No, which is a little worrying," Lucrute replied, since they all last recalled that she was somewhere at the entrance of Nazarick. Arya giggled, not bothering to hide her amusement. She's fighting the optional hidden boss of Nazarick right now. Y'all are kinda useless against her, though, so Daji will go help while I keep you out of the way for now." "Okay." Lucrute then turned to Daji and said, "Just make sure that Kashia is safe, please." "I will do my best to return her to you relatively unharmed," Daji told him with a sniff, before disappearing into the battlefield within the blink of an eye. Ninya shared the same thoughts as Lucrute and prayed that her Kashia would make it back safe. Then she found herself a little shocked at how she mentally thought of the blonde for a moment before focusing on the battle at hand. "We should get ready to help out then. The Kitsune could probably use our aid," the young mage spoke up. "Right, Aunt Arya." "You need to take a break first," Arya told them with a shake of her head. "Drink some milk, let your bodies recuperate, and then go fight more." The group groaned in disappointment, but had no choice but to follow the small Kitsune's orders. A slash. N. TTG. And Nazarick has fallen to chaos due to cosplaying as Solid Snake and a Kitsune cameo. We'll just have to see how the battle with Kashia, Vitch, Robo-Bitch, Archer, and Demiurge is going for the next chapter, Kitsu. Fops of the Forge may be unalived by the looks of it, but Analia lives, and the autistic floof is going to be making many, many golems in the future to help keep this world safe. Also, Tamaterasu is going to be raising an Onmyoto courses in the future at his point, because fuck having low levels when the next book finishes. I have plans for the third book already, if we make it that far, and they require us to be on a next level compared to the other realms. Otherwise, why would they want to try shit with a backwater world with little resources, really? TTG. Shit be getting crazy, yo. What with the funny things that are in store for our heroes in the upcoming story, we'll just have to see what happens to them. Hope that Ninya, Nero, and Jerkiniv are ready. Kitsu. Yup. So now we have fluffing and war to get finished. So hopefully this works out as well as I hope it does. You can reach me at https://discord.g/kitsclub and https://aikoakioshi.tar.co.se. So feel free to come say hi. Discord.gg/kitsuklub. aikoakioshi.card.co/. Thanks for reading and stay fluffy. Fate Foxblade 31. And in the end, it doesn't even matter. Archer and Tamamo sat in the front row of the numerous pews set up in the temple in Rantel that had once been dedicated to the four great gods. It has since had its name changed to the Temple of the Triad, based off the three patron goddesses of the city, Kashia, Inari, and Tamamo. Both were dressed in extremely expensive and extravagant clothing for the main event taking place in the temple, Kashia and Lucrute's wedding. Personally, Archer wished that it could have been a simple affair since he had been wearing this annoying suit of his for a few hours at this point. His one solace is that he wasn't the only one suffering in annoying clothes today. Sitting in the same pew was Peter, with his girlfriend Helena, and Dine, who were both stuck in uncomfortable suits like he was. Compare that to Ninya and Tuare, who looked perfectly happy in their dresses, what with their tails wagging behind them, and it made for a pretty unfair comparison. Oh yeah, after Kashia ended up ascending to the state of a full goddess a week after the battle against Nazarick, both Ninya and Tuare started shifting into Kitsune themselves. Though that was pretty much a given, considering how one Kitsune goddess considered them her daughters, another her granddaughters, and 9 more as their grandnieces. Yeah, they were doomed from the start. Past them sat Analia and Taro. Analia wore a simple golden dress while Taro wore a crimson suit. Whereas Taro looked quite excited to be at the wedding, he had to help his mate through her boredom of waiting for the ceremony to hurry up. Even though she loved her sister, Archer knew that Analia really wanted to get back to her workshop to tinker with a new railgun design of hers. This was just their one pew relegated to family members and extremely close friends. On the other pew across the aisle was Loki with the Kitsune goddess Aiko, alongside Freya and Odin. And that was just a few deities. There were numerous other pews packed with them alongside mortals. Let's just say that Inari, Loki, and Himi ensured that every dignitary from across the 10 realms received an invite. Even the dwarves from Nidavellir hadn't been excluded, though the dwarven king and ruler of the realm, King Ivaldi, had been sat in the pews behind the other dignitaries. While it wasn't as bad as being put at the very back of the temple, it still sent the message that the kitsune didn't have the fondest thoughts of the dwarves, but avoided starting a war since he didn't get sat with the peasants. Not that the dwarven king didn't understand the veiled insult. As for the rest of the temple, Tamemo had used a bit of her spatial warping magic to fit many more pews into the temple than would have been physically possible for the building's size. That meant almost the entirety of Rantel was also in the temple. Standing at the main altar at the head of the temple was Inari, dressed in an opulent silver kimono, with a massive smile on her face. Next to her, looking excitedly nervous, was Lucrut in a blue and red suit of magical craftsmanship. "How long do you think it'll be before Kashia and Seth finally start walking down the aisle? It feels like this is taking forever," Archer quietly asked Tamamo as he adjusted his collar. "Should be any minute now," Tamamo grinned, patting Archer on the thigh as she looked ahead at Inari with a smirk. "That's what you said 5 minutes ago." Archer groaned as he glanced around at the murmuring attendees. "Archer, honey." Tamamo turned to him and whispered into his ear, "Think of it like trying to beg a pot of water to boil faster without magic. It doesn't matter how much you complain. It will happen when it happens." Ugh. At the very least, I'm not suffering as much as Lucrut is right now. Man almost looks like he's going to shit a brick, Archer said, trying to attempt thinking positively. "He probably feels like it too." Tamamo smirked, her tails wrapping around her husband as she leaned into him. After all, he's surrounded by deities from all the 10 realms and about to marry a goddess. She paused before kissing him on the nose. "Just be glad I knew how awkward this would be for you and elected to skip all these steps and get right to the good part." "Thank you, honey," Archer replied, kissing her on the cheek. "But..." Suddenly, music began playing throughout the temple by a group of kitsune musicians. This announced the arrival of the bride. "Thank the gods," Archer muttered as he stood up with everyone else. Looking down the aisle, Archer and Tamamo watched as Kashia entered the temple, with her arm hooked in Seth's. Said man almost looked to be on the verge of tears as a grin filled his face. He had opted to wear a suit similar to a style one would find on Earth. As for Kashia, from what Archer had heard from his wives, it had been a group effort. Freya, Inari, Gucci, and Jaime had all worked together to make the white and gold dress that she wore. What terrified Archer, besides the fact that 4 goddesses came together to make Kashia's wedding dress, is how absurdly expensive the thing was. It was worth entire nations due to the materials and magic put into it. Honestly, Archer felt that it would have been more useful to just make her a simple wedding dress and give her some godly garment as a wedding gift. That had earned him a light smack to the back of his head, followed by 4 different goddesses telling him that he didn't understand anything. Archer went back to preparing food for the wedding after that. Still, he wouldn't deny that the work of the 4 goddesses hadn't been in vain. Kashia looked divine in the almost glowing Wardis dress as she approached the altar. After a few more minutes, the father and daughter passed Archer and Tamamo's pew, giving the pair a good view of their niece. She was happily smiling as Seth finally brought Kashia next to Lucrut and kissed her on the cheek before taking his place next to Inari. "You may all be seated," Inari announced, her voice unnaturally echoing throughout all the temple. Everyone quickly sat down after this. "We are gathered here today to witness the union of my daughter, Kashia Lena Smith, and her betrothed, Lucrut Volve." Inari gave the couple a cheerful look before she continued, "A marriage between a mortal and goddess is a rare occurrence, but one to be celebrated and cherished, though perhaps I might be biased considering who my husband is." Some laughter echoed throughout the temple at Inari's joke before it petered out. Now, Lucroot, I ask of you as one who wishes to be my daughter's husband, do you swear upon Yggdrasil to stay true to my Kashia, through the greatest struggles to the most beautiful moments, in sickness and health? Lucroot met Kashia's eyes and nodded. I do, he answered. Inari nodded before turning to her daughter. Kashia, as one who wishes to be this mortal's wife, do you swear upon Yggdrasil to stay true to Lucroot, through the greatest struggles to the most beautiful moments, in sickness and health? I do, Kashia replied. With this, Inari smiled and nodded to the couple. Then you may exchange your rings, she said to Kashia and Lucroot. Seth then reached into his pocket and produced a set of rings made from the shimmering metal of prismatic ore. He handed both rings to the pair. With this, Kashia and Lucroot slipped their rings onto each other's finger before Inari said, with this, I now pronounce you, Lucroot Volve and Kashia Volve, as husband and wife. You may now kiss. Barely a moment after Inari said this, Kashia and Lucroot were already passionately kissing one another on the altar, as all the attendees stood up and began clapping. Humorously enough, Seth was openly weeping as Inari consoled him. Well, looks like they finally tied the knot, huh? Archer commented. Tamamo nodded. Yep. Let's go make sure the food comes out all right for the guests while we can. Sounds like a plan. We're going to have so much food to prepare, Archer agreed as he took Tamamo by the hand. Mind doing your little teleporting trick? While he asked this, Kashia and Lucroot began walking down the aisle together as the audience continued cheering for them. Okay, Tamamo grinned, and with that they made their way into the kitchens at warp speed. From there, the couple immediately got to work preparing the almost literal mountain of food for the upcoming feast as Kitsune rushed over to wherever they set the meals before picking them up and spiriting them away to the banquet hall. It was like an army of busy ants bringing food back to their hive. How long until the guests arrive? Archer asked over the noise of activity. One of the Kitsune appeared next to him and answered, Less than half an hour, Lord Archer. The bowman wanted to grumble at constantly being referred to as a lord by Inari's servants, but he held his tongue. He was just too busy to care. Instead, Archer looked to Tamamo and asked, Think we'll have the dessert finished before everyone arrives or midway through the feast? Honey, Tamamo sighed, trapping the kitchens in a bubble of time that he could feel. I have time magic. We have as much time as we need. Sorry, forgot about it. Just more focused on getting the food right. Archer lightly chuckled in embarrassment as he flipped a few slabs of beef on the massive pan before him. By the way, do you think there's anything that we specifically need to make for the gods attending, or should this be enough? Idun apples, Tamamo asked with a small smile. I made enough cider from those to last us a few centuries, and I have a few trees growing back in the realm of foxes. We can get one of the servants to go rush and pick a basket full and make some pie. How did you You know what? It's probably better I don't ask how you acquired them in the first place, Archer said, calming himself down. Go ahead and have a few servants grab the cider and apples. We'll sort the wine out among the guests. Probably best to only give the Idun wine out to gods or god adjacents. As for apples by themselves, we can slice them into the dessert for the gods and give normal apples to the mortals. Looking around the massive kitchen, Archer spotted multiple bushels of regular apples that he immediately went to work cutting up. As he did this, Tamamo turned to a pair of young, three-tailed kitsune and smiled. You heard the man. We need those Idun apples as soon as possible, she told them with a flick of her tails. If you hurry, you might even get a slice. At once, my lady, one of them called out before taking her friend and rushing out the door. With a chuckle, Archer teased. Bribery, huh? Isn't the goddess of the sun above such base things? You forget who you're talking to, Tamamo chuckled. Most of my worshippers back home were Japanese, and the most closely adherent in the modern era were Yakuza. Bribery is in my blood. Oh no, I'm married to a horrific criminal. How will I ever recover from this revelation? Archer asked as he took the massive pile of apple slices and went over to one of the multiple cakes. With deft and quick hands, Archer artfully placed the apple slices upon the towering desserts that would likely be the sweetest thing most of the peasants attending the wedding had ever tasted in their lives. "Perfect. One cake done, a few multiple dozen more to go," Archer commented. "I'm going to make a sign that says eat slowly or you'll definitely get sick," Tamemo groaned. "And to drink more water and try not to puke inside the temple." Good luck with that," Archer snickered. Source. Sitting at the head table with her family and friends, Ninya glanced over to Tuare as she read through a little book with indecipherable text. She'd been reading it quite often, and Ninya had been unable to find out what it might be since the blonde had been extremely tight-lipped about it. She'd figure it out one day. For now, though, Ninya just wanted to enjoy the wedding celebration of her adoptive mother and her close friend. Glancing around the unnaturally large banquet hall, it was filled with untold thousands of people as they ate and chatted with one another. And yet, they were nowhere near as interesting as the tables filled with foreign dignitaries and gods. Sure, it was beyond ridiculous to see that Jerkniv, the emperor of the Baharuth Empire, was sitting with a woman and an older man with extremely long blonde hair that was only matched by his beard's length. From what she had been told, that man was Fluter Paradine, the head mage of the empire, who should have been an elderly man. If she wasn't already learning from Kashia, Inari, and Tamamo, Ninya would have asked Fluter about tutelage. But looking to the gods, she could see that all of them were enjoying the food and celebrating with one another. The most excessive celebrant had to be a red-haired god with a magical hammer that floated around him. Even now, it was quite astounding to see so many gods gathered into one place, especially when one goddess, a being called Freja, had come up to the head table to meet with Kashia personally. From what had been said, the goddess had apparently put a few blessings onto her mom before promising to speak again later. Ninya then took another sip from her goblet. She found the cider wine to be amazingly delicious, and she definitely certain that it was magical. Liquids didn't normally glow like this drinks did unless magic was involved. Every sip just filled the teen with a comfortable warmth that she enjoyed. The only downside was that it came with a fuzziness to her mind that made Ninya realize that she was probably getting drunk. "How are you feeling right now, Ninya? You look a little red," Peter asked, enjoying his wine while Helena took a bite from her steak. Yeah, I'm doing fine, Peter. Just enjoying the food," Ninya replied with a grin. "Good to hear." Peter then leaned over to look at Kashia and Lucroot. "You lovebirds enjoying yourselves?" "Oh, we're having a great time, Peter. Honestly, I'm more amazed that Mom and my aunts managed to get so many people invited to the wedding," Kashia replied as she ate some of the food from her place. Lucroot then added, "A little terrifying, actually. I mean, they invited so many gods and royals to the wedding that I feel like some type of diplomatic incident could happen just by accident." "It'll be fine, Lucky," Kashia reassured him with a kiss to his cheek. She then took a sip from her cider, which Ninya could tell lacked any form of alcohol from the smell. Same could be said about her grandmother who was drinking plain cider. "Guess you're all... our aunts will try to take care of anything that could pop up," Lucroot agreed as he drank his cider. Arya giggled from her seat at a nearby table. "Don't worry too much, lucky boy. We'll take care of the guests. Don't think too much, okay?" All right, Aunt Arya." Lucroot sighed out before leaning against Kashia with a smile. With Aunt Arya right there, Ninya decided to ask, "Hey, Aunt Arya, what is in this drink? It tastes delicious." Her words slightly slurred, but the teen barely noticed. "Idun apples, niece," Arya grinned. "They give power in response to being consumed." Oh, is that why the drink makes me feel so warm when I drink a yit?" Ninya questioned as she took another sip of her drink. Inari then replied, "Yes, Idun apples tend to have a bit of a kick, though it looks like you're pretty deep in your cups, sweetie." It might be hitting me, but I think I'll still be all right, Grandma, Ninya replied, getting a laugh from her, Kashia, and Tuare. Okay, but avoid overdoing it, Inari cautioned, which Ninya nodded. I will, Grandma. The teen giggled as she went back to eating. For a while after the group continued to eat their meals, with the wedding attendees getting louder and more boisterous as food and drink filled them. And while she ate and drank, Ninya noticed that she couldn't spot either Archer or Tamemo. Hey, where ish Unka Archer and Ani Tammy? I can't see them anywhere, Ninya asked. They're cooking with fire, Arya informed Ninya with a grin. They aren't as party-happy as the rest of us, so they would rather get in the kitchen and make us a sandwich. Oh, really? That sounds pretty boring. Maybe I'll go see how they are cooking. Probably a lot of wow work for how much food they've been doing, Ninya said as she wobbled onto her feet. Kashia laughed and asked, Think you'll be okay walking there, kiddo? I'll be fine, Mom, Ninya replied as she stumbled her way from the main table and towards where she could smell the largest concentration of her uncle's delicious food. It was while she was walking that something caught onto her ankle, and Ninya began falling with her back to the floor until she found herself caught in the arms of another. You all right? The voice of a boy asked. Ninya looked up to see a teen with pale blonde hair looking down at her in concern. Yeah, just lost my footing, Ninya replied with a blush as she quickly realized that she was still being held in the boy's arms. Looks to be the case. Lucky that I was there to catch you when I did, the boy replied, and Ninya noticed a slight slur in his voice as well. She guessed he had been enjoying the cider as well. Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate it, Ninya said with a smile that made the boy nod and blush. You two look so cute together, Auntie Vitch said, slinking around a table and taking them both by the hands. You even match today. Dragging them to take a seat with her, she poured them each some sake. Here, drink this. Both teens seemed a little befuddled by Auntie Vitch's actions, but Ninya gave it a shrug and downed the drink. This was supposed to be time to celebrate and have fun. The boy quickly followed after Ninya's example before asking, what is this supposed to be for? For a long and healthy relationship, Tamemo's special rice wine, Vitch grinned. I stole it from her private stash. It's loaded with magical power and will help you grow way faster for the next few days. Oh, okay, both teens said together before looking at one another in surprise. By the way, Ninya began as she looked at the boy with a blushing face. He actually looked quite nice in the outfit he had arrived to the wedding in. It seemed extremely similar to Grandpa's. How do you know Auntie Vitch? She's my teacher. I've been learning from her for some time. The boy's gaze then appeared to focus on Ninya's eyes before he said, Your eyes look pretty cool. Ninya slightly blushed and nodded in reply. Over the course of the month, both hers and Tuare's eyes had both changed to a glowing golden color, similar to their mom's. Thanks. You two are just the cutest, Vitch grinned, pouring them another drink, this one smelling oddly of peaches. If this keeps up, I might just have to find a dungeon for you two to explore together. Maybe Inari will let us use her fun room. Dungeon? Grandma has explorata dungeon to look at, Ninya asked as she took the offered drink, along with her new friend, and drank them down quickly. The others and I got to see a few with Mom, but it'd be fun to see another. I think that would be fun to see Ash well, Kukoyan, the boy added, as both he and Ninya began having to support each other to keep standing. And on watching the dungeon, I think that we could handle it, Ninya giggled as she wrapped her tail on the boy's waist to keep her grip. Oh, you'll see, Auntie Vitch giggled, helping the two along as she took them from the party. But I promise you it will be fun. Both teens laughed as they went with Auntie Vitch. Ninya trusted what her auntie said since all of them were always so helpful to her. Archer wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. Laying on a chair to the side was his jacket, long since discarded after a few hours of cooking. "Second dessert's finally ready," he called out, looking over to Tamamo. "And third dessert is almost done," Tamamo told him with a cheeky grin. "We really outdid ourselves here." "Great. I guess we should have the servants bring out the cake first. I'd assume that everyone's pretty much finished with dinner by now," Archer recommended. Looking over, the bowman saw a few of said servants already rushing over to the layered cheesecakes with apple slices sticking out from the top of each layer. "Remember, regular apples go to the normal guests, done apples to the special attendees," Archer added quickly. "At once, my lord," one of them said with a smile, her friend nodding along as they used their magic to carry out the food on the serving trays, as well as the cutlery and plates. Walking over to Tamamo, Archer wrapped his arm around her shoulders and kissed her on the cheek before looking at the results of their efforts. "We did pretty good for the wedding. Think we should go see the results of our labors, or give it a bit of time?" the bowman asked with a smile. "I think we should give it a moment or two, but I'll follow you out if you go either way," Tamamo told him, wrapping her tails around him with a smile. "I still need to finish making the flan pudding, and that requires a bit of time magic and ice magic to ensure it's properly done." "All right, then let's get cooking so that we can see the bride and groom before they're too drunk to recognize us. Actually, until Lucroot's too drunk to recognize us. We did avoid giving Kashia any alcohol, right?" Archer asked. Like Tamamo and Inari, Kashia was pregnant now, and he had no idea how healthy alcoholic Idun apple cider was for developing babies. "I made sure she wouldn't get any of the alcoholic stuff, and Arya is keeping an eye on them," Tamamo told him with a small smile. "And don't worry, it will only be a few more minutes. It just needs to chill to the right temperature." "Wonderful," Archer said, as his hands moved down to Tamamo's stomach. "So how are the kids developing?" "We'll have to figure out names for them eventually." "If we have a boy, I reserve the right to call him Shrew," Tamamo joked, poking Archer in the chest with a finger. Part of him wanted to groan at the name, possibly the latent memories of Archer, no doubt, but he sighed and nodded. "Sure, you can name the boy Shrew, but I say that the first girl is named Ahri." "Cheeky," Tamamo chuckled, "but I can agree to that. Just be prepared for when she finally learns what that name means to us." "No regrets," Archer immediately replied. "Besides, she'll be named after a 9-tailed fox. Doesn't your kind love to venerate those who reach 9 tails? Or in Kashia and Inari's, 10 tails?" "You're not wrong," Tamamo sighed, "but that's also racist, husband." "Sorry, but I'm not exactly as familiar with your culture as one might expect. At the very least, I'm not making too many bad assumptions," Archer tried to counter. "At the very least, you didn't say that in front of Inari," Tamamo told him, pulling the flan out of the icebox and placing them on the table. "She would probably wrap you in her tails and squeeze until you said, 'Mommy.'" "Okay then, Mommy," Archer teased as he kissed Tamamo once more. "Now, guess we should get the servants to send the flan on its way and get going. We've got a niece to see." "Iris! Lillian, get your fluffy tails over here and help your friends put out the rest of the desserts," Tamamo called out to a set of twins, the red-furred one bouncing over while the black-furred one seemed to saunter over with a lewd expression, watching her sister's backside. "Okay," the red-furred one giggled. After a bit of teasing between them, they did as they were ordered. "Then, shall we?" Tamamo grinned, wrapping an arm around Archer and leaning against him, allowing him to guide her from the kitchen. /N, TTG. "Weddings! I love weddings! Drinks all around!" Kitsu. "Yo-ho! All hands! Hoist the colors high! Maybe, pirates in space will have to die." TTG. "We'll just have to see what happens. Probably a chapter or two left, then Book 2 begins. with all the pirates and robots that you could ever want. Other than that, everyone, that we like, is having their happy ending. Archer and Tammy get to enjoy the fruits of their labors. Seth and Inari get to watch their little girl get hitched and, wonder what is happening to Nero and Ninya. Kitsu, shenanigans, that's what. Anyway, we might just turn this into an original series soon probably, so look forwards to the updated version of that when it's out. We'll probably do a thing where we write the fan fiction version first and then convert it over maybe if it ends up working out, at least for the first book. The second and onwards might just be fully OG. Who knows? Gotta chat with TTG about that and make plans when I'm less tired. As it is, I do accept commissions for my work, and I'm looking for more commissioners and subscribers. So please do come visit my website, https://aikoakioshi.card.koti. Aikoakioshi. Card T-Kosis. And join my Discord/Kitsu Club. Thanks for reading and stay fluffy. Fox. Fate Fox Blade 32. For Fox's sakes. Arriving in the main feasting hall for the wedding, Archer and Tamemo found a small line of gods at the head table, offering up a few more gifts to the married couple. Looks like we haven't missed as much as we feared, the bowman remarked. Hehehe. Tamamo giggled with a smile, allowing herself to be guided by him as she leaned against him a little. It won't be long before they go off to their honeymoon, though, Goshujin-sama. Let's see them off properly. Sounds like a plan, honey, Archer replied as they moved over to the line of gods and found themselves waiting behind a large squirrel with white roots sticking out of its tail. Oh, didn't expect him. Wheeling about, the squirrel looked up to the pair. Why would you expect the great Ratatosker to not come to this wedding? This is the party of the decade, if not the century, bow boy. Then the little god grinned lecherously and added, Besides, I would never miss the chance of seeing a family of chesty goddesses all gathered together. Right, Archer said with narrowed eyes. That only grew narrower with what the squirrel god said next. So, Pinky, I'm sure that the mortal can be a bit lacking. Why don't you and I try to go someplace and get to know each other better? Ratatosker asked Tamamo as he slicked his ears back on his head. You, hell no, Tamamo told him with a disgusted look on her face. Sorry, but rats are lunch, not mates. That caused the furry god to jump back for a moment before he cocked his head at the goddess. Pinky, I'm no rat. I'm a studly squirrel, and I hope you will make certain to remember that. Ratatosker then shook his head and sighed. No wonder your MILF of a sister is liked better by Iggy. The rudeness. I'll respect you more when you learn to respect my choice in husband, Tamamo admonished him, a stern look on her face. Until then, sit on a stick and rotate over my solar barbecue. Yeah, whatever. You're just like the MILF with those threats of yours. But hey, that niece of yours seems friendly enough. Guess I'll just have to give Sugar Tits my attention instead of yep. Ratatosker waved off as he turned to the front of the line. Yet even with the slight annoyance from being insulted, Archer decided to ask, Ratatosker, mind telling me why you're here in line? I highly doubt that my niece would consider your presence as a gift. Well, if you have to know, Iggy wanted me to come here and summon her up to meet with the grandkid, and she hasn't told me anything, so I am just as in the dark as ya are. Ratatosker answered as he stepped forwards in line with Archer and Tamamo following. Isn't that just curious? Archer mused with a chuckle. He had a few guesses as to what Yggdrasil would want to give Kashia as a gift, but he wasn't completely certain. Looking up ahead, he could see that Loki had just given Kashia a green box. Now, my little chosen, this gift is a very special one, but I'd recommend that you open it up later in private, the trickster god warned with a grin. Other than that, we'll be seeing each other again in the future, so be ready for our next chat. With this, he disappeared in a flash of green before reappearing next to Aiko sitting a few tables away. He then whispered something that Archer couldn't make out, but it caused both gods to laugh. Before he could think about it further, Ratatosker scampered forward and onto the table where the newlyweds were sitting. "Hello there, Kashiya. Gotta say, love the dress. Really adds to your personality," the squirrel greeted while his eyes remained on the kitsune's chest before he finally looked back up to her golden eyes. "Ratatosker, correct?" Kashiya asked, her tone as polite as could be in a public setting. "Yeah, would be correct on that front. Now, while I know that my handsome presence is already a gift in and of itself, I have another one coming from up on high by your granny," Ratatosker replied as he generated a green spell array in his hands. "Granny?" Kashiya then looked over to her parents. Seth was just as confused, yet Inari soon clarified. "Yggdrasil, my little fox. She would technically be your grandmother," Inari explained with a small smile. Then her eyes glanced over to the squirrel god. "But that makes me wonder what she wants to give you, since Yggdrasil tends to rarely give gifts to others." Suddenly, a heavy presence could be felt throughout the room. It lacked any form of malevolence to it, but it did feel ancient beyond measure. Following this, a white root grew out from the floor and slowly snaked over to Kashiya. It first touched her forehead and seemed to communicate something before moving to the choker around her neck. Yggdrasil's root then ripped the crimson jewel from Kashiya's neck and removed the original band holding it before replacing it with her white roots. Then, she latched the newly formed band around the kitsune's neck, causing the roots making up the altered choker to quickly grow into place. Kashiya gave a few testing tugs against the world item, but found herself unable to pull it off. "Why is my world item stuck?" she asked innocently, yet Archer's eyes looked around to see a few gods quickly perking up and focusing on the blonde as she mentioned her possession. None more so than Odin, though. "Well, Iggy's gift to ya was to merge ya with your little item. Should take a bit of time before it fully merges, but ya will get a bit of a power boost, so hope you enjoy it," Ratatosker explained, causing hushed whispers to erupt from a few of the gods who could hear. "No idea if we should be worried about that or not," Archer whispered. "Definitely worried," Tamemo told him with a slight grimace. "She's probably about to be the object of a lot of power grabs really soon." "Shit," Archer groaned as they watched Yggdrasil's branch disappear into the ground once more. "So, of every god here, we're going to have to hope that most won't start tearing the realm apart in a few days for her." "Pretty much, yeah," Tamemo told him without a shred of doubt. "And the only thing stopping them from doing it now is that Aiko wants a fucking show. So she'll buy us the time needed to at least build up a little and make it more even." "I just love busy work. Maybe I'll get Analia to look into increasing her golem output," Archer mused as Ratatosker chuckled. "With that, I guess I won't take any more of your time for now," Ratatosker said, while giving Kashiya a reassuring pat on the chest with his paw. "See ya soon." He then disappeared into a green portal, leaving a slightly miffed Kitsune, at least until Archer and Tamemo strode forwards together. "Archer, Auntie Tammy, it's good to see both of you finally out of the kitchen. Thank you for all the food. It's wonderful," Kashiya said with a massive smile. "Seems like magic, what you two do with food," Lucroot added as he took a sip from his drink. "Maybe it is." Tamamo grinned, winking at the blonde Archer and giving her Archer a kiss on the cheek. "You're welcome, Mr. and Mrs. Volve," Archer said with a chuckle. "But we aren't only here just to escape from the kitchen. Your aunts, and even Inari, all work together on their gift for you." Then, as if an afterthought, the white-haired man added, "And I may have helped a little with the tidying." "You did a hell of a lot more than just tidying," Tamemo grinned. "You conquered Nazarick with us so we could remodel it to our tastes for them." Archer shrugged at Tamamo in response. "I consider it more like pest control than conquering." Kashiya and Lucroot looked at the pair with widened eyes, matched only by most of the others at the table, aside from Inari. "Are you saying that you conquered an entire tomb as a gift for us?" Kashiya asked incredulously. Inari giggled at the question, like the answer was completely obvious. "Of course, my little fox. You and your husband will need a little room to grow, and we weren't going to give you a simple castle." A little room? Seems like this is more than a little. How big is the whole place? Because I doubt that Lucroot, me, or our family are going to fill a small section of the tomb, let alone the entirety of it, Kashia remarked with a laugh. Lucroot then looked over to their friends at the table. "You guys need a space to live without rent?" he asked, getting Dine and Peter to burst out laughing. Even Tuare joined in on it as she took a sip of her drink, and that caused Archer's eyes to slightly narrow as he couldn't spot Ninya anywhere. "We'll think about it, Lucroot," Peter answered after composing himself. "Well, you better think fast because foxes birth litters," Arya told them with a cheeky grin, her tails wagging furiously as she patted Kashia's. Kashia and Lucroot gave each other knowing glances, along with matching smiles. "Yeah, we're more than aware of that, Auntie Arya," the blonde Kitsune said as she patted her stomach. "But really, we can't thank you enough for this." "Honestly, it's beyond generous, Aunt Arya," Lucroot said with a grin and nod. "Guess we're going to have to figure out a use with all the space we're getting. No idea on how we'll get around to cleaning it, though." His fingers entwined with Kashia's after saying this. "Don't worry, my son-in-law. I've already made preparations beforehand. Your home is staffed with more than enough servants to take care of it," Inari assured the pair. And as Inari went into a bit more detail about their living arrangements, Archer leaned close to Tamamo and whispered, "See Ninya anywhere? Haven't been able to spot her since we first got here." "Oh?" Tamamo asked, giggling at him. "Perhaps." "Vitch took them home to hook them up in a sex dungeon while drunk," Arya told them bluntly, spoiling it for Tamamo. "Bruh," Tamamo deadpanned, as though she was unable to process what had just happened. "What?" Archer was stupefied from hearing this and had to take a few long moments to mentally recover enough to quickly glance over to Kashia. Thankfully, she was still occupied with her mother, so she probably didn't hear anything. With this confirmed, Archer looked to Arya and quickly asked, "Okay, what sex dungeon?" "Why, are you finally getting interested in my body, hubby?" Arya asked, a smug look of superiority on her face. "I always knew I'd come out onto—" "Ah!" She was picked up by Tamamo's tails and quickly wrapped up tight. "Shut it, Arya. Now's not the time," she chastised the smug brat with a sigh. Then, turning to her husband, her shoulders slumped, eyes looking down as she admitted, "Inari's." "There's a lot about that which I will probably have questions for later. Right now, let's go find the two and hope that there hasn't been anything too bad done to them," Archer said in a low tone. "Know where we need to go?" "In Inari's basement?" Tamamo asked, not sure where else it would be. "You can access it from the door across from hers. Not sure why she didn't just put the door in her own room, though." "We can question architectural choices after we found them. Mind teleporting us, honey?" Archer asked, already loosening his tie. "All right." Tamamo grinned, holding her husband and moving them to their destination without fanfare. Upon arriving at the door to the dungeon, Archer quickly opened it before he and Tamamo went inside and down a flight of carpeted stairs until reaching the bottom. From there, they found a large room filled with multiple chests, while a large bed sat at the end of the room. They were first able to spot Vitch doing something with the bed while giggling. As they drew closer, they saw a camera in her hands that was constantly taking pictures. "Vitch, what's going on?" Archer asked. A mixture of worry and curiosity filled his face. "You should see them. They're so cute together," Vitch whispered, her golden eyes filled with mischief. "You should have seen how valiant and noble our boy Nero was when he protected Ninya from the mimic chest by missing every shot and forgetting it existed the moment she found the bed and climbed on it." Holding up a bundle of pictures, she showed him the cutest ones. They even held hands the whole way over. Archer and Tamamo both looked at the picture before their eyes flicked to the bed where Ninya and Nero were sleeping. Both had cuddled up to each other in an embrace, with their foreheads resting against one another's. Even Ninya's tail was wrapped around Nero's waist, holding him to her body with a death grip. Archer snorted in amusement at the sight. So, trying to pair those two up already, huh? Have you done anything else to get them together besides putting them in the same bed together? The white-haired man asked. Oh no, they did that all on their own, Vitch cackled. But I did train Nero and set him up to be Ninya's guard in the future. He's about as powerful as Evil Eye is, and much more deadly. Never one to take half measures. All right, at least you didn't magically bind them together or something along those lines, Archer remarked as he looked at the teens. So, have you told Kashiya about this bodyguard duty that you're giving him, along with trying to hook him up with Ninya, since I actually believe that Kashiya would try to help in that regard? I might have mentioned it, and she may have been the one to suggest I bring a way to record it, Vitch smirked, holding up the photographs. Matchmakers, the lot of you. Archer shook his head with a chuckle. I just hope that in the event when, because I know you plan to make it happen, these two hook up, that they know about protection. Otherwise, Kashiya is going to become a grandmother earlier than she expects if Tuare doesn't beat Ninya to it. With an amused sigh, Archer went to pull the bed's covers up on the teens. They'll be in for a surprise when they wake up if the hangover doesn't kill them beforehand. I'm sure Arya will be willing to play nurse with them for a while. Tamamo sighed, placing the tiny fox woman on the end of the bed with a smile. Right, Arya? I get to tell them to get good and take their medicine and tough it out like real gigachads when they wake up and make them actually listen. Arya giggled with a bounce. Where do I sign up? You don't need to sign up, you've been voluntold dummy, Tamamo claimed, poking Arya on the nose with her index finger. Nay, Arya giggled, licking Tamamo's finger like a small fox might. All right. Then we should probably leave the kids to their rest. Kashiya and Lucrute might start missing us otherwise, Archer said in some amusement as he wrapped his arms around the waists of both Tamamo and Vitch. We'll come back for you soon, Arya. Roger that, hubby, Arya grinned, blowing them a kiss while she lay back on the bed and transformed into a small fox at the end of it. With this, Archer, Tamamo, and Vitch all made their quick exit from the dungeon and back to the party to continue enjoying themselves. To Archer, at least, things had ended with a satisfying conclusion for his family, even if there were some hiccups in the way for it. In a small corner of the country known as the Dragon Kingdom, Albedo had been biding her time. Most of it had been spent assimilating the world items that her ally, Love Nidhogger, had her acquire. From what he had told her, due to her body still being too weak, assimilating all the items into herself would have killed her. So, with her ally, Love's help, she had taken the items into her body in a process that had been quite excruciating. But the pain had been well worth the effort. Now, she was ready for the next step of her Nidhogger's plan, looking at the final, assimilated world item, avarice and generosity, that were essentially her hands now. Due to how that had been bonded to them, Albedo smiled. Tell me, my love, what is the next step of the plan, she asked. We will need you to attain more power for yourself, my Albedo. With the numerous goddesses now infesting this realm, they will still prove a match for you even as you are. Yet staying in this realm to gain strength will become too noticeable. We will have to leave. I understand, my love, yet I'm unsure of where we might even go. With the way those bitches and that whore destroyed your Nazarick, I don't have any other means to access these new realms you speak of, Albedo replied while walking over to a table that her little sister's head rested upon. Because Albedo lacked any ability to repair Rubedo, her little sister remained in the damaged state that the former succubus had found her. Thankfully, by the will of her love, Nidhogger, the golem's mental condition hadn't worsened. Worry not, with that last world item that you assimilated, our connection has finally been enhanced enough to access some of my greater abilities, one of which is the ability to tear rifts open between the etheric walls of reality. It's how I traveled for untold eons to different universes to feast upon the power within them. I only wish that I only had enough power to free you, my love. I long to finally feel your touch and warmth again. Albedo sighed as she brushed some of her sister's hair that had fallen in front of her eyes. We will be, my lovely wife, and then I'll give you everything that you could possibly desire. Oh, I can't wait, my husband. I promise to give you many strong children on that day, Albedo said happily. She could just imagine the day when their children would be running around their feet. And as that happened, she and Nidhogger would hold one another in each other's arms and look upon their kingdom, and all of the enemies would be chained at their feet. I await that day, my Albedo, but first I shall need to assume control of your body to open the rift. Go right ahead, my love. You can always use my body however you wish, Albedo replied with a smile as she felt her love's presence fully take over her body. Her mind was little more than a passenger in her own body, but she was fully accepting of this. In a sense, it was almost like her husband was making love with her. She watched as her arm raised itself before black, oily claws grew out from dark gauntlet, making up her left hand. Then, Albedo's hand tore down, and a dark rift was torn open and hovered in the air. Once this was done, Nidhogger's presence slightly pulled away from her body, giving her control once more. And yet she found herself a little disappointed, as she had wished for her husband to continue controlling her. One day, my Albedo, I'll give you what you wish. But for now, I need you to remain in control of your body. Now, go ahead and take your sister with you, since we will likely be gone from this realm for a while. Of course, Nidhogger, Albedo replied as she went back to the table and picked up Rubido's head. Once done, she looked back to the portal and walked over to it before entering its dark confines. For a moment, it felt like her body was being elongated and stretched before she finally found herself stepping out onto hot sand and rock. The sky and surrounding landscape were tinted a shade of red as massive spires of rock grew into the air that were filled with holes that might fit a humanoid being. Before Albedo had more time to examine the surroundings, a few insect-like humanoids landed around her with strange weapons in their hands, trained on her vitals. Ah, the locals! A few of the creatures made a strange series of clicking noises. When Albedo showed no inclination at understanding them, one of the creatures spoke in a broken tone, with a voice that sounded ill-made for any language but its own. Come, Poggle sees you, intruder. Albedo, now knowing that this creature could speak to her in a language she understood, decided to let this one live. She only needed one of these insects. The rest were useless. In a burst of speed that none of the insectoid creatures could keep up with, the three other creatures were swiftly decapitated, while the one that spoke found Albedo's hand grasped around its throat. Another hand grabbed the creature's weapon and crushed it with pure strength into a useless hunk of scrap. Now, let's try things my way, insect. Take me to this Poggle. We'll decide if I feel generous enough to allow you to live or to give you a quick death. Displease me, and I will promise you that death will be a mere luxury compared to what I can do. Albedo's hand slightly tightened around the creature's throat before she warned, Trust me, I can be quite creative in methods of torture. /N, TTG, and that ends the first book, I believe. What do you think, Kitsu? Kitsu, thar be the first book, matey. Now we just require a bit of editing, and we can turn it into an original series if we want. What do you think, TTG? Should we make it into an OG, or should we keep going as is? TTG, we could probably keep going as is, before turning it into an original series afterwards. That, or go all in on making it original. Either way, we'll probably figure out more of that as time goes on. For now, we can continue work on the next book as we hash out details. Kitsu. Sounds like a plan, TTG. So if y'all want to support me and make the original book come out better, meet with me on my Discord at gg/KitsuClub and try chatting with me and Ten-Tailed God about being a beta reader for this, or helping us hire an editor. I know I would love to hire the letter A to help edit it, but I can't afford that ATM because I just don't make enough money, and I might have to move from my apartment soon for my own safety due to being attacked with a weapon by my neighbor on the 30th of May, which was the day before I finished this work, while mid-writing session with TTG. Anyway, this has been excellent, and I can't wait to see what else we can bring to you for the fun of it. If you really like this, visit my website at https://wena-aiko-akioshi.card-dokinant itp-atinos-aiko-akioshi ainscard-kokin-san, and consider dropping me some money for a new PC to replace my old junker via my throne. You'll even get words towards a fic you like if you drop me a screenshot of how much you paid with fees in my DMs somewhere, so I can give you the full amount of words, instead of just the amount before taxes and fees. You can also buy me meat snacks and coffee and tea there to help keep me writing longer, and all donations to my throne give you 2 times words compared to what you'd usually get. Thanks for reading and stay fluffy.